Age of Elves, I can eavesdrop on the voices of Elves-I Chapter 151 _ I just want an unconditional promise. Ha! Come out, roll it. Feng Che pressed the switch of the Pokeball and released the rollet. As soon as the rollet came out of the Pokeball, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Rollet is a round bird-shaped Pokemon with a white face and a shape similar to a tilde. Except for the green tail feathers, Rollet is covered with brown feathers on the rest of the body, its beak is half white and half orange, and there are 2 green leaves on its chest in the shape of a bow tie. It has a pair of short orange claws. Rollet flies through the air without flapping its wings at all. It can slowly approach opponents undetected and unleash powerful kicks, or launch feathers that blend with razor-sharp leaves to attack from a distance. Even at night, Rollet can see as clearly as during the day, giving him an advantage when fighting in the dark. Rollet's head can rotate nearly 180 degrees, and he will also turn his head during the battle while waiting for the trainer's instructions. Rollet has a high ability to adapt to any situation. In addition to following the instructions of the trainer in battle, he will also organize actions according to the current situation. Rollet is also an extremely rare Pokemon in the Alola region, which generally only lives in deep mountains and forests. I accepted this Rollet, but I want to see the other 2 treasures. Feng Che raised his head and said to Lieutenant Surge. Okay, Lieutenant. Surge waved his hand. One of the 2 treasures is the Crystal of Water, and the other is the high-quality Mystic Water. These 2 treasures are good and I like them very much. Feng Che took out Magnezone's Pokeball and agreed to the transaction. There is a Pokemon exchange device in my room. You don't have to run so far, just complete the transaction. Lieutenant Surge said to Feng Che. Feng Che and Lieutenant Surge exchanged Pokemon. Lieutenant Surge was delighted that he finally got the Magnezone he was longing for. Lieutenant Surge put Magnezone in an instrument. The instrument sent out 17 waves of light to scan, and Magnezone's qualifications came out soon after. As expected, this Magnezone's qualification is green. Although it's not worthwhile to replace the Magnezone with a Rollet, but considering the sleepiness of this Rollet, I think I still earned it. Lieutenant Surge secretly chuckled. After all, an extremely sleepy Rollet can only be awake for an hour. It's just wishful thinking to train Rollet or fight with Rollet during this hour. I still have a deal. I don't know if Lord Lieutenant Surge is interested. It's about Magneton. Feng Che said to the smiling Lieutenant Surge. Let's hear it. If the price is right, no problem. Feng Che's words completely aroused Lieutenant Surge's interest. Lieutenant Surge went to the sofa and lit a cigar. Then Lieutenant Surge took out a bottle of iced whiskey from the refrigerator beside the sofa and drank it loudly. I have a way to make Magneton evolution a Magnezone. Feng Che said to Lieutenant Surge. PFF'd. Lieutenant Surge heard Feng Che's words. He choked. But Lieutenant Surge didn't bother wiping the whiskey spilled on his clothes. What did you say? Say it again. Lieutenant Surge couldn't believe his ears. If you use the best Thunderstone to make the Magneton evolution into a Magnezone, this method goes without saying. Lieutenant Surge suddenly remembered something, and waved his hand to Feng Che casually. Not the best Thunderstone, but just an ordinary Thunderstone. Feng Che said calmly to Lieutenant Surge. Tell me about it. Lieutenant Surge suddenly became interested again. He has a Thunderstone vein in his hand. Although he has not excavated the best Thunderstone, there are quite a few high-quality Thunderstones in his hand. If a normal quality Thunderstone can turn Magneton evolution into Magnezone, then the Pokemon in Lieutenant Surge's hands can be shotguns for cannons. This is about the content of my deal with Lord Lieutenant Surge, which is how Magneton evolution became Magnezone. This is a valuable result that I have obtained after many trial and error over a long period of time. Feng Che explained slightly mysteriously. Tell me about your transaction. Lieutenant Surge pretended to be calm and said to Feng Che. At this time, Lieutenant Surge was actually very nervous. He was afraid that Feng Che would open his mouth. To him, the Magnazone deal paled in comparison to the one in front of him. I just want Lord Lieutenant Surge to promise me a promise that I will do one thing unconditionally, helping hand without endangering my own safety. Feng Che said slowly to Lieutenant Surge. Unconditional promise, that's much heavier than me simply paying you. But this is the first time I've met someone with such an appetite. Okay, Lieutenant Surge agreed. However, do I need to sign a bond or something? Lieutenant Surge asked tentatively. No, I believe in the character of Lord Lieutenant Surge. This is how Magneton evolution became Magnazone. Feng Che took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lieutenant Surge. I see, so that Magnazone's evolution can be realized. However, I am really curious, who are you? A playful smile appeared on the corner of Lieutenant Surge's mouth. However, I also understand that I will not force others to be difficult. When you want to tell me, you will naturally tell me. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time, and I will remember that you have a promise here. Feng Che did not speak, and Lieutenant Surge quickly opened the topic. After Feng Che came out of Lieutenant Surge's office, Feng Che went directly into Giovanni's office. This made Lieutenant Surge, who was trailing behind Feng Che, puzzled. Who the hell is this? Being personally interviewed by Mr. Giovanni, who is not low in Team Rockets, could it be that the cadres of Team Rockets are deliberately pretending to be new? Lieutenant Surge was puzzled by the current situation. Sit. As soon as Feng Che entered the office, Giovanni had a smile on his face. Fuji Professor told me that this mission, you have done it perfectly. If you hadn't prepared a nutrient solution that could save Mewtwo in time, maybe the first Mewtwo that we successfully cultivated would have been lost today. Feng Che, I have an urgent mission here, and I need you to go to the Rage Lake base in the Johto region within 10 days. A few days ago, the Rage Lake base in the Johto region lost contact, and I sent several superiors, but there is no news back. They seem to have been attacked, and I hope you can go to Rage Lake base to investigate and get back the news there. Rage Lake base is a very important project for Team Rockets, so there's nothing to lose there. Giovanni said solemnly. Be sure to protect the safety of Hiranu Professor, the professor who presides over important experiments at the Rage Lake base. If the League has discovered the Rage Lake base and captured Hiranu Professor, they must do everything possible to get Hiranu Professor back. Giovanni said to Feng Che. Rage Lake base. There is a ruthless man nearby. Feng Che thought to himself with a solemn expression. To be honest, Feng Che really didn't want to meet this ruthless man when his wings were not yet full. This ruthless man is Price, a man on a par with Giovanni, but able to hang up Lokia and Ho-Oh. He is ostensibly a gym trainer, but is actually the Johto region's underground king. Even Will and Karen are strongmen bred by Price. I see, Chief Giovanni, I'll get to the Rage Lake base as soon as possible. Feng Che respectfully said to Giovanni. After Feng Che came out of Giovanni's office, Feng Che went to the appraisal center again. The old Alakazam still did not leave the customs, only his spokesperson Watien gave Feng Che a card with 50 million Alliance coins in it. Okay, it's time to go back to Celadon, Rainbow City and buy the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che now has enough funds in his hand, and he plans to go to Celadon, Rainbow City to implement this long-planned plan. Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House is currently in arrears with a huge loan to Pokemon Bank. It has been seized by the Alliance after applying for it by Pokemon Bank. Today is the day of the auction. A handsome young man in a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses is holding a microphone to preside over the auction. Hello everyone, I'm Drake Ikebukuro, the bank representative. Today, Pokemon Bank is commissioned by the Alliance to auction the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. The Celadon, Rainbow Nurturing House, which has been known for many years in Celadon, Rainbow City, is unable to repay the bank's loan due to the broken capital chain. So we have seized the Celadon, Rainbow Incubator in accordance with the law, and today the bank will lead the auction. The Celadon, Rainbow Breeder has a total of large-scale Pokemon genetic testing equipment, thousands of Pokemon eggs, the Celadon, Rainbow Breeder, storefront, and the hilltop occupied by the Celadon, Rainbow Breeder. The VIP of Celadon, Rainbow Nurturing House was photographed, and we will handle the property transfer procedures on the spot. Not only will you be able to get the assets mentioned above, but you will also be able to get the franchise rights of the Nurture House. Okay, this is the general situation of the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. The starting price of this Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House is 10 million Alliance coins, and each increase shall not be less than 200,000 Alliance coins. The auctioneer shouted to the crowd. Ha ha, I made a fortune this time. The reserve price of the auction is so low. If I buy the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House, I will make a fortune. What do you think about Peaches? Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House owes a total of 40 million in loans to the bank, and the bank must have arranged the entrustment. The price of this auction will definitely exceed 40 million before the hammer falls. If the bank is in its own hands, where is it? If you smash it, you will smash it. After a period of time, the bank can continue to organize the auction, and it will be said that the buyer who bid in the previous auction will automatically give up. Everyone was talking about it. Subsequently, the bidding at the auction came one after another. Feng Che watched everyone bid for the auction, but he had been sitting like a mountain, waiting for a critical point to come. 40 million, and no higher price. The host Ikebukuro Drake saw the price at a glance, which was the price quoted by the bank commissioned by the bank. The host looked at everyone's hesitant expressions and was secretly anxious. After all, most of the people who came to participate in the 000 auction this time did not open a cultivation house, and they naturally did not know the value of the cultivation house franchise. If this is in the hands, although it can be auctioned for the second time, Ikebukuro Drake does not want to be disadvantaged this time. This is a job he took over from the bank leadership. If it is messed up, it will greatly reduce his leadership position in the heart. 40 million, the second time, there is no higher price. The host Ikebukuro Drake was a little desperate, and this time he was really going to hit it in his hands. 40 million, the first. Before the host Ikebukuro Drake finished speaking, Feng Che raised his hand. 40.2 million. Feng Che reported his bid price. 40.2 million, there is no higher price. The host Ikebukuro Drake finally let go of his gripping heart. The price was just stuck at the bank's psychological price, and there was a slight surplus. At this time, the trustee invited by the bank no longer dared to make an offer easily. He was worried, what if he quoted a slightly higher price and smashed it in his own hands? 40.2 million, the second time. 40.2 million, the third time. Deal. The hammer on the hand of the host Drake Ikebukuro slammed down, indicating that the auction was a complete success. Wait a minute, wait a minute. A flamboyant woman ran over in a hurry, and there was a pungent smell of perfume in the air. Sorry, ma'am, the auction is over. The Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House has been successfully bid by this gentleman. The host Drake said apologetically to the gorgeous woman. I will pay 60 million, and you will sell me the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. The woman gave Feng Che a proud look and said. Sorry, the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House is already my asset. I don't sell the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che shook his head decisively. Wait a minute, aren't you afraid of offending our Sky Cultivation House? The woman shouted, looking like I was number one in the world. Sky Cultivation House, I haven't heard of it. Feng Che shrugged casually. I recognize her. She is the daughter of the actual operator of the Sky Cultivation House, Miss Chiyoyuki. She is also a powerful trainer, having won the top 8 in the Kanto League competition. This person has never heard of the Sky Cultivation House. It is the largest chain cultivation house in the entire Kanto region. It's really a douchebag. The surrounding people seemed to have exploded, and there was a lot of discussion. Chapter 152 finally have a home. 80 million, it can't be more. Don't be too greedy, you have already made a lot of money. Seeing that Feng Che was unmoved, Chiyuyuki gritted her teeth and made another offer. No, it's not about the money. I won't sell it for any amount. Feng Che was still unmoved. HMPH, prude, come out, Jinx. Chiyuyuki snorted coldly and called out the strongest Pokemon Jinx in her hand. Jinx is a humanoid Pokemon who looks a bit like a noble and honest woman. It wears a long red dress that covers its feet and has white arms and purple hands. Jinx has a purple face, pink lips, saucer-shaped eyes, and long blonde hair. Jinx can use telepathy to transmit what they see into the brains of other people or Pokemons. In battle, Jinx can control ice and snow, and can also use physical power to a certain extent. Jinx is the only Pokemon that can learn the Devil's Kiss. Sir, do you want to discuss with this lady? After all, the price given by this lady is also very sincere. Ikebukuro Drake whispered to Feng Che in the tone of a peacemaker. I've already said that I won't sell, so why don't you want to buy and sell? Facing the entanglement of Chiyo Snow, Feng Che was a little angry, and a cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Celadon, Rainbow City is under the control of the Alliance, not someone's word. As long as she dares to attack, soon, Officer Jenny will receive complaints about people using Pokemon to attack humans. According to the laws of the Alliance, using Pokemon to attack humans for no reason, ranging from being detained in a detention center with a trainer, or being imprisoned in an Alliance prison, depends on which lady wants to choose. The psychic on Feng Che's body erupted with a very strong aura. It made everyone around him have difficulty breathing. Please help me with the certificate of title, I have transferred the auction money to the bank's public account. Feng Che's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly to Ikebukuro Drake. Damn, you wait for me. Chiyuyuki on the side gritted her teeth angrily, stomped her feet fiercely, turned around and left. After a while, the bank will handle Feng Che's property rights certificate. This Sky Cultivation House has opened a lot of chain stores in the Kanto region. Their family has a big business, and they are afraid that they will play a shameful trick. Ikebukuro Drake explained weakly to Feng Che in a low voice. HMPH, well, just let the horses come. Feng Che had a dignified expression on his face. Of course Feng Che was not afraid of this kind of threat. Feng Che looked at the Celadon Rainbow Cultivation House, which had been completely unsealed and connected to water and electricity. A happy smile appeared on Juni's face, and he finally had a home. Come out, Linowan. Feng Che released 7 Linowans from the Pokeball. Linowan, this is our home in the future. Feng Che smiled and said to Linowan. Celadon Rainbow Cultivating House is very large, and several consecutive hills are owned by the Celadon Rainbow Cultivating House. If it wasn't for the broken capital chain and being seized and auctioned, the Celadon Rainbow Cultivating House is estimated to be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars in Alliance coins. This allows Feng Che to pick up a big bargain. Celadon Rainbow Nurture House is surrounded by a 7-story building. The first and second floors are where goods are sold. The third to fifth floors are where Pokemon are tested and nurtured. The sixth to seventh floors are filled with densely packed Pokemon eggs. However, because the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House could not pay wages for these Pokemon eggs, the employees of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House took part of the wages to offset the wages. Hey, no one would have thought that the reason I bought the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House was because there was a quasi-god Pokemon egg hidden here. Feng Che remembered that in the game, a lucky person bought a Pokemon egg from the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House and obtained a quasi-god. This is the real purpose that Feng Che must buy the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. He wants to obtain this quasi-god. The backyard of the cultivation house is where the Pokemon are kept free range. There are places with different environments such as mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands, which are very suitable for cultivating Pokemon. This is why Feng Che took a fancy to the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Everyone, come out and see our new home. Feng Che released all the Pokemon in his hand. Ditto, Blue Jay, Litten, Froakie, Ivysaur, Aerodactyl, Scyther, Supergiant Magikarp, Vulpix, Ice Vulpix, Rowlet. Ditto slumped lazily to the ground, while the Blue Jay fluttered merrily around, flapping its wings. Litten and Ivysaur found a sunny spot and lay down enjoying themselves. Aerodactyl and Scyther started fighting as soon as they came out, fighting each other, not giving in to each other. The supergiant Magikarp jumped and fell into the clear and translucent lake, splashing water more than 1 meter high. Vulpix and Ice Vulpix chased each other, and only Rowlet was still sleeping there. Come out too. Feng Che threw out 6 Pokeballs again, and released Chopping Axe Mantis, Salazzle, Tentacruel, Seadra, Feraligatr and Mosquito Coil Frog. You are staying in the training house for the time being, and you can't cause trouble. Have you heard? Otherwise, I will let you experience my methods. Feng Che used the psychic on his body to stun the Pokemon present. The Axe Mantis raised its heavy arms and confronted Scyther. Salazzle fell in love with Litten and wanted to ask Litten for advice. Tentacruel looked around there, as if looking for the figure of the Arbok who had tortured him to the death. Seadra looked at Froakie with a displeased expression. Feraligatr raised his powerful fist and shook it at Ivysaur. The mosquito-repellent incense frog plunged headlong into the lake and swam around as if it were a joy. That's fine. It's equivalent to finding a sparring partner for my Pokemon, and it can also temporarily shock the Xiao around the cultivation house. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che felt that this was not the best time to worship Agatha as his teacher, because Agatha would always launch a rebellion. Although this rebellion, Lance Crossing is the main force, but Agatha is the real behind the scenes. At this time, when he apprenticed under Agatha's door, he was easily implicated and was liquidated by the Alliance. This is not in line with Feng Che's purpose of keeping a low profile at this stage. Giovanni gave me 10 days to get to the Rage Lake base to find out why. It will take about a day to get to Mahogany Town, which is the closest to Rage Lake. You need to fly from Celadon, Rainbow City or Saffron City to Goldenrod City, and then from Goldenrod City to Mahogany Town. So at this point in time, I can go to the underground black market in Saffron City to get the hidden things in Shintian. Feng Che secretly calculated. As a member of the poacher organization, Shintian hides what Feng Che wants to get his hands on. By the way, Froakie, this is for you. Feng Che took out a delicate blue bracelet from the bracelet, and the color was very close to that on Froakie. The bracelet is also inlaid with water drop-shaped gems, which looks very handsome. I have embedded water crystals and mystic water into this bracelet. I made this bracelet out of a retractable material that fits snugly against your skin. That way, you won't be affected in any way by jumping. Water crystals and mystic water can improve your sensitivity to water-type energy. Feng Che touched Froakie's small head and said with a smile. Froakie, the trainer is really nice to me. I have to work hard to be the best Pokemon. Froakie took the bracelet solemnly, and put it on his right hand. The bracelet tightly adhered to Froakie's skin. If you don't identify it carefully, there is no way to find that Froakie is wearing a bracelet. A cool energy was pouring out of the bracelet continuously and submerged into Froakie's body. Froakie only felt a cold breath circulating around her body, which was very comfortable. Froakie looked very happy. Lino-1, this breeding house is temporarily managed by you, as long as you are careful not to invade by outsiders. As for other things, wait for me to come back. This Celadon Rainbow Nurture House grows a lot of berries close to the forest. You can pick these berries if you're hungry. As for the 7 of you, if you can obediently help watch the house in the breeding house, I will make you a member of the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che said to the Pokemon who was arrested by him. Golduck, come with me. I want you to help guard the store during this time. If you have any questions, send me a message in time. Feng Che felt that this Golduck was very smart and could learn everything as soon as he learned it, but the only downside was that he liked young and beautiful young ladies. Hello, is this the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House? A young and beautiful young lady walked in with a Growlithe, and a blue figure appeared in front of the young lady like a flash of lightning. Feng Che took a closer look, and it turned out to be the lustful Golduck. Golduck, miss or something, the cutest. Feng Che looked at this Golduck and stared at the young lady. Just when he was about to make a move, Salazzle suddenly appeared behind Feng Che. I saw Salazzle easily spit out a fire whip from his mouth and wrapped around Golduck's legs. Golduck's face suddenly turned blue, and he entered a state of poisoning. Golduck was dragged away by Salazzle. The young lady stood there with a stunned expression on her face. Haha, I hope you don't take offense, this is the interaction between Pokemon. Sorry, our breeding house is not open yet. Feng Che explained to the young lady. I'm sorry, I don't know why my Growlithe can't eat for a few days. I went to the Pokemon Center to check, and Nurse Joy didn't find anything wrong. Nurse Joy suggested a visit to the grow house and I went to several of them and found nothing wrong with my Growlithe. Can I trouble you to take a look at it? The young lady said to Feng Che with an apologetic face. Forget it, it is fate that you can enter the cultivation house. Come on, let me first check for you what's wrong with this Growlithe. Feng Che pointed to the large table next to him and asked the young lady to put down Growlithe. My little calf usually has a good appetite. I don't know why I have no appetite in recent days, even my favorite biscuits. The lady said worriedly. I'll see. Feng Che took out a flashlight, and he told Growlithe to open his mouth. Growlithe has nothing wrong with his mouth, but he seems to have some fluid buildup in his nose. Did Growlithe come across some kind of Pokemon in the last few days, the smelly kind? Feng Che found a pair of tweezers and a cotton swab, and gently released the fluid in Growlithe's nasal cavity. Probably Growlithe met Pokemon like Grimer, Muck, and smelled their stench. Feng Che took out an Oron berry from the bracelet, peeled off the peel of the Oron berry, and put it on Growlithe's nose to let Growlithe smell it for a while. Growlithe then sneezed violently, and a cloud of gray mucus emerged from his nose. Okay, Growlithe is fine, it seems to have encountered Grimer, and it has Grimer's mucus in its nose. Growlithe hasn't been in the mood to eat lately because of the smell of Grimer. Feng Che said to the young lady with a smile. But your Growlithe has some malnutrition. Let me write you a recipe for Pokeblocks. According to this recipe, the Growlithe can become stronger. Feng Che wrote down a recipe for Pokeblocks for Growlithe. Sorry, because I haven't started business here. I don't have the ingredients to make Pokeblocks here, so you can only find another breeding house to make them. Because you are the first customer to enter our store, this diagnosis and treatment service will give you for free. Feng Che said with a smile. After the little sister walked out of the Celadon, Rainbow Breeding House, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chiyoyuki was waiting for her not far away. Chiyoyu, did he see the problem? Chiyoyuki said with a cold expression. Not only did he see the problem, he wrote me a recipe for Pokeblocks. Chiyoyu said with a smile. This Pokeblocks is ordinary, it's a mass product, and I thought how amazing this guy is. Chiyoyu carefully looked at the formula in her hand and said with a look of disdain. But I see what this person means. This breeding house will not open recently. When he opens, we will come in and play in the hall and it will be zero. If you hadn't missed the auction, I wouldn't have bothered so much. Chiyoyu said to Chiyoyuki with a displeased expression. That person should be a member of the Chiyo family just now, pretending to be harmless to humans and animals, so only that stupid duck will be there to be courteous. Fortunately there is Salazzle, otherwise I don't know if this stupid duck sold the breeding house. Feng Che marked the Pokemon eggs in the breeding house one by one. Feng Che would not start hatching Pokemon eggs until the breeding house was officially opened. Chapter 153 Evolution Keystone and Mega Evolutionary Stone, ITE. Feng Che originally planned to use the system scanning function, but he found that this function was temporarily unavailable. Forget it, there's still time anyway. When I finish my mission, I'll find the quasi-god hidden in these Pokemon eggs. Before Feng Che left, he gathered all the Pokemon from the cultivation house. I'm going to assign tasks. Golduck is in charge of communicating with humans, and Salazzle oversees Golduck's actions. The 7 Linoone brothers maintain the tranquility of the breeding house, and the Axe Mantis, Feraligatr, and Tentacruel are responsible for cleaning up those who step into the breeding house. Once an outsider enters the breeding house and wants to steal something, you should take action immediately, but don't hurt anyone's life. Golduck, you are responsible for calling the police and communicating with Officer Jenny. Feng Che completed the task for many Pokemon one by one. There are not many Pokemon in the breeding house now, and Feng Che feels that the Pokemon captured earlier should stay in the breeding house to enrich the strength of the breeding house. These captured Pokemon were all afraid of Feng Che's powerful strength, and coupled with the restraint of Pokeball, they did not dare to act rashly. Feng Che took advantage of the night to leave Celadon, Rainbow in a hurry, heading for Saffron not far from here. This time at the Rage Lake base, if you encounter a masked man pretending to be Price, you must be alert. Price, who is the strongest sealing of mankind, is a ruthless character. Price, who controls Ho-Oh and Lokia, is the strongest man in the Pokemon world. Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. After more than an hour, Feng Che arrived at Saffron City. The underground black market in Saffron City opens about the same time as Celadon, Rainbow City. Starts at 10 p.m. and ends at 6 a.m. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Feng Che arrived in Saffron City. After Feng Che got out of the car, he put on a smiling face mask and a black cloak and walked towards a fast food restaurant. The underground black market in Saffron City is run by Team Rockets. So as long as Feng Che goes into any store with an obscure Team Rockets logo, that's it. Jingle bell. Feng Che chose to enter a fast food restaurant. The signature of this fast food restaurant is the beef burger. As soon as Feng Che entered the door, there was a smell of beef, accompanied by the smell of French fries. Welcome. The service staff of the restaurant said to Feng Che enthusiastically. I need a saffron fries and a beef burger, and I heard your ice cold is good too. Feng Che directly said the secret words to enter the underground black market. Please take your menu and I'll prepare it for you. Service staff did not respond, but prepared food for Feng Che. Generally, people who come here and want to enter the underground black market will only eat the signature set menu here before entering the underground black market. Guest, here's your saffron fries, beef burger, and ice coke. The waiter brought up the set meal ordered by Feng Che, and while serving the set meal, he secretly stuffed a note into Feng Che's hand. This note is the service code to the underground black market tonight. Feng Che swallowed the food served in 3 or 2 strokes, and then Feng Che opened the note while drinking the drink. The 4 numbers 3155 were written on the note. When the bell of the fast food restaurant rang at 10 o'clock, Feng Che got up and came to the door of the frozen food store of the fast food restaurant. There is a small side door there. After the finger touches the left side of the side door, an electronic combination lock appears on the door. Feng Che entered the 4 numbers 3155 on the combination lock. With only a slight pop, the side door opened, and an entrance for one person appeared. Inside the entrance is a long staircase. Feng Che stepped in and closed the side door. Candles were lit on both sides of the passage, and Feng Che's figure swayed under the dim flickering candlelight. There are many people in a hurry here, all of them coming in from the various entrances of Saffron City and rushing to the underground black market. All of them were wearing masks and black cloaks. In the underground black market of Saffron City, Team Rockets reign supreme. Here Team Rockets have absolute power to kill. Giovanni specially sent Superior to take turns to manage the order of the underground black market. As soon as Feng Che stepped into the entrance of the underground black market, he saw Team Rockets with Houndoom and Persian patrolling. Team Rockets shocked the people who were just about to move. The entire underground black market in Saffron City is divided into 3 places: the stall sales area, the store area, and the auction house. The shops in the store area are all opened by Team Rockets members. The items sold inside will be 10% more expensive than the outside prices, but the quality is guaranteed, and the items in the shops are all genuine. Once consumers buy counterfeit and shoddy products, they can ask the law enforcement officers of Team Rockets to come forward to investigate. If evidence of illegal crimes by Team Rockets members is found, Team Rockets will take back the store and give extremely severe punishment to the criminal Team Rockets members. BHDF, if you want to buy in the stalls and sales areas, you need to test the buyer's eyesight to judge whether the items they sell are genuine. There are many people who have hit the eye, but there are also many people who have made a lot of money. If Feng Che showed his identity as Team Rockets in the underground black market, he could basically walk sideways, but Feng Che didn't want to do that. He was afraid that when Giovanni found out, he would have a bad opinion on himself. After all, he had managed so much goodwill in front of Giovanni, so he couldn't waste it so much. Feng Che walked directly to the store area, and he came to a store full of iron cages. Even if these iron cages have been cleaned, they still cannot wash away the bloody smell that remains on the iron cages. A gray-haired, wrinkled old man was smoking a dry cigarette at the store counter. "Guest, what can help hand you? Information, storage items can be." The old man opened his eyes and raised his drooping eyelids, and said lukewarmly to Feng Che. "This is one of the strongholds of the poacher organization. As the third large criminal organization after Team Rockets and the Bounty Guild, the poacher organization is an idle gang organization. The poachers group consists of 7 powerful trainers, also known as the 7 generals, who have secretive strongholds in major cities." Feng Che also learned about this by looking at Shintian's memory. "I need to get back what I have deposited here." Feng Che then reported a series of numbers, which was the password to unlock the treasure. "Please wait a moment." There was also a small door behind the counter, and the old man pushed open the door and walked in. After a while, the old man took out a palm-sized box. "This is the item you deposited here, with a message. Charizard in Charizard Valley has come to breed again, and now many poacher members are discussing whether to go to Charizard Valley to plunder Charmander. This time, the General Fire Organization will take the lead. If you want to participate, go to the official website of the poacher organization to register." After the old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes and ignored Feng Che, as if he was serving tea to the guest. "Plundering the Charmander in the Charizard Valley. This is good, but unfortunately I already have 2 fire-type Pokemon on me. For the time being, I won't be able to capture new Pokemon. Even if I go to the Charizard Valley and plunder the Charmanders, the qualified Charmanders have already been wiped out. If I really go, I'll probably only have leftovers." Feng Che is very clear about this situation. But that's just enough news to get back to Team Rockets. Feng Che did not forget that he was still an undercover agent. Feng Che walked to a remote corner before opening the palm-sized box, but there was only one item inside. "That's a purple Pokeball, the Master Ball. Finally, Master Ball." Feng Che glanced at the Master Ball, then stuffed it into the bracelet. As we all know, if you want to catch the beast, you must have a Master Ball. The Master Ball can guarantee that the beast will be 100% subdued. This Master Ball was also accidentally plundered by Nita, and it has been well hidden. If Feng Che had not explored Shintian's memory, it is estimated that this secret would have been hidden in Shintian's heart. This is also the reason why Feng Che will spare no effort to come to Saffron City. He wants to get this Master Ball. In this way, when a mythical beast appears, I will not miss it. I'm most likely to meet Mewtwo now, then Ho-Oh and Lokia. Feng Che thought to himself. The other region, divine beasts are too far away from Feng Che, and they are all hidden in the deep mountains and forests, inaccessible places. Since I've come to the underground black market in Saffron City, I'd better see what's good here. Feng Che didn't plan to go shopping in a serious shop, he wanted to see what the hawkers could find. It's really bad luck, this thing can't be sold. The hawker Lao He muttered, but Lao He has been setting up a stall in the underground black market of Saffron City for more than 10 years. He was in the antiques business. He was punched a few days ago and spent 100,000 alliance coins to buy an extremely precious saffron Meowth statue. Just when he thought he had earned it, there was a thunderbolt of news that shattered his rejoicing little heart. Lao He found out that the Meowth statue was only gilded, and its eyes were made of 2 glass marbles. The total value of this statue is no more than 10,000 alliance coins. This made Lao He really vomit blood. Lao He is very anxious now, and he really wants to sell this Meowth statue. This Meowth statue was like a nail stuck in the heart of Lao He, and it was aching. At this moment, he saw a man wearing a smiling face mask walking over looking around. This person is swaying around and looking around, and at first glance, he has never seen anyone in the world. Lao He thought to himself, and quickly waved at this person enthusiastically. Guest. I have a good thing here. Feng Che saw a middle-aged man with pointed ears and monkey cheeks beckoning to him, then lowered his voice and said something good to him. Feng Che immediately understood in his heart that he was treating him as a fool. The guest I recommend to you is a handicraft from the kingdom of Bonaire, the saffron statue in Meowth. It is said that this saffron statue can bring good luck. Lao He was full of smiles and quickly introduced to Feng Che. Feng Che used psychic to inspect the saffron statue, and the workmanship was extremely delicate, but this saffron statue was only plated with a layer of simple gilding, and the interior was made of silver. However, Feng Che's mind was deeply attracted by the eyes of this saffron statue. What kind of shit is the evolution keystone and mega evolutionary stone, ite coated with gilt as the eyes of the Meowth statue? Evolution keystones and mega evolutionary stone, ite are extremely rare, and only some families have them in stock. Feng Che carefully identified it and found that this mega evolutionary stone, ite was Lucario's mega evolutionary stone, ite. This mega evolutionary stone, ite allows Lucario to enter Mega Lucario's form. A set of evolution keystones and mega evolutionary stone, ite can fetch sky-high prices on the underground black market. This statue of you is obviously gilded. Feng Che sneered. But this Meowth statue is fine, let's make a price. Lao He was a little lost, he felt as if he had been seen through all at once. Guest, although this statue is gilded, it is indeed a handicraft, and I will not sell it for less than 5 million alliance coins. Old He still pretended to be calm, and the lion said loudly. Very well, then you can smash it in your hand. Feng Che said disdainfully. Just when Feng Che was about to turn around and leave, Lao He was shocked by Feng Che's sharp eyes and powerful aura. What's your price? Old He hesitated a bit. Since buying this Meowth statue, he has not spent a day looking at this fake with heartache. This Meowth statue has really become a knot in his heart. This kind of life is too hard for him. If it hits his hand, his heart will twitch for a lifetime. 100,000 alliance coins. Feng Che made an offer. How much? Old He covered his heart and said hoarsely. 100,000 alliance coins, no more. Feng Che repeated his price again. 100,000 alliance coins, which is just stuck at the price I bought. When I sell it, I always feel that I am doing a white job. If I don't sell it, I may have heartache for the rest of my life. Lao He struggled inwardly. Forget it, just work in vain, this is the highest price so far, and it may be lower if you wait for the next buyer. In the end, Lao He gritted his teeth and made a decision that he regretted for the rest of his life. He decided to sell the saffron Meowth statue, ending the long-standing knot. Okay, I sold it. Old He was heartbroken, gritted his teeth and said. He still had some heartache. He knew it wasn't pure gold, but he was worried that he didn't sell it for so long. He just wanted to find someone who didn't know the goods to make a lot of money, but his offer was cut in half by this kid. Johto is gone. This is 100,000 alliance coins. After Feng Che took the saffron Meowth statue from Lao He's hand, he suddenly felt that the weight was wrong. The material of silver should not be so heavy, but according to the size of this saffron Meowth statue, it far exceeds the weight of saffron. Could this saffron Meowth statue be made by mithril? Feng Che thought. Mithril is made by concentrating silver, and it is an extremely special raw material for making Pokemon items. Mithril is very rare in the market, only appearing in some ancient ruins, and few people can recognize mithril. It should be mithril, yes. This Meowth statue can use Evolution Keystone and Mega Evolutionary Stone, ite is Meowth's eyes, so the material for making Meowth's statue is not simple. Feng Che whispered inwardly. Just as Lao He was secretly glad that the Meowth statue was finally sold, a man in a black cloak and a mask appeared in front of Lao He's booth. Where's the statue of Meowth? I'm willing to pay 10 million alliance coins to buy the statue of Meowth. A gloomy and hoarse voice came from under the mask, as if it was a breath from the spiritual world. 10 million. Lao He almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, he couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 154-Unexpected Encounter. You're already late. Just now, there was a man wearing a smiling face mask and bought it. Lao He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, his heart was twitching violently. Where did that person go? Said the masked man rage snarl. The pale-faced old he tremblingly raised his hand and pointed to the left. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't say anything. Follow up, find the man, and buy the Meowth statue from him anyway. The masked man said to the people behind him. Okay, my lord, we'll go after that man right away. A group of people wearing sunglasses and suits and leather shoes behind the masked man quickly chased in the direction Feng Che left. Feng Che suddenly felt someone following behind him, and used psychic to speed up his steps to get rid of the stalker. Sorry, my lord, we still lost that person just now. People who followed Feng Che came back to report. Forget it, if you lose it, you will lose it, just look for it. After the masked man finished speaking, he also left in a hurry. If it wasn't for the fact that Boss Giovanni asked me to visit the underground black market from time to time, I really didn't want to come here. Sabrina appeared in a flash in a corner of the underground black market. No, why do you feel a familiar aura, is it? A blue thought flashed in Sabrina's eyes, and she used psychic to track the breath. Then, a girl with fluttering long hair flashed in front of Feng Che in an instant. Feng Che, who was about to leave in a hurry, was caught off guard and collided with the girl who suddenly appeared. Seeing that the girl was about to fall due to her sudden tackle, Feng Che hurriedly stretched out his arms to hold the girl around her waist, while Feng Che closed his eyes slightly and used psychic to stabilize his body. The girl who was completely stunned was suddenly pulled by a tall and thin figure, and then fell into the other's arms. Suddenly, only 2 heartbeats were heard. Miss, I'm really sorry, it's too dark here, I accidentally bumped into you. Feng Che quickly withdrew his arm a little embarrassedly, took 2 steps back quickly, lowered his eyes, and apologized repeatedly embarrassingly. I'm fine, but I was hit suddenly, and it really hurts. Sabrina to recover and rub her shoulders. Since Sabrina got psychic, she almost forgot what pain feels like, but she was a little surprised that she had a tingling feeling of electric current flowing through her body just now. This voice. Feng Che suddenly froze in his heart. Lord Sabrina, it's you, I'm really sorry. Feng Che raised his eyes to look at Sabrina, smiled shyly, with a guilty expression on his face. Sabrina, don't you hold grudges? Feng Che was faintly worried, and he suddenly realized that he had just done something superfluous. No matter how hard he hit, Sabrina couldn't fall down so easily. Feng Che, why are you here? Also, are your previous injuries healed? Sabrina frowned slightly. She always remembered that Feng Che was seriously injured because of saving her. Fortunately, Sabrina didn't take what happened just now. Seeing that Sabrina didn't get angry because of her rashness, Feng Che was secretly relieved. The previous injury has completely healed. I was sent by the leader of Giovanni to Johto region to investigate the Rage Lake base. It's just that I happened to pass by here, so I came to the underground black market to buy some Pokemon medicinal materials. Now that Sabrina has discovered it, Feng Che simply took off the mask, revealing a handsome face. It turns out that the Rage Lake base is Price's territory. This mission is not easy, you have to be careful. Sabrina pursed her lips slightly, with a worried look in her eyes. Is Lord Sabrina worried about me? Feng Che looked at Sabrina and said jokingly. Feng Che knew that Sabrina had been addicted to psychics since she was a child, and had few friends, which led to a somewhat withdrawn temperament. Although Sabrina was arrogant and indifferent on the surface, in fact, she always felt that Covet could have real friends. I'm just afraid that you will embarrass me as my subordinate. When Feng Che asked this question, Sabrina felt her cheeks get hot and her heart beat faster. Sabrina's eyes dodged a little, trying her best to hide her abnormality. Don't worry, I've never missed a shot before, Lord Sabrina, just wait for the good news. Feng Che raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Seeing Feng Che's unrestrained look, Sabrina couldn't help laughing. A faint halo hit her face, her blushing cheeks, and her bright and clear eyes, like a rose dyed with morning dew, bright and moving. Sir Sabrina, it's quite cute to smile, and I will have more happy smiles in the future. Feng Che looked at Sabrina with sincere eyes, and the corners of his mouth naturally curved into a beautiful arc. The Sabrina Feng Che knew in Pokemon games and comics was a smart and beautiful but extremely arrogant and cold girl. It was the first time he saw Sabrina's pure attract smile. Well, anyway, be careful with this mission, Price is never merciless. Sabrina smiled and nodded. She was also very strange. Being teased by Feng Che like this, she was not angry at all. This was completely different from the previous her. Sabrina felt that she had never revealed her true feelings in front of others with such ease and ease. She felt at ease like never before, as if a city wall that she had been firmly guarding in her heart suddenly disappeared. Master Sabrina, I will be cautious. I will come back and report to you when the task is completed. Feng Che felt that the person he was following was catching up with him, and after talking to Sabrina, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. He's my subordinate, it's normal to worry about him. Sabrina looked at Feng Che's back, and felt a kind of unease that she had never felt before. Soon, Feng Che walked out of the underground black market. There's still some time to come, where should I go and have a look? Feng Che's heart immediately thought of the town with the purest heart, Pallet Town. Alright, let's see where the Son of Destiny Red in the game is. Actually, according to the progress in the game, after the accident of Fuji Professional, Blaine was hired by Giovanni to Team Rockets and became an expert on Mewtwo. But after I changed the fate of Fuji Professional, Mewtwo has grown up smoothly, so Blaine's still a well-known gym leader. Except Misty, Brock, Erica, all other gym leaders have friendships with Team Rockets. So strength is king. With strong strength, you can ignore the rules of this world. Feng Che sighed. He suddenly thought of a person who could be recruited, and that was the same person of destiny, Chris. This is a role that is relatively easy to control in the early stage. Because an orphanage where Chris volunteered was too dilapidated, Chris always wanted to help the orphanage through her own abilities. Later, Chris was recruited by Professional Oak to capture Pokemon specifically for Professional Oak. In this way, I'll visit Professional Oak first, and then I'll hire Chris, and let me, the middleman, make the difference. Feng Che thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. In fact, the Kanto Alliance has champion, which is Professor Oak. But Professor Oak couldn't get used to the filth of the league, gave up the champion position, and moved to Pallet Town to concentrate on his research. Professor Oak played the role of the white-bearded grandfather for the children of destiny, red, green, and blue. Pallet Town. As soon as a dusty teenager arrived at Pallet Town, he saw a group of little kids gathered together. Feng Che saw the Child King, Red, at a glance. At this time, Red is releasing a mosquito coil frog to fight Nidorino. Everyone, pay attention. You must take the opportunity to weaken Nidorino's physical strength, and then put Nidorino into the Pokeball. Red is a handsome black-haired boy, and his main Pokemon is a powerful mosquito coil frog. After seeing the mosquito-repellent frog spraying 2 water jets from his hand, which interfered with Nidorino's vision, Red took the opportunity to throw the Pokeball. Red captured Nidorino in one fell swoop, and there were many cheers and applause around him. It turns out that the plot has just begun. Feng Che ignored the self-promotion of these little brats, and went straight to the top of the mountain. It seems like someone walked by just now, did you notice it? The boy in shorts said to the young bug catcher. For flowers. Yes, why didn't I see it? The insect catcher scratched his head and smiled honestly. It's here. Feng Che stopped outside the Professor Oak Institute and looked around. The hills nearby are all within the scope of Professor Oak's Research Institute. It can be seen how trenched Professor Oak is. Ding dong. Feng Che rang the doorbell. Who is it? Professor Oak's loud voice came from behind the door. Hello, Professor Oak, my name is Feng Che. I just became a trainer, and I have a Pokemon I haven't seen before, so I want to ask Professor Oak for advice. Feng Che said in a sincere tone. Professor Oak would definitely refuse directly if he made a rash visit. But with precious Pokemon as a stepping stone, Professor Oak will be able to speak well. Come in. Professor Oak has a Dragonite with the strength of champion, and naturally he is not afraid of robbery by robbers. When Feng Che walked into the courtyard outside the institute, he saw that Professor Oak was already waiting by the door of the institute. What kind of precious Pokemon would it be? If it were a normal Pokemon, I would definitely kick this so-called trainer out of the house. Professor Oak gritted his teeth and said, this was his busiest time. No, coincidentally, the ongoing research work was interrupted by a kid. 000 but made him miss the precious Pokemon, and Professor Oak couldn't bear it. Professor Oak, hello, my name is Feng Che. This is a Pokemon I captured. I feel that it is somewhat similar to Vulpix, and a little different. Could it be a different colored Pokemon? Feng Che held the Pokemon in his hand. Bing Vulpix handed it to Professor Oak, and Professor Oak was immediately attracted by Bing Vulpix's clear and bright eyes. Wow, this Ice Vulpix is so well bred, its fur is smooth and shiny. You don't recognize this kind of Pokemon. It's a Vulpix unique to Alola region. Strictly speaking, it is no longer related to Vulpix. In the Kanto region, it's a very rare Pokemon. Where did you get this Pokemon? Maybe there might be a group of Ice Vulpix nearby. Professor Oak said to Feng Che. I hatched Pokemon from purchased Pokemon eggs, purchased from Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Feng Che smiled at Professor Oak. Celadon Rainbow Breeding House must have spread throughout the entire Kanto region, and the naturally clear Ice Vulpix has no way to verify it. Come on, come to my research institute and have a cup of hot tea. Professor Oak looked at the young man with clear and indifferent eyes, and was very happy. Professor Oak likes people with pure hearts the most. Professor Oak had been disturbed by research before, was also swept away. By the way, you have a few badges now. Professor Oak asked casually. I haven't obtained the badge yet. Feng Che smiled naively. Hey, it's a pity. If your strength is strong enough, I have a mission I want to ask you. Professor Oak shook his head and said to Feng Che. To be honest, I used to be a strong trainer too, but I've been busy with research lately, so I don't have time to capture Pokemon. I want a strong trainer, helping hand, to capture Pokemon. Professor Oak said to Feng Che, his expression a little regretful. Capturing Pokemon. Isn't this something that Professor Oak will entrust to Chris to do later? Why is it so early? Feng Che's heart flashed a trace of doubt. Professor Oak, please give me this task. Although I haven't got the badge yet, my strength is not bad. You can see the Vulpix I nurtured. I am confident that I can complete the task you explained. Feng Che looked at Professional Oak with sincere eyes. Said respectfully. Professor Oak's eyes. He carefully looked at the young man in front of him. The young man's eyes were full of confidence, but he also had some nervousness in the hope of being recognized. It was exactly the same as when he first became a trainer. And Chapter 155-Raiders of the Son of Destiny. Ha ha ha, I haven't met such a young man in a long time. Well, I'll give you a chance. Professor Oak pulled a Pokeball out of his lab coat. If you can defeat this Pokemon, I will give you the task of capturing Pokemon. It is Feng Che's primary purpose to get on the boat of Professional Oak and develop the plot with the Son of Destiny. If Giovanni is the king of the underground world, then Professor Oak is the big boss behind the alliance. In this way, Feng Che will not be hindered by some key places in and out of the alliance, as long as he pulls out the name of Professor Oak. And it is said that Professor Oak and Agatha still have an inseparable relationship. Come out, Spearow. Professor Oak released a Spearow. Spearow is a bird Pokemon. Spearow is black on the back and beige with pinstriping throughout the chest and abdomen. It has an unkempt brown crest on its head. The beak is shaped like a raptor and is short but hooked. Spearow's light pink feet have 3 claws. Its wings are pink with pale pink edges and 3 brown tail feathers. Spearow has short wings and is not good at flying. Its growl is loud and can reach 1 kilometer away. Spearow is reckless by nature, as long as it is to protect his territory. Even if the opponent is a large Pokemon, he will still rush to the opponent regardless. It will circle around the territory at super speed to protect its territory from being violated. Spearows are gregarious Pokemons that emit a very high-pitched growl to notify their mates when they sense danger. Spearow, 000, I will use Arbok. Feng Che released Ditto. Ditto grinned at Spearow hovering in the air, spitting out snake letters. Inadvertently, Ditto used the big snake glare. Spearow was caught off guard, and a saffron-colored arc suddenly appeared on his body, and fell to the ground with a plop from the air. Professor Oak. Feng Che. Ditto. This Spearow is too weak. It hit my big snake glare just after it came out. Professor Oak's Spearow should have been out of battle for too long. To be able to use the Spearow of Mirror move, the level should be very high. Feng Che thought to himself with some doubts. Spearow, Yellow Aptitude, level 43. Well, the qualification is quite high. Feng Che used the system to briefly look at Spearow's qualification level. Spearow fell to the ground struggling desperately. Spearow, it's too embarrassing, it's really not good to be a teacher. Spearow, I lost without a single round, what a shame. Spearow struggled, covering his face with one of his outstretched wings. Professor Oak, I think this Spearow still wants to fight. I'm a pharmacist. I have Paralyze Heal here, which can relieve Spearow's paralysis. Feng Che said to Professional Oak sincerely. Then I'll trouble you. Spearow looks like he really wants to keep fighting. Professor Oak took the Paralyze Heal from Feng Che's hand and sent it to Spearow's mouth, and Spearow recovered after a while. This Spearow is well bred, but the gloss of the Spearow's feathers is a little dull. It will be better to give it some lasso fruit. Feng Che suggested. Haha, it's true, I've been busy doing research these past few days, and I've been negligent. Professor Oak carefully observed Spearow's feathers. He found that Spearow's tail feathers did indeed have a small piece of dullness, which was discovered by Feng Che. This boy's observation skills are really keen, and it seems that he knows a lot about how to cultivate Pokemon. Professor Oak looked at Feng Che with an admiring expression on his face. If I can beat Spearow, I'll let Feng Che help me collect Pokemon. Professor Oak thought to himself. I didn't expect you, Feng Che. Not only did you cultivate Pokemon well, but you also have some knowledge about Pokemon potions. However, my Spearow is also battle-hardened, but because I was busy with research, it was inevitable that I would slack off in the training of Spearow. In addition, Spearow has not played for a long time, so he was hit by accident. Professor Oak said somewhat ashamedly. Now that Spearow has recovered his stamina, let Spearow fight Arbok. Spearow, use Crazy Fury Swipes. Spearow flapped its wings and flew into the air, and then its figure changed into countless Spearows, and launched a storm-like attack on Audibook. A Spearow landed on Audibook's skin almost every second. Only hurt a few times. Spearow's beak collided with Audibook's scales to create countless embers. How is it possible? My Spearow's beak can even penetrate the steel plate, but this Audibook's scales are unscathed. How the hell did your Audibook grow? Professor Oak looked incredible. Ahem, of course because of my special Pokeblocks. Feng Che said with erratic eyes. In fact, he doesn't know how to cultivate Ditto anymore. There are many incredible things about Ditto that he can't understand. In Feng Che's impression, he didn't give Ditto any special training too deliberately. To say that it is different from other Pokemon, it is that this guy is too greedy. Without the food, it's probably going to go crazy, Feng Che often thinks when he sees this guy eating his food. But he is just like other Pokemon, giving Ditto a portion of the prepared Pokemon every time. Ditto has this elusive strength under the feasting. Currently Ditto's most powerful forms are the Audibook form and the Yanmega form. At this point, Ditto, who transformed into Audibook, slapped Yan lazily, feeling Spearow's attack like a tickling. Spearow, roll up the storm, Audibook can't underestimate your power. Professor Oak shouted loudly, seeing the disdain of his opponent. Professor Oak suddenly felt as if he had regained his original passion as a trainer. Now he is not thinking that this is a test, but simply thinking about how to defeat the powerful opponent in front of him. Spearow flapped his wings heavily, and suddenly a huge twister appeared out of thin air. Twister whistled, and countless tiny sands and grass clippings were involved in Twister, and even the white clouds floating in the sky were inhaled by Twister. Feng Che, what about Spearow's favorite trick? Professor Oak looked at the mighty Twister with satisfaction and said with a smile. Audibook, use Iron Tail. Feng Che looked at Ditto who was still calm and gave a direct order. Ditto's tail turned silver in an instant, and it slammed hard on Twister. This blow actually hit Twister's core directly, causing Twister to blow away, turning into a disordered airflow and spreading around. A group of passing Pidgeys were hit by the air current, and were immediately stunned, falling like dumplings. Audibook, catch these Pidgeys. Feng Che shouted to Ditto, only to see Ditto holding up the group of Pidgey who were about to fall between the sparks. Pidgey opened his eyes and responded to Ditto chatteringly, not at all afraid of Ditto's fierce form at this time. Ahem, I have already admitted your strength. Feng Che, your Audibook strength is indeed very strong, and you have cultivated it so well. Professor Oak nodded again and again. He felt that such strength does not need any badges to prove it. Can simply hang a group of people directly. This is Pokédex, and every Pokémon you catch will show up on the Pokédex. Capturing as many different types of Pokémon as possible, and if the shape or skin color of the Pokémon changes, capture these Pokémon as well. Professor Oak said his request to Feng Che. Although Professor Oak did not propose how to pay himself, Feng Che knew that Professor Oak was not a stingy person, and the pay he gave would not be ambiguous. But Professor Oak, I now have a limit of 6 Pokémon, which will prevent me from capturing Pokémon. Feng Che pretended to be distressed. According to the laws of the Alliance, in order to better cultivate Pokémon, a trainer can only carry 6 Pokémon. The restriction of 6 Pokémon, only the top of the Alliance and Professional Oak have the authority to lift this restriction, which is another purpose for Feng Che to visit Professor Oak. Later I'll remove the trainer's setting of only catching 6 Pokémons for you, so you can safely catch Pokémon. Professor Oak said to Feng Che. However, there has been a problem with the Pokémon teleportation device recently, so Pokémon can't be teleported in a short time, so I can only trouble you to come a few more times. Professor Oak gave Feng Che the red Pokédex in his hand. With Pokédex, it is possible to have a relationship with the people of Destiny, and it is good to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Professor Oak, does the Pokémon I capture have specific requirements, such as qualification and rarity? Feng Che asked tentatively. Haha, when you see a suitable Pokémon, just take it back, but try to choose a Pokemon with better qualifications. Professor Oak said succinctly. When Feng Che left the research institute in Professor Oak, Feng Che saw Red sneakily hiding in the bushes. This Red is the future champion of the Kanto Alliance. Red, the man of battle. Why are you hiding here? Are you also a resident of Pallet Town? Feng Che looked slightly speechless at Red, who was hiding in the bushes pretending to be, "You can't see me," and asked casually. "That's amazing. Are you also here to pick up Pokemon from Professional Oak?" Red found himself being spotted by Feng Che, so he threw the branch he used to cover up and asked Feng Che with a face full of embarrassment. "No, I was commissioned by Professor Oak to help him capture Pokemon." Feng Che replied, with no expression on his face. "Then you must be a powerful trainer. Can you follow me a match? I want to know where my gap is," Red said with high spirits. "Of course, no problem. Come on." Feng Che walked to an open space, preparing to fight with the Son of Destiny, Red. Having a good relationship with Red was also one of Feng Che's plans. "Come out, Mosquito Coil Frog." Red released the Mosquito Coil Frog. "Come out, Froakie." Feng Che released Froakie. Mosquito Coil Frog, use the water gun. The mosquito-repellent frog sprayed a water gun from its coil-like belly. The power of this water gun was almost close to that of a hydro pump. "Froakie, use the water whip." Froakie opened his hand, and a water whip more than 2 meters long appeared. The water whip directly wrapped around the arm of the mosquito-repellent incense frog, and pulled the mosquito-repellent incense frog directly, and the mosquito-repellent incense frog suddenly became unstable. The water gun it spewed directly cut off a bull-sized tree in the middle, showing that the water gun was powerful. Mosquito Coil Frog, use Psybeam. The mosquito-repellent incense frog pointed at the water whip that was entangled in it, and the water whip immediately froze into ice. Then the mosquito-repellent incense frog pulled it hard, and the water whip was torn apart. The mosquito-repellent frog pointed to the ground again, and the water gun that had just been sprayed drenched the surrounding grass, making it wet. Using Psybeam at this point can unexpectedly freeze Froakie at 3.5. Feng Che had already guarded against Red's hand. "Froakie, jump into the air and use the water shuriken." Froakie jumped sharply and jumped into the air, and countless water shuriken made of water fell on the mosquito coil frog like a goddess scattered flowers. The mosquito-repellent frog was pinned directly to the ground, struggling to move. "Okay, Froakie, let's stop there." Feng Che saw that the mosquito-repellent incense frog could no longer move, preventing Froakie from continuing to attack. "Your mosquito coil frog is quite powerful, but it needs more formal training and training to become stronger. This is the recipe for Pokeblocks that mosquito coil frogs can use, and you can get them in a normal breeding house." Feng Che wrote down a recipe for Pokeblocks and handed it to Red. "Thank you so much. My name is Red. Big brother, do you know what your name is?" Red asked Feng Che. "My name is Feng Che. Let's meet by chance. Maybe in the end, we will become rivals." Feng Che waved his hand handsomely and walked towards the exit of Pallet Town. "I have to hurry to the Johto region. According to the current time, the 3 Holy Birds plan will be implemented soon. When Team Rockets turns dark because of this incident, it's time for the 4 Elite Rebellion. The Kanto region is really an eventful time. I want to take this opportunity to improve my strength a little bit. In this world where the weak eat the strong, strength is king." Feng Che thought secretly as he walked. Chapter 156-Frozen Rage Lake Base. 3 days later, Feng Che came to Mahogany Town wearing a cold suit. Mahogany Town has a lot of snow and ice all year round, the weather is extremely cold, and there are many swinubs living nearby. Swinub was looking for food in the snow, looking very busy. Feng Che didn't go to the Rage Lake Base for the first time. He wanted to find out what happened here in Mahogany Town. Of course, Feng Che had to beware of Price, the hidden boss. Price's psyche was completely twisted after his Lapras and Piloswine disappeared, although I don't know how Price captured Lokia and Ho-Oh. But in case the people at the Rage Lake base were captured by Price, I think I'll just report this to Giovanni. I really don't want to go up against Price until my Pokemon is bred. Feng Che was once called an ice demon by other players in the Pokemon game. He is very good at using ice skills. With a Swinub, he can hang the existence of Ho-Oh. But now he doesn't have that strength. Kagi Gym is closed at this time. Very well, Price should be hanging out at this time. Wait, Price isn't in Mahogany Town at this time, so where did he go? Could it be that Price swept the Rage Lake base? Feng Che had a bad premonition. Come out, Blue Crow, take me to Rage Lake. Feng Che directed Blue Crow to fly to the vast lake. Rage Lake base. HMPH, these people from Team Rockets are all trash, and even superior, they're all frozen in ice by me. The alliance is also true. Since the people of Team Rockets are imprisoned, they should be optimistic. They even let the people of Team Rockets escape successfully. If the people from the alliance informed me, I really didn't know there was one here. Where's the secret base? Price, who had transformed into a masked man, put down the research materials in the laboratory with satisfaction. He turned his attention to a large instrument placed in the middle of the laboratory. 17 inches is this the evolution light wave that Team Rockets researched, and Magikarp will force the evolution under the stimulation of this evolution light wave. Haha, this is a good thing. I didn't expect Team Rockets to be able to make such a magical item. This should be Hiranu Professor, you have a good mind. The masked man Price looked at the middle-aged bald professional who was frozen in the ice and arrogantly scolded many Team Rockets members. Very well, I'll just take this instrument away. Delibird, put this instrument in your pocket. Price releases a Pokemon. Behind the masked Price are a group of Team Rockets frozen in ice. Among the group of Team Rockets in black uniforms were 2 Team Rockets in white uniforms. These 2 are the superiors sent by Team Rockets. Feng Che came to the Rage Lake base according to the address provided by the leader of Giovanni. Originally, the Rage Lake base was guarded by Athena, one of the 4 generals. Athena was temporarily assigned by the Giovanni leader, and as a result, the Rage Lake base also had an accident. As soon as Feng Che arrived around the Rage Lake base, he felt a layer of white mist filling the area. This mist is piercingly cold. Feng Che looked at this layer of mist with a solemn expression. Come out, Litten, use flamethrower. Feng Che released Litten. Then Litten spit out a blazing white flamethrower into the mist. After the mass of mist dispersed, I saw ice prisms appearing one after another, and even Litten's flamethrower had no way to melt these icicles. Price's Swinub is amazing. Feng Che is ashamed. However, after Feng Che detected the trap set by Price, he also realized that Litten's actions just now were equivalent to reminding Price that someone had been here. Or get away before Price finds me. Just when Feng Che was making up his mind, a white mist suddenly spread out. I just heard the sound of footsteps in the distance. Oops, what did I find? A little mouse, when did this sneak in? Are you from the Alliance or Team Rockets? A masked man with blonde hair and a mask appeared from the fog, he said to Feng Che jokingly. It's troublesome, and honestly, I don't want to fight you. Feng Che was wearing a smiling face mask at this time, and did not reveal his true face. You have discovered me. Since you are here, you are my prey. A Delibird walked over from the icy fog with a step that he did not recognize. The Delibird is a penguin-like Pokemon with a body covered in red feathers and a hollow tail. Its face and chest are covered with white feathers, and it has 2 or 3 protruding manes over its eyes. It has black markings around its eyes, a bright yellow beak and feet, and a white spot on its belly. The most striking thing about it is the large pocket on the back, which the Delibird clips through its mouth when flying. Delibird, hey, I have to work again, why am I so sad? Delibird, I'll just attack the trainer directly. There is an icicle spear under one of Delibird's wings, and this icicle spear exudes a chilly air. Price not to discover his true identity, The Pokemon he used were all Pokemon that he did not use frequently, but this Delibird was used by him all the time. Go on, Delibird. Delibird stabbed an icicle spear in the direction of Feng Che. The icicle spear was tightly held in Delibird's hand, like a sharp spear. Litten, use Fire Fang. Haha, no use, my Delibird's icicle spear is specially trained. A normal Pokemon flame can't melt an icicle spear. The masked man laughed wantonly, his tone full of disdain. But after Delibird's icicle spear touched the pale flames on Litten's body, it instantly turned into a cloud of steam and scattered around. Even Delibird's wings were scalded. Delibird hurriedly opened his mouth and blew a freezing wind against his wings, which relieved the pain on his body. What kind of Pokemon is this, capable of bursting with such a powerful flame? But don't get too complacent, little mouse, I have more than one Pokemon on me. Houndour, Ariados, let's go together. The masked man squinted his eyes, and there was a burst of coldness from the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, the shrine next to the forest emitted a pale green light. It's finally time to wait. The masked man suddenly turned around and walked towards the shrine. Houndour, Ariados, stop this guy and get this guy out, don't make too much noise. After the masked man hurriedly dropped these words, he left with Delibird. Ariados gave a hideous look. Houndour grinned. If Price was here, I'd be afraid of you. If Price isn't here, you're a bunch of scumbags. Litten, use flamethrower. Feng Che raised his eyes coldly and glanced at the two fierce Pokemons on the opposite side. Litten spit out a blazing white flame that fell on Ariados. Ariados was burned and jumped directly into Lake Rage. This saved Ariados' life. Houndour spit out a black flame directly from his mouth, wanting to take the opportunity to sneak attack on Litten. Litten, use Fire Blast. Litten's mouth. The fireball became bigger and bigger, and even the surrounding litter was ignited by the fireball, and there were scattered sparks everywhere. The fireball rushed out, interrupting Houndour's flamethrower. Looking at Litten's fire blast, a flash of fear flashed in Houndour's pupils. Houndour then followed Ariados' footsteps with a whimper, jumping into Rage Lake to avoid the Litten Fire Blast's attack. Fire Blast collided with the waters of Lake Rage, and a column of water rose into the sky with a loud noise. The sound suddenly disturbed the shrine, and the pale green light suddenly dimmed. I've always told them to keep their voices quieter when they're fighting, but why don't they listen? Watching the shrine dim, Price turned and walked towards Lake Rage. Damn, another wasted opportunity. Forget it, let's take it as a lesson, I will have a chance to catch Celebi sooner or later. When Price walked to Rage Lake, he found that all the Pokemon he left here had been defeated. When did the League have such a powerful trainer? My Houndour is on the verge of evolution, and even Ariados is already a superior Pokemon. Forget it, that guy hasn't seen my real face anyway, so let's go. Price took Houndour and Ariados back into the Pokeball and disappeared into the mist. Go, finally go. Feng Che hid quietly at the entrance of the Team Rocket's Rage Lake base, and after watching Price completely disappear, Feng Che appeared and stepped into the base again. Actually, I'm really curious, isn't Ho-Oh already under Price's control? Why does Ho-Oh show up after Yellow Beat Lance Crossing? Feng Che has been thinking about this problem, but this problem has not been solved. Well, when the four elites rebel, this question will naturally be answered. Right now, my job is to go ahead and investigate and feed back the results here to Team Rockets. Feng Che had already seen the figures of the Alliance personnel, and the people in the prosecutor's uniform and the Team Rockets members were frozen together. Feng Che walked to the innermost part of the base, where he saw Team Rocket's superior frozen together. There was a look of astonishment in their eyes, and even the Pokeball was still hanging around their waists, never being released. Feng Che could imagine the situation at that time. The Alliance discovered and controlled the Team Rockets, and after the superior, who was later sent by Giovanni, discovered it. They secretly planned an operation to rescue the members of the Team Rockets. In the end, the two superiors succeeded, but at the last moment of the successful 000, they were suddenly attacked by Price and frozen in ice. It appears that the instrument that stimulated the Magikarp evolution has been removed by Price. Feng Che saw that there was a place in the middle of the laboratory with scattered wires, and there were traces of heavy objects on it. Feng Che looked at Hiranu Professor who had frozen into ice, and he didn't know if he could save him. Feng Che sent everything that happened at the Rage Lake base back to the Team Rocket's intelligence department in the form of photos and documents. When Giovanni heard the news, he was furious. Who the hell did this? It froze my people and the people of the Alliance together. Giovanni's face was very ugly. Let Anbu take action and find out the cause and effect of this matter. Tell Feng Che, continue to stay in the Alliance to listen for useful information, and find a way to find out why the Rage Lake base fell. How did the Alliance know that there is a Rage Lake base there? Giovanni said to his subordinate secretary Matori with a serious expression. Okay, Lord Giovanni. Matori nodded and left with an Alola Meowth. Could this be someone from other underground forces? Who is it? Giovanni thought secretly while sitting in the boss chair. I actually gave an order to investigate how the Rage Lake base was exposed. That's no need to ask, it must be Lance Crossing's hand. Even if it wasn't Lance Crossing's handwriting, Lance go to Crossing, because Lance Crossing doesn't bother to explain. Feng Che has made up his mind to wave in the Johto region for a few days, and then pass this conclusion back. I'd better leave Rage Lake as soon as possible to avoid encountering Price again. Until my wings are full, I plan to live well first. Go to Goldenrod City first and see if you can find a Miltank with green credentials. The moo milk powder found on the cruise ship has been exhausted, and Feng Che must find a Miltank that can provide high-quality moo milk as soon as possible. Miltank is only possible to buy in Goldenrod City's farms and breeders. Goldenrod City Breeding House. Feng Che walked into this cultivation house. Is there any Miltank for sale here? Feng Che asked the grandmother, and at the same time put an anonymous card into the grandmother's hand. Boy, we don't have Miltank here, because the Miltank here are all controlled products of the League and are not allowed to be lost. But we have access to Miltank. The grandmother said a meaningful sentence. Chapter 157_Find Miltank's whereabouts. However, I must first test whether you have this qualification. Come on, follow me. The grandmother said with a strange look on her face. The Pokemon in this breeding house lacks someone who can fight against Pokemon. Feng Che thought to himself quietly. Haha, I fooled another person to come to fight with the Pokemon in the breeding house. Hey, who made us not good at fighting? If we invite a trainer from outside, it will cost a lot of money. Haha, now I finally have a more powerful trainer to send it to my door, no need for nothing. Ah, the grandmother felt relieved. She took Feng Che to a large room, then closed the iron door of the room and left. There are a lot of Pokemon released in the room. As long as you can defeat all these Pokemon, I will build a bridge for you. This battlefield is about 300 square meters in size. The battlefield is full of various Pokemons, and these Pokemons are extremely irritable. Apparently they haven't played against each other for a long time. But they were all relatively restrained and did not attack each other. Feng Che carefully observed the Pokemon in this battle. The most powerful Pokemon were Kangaskhan, Electabuzz, Raiden, and Chansey, who had the title of Pink Devil. They all sat in the four corners of the battlefield and closed their eyes. It is precisely because of the powerful coercion emanating from them that they deter other Pokemon in the battlefield. The remaining Pokemon on the battlefield are Tauros, Ekans, Girafarig, these common Pokemon. When Tauros saw someone coming, his eyes turned red, and a big lump of rough air came out of his nostrils. It lowered its head and frantically made a takedown in the direction of Feng Che. Ivysaur, use Grass Knot. Feng Che released Ivysaur. Tauros, who was running, was tripped by Ivysaur, grass knot, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted. Very good, Ivysaur, nice job. Vine Whip next. Ivysaur manipulated his 8 vine whips, twitching the vine whip hard against the oncoming Raticate, Sandslash. With only 2 bangs, Raticate and Sandslash were hit by vine whip, their bodies involuntarily slammed into the wall, and they bounced back and fell to the ground with no movement. Raticate and Sandslash, and Ivysaur apparently swung countless vine whips in a second. This trainer is very powerful. The trainers who are usually invited have not insisted on it for a while, so I will save them. I hope this trainer can remove all the Pokémon ill will in the breeding house. The grandmother said with some concern. She could sense that the Pokémon in the breeding house was full of unease, a restless feeling that his trainer would never return. Finally, when Feng-Che had almost cleaned out the Pokémon in the breeding house, Kangaskhan opened his eyes. Kangaskhan is a bipedal animal-shaped Pokémon with a mostly brown body, with grayish-yellow ears and belly. It has multiple bulges on its shoulders and legs, like armor for protection. The pouch on the front of the belly has its baby in it. The body of little Kangaskhan is lavender, and the rest is very similar to its mother. Many Kangaskhan have powerful attack abilities, and their fists can burst into powerful dynamic punch and many other punching moves. Feng-Che observed that this Kangaskhan was very manic, bloodshot in his eyes. Its hands can't even help shaking slightly, which is caused by not fighting for a long time. Ivysaur, this opponent is up to you. Feng-Che said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur, the Kangaskhan in front of me looks so strong, I will try to beat it for the trainer's sake. Ivysaur nervously intertwined his vine whip into 2 giant vine fists. Ivysaur can make full use of its flexible vines to form heavy defenses. Let Ivysaur play against Kangaskhan and see if he can learn the use of boxing moves from Kangaskhan. Feng-Che thought to himself. Kangaskhan clenched his fists and walked quickly, then Kangaskhan swung the dynamic punch directly at Ivysaur. Facing the menacing dynamic punch attack, Ivysaur rushed forward with a giant vine fist. Boom! Dynamic punch collided with the vine giant fist, forming a strong wind. Kangaskhan couldn't help but take a few steps back, but Ivysaur didn't move. Feng-Che saw that many tiny tree roots appeared under Ivysaur's feet. It turns out that Ivysaur actually used ingrain, but if ingrain is not used properly, it is easy to be attacked. The ingrain skill can slowly restore stamina. Once the rhizome connected to the ground is torn off, the Pokémon using ingrain will be counterattacked, and the stamina will be greatly consumed. After Kangaskhan threw out his fist and finished this round, he felt a lot of depression in his body dissipated. Oops, this Ivysaur can actually catch a blow from the strongest Kangaskhan. How did this trainer train Pokémon? I remember a trainer who had Venusaur was hired before, but Kangaskhan killed him. The fist was beaten and fell to the ground. The old grandmother who was secretly peeking at the screen muttered in her heart. Kangaskhan shook his fist and took a deep breath. Feng-Che saw a blazing flame from Kangaskhan's left hand, and an ice blue light from his right hand. This Kangaskhan is very powerful and can use Fire Punch and Ice Punch alternately, both of which restrain Ivysaur. This Kangaskhan has a lot of fighting experience and understands what skills are best for him. Very good. After Kangaskhan's battle, Ivysaur should be able to improve a lot. Feng-Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. After recent training, although Ivysaur was still a little nervous when fighting, he was much stronger than when he was timid and lacking confidence. Kangaskhan's fire and ice fist was successfully countered by Ivysaur's vines. In addition to using the skill of ingrain, Ivysaur of the Chicken Thief also used the skills of growth and grassy terrain to improve defense and restore stamina. Even though Kangaskhan's attack caused damage to the Vine Giant Fist, the damaged part of the Vine Giant Fist quickly recovered. After a while, Kangaskhan also felt a little tired, gasping for breath. Although a little tired, Kangaskhan's face was filled with a hearty feeling. It has not fought for so long. Through this battle, Kangaskhan has already expressed all the depression in his body. Ivysaur, bind Kangaskhan with Vine Whip. Ivysaur spread suddenly, tying Kangaskhan into a clump. Kangaskhan struggled desperately after being suddenly restrained, but Ivysaur's vines got tighter and tighter. Ivysaur, use a parasitic machine gun. Ivysaur opened his mouth and spat out a few green dots, which instantly hit Kangaskhan's back. In a short while, leech seed sprouted on Kangaskhan's body, and was continuously drawing physical strength from Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan was about to break free from Ivysaur's bondage. Ivysaur sprayed silver-white sleep powder from the bud. Kangaskhan gradually entered a state of sleep. Kangaskhan's face. Ivysaur gently placed Kangaskhan on the ground. This Kangaskhan hasn't slept well for several days because of his anxiety. I didn't expect that this Ivysaur used sleep powder to heal Kangaskhan. The grandmother nodded with satisfaction. Very well, what will he do with Reading next? Use Ivysaur or another Pokemon to defeat Reading. The grandmother whispered curiously. Reading is also a powerful Pokemon raised in the breeding house, and it reaches the level of superior. Reading looks a bit like a dinosaur, with a gray body and a very sharp drill on his forehead, which is a very powerful weapon. It has 3 claws on its hands, several protruding horns on its head, and several spikes on its back. Reading's arms are thick and powerful, his neck is thick and short, and he has a curved armor and a strong tail to keep his body balanced. Reading can smash diamonds with the slightest turn of his horns and destroy buildings with a flick of his tail, a powerful Pokemon. Because his entire body is protected by armor-like skin, Reading can even survive in 2000-degree lava, and his hard skin can't even hurt a cannon. Come out, Froakie, this is a good opponent for the training I found for you. Feng Che said to Froakie with a smile. Froakie glanced at Reading. Froakie, this is a strong opponent. A strong opponent deserves respect, and I will use my strongest strength to challenge it. Reading opened his mouth and let out Rage's roar, which shook the entire nursery. Old lady, what the hell is going on? Why do I feel that the cultivation house is shaking violently? Reading's loud noise woke up the old man who often dozed off in the cultivation house. I hired a new trainer to fight these Pokemons. The grandmother smiled mysteriously. You still have a way. These Pokemons are a bit violent because they haven't fought for a long time. I really don't know when these Pokemon trainers will get Pokemon back. There are Pokemon deposited in the breeding house. Many of them are said to be deposited for a while by the trainer, but after that, many trainers never show up again. Except for the regular annual calls to prove that they are still alive, there is no news. These Pokemons are also hard-working children, and they stay in the breeding house all day long. But we don't know about Pokemon battles, so we can only ask trainers to play against Pokemon from time to time. But this can be regarded as a training for trainers. A chance for Pokemon. After all, although these Pokemon are violent, they are all tamed Pokemon. The grandmother said with a sigh. At the very least, you can stop the battle at any time. If you are in the wild, you won't even have the chance to regret it. The grandmother said to the grandfather. Every year, many trainers sacrifice themselves in the wild. Grandma, Grandpa, what happened here in the breeding house? Why did I suddenly feel a distinct vibration? The gym leader Mikan of Onion Gym hurried over. It's alright, it's just that we found a trainer to play against the Pokemon in the breeding house. The grandmother shook her head and said with a smile. Reading looked at the tiny Froakie, and 2 white vapors spewed from his nostrils. I saw it glanced at Froakie disdainfully, then raised its legs and used the stomp skill in Froakie's direction. Reading, this kind of little guy, do you still need to fight? Humans really look down on me. Reading, as soon as I stepped down, the Pokemon in front of me was either killed or injured. Reading stomps down hard, only to find that his feet are empty. Froakie split more than a dozen clones the moment Reading lifted his leg. Froakie, this Reading is so powerful, I have to use the strength of the bottom of the box. Froakie's slap flowed out a trace of water, and it was gradually moistening the entire ground. Reading felt a slap in the face when he missed a hit. It used the rock falling skill, and countless slap-sized rocks fell like rain. Froki avoided the attack of the falling rocks with extreme agility, and Froki took advantage of these falling rocks as a springboard and gradually approached Raiden. Just then Raiden's horn suddenly stretched and stabbed hard in Froki's direction. Suddenly a sullen smile appeared on Raiden's face, waiting for Froki to approach it. Raiden has some scheming, but it's not an easy task to hit Froki, Feng Che said with a smile. Sure enough, what Raiden hit was Froki's phantom. The phantom was suddenly pierced and burst, and countless water droplets poured onto Raiden's head. Raiden suddenly let out a miserable howl. It just felt that its action just now was like sending a dragon, Dajao, head on a pole. Froki, use Vortex, Feng Che said suddenly. Froki and its clone were holding their hands high, and Raiden couldn't tell which of the dozens of Froki were real. I saw a whirlpool appeared on these Froki's hands, and the whirlpool kept spinning and making a splashing sound. Froki, release the vortex in your hand, Feng Che shouted to Froki. Dozens of whirlpools whizzed in the direction of Raiden. Raiden felt teased and humiliated, his eyes were scarlet and he was gasping for breath between his nostrils, looking furious. Raiden's head stretched again, and the rapid spin roared. Come on, this is Raiden's unique technique, horn drill. With the addition of the slender horn, the vortex of Froki may not be able to block Raiden's movements. Feng Che looked at Raiden's powerful trick with a calm expression, and a playful smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, under the frantic bombardment of Raiden's horn drill, the vortex that hit the face was drilled in an instant, and the disordered water flow scattered around Raiden. However, Feng Che's intention was also achieved. Froki, use Psybeam EPUB. Froki's palm. It threw the light ball directly, and the extremely strong cold air instantly froze the water droplets on the entire opposing battlefield. Not to mention that Raiden, who was covered in water droplets all over his body, was frozen into a big block of ice. Raiden in the ice cube had a stunned expression on his face. He really didn't expect Froki to make such a move. Raiden was frozen in ice, unable to move except for his eyes. Just as Froki was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sudden crackling sound in the air. Chapter 158 Chansey's Egg. Arcs spread through the air, trying to hit Froki. Litten, use Ember. Feng Che said to Litten, who was lying lazily on the ground dozing off. Litten heard Feng Che's words, he opened his eyes, and then a pillar of fire drowned the thunder shock skill from Electabuzz. The sparks were scattered around the opponent's field, and were extinguished by Froki's casual hand with a sailor. Litten, this is the opponent I found for you, see if you can beat it. Feng Che pointed at Electabuzz and said. Electabuzz has a black electric symbol on its abdomen, and it also has some black skin on its entire body, like a tiger. It has two horns that look like conductors on its head, which can help it store electricity. Electabuzz was originally an extremely powerful electric Pokémon, with a race value of 490. In the wild, when a storm came, they would scramble to climb the trees, stay at some heights that might be struck by lightning, and wait for the lightning to come. This is how Electabuzz supplements the charge. Electabuzz can be said to be the ceiling of electric Pokémon. This Electabuzz was flashing arcs all over its body, and its left hand was raised high, and several arcs were held in Electabuzz's hand, not angry, like the god of thunder. This Electabuzz has been bred very well and can keep the Electabuzz full of electricity. The grandfather and grandmother of the breeding house seem to have put a lot of thought into it. Litten and Froki, who are windy, have already passed the level of evolution, but the Wind Che did not see the trend of Litten and Froki evolution. This is because Fengche's Litten and Froki have not reached their limit yet. Electabuzz uses thunder shock on the frozen ice. Electricity was passed between the ice cubes, and there was a crackling sound throughout the battlefield. The friction of the electric current made Raiden, who was frozen in the ice, break out of the ice. Raiden glanced at Electabuzz and returned to the original corner. Fortunately, the battlefield of the breeding house is a dedicated battlefield, otherwise, it will definitely catch fire in an instant under the violent electric bombardment of Electabuzz. Furthermore, the battlefield has been treated with fire protection, and the walls are coated with a high-temperature resistant fire-resistant coating. As long as Litten is careful, this room should not be set on fire. Feng Che thought secretly. Litten's talent is so terrifying, which causes Litten to burst up to 6,000 flames at any time and place in 017. Usually when Litten erupts, only Froakie can extinguish the flames on Litten. Feng Che found that the flames on Litten's body were related to his emotions. That's supposed to be the power of anger, and that's what Ash's Infernape in the anime is like. Feng Che felt that as long as Litten could control the flame in his body, he basically had no threshold before Elite. Litten, use the flame vortex to protect yourself. Feng Che shouted to Litten. I saw that the hair on Litten's body burst into a large group of flames, and then the flames formed a vortex of flames. These menacing thunder shocks were immediately blocked at the periphery of the flame vortex. Electabuzz. I kind of underestimate this kitty, although I don't know what Pokemon it is. Electabuzz. Judging by the intense flames that erupt from it, this Pokemon is no less than my trainer's Charizard. Electabuzz thought about it and increased the intensity of the thunder shock in his hand. The electric current gradually intensified, a high-pitched bird chirping sounded in the air, and the saffron-colored electric current became thicker. The rushing electricity made the Pokemon in the battlefield run around, and many Pokemon were stunned by the electricity. Fine, Litten, that's all. Froakie, if your whole body can be covered with water and you can control the constant flow of water, you can use this move as a defensive skill. Froakie tilted her head, watching Litten's attack thoughtfully. Suddenly a large cloud of water poured out of it, wrapping itself around it. Did you realize the liquid circle? But it's also a good skill. Then Froakie tried to spin the water around him, and suddenly Froakie felt like he was in a washing machine, spinning around. Why do I feel that Froakie seems to have lit up a strange skill? Froakie looked at Froakie who was practicing in the vortex and was a little speechless. Litten, use the flame claws on Electabuzz. Feng Che shouted loudly. Electabuzz's fist was clenched tightly, and a saffron-colored electric current burst out from it. This Electabuzz is trying to attack Litten with Thunder Punch. Feng Che thought to himself. Okay, great, but you don't understand how terrifying Litten's speed can be. Litten opened his mouth and let out a huge roar like a tiger. When the surrounding Pokemon heard Litten's roar, they all fell to the ground and shivered. This triggers the intimidation feature. Litten's voice is similar to the roar of a real tiger. The normally harmless kitten instantly becomes a mighty tigress. The flames condensed on Litten's claws to form Litten's powerful weapon. I saw Litten stomped on the ground fiercely, and then turned into a red streamer. 4 black footprints were left on the ground, and the floor was carbonized under Litten's flames. Electabuzz. So fast, the speed of this Pokemon is about the same as the speed of the blue Pokemon just now, I can hardly see it. Litten creates countless layers of ghosts at high speed. Electabuzz simply had no way of capturing Litten's movements with the naked eye. Okay, Litten, use the flame claws. Electabuzz only felt a pain in his neck, and Litten's flame claws had stopped at Electabuzz's throat. The flame claws glowed white, and Electabuzz only felt that the hair on his skin had been burned clean by the flame claws. Electabuzz swallowed his saliva, slowly raised his hand high, showing a simple and honest expression, a harmless look to humans and animals. Electabuzz. I surrendered, so dangerous, I almost got cold, what the hell is this trainer from? Litten sees Electabuzz give in, and the flame claws disintegrate into scattered sparks in the air. Litten turned around arrogantly, walked quickly to Feng Che's feet, and kicked his legs up. Feng Che only felt the weight of his hand, and saw Litten fall on his arm. Ha, Litten, hard work for you. Feng Che neatly combed Litten's messy hair from the battle. At this moment, the Pink Devil finally began to act. This Chansey has a pink, egg-shaped body. It has hair-like projections on the sides of the head, replacing a single curl on the top of Happyony's head. Chansey also has short hands and a short tail. BHDF Chansey is fat on the lower part of his body and has a pocket in his belly and an egg in the pocket. Chansey can lay several eggs a day, and the eggs it lays are rich in nutrients and are a favorite of many Pokémon. Chansey is a Joy family-specific Pokémon that is really rare in the wild. Chansey is also the pharmacist's best assistant. It's also one of the Pokémons the Alliance has issued a restraining order, allowing only Nurse Joy and some healers to have it. I saw that this Chansey started to get busy, and started intensive treatment for the Pokémon who was injured by Feng Che. At this time, only a squeak was heard. The iron door at the door was suddenly opened. The figures of the old grandfather and the old grandma appeared behind the iron gate. You're such an excellent trainer that you managed to clean up this group of almost manic Pokémon so quickly. As the old grandmother spoke, she applauded Feng Che. Come on, I'll give you the reward after clearing the level now, please follow me. The old grandmother waved at Feng Che and motioned for Feng Che to follow her. Feng Che followed the old grandmother to a corner of the breeding house, which was filled with many Chansey eggs. This is Chansey's egg. Chansey's eggs don't refer to Chansey's Pokémon eggs, but nutrient-rich eggs laid from Chansey's pockets. Yes, that Chansey was a Pokémon that I caught when I was young, and it can lay a lot of eggs every day. Over time, the main business of our breeding house has become selling Chansey's eggs. Chansey's eggs here, you can take as much as you want, and treat it as your reward for the battle. The grandmother said generously. I'm sorry, I deceived you, I don't have Miltank channels. The grandmother apologized solemnly. Chansey's eggs, Vespiquen honey, Miltank's milk, these three things are very nutritious in the Pokémon world. Although the grandmother didn't have access to Miltank, Feng Che looked at these white and flawless Chansey eggs and didn't say anything. These Chansey eggs are considered mine to be purchased. I have a bearer card here, so you can deduct it from here. Feng Che took out a bearer card of 1 million Alliance coins. Chansey's eggs are also an important strategic resource. Originally, Feng Che wanted to find Miltank first and then find Chansey's eggs, but he didn't expect that the order was just the opposite, so he had to find Chansey's eggs first. I'm so sorry, but I can give you a little tidbit about how to find Miltank's way, the old woman said in a low voice. Although the Miltanks in Goldenrod City are all controlled by Mansion Farms, there is also a situation where some small farms are forced to go bankrupt, and they will force the Miltanks to be released if they have no way to raise Miltanks. These Miltanks will living in the nearby forest, but after being released, these Miltanks no longer believe in humans. So these Miltanks are extremely belligerent. I think your strength is really good, so I told you this news, you can try it. Try it, the grandmother said to Feng Che with a kind face. Extremely belligerent. In this way, the quantity of milk produced by Miltank will go down, but the quality will increase. Feng Che thought to himself, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Thank you. Feng Che put Chansey's egg that he liked into the bracelet, and gave the grandma a delivery address. Please send a batch of Chansey's eggs to Celadon, Rainbow City in the Kanto region on a regular basis, and all fees will be deducted from this bearer card. If the fee is insufficient, please call me in time, I will continue to this card put funds into the card. Feng Che said sincerely to the grandmother. This time Feng Che's mission to the Johto region has basically been completed, and the rest is to find Chris and capture Miltank. Feng Che already knew how to win over Chris, the man of destiny. That is the biggest concern in Chrissy's heart, the orphanage. As long as a large sum of money is injected into the orphanage, Chris will be full of energy and become a dozen workers and follow along. When Feng Che found the orphanage where Chris was, the orphanage was being attacked by a group of Spinneracks. The Spinnerack's head and belly are light cyan, and it has a white horn on its head. Its teeth are red, and it has 3 pairs of feet with yellow and dark cyan on the feet. It has 2 dark teal dots on its abdomen, plus a moon-shaped mark of the same dark teal color, which looks like a human face, and also has a circular dark teal mark on its abdomen. Its pupils are black, and the eye is a small white dot. Spinnerack can use its own spider silk to weave huge webs, and can sense the surrounding environment through the vibration of the silk thread. I saw that Spinnerack was spewing spider silk from his mouth continuously, and the large-scale spider silk covered the entire orphanage. Everyone be careful, don't panic. A girl in an apron was shouting loudly. Ariados in the lead looked at the girl in the apron with a bad expression. Suddenly it opened its mouth and spit out purple poison stings, rushing towards the surrounding children like a torrential rain Karen. Chapter 159_win over Chris. Careful, Blue Jay, use whirlwind. The Blue Jay rushed out of the windy pokeball, and a strong storm blew out of his wings, blowing away all these poison stings in an instant. This gentleman, thank you. If it weren't for your generosity, poison sting of Ariados would probably have caused harm to the children here. The girl in the apron said gratefully to Feng Che. You're welcome, I'm a trainer, as it should be. As soon as Feng Che finished speaking, the wall of the orphanage was crushed by Ariados, and a large number of silk spiders poured in. Why are there so many spinneracks here? Spinneracks generally don't attack humans. Feng Che asked in a puzzled way. This Ariados should be the one that got away from my last Pokemon capture. I shouldn't have let it go, and now it has brought its clan to the orphanage for revenge. The girl in the apron, Chrissy, said with a guilt expression on her face. Ariados opened his mouth suddenly, and burst into bursts of extremely strong bug buzz. The dilapidated house of the orphanage was finally overwhelmed by this bug buzz and collapsed with a bang. Sister, our home is gone, our home is gone. The children suddenly burst into tears. Huh. Chrissy suddenly burst out with a very strong momentum. She had a straight face, said nothing, and was sassy and beautiful. Everyone come out and attack Ariados. Smoochum, Cubone, Hitmonchan, Natu, Arcanine, Parasect rushed out of the Pokeball. Sir, please help me take care of these children. I will capture Ariados and Spinnerack. Chris said to Feng Che. Feng Che nodded and released Ivysaur, Vulpix and Ice Vulpix. You help protect the children. Feng Che had no plans to take action in this battle of Chrissy. Chrissy's Arcanine spews flamethrower out of her mouth. Burn up Spinnerack and Ariados spit silk. Smoochum spit out the freezing wind, freezing several Spinneracks into ice cubes. Parasect uses sleep spores to put a portion of Spinnerack to sleep. Cubone uses a bone puller. Natu used confusion. Hitmonchan used fire punch. After a while, only Ariados was left. Ariados, so many of my little brothers were knocked down so quickly. At this time, Ariados was a little flustered, just as Ariados was about to apply oil on the soles of his feet. It found that the surrounding Hitmonchan had already blocked its way, and a large flame rose from Hitmonchan's fist. Want to run? Ask me if I have. Hitmonchan, solve it. Chrissy's icy voice sounded. Hitmonchan's fist slammed into Ariados' face. Ariados staggered like a drunken drunk before falling to the ground with his head tilted. Chris smiled, took out a large amount of Pokeball directly from her backpack, and kicked it hard with her foot. These Pokemon were captured by Chris in the Pokeball. Ah, my house. The dean of the orphanage suddenly rushed over from outside and almost fainted when he saw the collapsed house. Dean, it's all my fault, and I let these Pokemon follow me after I left my tail. Chris said with a guilty look on his face. It's not your fault, Chrissy, you've done a great job. If it wasn't for your regular work helping the orphanage, I don't think my kids and I would have been able to make it through. I want to thank you. Dean said to Chris. Dean, don't break it, don't stand up. President, your orphanage is too dilapidated. Even if there is no such attack, it is estimated that the next time it encounters a bigger typhoon, it may collapse. Let's go, Feng Che suggested. I've thought about this too, but we don't have any funds for reconstruction at all, the dean said in distress. I'm a trainer, I often help others capture some Pokemon, and I have some savings, I'm willing to pay to rebuild the orphanage. Feng Che took advantage of the situation and took the dean's words. However, this requires a lot of money. I can't be embarrassed to use your savings. The dean scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Feng Che knew that the director of this orphanage was extremely kind and strong, and had been running the orphanage independently. Director, it's all for this purpose. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your children. Feng Che said, pointing to the children who were playing with Ivysaur, Vulpix, and Bing Vulpix. Hey, it's all my fault for not being able to give my children a better life. The dean looked at the dilapidated house and the innocent-looking children, and sighed, with a sad look in his eyes. President, you don't have to refuse. I can earn more money. The big deal is to work harder and arrest more Pokemon. This money is nothing to me. Feng Che saw that the dean kept hesitating. Decided, continue to persuade. Feng Che's words made the dean even more entangled in her heart, and she knew that this was obviously an excuse. Dean, promise him, I'll pay for the trainer's expenses. I can go and arrest Pokemon. Chris couldn't help it, and turned to the dean. Said, Chris, I'm selling you. The dean sighed. President, this is what I want. A firm look flashed in Chrissy's eyes. Sorry, sir, I don't know your name yet. Chris looked at Feng Che gratefully and said, my name is Feng Che. At the same time, I'm currently carrying out the task of arresting Pokemon arranged by Professor Oak. Feng Che said to Chris. Professor Oak, is that the one? The dean, who was still worried, suddenly lit up. If that's the case, let Chris follow this trainer to capture Pokemon, just to get involved with Professor Oak. Professor Oak is the world-famous Pokemon in Pokemon and Learns Professor, if you get along with Professor Oak. Chris has a bright future. This will not only rebuild the orphanage, but also be of great benefit to Chris' future. The dean thought to himself. For flowers, 0. Mr. Feng Che, I really have to thank you for your generosity. Chris will take care of you in the future. The dean's attitude suddenly changed drastically. Chris is a very good trainer. Dean added with a smile. I see, Chris is indeed very good. I have just seen Chris's strength, so I dare to let Chris go to arrest Pokemon. Mr. Dean, you are still renting in the small city temporarily. Let's settle these children in a big house. You can use the money in this bearer card at any time. Feng Che said and handed a card to the dean. Here's my contact information. Let me know if you have any questions. The first capture I'm giving you now is to capture high-quality Miltank. Chris, Professor Oak's captured Pokemon has a few requirements. The first is rare, and the second is good quality. You capture Pokemon and send it to me, and I will pass it to Professional Oak after screening. Feng Che said to Chris. No problem. Chris agreed readily. Recognize. Accurate. If. Water. First. Scent. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. Very good. Now it has been successful. Let Chrissy, the man of destiny, become my laborer. Next, after Miltank is captured, my cultivation house can also be opened. Feng Che thought to himself. Since Feng Che bought the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House, he learned that the franchise of the breeding house has a great advantage, that is, he can freely buy and sell Pokemon. Feng Che originally had difficulty obtaining even a Pokeball, so he could freely buy and sell Pokemon. According to the approximate location that the grandmother of the breeding house said, Feng Che took Chris to the nearby forest and found that there were more than a dozen Miltanks here leisurely eating the tender grass. One of them, Miltank, who was much larger than the other Pokemons, was carefully watching the movement with his ears pricked up. Miltank looks like a pink cow with a black ball at the end of its tail. Miltank is only female, its male counterpart to Pokemon is Tauros. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Miltank close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent green. Open black lens bracket characteristics. Thick fat close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. 45 close black lens bracket. Attribute. General. Skills. Tackle, growl, rollout, defense curl, trample, heel bell, headbutt, zen headbutt, mega punch, megaton jump kick, body slam, play rough, 100,000 HP, fire punch, frozen punch, thunder punch. Status. Alert. Evaluation. This is a miltank with rich combat experience. Although the moo milk produced by it is not high, its nutritional value is 10 times that of the moo milk produced by ordinary miltanks. It is strongly recommended to capture this miltank. Close black lens bracket. There are 2 unfathomable scars on the face of this miltank leader. These 2 scars even reach the position of miltank's face, and the fierce face of the battle at that time can be imagined. At this time, it was sturdily grabbing the tender grass from the ground and chewing it in its mouth. Leader miltank. Now that humans are hunting us down harder and harder, there are fewer places for us to hide. Chief miltank. I don't want to be captured by humans and locked up in a dark place. At this time, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the woods. And Chapter 160 _ the fish that slipped through the net. Gee, look what I've found, a bunch of miltanks, that's the good prey. There were 2 people walking out of the bushes. It was the one-eyed and the holy shepherd who wanted to assassinate Fuji Professor's wife and daughter. The failure of the last assassination mission has greatly reduced their reputation in the organization, and now they are arranged by the organization to capture Pokemon everywhere. I don't know what the organization is going to do, but it needs so many Pokemon. One-eyed muttered with a displeased face. One-eyed, don't make any comments about the organization. The leader has his own purpose. The holy shepherd stopped One-eyed from continuing. Shengmu looked at the group of miltanks with burning eyes. This group of miltanks looks pretty good. If they can get the organization back, it should be able to reverse the situation that the top level is not good for us. At this time, Miltank's fierce eyes looked at the one-eyed and the holy shepherd fiercely. Miltank hated the way humans looked at it with the same greedy eyes as a commodity, which made Miltank very uncomfortable. Come out, Houndoom, use flamethrower on Miltank. Come out, Sneasel, use frozen wind. The priest ordered his Pokemon. Miltank rolled on the spot and used the meat bomb chariot. Just hearing a few rumblings, Miltank rolled in the direction of the holy shepherd like a heavy tank. Houndoom's flamethrower sprayed onto Miltank's body, but Miltank didn't see any damage at all, and even resisted Houndoom's flamethrower all the way. Miltank rolled over Houndoom and rushed in the direction of the holy shepherd. Not bad, but my Houndoom's real target isn't you. 017, Shengmu snapped his fingers. Houndoom opened his mouth and spat out a flamethrower. The surrounding trees were quickly ignited, and the raging flames made the remaining Miltanks gather together and shiver. Even if you are good at fighting, your companion is your weakness. The holy shepherd said proudly, with a sly look in his eyes. Houndoom, stop the remaining Miltank, use the big roar. Houndoom's snarl came up. Even Miltank, who wanted to fight, was stunned, huddled up and motionless. Miltank, if you want to protect your clan, then you should stop. If you don't cooperate, I will kill all your clansmen one by one. The holy shepherd threatened viciously. Damn. Chris cursed secretly and wanted to rush out, but Feng Che grabbed her arm tightly. Chris, wait and see what else this holy priest can do. Feng Che lowered his voice and said to Chris. These bounty hunters are as cunning as foxes, and some actions may be designed to lure you out. If you hit the nasty plot of these bounty hunters, you will become very passive. Feng Che persuaded. After a while, Shengmu looked around with alert eyes, but did not see anyone rushing out, so he snapped his fingers. And Ariados rushed out of hiding. Ariados, use the bug net and take down these Miltanks. The holy shepherd said to Ariados. Chief Miltank, this vile human. The leader of Miltank was furious, and Feng Che actually saw a raging flame ignited on Miltank's body, forming a large rollout fireball. Come out, Litten, Froakie. Let you guys see how good this Miltank is. A normal Pokemon can form a giant fireball in rollout. If Litten can learn it, it will be the Flame Wheel. Froakie is able to learn this skill and can defend well against opponents in combat. We're going to save Miltank, Froakie, and you'll use your precision shot to douse all the burning trees before they start a forest fire. Litten is against Houndoom. I don't remember the last fight. A faint smile appeared on Feng Chie's face. Chris, you'll have Parasect use sleep spores. Put these restless Miltanks to sleep, and I'll take care of the rest. Feng Chie raised his brows and said indifferently. The Miltank leader rushed towards the Holy Shepherd like a rampaging heavy tank. Damn it, I really don't get into it. But fortunately, I'll let you guys see that I just captured this Pokemon recently. Come out, Crawdaunt, use the water gun. The Holy Shepherd threw a Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt has 2 sharp claws, a 5-pointed star on the head, blue patterns on the chest, and is more than double the size of the Corphish. This is a kind of Pokemon that is extremely ferocious and revenge-worthy. Once you provoke it, you will be hunted by it endlessly. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Crawdaunt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Open black lens bracket feature, Machamp clamp close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level, 43 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water plus evil. Skills, swift, water gun, harden, glare, taunt, bubble beam, knock off, double hit, protect, night slash, shell blade, hydro pump, surf, hyper beam, dig. Status, conceited. Evaluation. This is a Crawdaunt with extremely rich combat experience, but its too arrogant character makes it not obey the trainer's instructions at all. Close black lens bracket. Crawdaunt opened its big horns, and 2 jets of water spewed from it, rushing towards Miltank. Crawdaunt, humph, the trainer let me use water gun, how can a weak skill like water gun reflect my strength? Crawdaunt, of course I use the hydro pump to attack this strong-looking Pokemon. My dear, the hydro pump I used just now, I thought the water gun was so powerful. Feng Chie looked at this silly Crawdaunt speechlessly. Hydro pump directly impacted the Miltank leader. The Miltank leader was instantly knocked out, tackled heavily on the tree, and even broke a towering giant tree in the middle. But the Miltank leader is not afraid of Crawdaunt's attack because of its thick skin and thick flesh. At this moment, Ariados, cobwebs had firmly blocked the remaining Miltank. Right now, Parasect, use sleep spores. Chris shouted at Parasect. Parasect shook his body, and the silver-white spores flew from his body and spread out in the sky. The Miltank leader of the original rage, at the moment of touching the spore, staggered and fell to the ground. After Ariados inhaled the spores, he closed his eyes and fell into a state of sleep. Oops, there's an ambush. Shungmu covered his mouth and nose with his clothes, but he had inhaled some sleep spores just now, and Shungmu suddenly felt dizzy. One-eyed on the side had already fallen asleep, collapsed on the ground, snoring like thunder, and even a lot of harassments flowed out. Crawdaunt had also fallen asleep on the ground. Who is it? Shengmu staggered and shouted towards the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a smiling face mask came out of the bushes. Haha, I didn't expect that I would be pecked by geese all day long, and the mantis would catch the cicada and the oriole behind, but I won't make you feel better. Shungmu took out a syringe from his arms and plunged it into Crawdaunt. Froakie, use the water shuriken. The syringe in Shungmu's hand was knocked to the ground, and blood dripped from his hand and dripped onto the grass. Shungmu hurriedly covered the wound with one hand. What other means do you have? Just use them. Feng Chie said to Shungmu. Haha, do you think I only have one Pokemon? I still have Kingler. Kingler, wake up Crawdaunt, and destroy all the surroundings. With a thud, a Pokeball fell to the ground, releasing a Kingler. After Shengmu finished speaking, he finally couldn't hold it any longer, and fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Kingler looked at Feng Che with a bad look on his face. Kingler, this is the first time I've seen a trainer in such a woeful state. HMPH, what about Crawdont? It's not a trick. Kingler spreads out his huge pincers and uses the hydro pump on the Crawdont. White water jets gushed out of Kingler's tongs, and the water jets washed away the sleep spores on Crawdont's body, waking Crawdont up. Crawdont rubbed his claws clangingly, and suddenly burrowed into the ground. Chrissy, capture all these miltanks. Feng Che suddenly said to Chris. Good. Chris took out a lot of Pokeballs from her backpack, kicked her legs directly, and put all these miltanks into the Pokeballs. Capture successful. Chris jumped 3 feet high, showing a satisfied smile. At this point, Chris is enjoying the sense of accomplishment of capturing Pokemon. Mr. Feng Che, do you want me to help you defend against these 2 Pokemon? Chris asked Feng Che. No, Chris, you just need to take care of yourself. This is an important criminal of the Alliance. I was requested by Elite Lance Crossing to arrest these 2 criminals. I didn't expect to meet them here. Feng Che ran the train to Chris with his mouth full, and when he told a lie, his face was not red or his heart was beating. But Chris just believed. Please come on, Mr. Feng Che. Chris was in awe of the sense of justice that Feng Che exuded. Chris picks up Miltank's Pokeball in her backpack and hides. At this time, Crawdont and Kingler stood together, and Feng Che released Ivysaur. Ivysaur, please. Putting Ivysaur on the court at this time was the perfect move. Froakie, you assist Ivysaur by the side, waiting for my order. Feng Che said to Froakie's mind. Crawdont and Kingler looked at Ivysaur with murderous eyes, squirting the hydro pump from the pincers. Ivysaur, it's the hydro pump, so scary. Ivysaur didn't dodge, the hydro pump hit Ivysaur directly. Ivysaur suddenly felt a chill, and even hummed a ditty. Ahem, Ivysaur, be careful. Feng Che looked at Ivysaur in disbelief, but it's a good thing to see Ivysaur so calm and calm. Crawdont and Kingler looked at Ivysaur's wanton appearance, and their lungs were about to explode. They looked at each other and used Bubble Beam together. The bubbles floated softly in the sky, but Feng Che knew that the power of these bubbles was not weak. These bubbles hit a Pokemon like hitting a rock. Speaking of bubble tactics, in fact, Lance Crossing is the expert. The bubbles created by Lance Crossing's Dragonair can even resist the erosion of magma. However, Lance Crossing already has 3 Dragonites. If they really want to use the double dragon tactics, they have to be retrained. Feng Che thought to himself. But it's not that easy to attack Ivysaur with pure water type skills. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. Vine Whips stick out from Ivysaur's back. With the rapid increase of Ivysaur's strength, Ivysaur's Vine Whip's skills have become perfect. It can even skillfully manipulate 10 Vine Whips to weave various patterns. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip to burst the bubble. Feng Che said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur manipulated Vine Whip to surround himself with water, and the bubbles finally hit Vine Whip and burst into all directions. Ivysaur swung out the brutal swing with Vine Whip, and countless ghosts appeared in the air. Kingler and Crawdont combined are not necessarily Ivysaur's opponents. Feng Che saw that Ivysaur's vines had been partially inserted into the ground. 3.5 It was using the binding skills against Kingler and Crawdont by manipulating the vines. Just when Kingler and Crawdont were exhausted, several vines suddenly rushed out of the ground and tied them tightly. Ivysaur is using the skill of binding more and more. Feng Che couldn't help but nodded. Then green light continued to drift out from the vines. Kingler and Crawdont suddenly felt their bodies hollowed out, and finally the pincers fell weakly and fell into a state of coma. Ivysaur used the drain ability on Kingler and Crawdont. Come back. Feng Che received Kingler and Crawdont into the Pokeball, and locked the Pokeball to prevent Kingler and Crawdont from rushing out of the Pokeball. Chrissy, you can continue to subdue Pokemon, but remember the 2 points I said before, qualification and rarity. Feng Che turned his head and said to Chris. Feng Che took out the rope to bind Shengmu and One-Eyed, and put away Shengmu and One-Eyed Pokemon respectively. Chris, I'm going to take these two back to the Alliance for interrogation. I'll leave first. We add a friend to each other on our communicator. If you have anything to do, come to me. Feng Che told Chris. Road. Okay, I'll try to catch Pokemon. Chris nodded with a smile. The two stinging bees who slipped through the net, let you escape last time, but I didn't expect that this time they came to the door by themselves. Then I'm welcome. Feng Che looked at Shengmu and One-Eyed who were tied up with 5 flowers. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, Feng Che released Blue Crow and Aerodactyl directly, and flew into the distance with the tied two in their mouths. Chapter 161-Weak Mewtwo. Cyanwood City Pier. A bearded man in a Team Rocket's uniform was standing beside a small speedboat smoking a cigar, staring fiercely at the coastline in the distance. The sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, dark as ink, and countless silver-white lightnings were spreading in the sky. The waves slapped back and forth on the shore, splashing waves more than 2 meters high, making a clattering sound. Countless tiny drops of water splashed on the bearded beard, drop by drop on the board of the pier. Boss Sifang Chuan, who are we waiting for here? The leader of Anbu actually asked us to wait here. A chubby Team Rocket's member Hannah said with a dissatisfied expression. The waves of white flowers rolled upside down on the pier, the clouds in the distance were dense, the rainstorm poured down, and the sky became a white piece, gradually drifting towards this side. Hannah, here is a Team Rocket's superior. Sifang Chuan said solemnly. It's just one superior. We host quite a few superiors from Team Rockets. Do we need such a high standard reception? Not only did we repaint the worn-out parts of our speedboat, but also replaced most of the speedboat's accessories. He couldn't help but grumble. This superior is highly valued by the leader of Giovanni, but don't complain anymore. Otherwise it would be bad to be heard. Sifang Chuan glared at Hannah with some dissatisfaction. Understood, boss. Wahuo smirked. Someone is coming. Sifang Chuan has heard the sound of walking. Strange, how did you tell me that I was receiving one person, and how come there are 3 people 17? Sifang Chuan looked suspicious, scratched his head and said. As soon as Sifang Chuan looked up, he saw a cloaked man wearing a smiling face mask, followed by 2 cloaked men wearing black and white masks but walking in a very strange way, swaying like a puppet. Captain Sifang Chuan, right, I'm sorry to trouble you, I have temporarily arrested 2 wanted criminals of Team Rockets. So 2 people were temporarily added, can the speedboat fit in? The smile came from under the mask electronically synthesized falsetto. No trouble, Feng Che Superior, please get on board. Sifang Chuan said with a smile on his face. However, the weather is not very good now. If you sail directly, there may be a risk of overturning. Sifang Chuan said to Feng Che while looking at the thunder and lightning outside. That's true, but I'm in a hurry to get back to the Kanto region. Well, I'll go back first, and you guys will send these 2 back to Team Rocket's headquarters. I've already reported to the senior officials, these 2 after being sent back to the Team Rocket's headquarters, they will be closely guarded. But in such weather, it is not so easy for me to buy a plane ticket to the Kanto region. Feng Che looked at the huge waves surging outside the ship, his tone was clear, feeling helpless. If Feng Che Superior doesn't care, there is a small submarine in my cabin. This submarine can be stored in a large storage device. Sifang Chuan said quickly. Oh, let's take a look then. Feng Che said to Sifang Chuan. Sifang Chuan pressed a switch on the speedboat. With a clanging sound, a submarine the size of a Sharpedo surfaced. This Sharpedo submarine has a black and bright metallic light, which is very powerful and handsome. This is a small one-man submarine from the largest shipyard in the Hoenn region. It doesn't matter how small this submarine is, but this submarine can navigate complex rivers and seas, and can withstand pressures up to 100 atmospheres. The speed can reach 225 kilometers per hour. And it also comes with thunder shock guns, deep-sea radar and other devices, which can hunt Pokémon in the sea. If Fengche Superior is in a hurry to return to the Kanto region, it is most suitable to use this submarine to go back. This submarine can set up a route to reach Vermilion City. Fengchuan said to Fengche with a diligent face. Don't look at the strong winds and heavy rains outside now, but the seabed is very calm. Unless there is an eruption of an underwater volcano, it may threaten your safety. But it is too rare for an underwater volcano to erupt. Che Superior, don't worry. Fengchuan said flatteringly. I found this Sharpedo model submarine from the communicator. The price of this submarine 3 years ago was 3 million alliance coins. According to the current inflation situation, I will directly give you 5 million alliance coins. If you have extra money, you can treat your brothers to a good meal. Please be sure to bring these 2 wanted criminals to the Team Rocket's headquarters safely. This is the person specified by Fuji Professional. Fengche directly took out a card from his wristband. 5 million anonymous cards were put into Fengchuan's hands. Fengche Superior, would you like me to introduce you how to pilot a submarine? Fengchuan accepted the card handed over by Gus Che, and said with a smile. No, I've played the submarine, so I'll go first. These 2 people must send them to the Team Rocket's headquarters safely and accept the sanctions of Team Rockets. Fengche emphasized again and again. Then Fengche stepped into the submarine and pressed the switch of the submarine. The cover of the submarine was slammed shut, and then there was the sound of the churn of the propeller turning. Boss Fengchuan, this Sharpedo submarine is a treasure in your heart. Are you really willing to sell it for 5 million alliance coins? Wahuo asked curiously. Haha, those who make big things don't count the subsections. I think Fengche Superior will definitely rise. The current Fengche Superior is a popular person in front of the leader of Giovanni. Fengchuan said earnestly to Wahuyu. You can't be too short-sighted, you have to see the long term. Let's put these 2 people in the cabin first. Come on, come with me. As soon as Fengchuan opened his mouth, the 2 staggered into the cabin like puppets. Boss Fengchuan, I've always wanted to ask just now, what exactly is this method? To make the wanted criminals obey orders honestly. Wahuo asked with a puzzled face. This may be the power of the legendary psychic. The boss of Fengche Superior is the legendary genius girl, Sabrina, so it's not surprising that Fengche Superior will be psychic. Huahuo, you have to remember that in Team Rockets in the future, you can offend your boss and your subordinates, but you can't offend a psychic. The means they have are unimaginable and hard to guard against. That's why I respect Fengche Superior. These people are not something we can easily offend. Fengchuan said to Hannah with a serious expression. Fengche drove the Sharpedo submarine unobstructed in the sea. The Sharpedo submarine is really good. I didn't expect such a useful thing here. It's a rare treasure in the game. I have already set off, and I will pay him the price difference when I meet Fengchuan next time. The submarine has 2 modes in total, one is automatic navigation mode, and the other is manual driving mode. In addition to having a sound wave detection function, the submarine's searchlight allows the pilot to see all objects within 10 meters. The entire submarine is made of superalloy metal, which can withstand the violent tackle of marine Pokémon such as Sharpedo. Fengche waited until the submarine descended to a certain depth, then switched to the automatic navigation mode and headed towards the Kanto region. Team Rocket's lab. The Fuji professor anxiously looked at the debilitated look of the young Mewtwo. Fuji professor, all tests are normal, why is the 13th suddenly so weak? Could it be the nutrient solution? The research assistants started to discuss. I have asked Fengche Superior to come back urgently. Don't worry, when Fengche Superior returns, he will definitely have a solution. Number 13 is still in the absorbed nutrient solution and should be able to last until Fengche Superior comes back. Although Fuji Professor was already in a hurry, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. At this time, a member of Team Rockets hurriedly ran to Fuji Professor's side and whispered, and Fuji Professor suddenly looked happy after listening. Is it true? Fuji Professional confirmed again and again. It's true, Fengche Superior has caught the killer who wants to assassinate your wife and daughter. It's just that because of the accident on the 13th, Fengche Superior has already taken a step forward and headed here by submarine. The killer is temporarily controlled by the Team Rocket's members, waiting for the storm to pass, and will go directly to the rocket hideout. Team Rocket's members explained to Fuji Professional. When Fengche Superior arrives at the laboratory, I will thank Fengche Superior. Fuji Professor said with relief that the killer who murdered Yayoi and Aiko in 017 has never been caught, which has always been a big stone in Fuji Professor's heart. It seems that Fengche Superior has the heart. Fuji Professional never thought that Fengche would be able to catch these two people even when he went to Johto region on a business trip. Team Rocket's Giovanni office. Giovanni was sitting in the boss chair at the moment, stroking Persian. He's on a video call with Koga, Lieutenant. Serge and Sabrina. Is another problem on the 13th. I don't know whether Mewtwo can grow up smoothly. Therefore, we must catch the 3 holy birds as soon as possible and complete the 3-in-1 plan of the 3 holy birds. Giovanni addressed Koga, Lieutenant. Serge and Sabrina with a serious look. I now have an insider intelligence. Moltres is on the Indigo Plateau, Articuno is on the Seafoam Islands and Zapdos is on the power plant. Sabrina, you go to capture Moltres, Koga you go to capture Articuno, and as for Zapdos, Lieutenant Serge, it's up to you. Please be sure to tame the 3 holy birds, this is another way for us to have divine beasts. Giovanni issued an order to the 3 cadres. Okay, Chief Giovanni. The 3 officers said in unison. The 3 holy birds are the legendary Pokémon. They hold the power of fire, frost, and lightning respectively. When they are combined, they will have infinite power. Giovanni said with a look of longing. Team Rocket's lab. Fengche hurried to the laboratory. Fuji Professor, what the hell is going on? Fengche deliberately used Psychic to observe the young Mewtwo, but found that the young Mewtwo was skinny, as if it had been deprived of most of its nutrients. It's been happening on the 13th since you last left. I initially suspected that Mew's cells were insufficient, which led to the phenomenon of autophagy in number 13 cells. It is said that Mew will appear in Celadon, Rainbow City, and I have dispatched the Team Rockets to capture Mew. Fuji Professional said quickly. When Fengche was about to continue to use Psychic to further probe Mewtwo's body, he found that as soon as the Psychic he output entered into Mewtwo's body, there was a feeling of a mud cow entering the sea. Chapter 162 Sabrina's help. Mewtwo. So painful, I need more Psychic. Fengche felt that his Psychic poured out of his body uncontrollably and was taken away by Mewtwo. Fuji Professor, I don't think it's a lack of Mew cells, it's a lack of a lot of Psychic in the 13th. Fengche finally cut off the Psychic transmission with Mewtwo, and suddenly felt weak. Fengche quickly took out a spirit potion from the wristband and drank it with a gudong. After a while, Fengche recovered. How is this possible? We continue to supply Psychic treasures every day. You see, these Psychic gems have not been consumed, half of them yet. Fuji Professor pointed to the pink Psychic gem and said. Fuji Professor, maybe you don't know what Psychic is. These Psychic gems contain a lot of impurities. Because impurities affect the purity of number 13 Psychic, the Psychic in the gem cannot be absorbed by number 13. Quote. Fengche looked at the Psychic gem and shook his head. I remember that when I prepared the nutrient solution last time, there were still some fragments of the heart crystal left. Take these fragments out of the warehouse and put them into a petri dish. The situation on number 13 should be relieved. Fengche's eyes lit up and said to Fuji Professional. Quick, take out the shards of the heart crystal. Fuji Professor immediately instructed the research assistant to take out a palm-sized heart crystal fragment from the warehouse. Fuji Professor manipulated the equipment to put the piece into the petri dish. The fragments of the heart crystal disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye as soon as they were put into the petri dish. At this time, number 13's eyelids twitched, trying to wake up from his deep sleep. Number 13 is cultivated according to divine beasts, so it won't absorb too low-level psychic energy. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mewtwo's condition had improved as a child. It seems that Feng Che is right. Although I am an expert in Pokemon genetics, I don't know enough about psychic. If Feng Che hadn't discovered the quality of the psychic gemstone, it is very likely that the 13th would have died. Feng Che, the crystal of the heart is very precious. If it is replaced by the crystal of psychic, will it affect the development of number 13? Fuji Professor asked Feng Che very humbly. You can use psychic crystals. It's better to find a psychic holy place. Number 13 grows quickly in a psychic-rich environment. Of course, if you can win the Mew cells, you should be very helping hand for number 13 as well. Feng Che looked at Fuji Professional and suggested sincerely. Feng Che, thank you, you saved my life again. I don't know how long I can live, I really want to see what the world is like outside. I've had enough of it being like an item in a terrarium all the time. The young Mewtwo had woken up, and it said to Feng Che's soul through voice transmission. Mewtwo, don't worry, I will protect you to grow up. Don't worry, one day I will take you out of here and let you see the outside world. You are my companion and my family, and I will definitely protect you. Feng Che solemnly promised Mewtwo through telepathy. The current Mewtwo has not been brainwashed by Giovanni, not yet that killing machine. Thank you, Feng Che, you protect me when I grow up, and when I grow up, I will protect your life and peace. The young Mewtwo said to Feng Che. Mewtwo, I leave you with a few bottles of psychic elixir, crafted from the flower of Gracietia, which will replenish your psychic in large quantities. If you are attacked by psychic again, you can take these bottles of medicine, which can relieve your pain to a certain extent. I know it's more than enough to open up a storage space with your current psychic. Feng Che quietly took out a few bottles of blue potions, and then Feng Che hesitated for a while before taking out another bottle of azure potions. Little Mewtwo, I don't have the ability to make Psychic Advanced Potion. Psychic Advanced Potion contains a lot of psychic, which should be able to solve your current troubles. This azure potion is a double-edged sword. When you are hurt, this potion makes your mind sharper for a short time. But instead of that, you're going to take a huge amount of damage to your body. In case, one day, if you have to use this bottle of medicine, remember to find me, and I will find a way to cure you. After Feng Che finished speaking, the medicine in his hand disappeared. When Feng Che walked out of the door of the laboratory, Feng Che saw Sabrina, who was leaning against the wall, with one hand curling her long hair boredly, looking thoughtful. Master Sabrina. Feng Che respectfully said to Sabrina. Feng Che's sudden sound startled Sabrina. Sabrina froze for a moment, and her bright pupils trembled. Lord Sabrina, did you just think about something here? You didn't even notice that I was here. Feng Che looked at Sabrina, who was a little surprised, and asked with a smile. No, nothing. I just heard that you went back to the base and have something to look for you. Sabrina hastily put on a cold look again. Feng Che, Chief Giovanni has set a mission for me to capture Moltres. I want you to be my partner, and we will capture Moltres together. Sabrina said in a tentative tone, although nominally she was Feng Che's boss, but at this time she didn't want to be hard on others, especially for Feng Che. Will Feng Che refuse? After all, capturing Moltres is not a good thing. Sabrina lowered her eyes, bit her lips anxiously, and began to think wildly. Sabrina gets into a cranky state of mind, her psychic starts to riot and everything around her floats. This ant is out of control again. Doran, the leader of Anbu, watched the teacup on the desk tremble slightly, and secretly supported his forehead. Such a dangerous mission, he will definitely refuse. I shouldn't have asked. After being rejected by him, what should I do? It should be very embarrassing. I just turned my head and left, or smiled awkwardly. Sabrina, who has always been indifferent, has never tried to be so nervous, she squeezed tightly. He pointed his fingers, as if there was a deer running around in his heart. Okay, Lord Sabrina. Feng Che couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds before replying. He looked at Sabrina's long flowing hair in disbelief, and his whole body exuded a layer of light, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Since you don't want to, then forget it, Sabrina said with a lonely look in her lips. Wait, did you just say you'd like to go on a mission with me? This mission is very dangerous, are you really willing to go? Sabrina raised her head, her moist eyes were like stars in the sky, and she reconfirmed by looking at Feng Che's deep eyes. Of course there's no problem, Sabrina Sama's business is my business. Feng Che said with a smile. Sabrina's mouth rose slightly, revealing an attractive smile, with a blush on her fair and delicate face. By the way, Lord Sabrina, I want to ask you something. Isn't the psychic on you too large and often run away? Feng Che said to Sabrina. Indeed, my psychic is often out of control because it's too powerful. Sabrina said, pursing her lips slightly. That's really nice, can I ask you one thing, Lord Sabrina? Feng Che thought that Mewtwo lacks psychic, but Sabrina has psychic that can't be controlled. If the two are combined, then 1 + 1 is greater than 2. What's the matter? Sabrina asked Feng Che with her beautiful eyes. Follow me, please, Lord Sabrina. Feng Che brought Sabrina into the laboratory. Feng Che, why are you back again? It turns out that it was Lord Sabrina who came. That's great, so the 13th is saved. Fuji Professional looked delighted. Lord Sabrina, this Pokemon is already on the verge of death due to lack of psychic. Can you please save it? Feng Che asked Sabrina. My psychic is precious. However, in order to get rid of the psychic that was skyrocketing in my body, it would be no problem for me to agree to transfer the psychic to the 13th. Sabrina's smooth and white chin rose slightly, and her smart eyes shone with crystal light. I am very willing to help, but I still have to pretend to be arrogant. Feng Che looked at Sabrina with intriguing eyes and thought to himself. He felt that Sabrina at this moment was no longer the cold psychic who used to be, but just a mere playful and cute girl. The young Mewtwo is now the size of a cat and looks cute. Sabrina injected nearly half of the psychic in her body into the body of the young Mewtwo in one breath. Such a huge psychic made Mewtwo completely sober. Originally, I didn't control the psychic in my body so easily. I didn't expect that I would put half of the psychic in my body into the number 13 body, which reduced my burden a lot. And the psychic cultivated is more refined. Sabrina took a deep breath and ended psychic's delivery. She suddenly found that she had found a way to improve the purity of psychic. Her eyes lit up, and a surprise flashed in her eyes. Mewtwo also because of the injection of Sabrina's psychic, the cells in the body are fully supported by psychic, and they are not afraid of being backed by cells for a while. Great, I also want to talk about how to persuade Sabrina and Athena to use their psychic to keep Mewtwo alive, so that Team Rockets have more time to search for the psychic treasure. Dejao, I didn't expect Lord Sabrina to be invited by Feng Che so easily. Seeing Mewtwo getting better, Fuji Professor secretly rejoiced, but he was well aware of Sabrina's arrogant and indifferent character. Fuji Professor originally planned to let the leader of Giovanni come forward to persuade Sabrina. But before he could make a move, Sabrina was invited by Feng Che in a blink of an eye. Feng Che, in 3 days, I will wait for you at the door of Rocket Hideout, and we will set off for Indigo Plateau together. Sabrina finished speaking. She shook her hair like a waterfall, and then used the teleport to leave. Fuji Professor, when did you order the members of Team Rockets to capture Mew? Feng Che asked suddenly. Before you came back, they should be ambushing Mew now. Fuji Professor thought for a while and replied. Then I'll go to Celadon, Rainbow City. After all, Celadon, Rainbow City is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Let some ineffective Team Rockets members not only fail to capture Mew, but also get us into new trouble. Feng Che suggested to Fuji Professional. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Fuji Professor looked at Feng Che with sincere gratitude. He felt that Feng Che was simply a noble person in his Mewtwo research project. With Feng Che's full help, Mewtwo could grow into a mythical beast just around the corner. Just relying on these mediocre Team Rocket's members, they still want to capture Mew. Feng Che secretly complained. After coming out of the laboratory, Feng Che took out the smiling face mask from the wristband and put it on, and went to Celadon, Rainbow City. Chapter 163 Mew's Blood. Celadon, Rainbow City. Red saw a sneaky bunch of Team Rockets hunting for Pokemon. Red is with Blue at this time. Heard these guys are catching a rare Pokemon called Mew. Even Green wants to capture. If I can capture Mew, does that mean I'm more powerful than Green? Red thought to himself. Blue, is there really no problem, relying on the machine you invented, can you really capture Mew's trajectory? Just when Red was wondering, a voice sounded from Red's ear in the dark. Following Blue can indeed find Mew's trail. Feng Che walked out from the dark. Don't you know it's a very troublesome thing to provoke Team Rockets? Listen to me, you better give up looking for Mew. Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon. Once Mew is captured, the entire Pokemon world will fall into a state of collapse. Feng Che explained to Red and Blue. But if Mew is captured by Team Rockets, that's the same ending. Red recognized Feng Che at a glance and knew that he was the one appointed by Professional Oak. It's impossible for Team Rockets to capture Mew. The stubborn Mew, even the three holy birds can't resist. If it weren't for Mew being too salty, Mew might be the strongest divine beast. Feng Che explained to the two of them. However, we'll be able to capture Mew right now. Blue couldn't help but interject. Please, as long as you can capture Mew, I won't say anything. Feng Che said casually. He glanced down at the two little devils and secretly said, since you can't persuade him, let this son of destiny play casually. At this moment, the disorderly wind began to drift around Joe 017. Come on, Mew has come. Blue said nervously. Red, come here, we're going to capture Mew. Blue said loudly to Red. At this time, Feng Che was closing his eyes and conducting telepathy with Mew. You have my taste in you, A sharp. Mew said suddenly. Do you have anything to do with me? It's impossible for you to be caught, so why pretend to be bound by Ivysaur? Feng Che asked suddenly. Because I like to play with people with pure hearts, hee hee. However, why do you, a human being, have my breath? Where is the problem? Mew asked incredulously. Humans have found your eyelash cells, extracted your genetic fragments from them, and created a creature that is completely different from you. Feng Che spoke to Mew's mind, and at the same time transmitted a memory to Mew. It's terrifying, these human beings are desecrating the authority that Arceus has, and delusional creation of divine beasts. It's incredible that they actually succeeded. But, I have a headache now, is this Pokemon my brother, or my child? Mew suddenly said something that made Feng Che speechless. Hey, Mew, you're wrong, your focus is off. Feng Che secretly complained. Based on the vision in your head, this psychic Pokemon lacks psychic origins. You're right to get psychic crystals for it, but it's not enough. You need to give BHDF it to find items that contain psychic origins. That way, it can survive. Let's not talk about it, I feel that there are already people around. If you want to come to me, come to World Tree. As long as you find World Tree, I will be able to sense your presence and show up. This is a drop of my blood, and it contains a trace of psychic origin. You might as well give it to Mewtwo, even if it is a little bit of my heart. Mew finished speaking, he cut off the teleportation and pretended to be captured by Red. Feng Che watched as a dreamlike ruby-like pigeon blood fell on his hand. Mew is the embodiment of the rules, and Mew's blood is naturally different. After Feng Che got Mew's blood, he left here. Blue and Red were still immersed in the joy of capturing Mew, but neither found that Feng Che had left quietly. Very well, with this drop of Mew's blood, Mewtwo should be able to last for a while. Feng Che waited until Mew had knocked down all the Team Rocket's Pokemon before secretly walking up to the downed Team Rocket's members. How stupid to face taunt Mew. Feng Che secretly complained as he watched Mew's disappearing figure. It's about to change, and when the 3 holy birds are successfully captured by Team Rockets, the entire Pokemon world will be different. Feng Che walked towards the base of Team Rockets. By the time he arrived at the base, Sabrina was already waiting for him at the gate of the base. Leader Giovanni wants to see you, Sabrina said with a serious look. Sabrina soon took Feng Che to a large playing field. Giovanni is warming up on the field. A huge Beedrill was flying at high speed on the field of play, and I saw streams of light flashing continuously on the field of play. Feng Che barely used Psychic to capture Beedrill's figure. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Raiden, Dugtrio, Golem, Onix are all training hard. Feng Che, Sabrina has already reported to me that it will be extremely dangerous to capture Moltres this time, so I will give you some pointers. Don't worry, I will use the weakest Pokemon on me, this Beedrill. You can unleash all your Pokemon, Giovanni said to Qingwu with a smile. Ba ba, Giovanni's mouth, liar. Feng Che muttered in his heart. Beedrill is obviously the strongest Pokemon on Giovanni, and he lied to me that he is the weakest Pokemon on him. Who is it? Feng Che felt unhappy in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. Feng Che then threw out the Pokeball and released 9 Pokemons: Arbok, Blue Jay, Litten, Froakie, Ivysaur, Aerodactyl, Scyther, Vulpix, and Ice Vulpix. Giovanni already knew what Pokemon Feng Che had in his hands, so he just wanted to see if Feng Che would release all of them from the Pokeball. It was a test for Giovanni. If Feng Che chooses to hide some of his Pokemon, Giovanni won't say anything on the surface, but he will definitely feel that Feng Che is not sincere to himself, and he will not use Feng Che too much in the future. But to Giovanni's surprise, Feng Che released all his Pokemon without hesitation, with a calm expression on his face. You've got 9 Pokemons, which is way too many. I suggest taking turns with Pokemons. I also have a lot of Pokemon, but I will only focus on training a few Pokemon at a time, so as to keep improving their strength. When they can develop autonomous training, I will leave them in the gym to do it on their own. Training. Giovanni frowned at Feng Che's Pokemon and suggested to Feng Che. Come on, let your Pokemon come along and let me see how good they are. Don't hold back, let your Pokemon attack with maximum power. My Beedrill will dodge you at high speed. Pokemon attack, Giovanni said solemnly, and he waved at Beedrill. Beedrill, let's get started. Beedrill disappeared into the air, and in a blink of an eye, the sound of Beedrill's wings flapping and buzzing could not be heard, and only a saffron-colored streamer could be seen in the air. Froakie, use the hydro pump. Blue Jays, use the air to sense where Beedrill is. Aerodactyl, use ancient power to set traps. Ivysaur, wait for Froakie's instructions and use Vine Whip to capture Beedrill. Arbok, Litten, use your strongest attack. Vulpix, Ice Vulpix, Scyther, stay around me. Feng Che gave the order calmly. Good guy, you're really careful, and you deliberately left 3 Pokemon to protect yourself. Giovanni nodded secretly after seeing Feng Che's operation. Froakie, so strong, really strong. This Beedrill is so strong, I can't keep it, I have to use all my strength. Litten, Giovanni's Beedrill, the weakest Pokemon in his hand. Bah, shameless, this Beedrill beats Nidoking with ease. Blue Jay, so fast, this Beedrill is so fast, I can't even perceive the direction Beedrill is now. Feng Che can feel the nervous emotions of many Pokemon through Psychic. Everyone, don't panic, just follow the method I said, there's no problem. Feng Che's words immediately calmed everyone's restless hearts. It's amazing that you can calm all Pokemon's emotions with one sentence. I haven't seen a trainer and Pokemon have such a strong bond for a long time. Giovanni saw Feng Che's performance in his eyes and nodded secretly. Pound, but my Beedrill isn't so easy to beat, Giovanni said confidently, a playful smile on his lips. This Beedrill is a Beedrill bred by Giovanni with the most powerful breeding method and the best resources. Froki slammed the ground with both hands, and many water jets poured out of the ground, which immediately greatly compressed the space where Beedrill could move. Beedrill comes from its extremely strong wings. Once the wings are stained with water, the speed of the Beedrill is bound to drop. Not enough, not enough, my Beedrill has undergone extreme training. Beedrill can easily avoid any water column. It is not so easy to affect Beedrill's speed through water column. Giovanni said indifferently. Beedrill's speed and dodge ability is something Giovanni is proud of. Chapter 164 Moltres Capture Plan. Froki, the Beedrill is fast, but thanks to these water jets, I can vaguely detect the Beedrill's trajectory. The blue jay flapped its wings and fanned out gusts of wind, but these gusts were very delicately avoided by the water column, which showed that the blue jay had precise control over the energy of the flight system. Aerodactyl let out a thunderous roar. It flapped its wings, and many khaki stones rose from the ground, floating in the air, forming a certain obstacle for Beedrill's flight. This Aerodactyl is a little different from the normal Aerodactyl. Feng Che is really a good opportunity. This Aerodactyl is very strong. I thought the Litten I gave to Feng Che was the strongest Pokemon in his hands, but I didn't expect that every Pokemon in his hand was no less than Litten. When Feng Che grows up, I really want to have a peak duel with Feng Che. Giovanni looked at Feng Che with intriguing eyes. His intuition was that the future strength of this young man in front of him would not be underestimated. Beedrill, use 2 pistols. Giovanni felt that Feng Che was almost ready, and he let Beedrill attack. He has to destroy the khaki stones floating in the air first, so as to avoid the sudden explosion of the stones when Beedrill is in agility, which will affect the speed of Beedrill's flight. Beedrill incarnates into a golden streamer, moving in the direction of the khaki stones. Stab hard. Wherever Beedrill passed, the khaki-colored stones floating beside the water column burst one after another, and the strong wind formed by the burst disturbed the water column, and the water column showed faint signs of collapsing. Froki, handicap, 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 I was able to capture Beedrill's trajectory. Froki, must hold on, hold on. Froki tried his best to manipulate the water column so that the water column wouldn't disperse all at once. Froki was shaking all over, and beads of perspiration were seeping from his forehead. Froki finally captured the location of the Beedrill movement. Immediately, both Froki and Blue Jay's eyes widened, and they all pointed to a location to signal Ivysaur to attack. Ivysaur opened 16 vine whips, woven into a giant web of vines that enveloped Beedrill. That's when both Litten and Ditto got into action. Litten instantly transformed into a ball of fire. It used the stored flame attack and flew towards the direction of Beedrill. Beedrill, stupid, trying to hit me with a charged flame attack is really stupid. A cold light flashed, and Ivysaur's vines shattered into countless fragments, and Beedrill rushed out from it. Litten's attack was close at hand. When Beedrill faced the sudden fireball and was trying to dodge the fireball's attack, Beedrill saw a saffron-colored liquid sprayed out like a rainstorm Karen. Beedrill, this saffron-colored liquid. How is this possible? I have the idea that I can't escape this saffron-colored liquid. Beedrill used Aerial Ace to dodge Ditto's attack while dodging Litten's attack. Just when Beedrill wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly saw Ditto appearing beside him. Ditto spit out the snake letter and twisted his body, relying on the constantly changing patterns on his body, and used the big snake glare. Beedrill, no way, I didn't even notice when Arbok approached me. Beedrill's body suddenly appeared many saffron-colored arcs, and the panicked Beedrill had already been hit, and it fell into a state of paralysis. Then Beedrill was turned back and continued to use the accumulating flame to strike Litten to the ground. Beedrill instantly turned into a flame. There was a smell of burning protein in the air. Giovanni's Beedrill is a high-speed, high-attack Pokemon with extremely thin physical strength, which is a typical assassin-type Pokemon. This. Giovanni was speechless as he looked at Beedrill, who was burned by Liden's flames. Originally, Giovanni wanted to teach Feng-Che a lesson, but Feng-Che taught Giovanni a lesson. This made Giovanni suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Feng-Che looked at Giovanni's originally smiling face and showed a gloomy smile. "Come back, everyone." Just when Giovanni wanted to instruct other Pokémons to attack Feng-Che's Pokémon, Feng-Che had withdrawn his own Pokémon immediately. Giovanni waved his hand, and Beedrill turned into a golden streamer. Before Feng-Che could see Beedrill's movements clearly, he felt a cold breath coming out of his throat. Beedrill's bee-gun had pressed against Feng-Che's throat. Feng-Che watched Beedrill's bee-gun seep purple venom. As long as he pierced his skin, the venom could easily enter his body with the rapid circulation of blood. "Why did you take your Pokémon back again? Do you think you beat my Beedrill and I'll kill you?" There was a smile on Giovanni's mouth, but there was a chill in his voice. "With the power of Lord Giovanni, there is absolutely no way to do such a thing. I took my Pokémon back because I found that my Pokémon was no match for your Pokémon, the leader of Giovanni. Besides being temporarily paralyzed by Arbok, even my Liden's mighty strongest blow has no way of affecting Beedrill. This time I was a Beedrill of 6 Pokémons against the leader of Giovanni, and I just hit the Beedrill by surprise. If Beedrill reacts, none of my Pokémons are Beedrill's opponents. In this battle, I have gained a lot from the guidance of the leader of Giovanni, so I think I have to work harder and not make a fool of myself in front of the leader of Giovanni." Feng-Che looked at Giovanni calmly and said, "You sent out a level 85 Beedrill, it's no wonder that my Pokémon's attacks can damage the Beedrill. However, it also reflects that Giovanni has been hiding his strength, and Giovanni is already a champion-level trainer at this time. There is no champion-level trainer in the Kanto League, and only after Red destroys the Team Rockets, can he become a champion-level trainer." Feng-Che secretly analyzed in his heart. "Interesting, really interesting, it's been a long time since no one spoke to me like that." Giovanni burst out laughing. "Feng-Che, you are really a genius, I really didn't see you wrong. But there is one thing I'm going to correct you. The trainer is going to go up against the odds. No matter how powerful the enemy is. You stay here and train with me, 2 days is enough to build a perfect foundation for you." Giovanni looked at Feng-Che with admiring eyes, and became more and more interested. He decided to train Feng-Che well. 2 days later, Feng-Che walked out of the training room with an energetic look on his face. 2 days of training were tough, but Giovanni taught me the art of how to get Pokémon to master skills. Giovanni is truly one of the most powerful trainers in the Pokémon world, and he has inspired me a lot. Liden and Froakie are only one step away from the evolution at this time, and all they need to do now is to find some natural resources for Liden and Froakie to complete the final evolution. As soon as Feng-Che walked out of the door of the training room, he saw that Sabrina was not far away. I saw her waterfall-like black hair hanging halfway down her chest, her hands unconsciously curling her hair. It looked like she had been waiting for a while, but Sabrina's face didn't show any anxious look. Instead she had a faint smile that seemed to be quiet. "Let's go, we're going to Indigo Plateau, where Moltres lives in Indigo Plateau. In the Flame Passage of Plateau, the level of Pokémon there is quite high." Quote. Sabrina looked at Feng-Che who was approaching and said. Subsequently, Sabrina released Alakazam. "Are we going to teleport to Indigo Plateau?" Feng-Che asked while looking at Sabrina. Sabrina nodded. With her psychic strength, it was enough to support the two of them in a long-distance teleport. "For flowers. You grab me, so that Psychic can run more concentrated LY, and it won't be a problem during teleport," Sabrina said, extending her arm in front of Feng-Che. "Oh." Feng-Che was stunned for a moment, then a slender hand slowly stretched out and grabbed Sabrina's slender arm. "Oops, why is that numb feeling again?" Although through the sleeves, Sabrina still clearly felt a warm and numb aura coming from where Feng-Che was holding her arm. Feng-Che also swallowed nervously and thought to himself, "This is my first real experience with teleport, I hope everything goes well. This is different from the game, where the teleport fails. You can start over if you lose some blood. Now it's really coming. If there is an accident during the movement, and it hits a big tree or rock, it will be a serious accident of death or injury. Relax, you don't have enough psychic yet, so you can't do teleport alone. However, I will use psychic to help you. Sabrina also felt Feng Chie's nervousness and said with a smile. Alakazam, let's go. Sabrina teleported to Alakazam. A pale blue psychic flashed in Alakazam's eyes. Feng Chie felt that he was instantly wrapped in a huge psychic mass, and then the two went directly from Rocket Hideout teleport to a high mountain on Indigo Plateau. 0. The Pass of Fire is in the middle of the Indigo Plateau, where there are many people from the Alliance guarding, and none of the 4 elites are in the Indigo Plateau. It's the best time for us to do it. Sabrina looked around and said slowly to Feng Chie. Feng Chie suddenly realized that his hand was still on Sabrina's arm, and hurriedly released the clenched hand with a nervous expression. Sabrina raised her eyes and saw the flustered look in Feng Chie's deep pupils. A faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. She gathered her hair, and the dazzling black hair instantly shifted to her back and hung down like a waterfall. Ahem, I think the hidden strength of the Alliance is more than that. The 4 elites are just the strength of the Alliance on the bright side. Feng Chie quickly adjusted his emotions, quickly organized his words, and said to Sabrina. Feng Chie belongs to the Alliance camp in the game, and he knows that the Quantung Alliance still hides some dark forces. There are definitely more than 4 elites in the Kanto Alliance. Damalanchi alone is protected by 2 elites, Dark and Shadow. The Quantung Alliance should have sent out the elite on the bright side. As for whether Moltres has elite protection, Feng Chie doesn't know. It doesn't matter, I had a new feeling last time at Xian Tower, and now I can play some of the elite's strength. Even if there is a hidden elite, it will not be difficult for me. Sabrina said confidently. And I didn't just bring my own Pokemon. In order to capture Moltres smoothly this time, I specially invited an old senior to come out. That old senior just broke through the quasi-elite peak not long ago, and he is also a psychic Pokemon. Plus with the blessing of my psychic, there is no problem in resisting the elite. Sabrina said excitedly, her clear eyes curved like crescent moons. And as long as we sneak in, I'll use a big move to stop Moltres as soon as we get in. With this Master Ball given to me by the boss, basically any Pokemon can be conquered. Sabrina showed the Master Ball in her hand. Let's go straight into the fire tunnel now and capture Moltres. Sabrina closed her eyes, a blue thought flashed in front of her eyes. She planned to use teleport to move into the flame channel. Suddenly, a very surprised expression appeared on Sabrina's face. Strange, why can't I teleport into the flame channel? Could it be that the Alliance used some shielding means to guard against psychic? And Chapter 165 into the flame tunnel. No, it was put together by the League, and the plan went wrong. If you can't get teleport into the flame tunnel where Moltres is, and delay it for a few days, then if the rest of the League's elites dare to come back, then it's a missed opportunity. Sabrina frowned and looked annoyed. It doesn't matter, we can pretend to be people from the League. Feng Chie looked at Sabrina with calm eyes and said. But we don't know the League's password. If teleport doesn't work, you have to have an Alliance password to get into the tunnel. Sabrina said with some anxiety. I have a way. When you approach the level for a while, don't talk, just look at me. Feng Chie raised his eyebrows and said calmly. Sabrina nodded curiously, her smart eyes watching Feng Chie's movements. I saw that Feng Chie released Ditto from the Pokeball. Ditto squirmed and covered Feng Chie's body, turning Feng Chie into a burly middle-aged man. Master Sabrina, do you have Ditto in your hand? Feng Chie made an urn-like sound. Yes, each of our senior cadres has Ditto, especially there are too many people who know me, so when I perform some secret missions, I will bring Ditto with me. Sabrina immediately released Ditto, 017, and transformed into a big blonde sister. Then Sabrina's clothes changed for a while, becoming the uniform of the Alliance. Feng Che, if we don't answer the command, we will be shocked. If the League knows our intentions to take Moltres, they will send more people here. At that point, it will be even harder to capture Moltres. Sabrina said with a worried look on her face. Don't worry, leave it all to me. Feng Che said with a flat smile. Seeing Feng Che's indifferent and unconcerned look, Sabrina became even more puzzled, but she didn't think much about it, and immediately followed Feng Che's pace. Fire passage door. 2 Alliance men are guarding the fire passage. It's really boring, Kondo, we don't know how long we will be guarding in the flame passage. I just finished work, why do I want to get off work? Drudor said to Kondo with a helpless face. 2 Growliths were sitting beside them. Growlithe is a small canine-type Pokemon. Its body is orange-yellow in color. Its mouth, ventral surface and tail are cream-yellow. Its back and limbs have black vertical stripes, and its head and neck have cream-yellow manes. The Growlithe has a short mouth, a black nose, large, round ears, 2 toes on the front feet, 3 toes on the hind feet, and brown pads on the soles of the feet. Growlithe has a keen sense of smell. As long as it smells, no matter what happens, it will not forget. It also senses the other's emotions by smelling the scent. Growlithe also hit a few yawns again and again, and guarding the fire passage is really boring. There are so many people who have come to the flame passage recently. I can't remember the faces of these people. And it makes me feel very strange. Why do we only know the password? Drudor said with a puzzled look. Because technology is advanced now, passes are easy to forge. So it's better to use passwords to be safe. The passwords are rotated once a day, and they are all improvised. It's not easy for some thieves to get in. In this flame passage, there are also a large number of trainers in ambush, and one of them is an elite who is in charge of leading the team. Kondo whispered in a low voice. But aren't there only 4 elites? I remember that these 4 elites were not all sent to perform missions. Where did they come from? Drudor asked suspiciously. That's because this elite has never appeared. He is the hidden elite of the League. It was also because of a chance that I knew there was such an elite. This matter must not be said to be what I told you. You don't spread it out. Kondo cautiously looked around, and his voice became even smaller. At this moment, 2 people in Union prosecutor costumes and sunglasses walked slowly from a distance. Feng Che deliberately hinted that Sabrina slowed down, and at the same time he input a blue thought to Growlithe in front of him through Psychic. Growlithe, who was still lazy and was about to fall asleep, was awakened immediately, and suddenly became full of energy, and his thinking began to come to splash. Growlithe, here again, here comes another one. If they can't answer the password, I'm going to attack as soon as possible. Growlithe, what's the password for today? Yes, the Eternal Sun. Humans really don't know what kind of ghost password to get. Who? Password. Kondo shouted to Feng Che and the 2. The Eternal Sun. Feng Che directly said the password he had just eavesdropped on Growlithe's heart. Password is correct, pass. Growlithe then hit a yawn and fell into a lazy state, and he felt like a soy sauce anyway. The people from the Alliance saluted Feng Che and the 2, and turned sideways to let them enter the flame passage. The flame passage is divided into 3 layers, and each layer of the Alliance has sent a large number of people. And the passcode for each level is different, and we have a big risk in doing so. Sabrina spoke to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. It doesn't matter, I have a way to mix in. Feng Che said with certainty. The temperature of the entire flame passage was more than 20 degrees higher than the outside world, and both Feng Che and Sabrina used Psychic to isolate the high temperature roast. There are many people on the flame passage, and almost every 10 steps will be interrogated, and the people who are interrogated must say a slogan to pass. Several times, Sabrina wanted to burst out the Psychic on her body and hit him directly, but was stopped by Feng Che's look. Sabrina saw that although Feng Che slowed down before each level, he finally answered all kinds of passwords calmly. No, how on earth did Feng Che know the password here? Feng Che has been undercover for a while, Could it be that he stole the Alliance's password when he was undercover? Well, it should be. Sabrina thought to herself. Relying on Feng Che's eavesdropping ability and Sabrina's psychic, Feng Che and Sabrina came to the third floor of the flame passage without any risk. There is an entrance here, but Feng Che saw a young man with red hair and a bushido dress sitting in front of him. At this time, the young man was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. A Torkoal and Magcargo are practicing beside the bushido youth. It was him. Feng Che took a closer look and sighed secretly. As soon as Feng Che saw the red-haired young man, the plot about Yan Che instantly appeared in his mind. This person is called Yan Che, and he is a person with a strong sense of justice. However, at the moment of Groudon's resurrection, in order to save the residents of a small island, Yan Che took the initiative to act as a bait to divert Groudon's attention. In the end, he was wounded by Groudon's lava, and 95% of his skin was burned. Although he survived by luck, he was no longer a trainer. 95% of his sweat glands were burned. Because Yan Che is a fire-type elite, as long as he commands a fire-type Pokemon to fight, within 5 minutes, he will die from overheating his entire body. This is a respectable man. Although the person in front of him was in the hostile camp, Feng Che was full of respect for him. Orange-red flames wafted over the passage, and Torkoal and Magcargo were consuming these flames, their breath growing. Torkoal is very similar to a tortoise, with a hollow shell that burns endlessly hot coals. It has a black-gray circular stripe on its limbs and long neck, 3 claws on each foot, and a short tail on its back. The turtle shell is mainly black and gray, with 5 fiery red depressions around it, and a small hole at the top from which smoke can be ejected. Torkoal burns charcoal in its body to generate energy, and when in danger, it spews smoke from its nostrils and back, confounding opponents. Torkoal can exhale smoke from its nostrils and the top of the turtle's shell and make a train whistle-like sound. Torkoal can travel on the rapid spin and wrap his body in flames, blasting at his enemies. The Torkoal is the size of a millstone, with its limbs tucked into its shell, only its head sticking out to bite the ember floating in the air. Magcargo is very similar to Slugma. The difference is that Magcargo has a snail shell made of cooled volcanic rock. The snail's shell is flickering with flames, and Magcargo will be a bit bigger. It was only heard that Magcargo issued a roar like a dragon. This Magcargo has dragon blood, so Magcargo can roar like a dragon. Feng Che looked at the Magcargo and thought to himself. Afterwards, Feng Che started a system scan on Torkoal and Magcargo. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Torkoal close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Feature, sunshine. Open black lens bracket level, 73 close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Skills, swift 3.5, harden, glare, taunt, ember, rock throw, mist, yawn, harden, ancient power, amnesia, rock slide, body slam, heat wave, smoke, flamethrower, etc. Open black lens bracket status, leisure close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Torkoal that can move through rapid spin and has extremely strong defense capabilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Magcargo close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, body of fire. Open black lens bracket level, 73 close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire plus rock. Skills, ember, rock throw, mist, yawn, hard bang bang, ancient power, amnesia, rock slide, body slam, flamethrower, dragon pulse, rock tomb, rock polish, earth power, falling rock, ancient power, flame burst and other skills. Close black lens bracket. Status, full of energy. Evaluation. This is a Magcargo with dragon blood, so it can use some dragon skills. Close black lens bracket. These two Pokemon have reached elite level. Sabrina said with certainty. Once we attack him, the sound of the battle will definitely disturb the rest of the alliance. At that time, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. Feng Che nodded and added. Chapter 166 against Moltres. However, I thought of a way. Come out, Mr. Mime. Sabrina suddenly had a flash of inspiration and released Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime looks a bit like a human, with a pair of big palms. It has a sucker on all 5 of its fingers and looks like a funny clown. Mr. Mime can create walls out of air to defend against enemy attacks. Mr. Mime, surround this area. Mr. Mime heard Sabrina's order. He directly borrowed Psychic to move in the flame passage. It turns out that you asked Mr. Mime to create a transparent castle around it, using 2 layers of transparent walls to basically completely isolate the sound. Feng Che suddenly realized that this is also the principle of silent glass. When the sound wave encounters the glass, most of it will be reflected. At the same time, there is a certain vacuum between the glass and the glass, which can further block the transmission of sound. That's it. I didn't expect that. I just gave Mr. Mime an order, and you saw the mystery at once. But I didn't do it to play against him, but to keep him from noticing that we had entered where Moltres was. Sabrina said to Feng Che. Arriving here, I feel like I can reach the cave where Moltres is located via teleport. Sabrina closed her eyes and tried to run Psychic, and said to Feng Che. We have to hurry up, and it will be a bit big when Moltres is subdued. If this fire-type elite finds out our intentions, we will be attacked by the enemy. Sabrina finished speaking. She took Feng Che to use teleport directly to enter the location of Moltres. 17 inches. Hey, why do I feel something is wrong? Fire-type elite Yanch suddenly opened his eyes, and he looked around. Torkoal, Magcargo, do you feel something is wrong? Yanche asked at his Pokemon. Torkoal and Magcargo both shook their heads. Really, there is nothing unusual around. Why do I always feel uneasy? Yanche muttered and closed his eyes. Forget it. As long as I finish this task, I can go back to the Kanto Alliance headquarters to continue my practice. Yanche is the substitute elite of the Kanto League. The so-called substitute elite refers to the strength of elite, but at this time there is no elite vacancy in the league. Unless a certain elite retires or is transferred from the Kanto Alliance, Yanche will have the opportunity to be promoted to become the elite of the Alliance, from dark to bright. However, the replacement elite can also apply to be transferred to another alliance. Yanche was previously transferred from the Kanto Alliance to the Hoenn Alliance as a fire elite. Cave where Moltres lives. Feng Che looked at this cave full of fire crystals with a shocked expression. The fire crystal is the crystal formed by the fire energy released by the raging fire after the flame energy around Moltres absorb. Moltres inhabits the crater, which is filled with various fiery crystals. The fire crystals shone with crystal light, illuminating the entire cave like a dream. There are orange fires all around here, the temperature is extremely high, and the ground is full of flowing magma. If it weren't for Sabrina and Feng Che being both psychic, they could have cut off the temperature of the flame and poisonous smoke, and the high temperature of nearly 2000 could burn Sabrina and Feng Che to ashes. It's a luxurious place where Moltres lives, but where did Moltres go? Sabrina looked around and saw no sign of Moltres. If I'm not mistaken, that flame floating in the air is Moltres. Although Feng Che has not seen Moltres with his own eyes. But Feng Che has seen the introduction of Moltres in the game. Moltres often turns into a flame floating in the air. Feng Che's words seemed to have disturbed Moltres, and the flames floating in the air spread out, and a phoenix roar uttered. Moltres is a bird-type Pokemon with red feathers. Moltres has a brown beak that is straight and pointed. The streamlined crown at the top of the head and the flaming tail are made of flames. Its wings are also covered in flaming feathers. It is a bird-type Pokemon that is said to be able to control fire. When Moltres is injured, he will enter the lava in the crater and burn his body to heal the wound. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Moltres close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Legend Blue. Characteristic, Body of Fire. Open black lens bracket level, 73 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Fire plus Rock. Skills, Gust, Glare, Ember, Safeguard, Wing Attack, Agility, Ancient Power, Flamethrower, Burnout, Air Slash, Roost, Heat Wave, Flame Burst and other skills. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket status. Rage close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Moltres with great flame talent. It likes to collect all kinds of flames and store it in its lair. Evolution in Moltres. Lair has a certain chance of comprehending Moltres, Flame of Life. Close black lens bracket. Moltres are Pokemon made of fire energy, and its feathers are all flaming flames. Sabrina threw the Pokeball and released 2 Alakazams from it. Yoshi, isn't this Feng Che? Long time no see. Old Alakazam floated cross-legged in the air, looking at Feng Che and saying hello. So you two know each other? Sabrina said with a look of surprise. Understood, I was able to reach the peak of quasi-elite thanks to the potion provided by little friend Feng Che. Unfortunately, due to my qualifications, I still haven't been able to officially break through to elite. Old Alakazam said with some regret. The Catalpa. Moltres angrily looked at the 2 Pokemon who were reminiscing in its lair, and Moltres, who was ignored and neglected, let out a sharp cry in anger, and at the same time spewed a pillar of fire from his mouth. The pillar of fire fell directly on the volcanic rock, and it burned through the volcanic rock in an instant. Moltres, fire-type moves are very powerful, and they really deserve to be the legendary beasts. Old Alakazam, I need you this time. You and my Alakazam join forces to snipe Moltres. Feng Che, please be by your side to ensure that there are no interruptions. I must pay full attention when blessing Alakazam and Old Alakazam with Psychic. Sabrina finished speaking, her whole body emitted a light blue light, floating in the air. A large amount of Psychic poured out of her body and poured into Alakazam and Old Alakazam. Alakazam and the Old Alakazam suddenly burst out with great power. What's the matter? Why suddenly there is an extremely powerful pressure? What is Lord Yanche doing? The Alliance personnel who were on duty nearby asked nervously. Is there any problem with Moltres? Why doesn't Master Yanche react at all to such a big movement? The Alliance personnel only saw that Yanche was meditating cross-legged, calm and steady as Mount High. Looking at Lord Yanche's appearance, everything should be under his control. Yes, if there is an abnormality, Lord Yanche would have taken action long ago. Yes, he doesn't move and neither do we. People in the Alliance were talking about it. Yanche, who was practicing, didn't notice anything wrong at this time, because the air wall that Mr. Mime of Sabrina had arranged around Yanche was blocking all interference. Unless there is a collapse-level vibration in the entire flame passage, it is possible to wake up Yanche. Moltres deserves to be one of the most beautiful bird Pokemon in legend. I saw Moltres waving his fiercely burning wings, and the dark cave was instantly lit up. Numerous sparks fell from Moltres' wings, as dazzling as fireworks. The moment these seemingly beautiful Mars landed on the volcanic rock, a dazzling white light erupted, followed by plumes of blue smoke from the volcanic rock. The entire volcano began to splash, and large clumps of magma surged up, and the lava burst into palm-sized bubbles. After the bubbles burst, a strong smell of sulfur was produced. 017 The sky began to turn into a fiery red. The temperature in the flame channel rises sharply. What the hell is going on here? How did Moltres get so angry all of a sudden? I don't know, Lord Yanche has been guarding it all the time. Logically speaking, if Moltres had an accident, Lord Yanche would go to appease Moltres. But I watched Lord Yanche sitting there motionless. I don't know what Lord Yanche was thinking. By the way, have you felt that the temperature in the flame passage has started to rise? I feel that it is a little difficult to breathe. Get out now. Everyone in the Alliance is talking about it. Don't we tell Yanchalit to retreat? One of the weak voices sounded. Stupid, he is a fire-type elite. No matter how the flame temperature rises, he can still escape. When the people of the Alliance ran outside, they also discovered the abnormality in the sky. Large groups of flames fell from the sky like meteors, hitting the ground and starting to burn violently. Run, run, run. The people of the Alliance were burned to the point of crying. Moltres' lair. Moltres opened his mouth wide, and a huge fire blast spat out of Moltres' mouth. Sabrina used Psychic to grab the fire blast hard, and Psychic formed a huge hand to grab the fire blast. The flames spread around and the surrounding temperature continued to rise. Alakazam, old Alakazam, teamed up for pre-future sight. Sabrina shouted through teleportation. A group of extremely large blue thoughts suddenly disappeared in the air. Then Alakazam and the old Alakazam teamed up to block Moltres' flamethrower with light screen. When no one was paying attention, Feng Che threw a Pokeball out. Lydon quietly rushed out of the Pokeball. Chapter 167_Runaway Moltres. Lydon, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Moltres' lair, which contains the various flames of Moltres, collection and Moltres, perception of fire energy. If you are here at evolution, there is a certain probability that you will be able to comprehend the fire of life. The fire of life has the effect of quickly healing your own injuries. If you can understand it, you can use the flames to restore your physical strength at any time during the battle. Feng Che spoke to Lydon's mind through voice transmission. Lydon knows that evolution is both a risk and an opportunity here. I saw Lydon raised his legs without hesitation, and followed the volcanic rock that had become extremely hot to the surging magma pool. Lydon, this is your chance. You can complete your evolution here. I'll come and pick you up after your evolution is complete. Feng Che spoke to Lydon's mind through voice transmission. Lydon nodded firmly, and jumped into the lava. Very well, Lydon's evolution has been resolved, and now the capture of Moltres must be resolved. Come out, Blue Jay, you guard Sabrina from being attacked by Moltres. Come on out, Aerodactyl, and we're in the fight against Moltres. Feng Che released the ancient Aerodactyl. After Aerodactyl came out of the Pokeball, he was about to roar, but Feng Che slapped him on the head with a slap. Don't be noisy, so as not to disturb others. If you really want to roar, keep your voice down. Feng Che said to Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl had no choice but to open his mouth and press his throat, making a sound like a kitten chirping. Moltres flapped his wings, and countless fire rains suddenly appeared in the sky, falling from the sky like sharp arrows. Moltres really deserves to be the legendary Pokémon, so powerful. Sabrina had Mr. Mime build a defensive wall to keep Moltres' rain of fire from the light screen. Sabrina watched as the light screen was burned red by the rain of fire, and then tore apart. Moltres' eyes, and it felt a terrifying force in the doll in front of him. Moltres, this human and her Pokémon are really strong. I have to get in first. Or should I just detonate this volcano and use the chaos to escape? If you detonate this volcano, wouldn't it interrupt Lydon evolution's chance? No, I have to find a way. After Feng Che overheard Moltres' voice, his brain quickly thought about countermeasures. Aerodactyl, rock blast at Moltres. Feng Che thought about it for a while and didn't think of a good solution. He could only let Aerodactyl interfere with Moltres' attention, leaving Moltres too busy to take care of himself. Moltres gradually noticed that the sky was full of khaki stones. Moltres, what the hell is this? How are these rocks floating in the air? Moltres, where is the Alliance's elite dead? I'm about to be captured, and I haven't come out yet. Moltres, as of now, if I can't win, I can't run. Later, I will directly use the flamethrower to attack, and then I will turn into a ball of fire and rush out. Moltres spewed a pillar of fire from his mouth, and the pillar of fire suddenly spread in the air to form 6 flaming dragons with claws rushing towards Alakazam and the old Alakazam. A milky white protective shield instantly appeared on Alakazam and the old Alakazam, and the 6 flaming dragons collided fiercely with Alakazam and the old Alakazam. The entire Dong Cave is a flaming flame. It was impossible to tell which flame was Moltres. No, Moltres is trying to escape. The flames here are all blindfolds created by Moltres, just to cover up the fact that it has escaped. Sabrina's eyes narrowed and she quickly said to everyone. Sabrina sat on the Blue Jay's back and directed Alakazam and old Alakazam to follow Moltres. Aerodactyl, we'll keep up. Feng Che patted Aerodactyl's head and said. Aerodactyl flapped its wings and caught up with Sabrina at breakneck speed. Feng Che felt the speed of Aerodactyl galloping. Sure enough, Aerodactyl's streamlined body is perfect for flying at high speeds in the air. Now that I'm out of the volcano, I'm also relieved. What the hell is Moltres thinking? Instead of fighting at his own home, he thinks about getting out of the fight. I've been worried just now that I've been fighting in Moltres' lair for too long. If this Alliance's fire-type elite finds something abnormal and joins the fight, then they'll be attacked by the enemy, and there's not much chance of winning. Feng Che thought to himself. Soon, Feng Che and Sabrina chased Moltres to a dry valley. Moltres, Karma, my perfect disguise has been discovered by humans. Moltres, the humans caught up so quickly. Moltres, I really don't show my power, you think I'm a rookie. Moltres, if it wasn't for my fear that our fight on the volcano would cause the volcano to erupt, I would never have thought of letting you go. Moltres, when I got to this empty place, I naturally had no scruples. Moltres, while outside, I can't use the power of the volcano, but the place is extremely dry and there are no major rivers around. Moltres, even if this little girl has a terrifying psychic, she is no match for me. Moltres pondered in his heart, and glanced at the human behind him with disdain. This Moltres is worried about an eruption. That's why we picked a place like this as our final battle. But in the absence of the volcano's hot geography, Froakie can interfere with Moltres in a small way. Come out, Froakie. Feng Che released Froakie. Froakie came out. There was a strange look on his face, a thoughtful look on his face. Froakie, strange, how do I feel that this place has a lot of water vapor? Froakie, but this is obviously a dry valley, so what's wrong? Froakie, let me see what's going on. Froakie closed his eyes, solemnly put his hand on the ground, and blue water-type energy emerged from his body. Froakie, can't be wrong, there's an underground river beneath here. Froakie, there is still a certain distance between this underground river and this place. If it can penetrate this place, the water flow of the underground river will rush out rapidly. Ooh, Moltres really dig a hole for himself and chose a place with an underground river. Feng Che thought about it, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Come out, Arbok. Feng Che directly released Ditto. Arbok, you follow Froakie to dig holes in the ground and wait for my command to spew out the water of the underground river. Feng Che told Ditto and Froakie. Damn, this Moltres is able to use the flames to continuously restore his strength and injuries. No matter how I attack, Moltres will recover in the next second unless I can knock Moltres down in one fell swoop. Although this is not a volcanic area, Moltres can't take advantage of the volcano, but Moltres' fire skills are very powerful. Every time I defend Moltres' skills, I will consume a lot of psychic. It's one and the other, and it's very possible that my psychic is exhausted and I can't capture Moltres successfully. There is only one Master Ball. Although it can conquer Pokémon 100%, the temperature of Moltres' body surface is as high as 5000. The moment Master Ball touches Moltres' body, it will melt directly. Only by weakening the layer of terrifying flames of Moltres, will there be a chance of truly subduing Moltres. Sabrina thought to herself. Feng Che, is there any way you can knock down Moltres in one go? Sabrina turned her head towards Feng Che's spiritual transmission. I have found a way, this is a valley with an underground river. I've sent his Pokémon secretly lurking underground. Wait a minute, when you look for a chance to weaken Moltres' protection, you can throw the Master Ball. Feng Che said calmly. Moltres chose a valley with an underground river. It seems that Moltres is determined to win. Sabrina thought to herself, a hint of joy in her eyes. Feng Che, then. Sabrina threw the Master Ball in her hand to Feng Che. Then Feng Che saw a small purple ball flying over from a distance. Feng Che reached out and caught the ball. It was Master Ball. I'll use my psychic to suppress Moltres later, and you'll have your Pokémon dig through the underground river. We're going to hit Moltres once again and we can't give it another chance to escape. Sabrina said firmly. Good. Feng Che nodded and replied. Flame Passage, it's not right, it's really not right, I know what's wrong. Compared to the past, it's surprisingly quiet today. No matter how much I meditate, it's impossible not to hear any noise at all. Yanche suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly. Magcargo, use flamethrower facing forward. Yanche always felt that the surrounding aura was wrong, so he told Magcargo. Magcargo opened his mouth and spit out flames from his mouth. The flames tackled the light screen under Mr. Mime, and the light screen instantly became red. Sure enough, I was hit, and I fell into the enemy's trap early in the morning. No, the enemy's target is Moltres. Moltres is in danger. Yanche stared at the red burning light screen with wide eyes angrily, and suddenly felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly threw a Pokeball. Come out, Infernape, use close combat. Infernape bursts out of the Pokeball, ripping apart Mr. Mime's light screen with just one punch. Sure enough, the surrounding temperature has risen. Light screen broke, Yanche felt a wave of heat hit his face, and he even faintly felt a tingling sensation of burning flames on his skin. It seems that the people from the Alliance have been evacuated long ago. Yanche hurriedly entered Moltres' lair, where Moltres had long since disappeared, and there were traces of battle everywhere. I don't know if it's too late, come out, Charizard. Yanche threw another Pokeball, and a huge Charizard rushed out of the Pokeball. Charizard, let's go. Yanche flew into the sky while sitting on Charizard's back. Chapter 168 Litten Evolution _ Charizard, you're most sensitive to the smell of fire. Help me find where Moltres has gone. Yanche said to Charizard. Charizard closed his eyes and focused on the fire breath left by Moltres, then flapped his wings and flew into the distance. Moltres morphed into a ball of fire, ramming through the air. Moltres, humph, as long as I'm in fire form, any physical attack has no effect on me. Moltres exudes extremely powerful heat, and the air in the entire valley becomes extraordinarily scorching hot. Right now, Froakie, dig straight through the passage to the underground river. Feng Che spoke to Froakie's mind through voice transmission. After Froakie heard Feng Che's words, its hands slammed into the ground, and the ground was torn apart, and a jet of water sprayed out from it, hitting Moltres just fine. Froakie precisely manipulated the water flow at the moment when the water column appeared, and jumped out of the water column. Moltres. Ah, how can there be so much water here? Moltres has a look of disbelief. Moltres was hit by a large amount of clean water, and cloudy white steam burst out of his body instantly. Moltres were instantly extinguished by nearly 80%. Just when Moltres was about to escape, it suddenly felt its wings froze, and with a look of astonishment, saw a large blue psychic wrapping itself around it. Moltres is blocked by Sabrina's powerful psychic, unable to move. Feng Che, right now, throw the Master Ball. Sabrina spoke to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. Feng Che nodded and smashed the Master Ball straight at Moltres. Moltres watched as the Master Ball slammed into it, and Moltres turned into a red light and was taken into the Pokeball. Finally got Moltres in Pokeball. No, let's go quickly. I feel that the Fire Element Elite has broken through my layout and is speeding in this direction. Sabrina's psychic at this time has already consumed most of it, and she is really unable to fight against the fire-type elite. Old Alakazam, do you still have psychic? If you have psychic, give us a ride. Sabrina waved to the Master Ball on the ground, and the Master Ball flew to Sabrina's hand. I still have some psychic left to support a teleport. Old Alakazam said to Sabrina. Okay, Feng Che, let's go. Feng Che and Sabrina teleport with the support of the old Alakazam's psychic. The next moment, Yan Che hurried over on Charizard. Damn, one step too late. Yan Che looked at the devastated valley, and was instantly furious. Moltres Lair. Litten strolled leisurely and contentedly in the center of the magma until it found a suitable place before stopping. The white light of evolution appeared on it. The huge fire energy is continuously entering Litten's body. Before meeting the current trainer, Litten had always hated the uncontrolled fire energy in his body, and he wished God would deprive him of his talent. This fundamentally uncontrollable talent will only make it a disaster in the eyes of others. Litten was originally a Pokemon that Giovanni was going to cultivate, but because Litten couldn't control the fire on it, he was abandoned by Giovanni. At that time, Litten felt that his entire world was plunged into darkness, and he felt that he was a Pokemon that everyone hated and avoided, a Pokemon destined to be abandoned. Just when Litten was about to give up completely, to his surprise, someone chose him. It will always remember that scene. Feng Che, don't choose this Litten has big flaws. I'll give you another chance to choose again. The Viper instructor persuaded bitterly. Litten was heartbroken after hearing the words of Instructor Viper. No, I've decided, it's this Litten. The boy in front of him said firmly. His determined look rekindled a fire of hope in Litten's dark world. But this Litten has no way to control its fire talent. Instructor Viper still wanted to try his best to dissuade the young man from being confused. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. The teenager smiled lightly, and Litten was released from the Pokeball. Looking at the boy who was smiling happily in front of him, Litten felt a heat in his heart, and his heart was moved by the boy. A warm current rose, filling its lonely and empty heart. At this moment, Litten suddenly felt that his talent was about to strike again. When Litten slumped to the ground, it found that the teenager didn't show a look of disgust like the other trainers. Instead, he said to himself with encouraging eyes, Litten, you will be fine, trust me. Litten became a young Pokemon, and at this time, Litten knew the name of his trainer, Feng Che. Litten fought his first battle with his trainer, after which the trainer fed himself the most delicious food he had ever had. Gradually, Litten successfully controlled his own fire using the methods taught by his trainer. Litten gradually discovered that his terrifying talent was no longer his stumbling block. You gave me warmth when I was most lost and helpless, and in the future BHDF, it's time for me to repay you. Litten absorbs the heat of the magma, while quietly comprehending the power contained in these flames. It has to become stronger and protect its trainers. Kanto Union Headquarters. Union Head Office. What are you talking about? Moltres was taken. I sent so much manpower and resources to prevent Team Rockets from taking Moltres. You told me that Moltres was actually subdued. What about the Flame Elite guarding Moltres? Why didn't you notice such a big movement? Damaranch's lungs are about to explode, his snarl echoes throughout the office. At this time, Damalanchi seemed to see the Team Rockets smiling smugly in front of him, wantonly mocking the incompetence of the Alliance. According to the news from the scene, the Yanch Elite guarding Moltres was blocked by a strange light screen, isolating his perception of Moltres. He also noticed something was wrong. After breaking the light screen, he realized the abnormality and quickly chased after him, but it was too late, and the person who arrested Moltres had already fled. We found traces of psychic use by Psychic at the scene, and we suspect that Psychic was involved in this incident. The Union prosecutor said respectfully to Damalanchi. Check, let me find out how the whole thing went. Team Rockets dared to overtake our alliance to capture Moltres. It was like a slap in the face, hard and hard. I have no choice but to fight back against Team Rockets. Damalanchi blew his beard. Glare said. The order goes on. Gyms in major cities will do their best to eliminate the poison of Team Rockets, and focus on finding Team Rockets for me. Damalanchi made a decision immediately. Captain Damalanchi, now Lorelei Elite and Bruno Elite are in Seafoam Islands, do you need support? The Union prosecutor asked Damalanchi. Not for now, there are 2 powerful elites in the Seafoam Islands, and Articuno in the Seafoam Islands is not so easy to be caught. Damalanchi waved his hand casually and gave the answer. Okay. The Union prosecutor nodded and walked out. Damalanchi leaned back in his chair and thought for a long time. Looking at the empty office, he suddenly said, what do you think about this matter? I think Team Rockets has the guts to take the Taunt League in public at this time. The 3 holy birds are not only important to Team Rockets, they are part of our plan. A hoarse voice sounded from the empty office. Our Kanto region has no mythical beasts, while Johto region has 2 mythical beasts. If we can manipulate the 3 holy birds, then we can grab a divine beast from Johto region and end our embarrassing position of not having divine beasts in the Kanto region. You must know that the Kanto region and the Johto region were called Kanto region at the beginning, and it was because the 2 regions were too large to be managed, so one continent was split into 2 regions. This has led to an embarrassing situation where there are no divine beasts in the Kanto region. As long as I can plunder a mythical beast from the Johto region, I will completely secure the position of the leader. A wicked smile appeared on Damalanchi's face. But now that Moltres has been taken away, Moltres was not really sincere with us. Otherwise we wouldn't have been turned down by it when we offered to take it with Pokeball. If we had conquered it earlier, there would have been so many things. Another shrill voice resounded in the room. Damarancy, if Articuno and Zapdos are taken down again, you may not be able to sit on the throne of the leader of the alliance. That guy Lance is protected by the Yulong family, so he's not afraid of us. But I heard that there seems to be some problems with the dragon's blood fruit tree, the sacred object of the royal dragon family, so now the royal dragon family is too busy to take care of itself. We can also choose to attack Yulong family now, which is also a huge force. Another suggested. Chapter 169 _ Return to the breeding house, rumors of quasi-god Pokemon eggs. I'll investigate the ins and outs of the whole thing first. Now our top priority is to find a way to plunder the divine beasts from the Johto region. The rest are small things. Sinnoh region Celestic Town, Unova region Dragon Town. These are the family of Yulong family. If we really attack Yulong family, I am afraid there will be a lot of obstacles. Damalanchi said solemnly. Cut, it's really boring, I'd better rest. Damalanchi's office suddenly returned to peace. Team Rocket's headquarters. As expected of Sabrina and Feng Che, they captured Moltres in such a short period of time. Send it to the lab, and let the Fuji professor study Moltres. Fuji professor has been talking to me for several months, and he wants to study the legendary 3 holy birds. Sabrina, you first put Moltres, Pokeball. Stay. Feng Che, you stay too, I have a new task for you to carry out. Giovanni signaled that Sabrina could leave. He turned his head and said suddenly to Feng Che. After Sabrina left, Giovanni told Feng Che the main content of the mission. You should know about Unova region, right? Giovanni asked Feng Che with earnest eyes. No, it's a region that's far from us. Feng Che replied directly. He had already faintly felt what Giovanni was going to do next. My superior is a brick in Giovanni's eyes. I can move it wherever I want. Doesn't it mean that I want to stay in the league as an undercover agent? This is about to be assigned to the Unova region again. Feng Che said quietly in his heart secretly rant. My purpose is for you to go to Unova region and find a way to infiltrate Unova region's underground organization, Team Plasma. Team Plasma is good at gene cloning technology. You need to help me copy the experimental data of Team Plasma. I want to give Fuji Professor a reference. I have already reserved the cruise ship to Unova region. 3 days later, get to Team Plasma, find a way to join them, and get us top-notch gene cloning technology. If you can learn this, Mewtwo's situation should improve a lot. This time your mission time is 3 months in total. No matter what method you use, I want to get the complete data in the hands of Team Plasma. Giovanni said solemnly to Feng Che. I understand, Mr. Giovanni, I will complete this task as soon as possible. Feng Che respected Giovanni, then turned and walked out of Giovanni's office. After Feng Che left, Sabrina, who had left, returned to Giovanni's office through teleport. Sabrina, sit down. What do you think of Feng Che's performance this time around? Giovanni asked casually. Very clever. If it weren't for him, this mission would not have been completed so smoothly. I would inevitably have to fight with the elite guarding Moltres. Sabrina's bright eyes rolled and said. The 3 sacred birds plan is not to be missed. Next, you have to develop a good relationship with Moltres. After losing Moltres, the Alliance is a lot more alert. Seafoam Islands, where Articuno is located, are now surrounded by people from the Alliance. Not even a fly can reach the Seafoam Islands. The water in the Alliance is very deep. The elite you saw in the Flame Channel this time should be something you haven't seen before, right? Even our intelligence department just learned not long ago that the Alliance is not only on the surface. 4 elites. The number of elites in reserve may exceed our expectations. So for us to win the final against the Alliance, the 3 of you have to break through to the elite class, Giovanni said expectantly. Actually, I'm already at the quasi-elite level now, and I've figured out how to get myself into the elite level now, Sabrina explained to Giovanni. Then it's better, Seafoam Islands, leave it to Koga to take care of yourself, and take your time to retreat and train Pokemon. Giovanni added. Okay, Chief. Sabrina nodded, then left Giovanni's office. After Feng Che came out of Giovanni's office, he went to the cultivation house in Celadon, Rainbow City. Chris just messaged him that she's caught too many Pokemons and her backpack is almost too full. When Feng Che came to the door of the Celadon Rainbow cultivation house, a cultivation house that had been wiped clean appeared in front of him. A Golduck is presenting flowers to passing girls at the entrance of the Celadon Rainbow breeding house. With a squinted expression, this Golduck greeted the passing ladies enthusiastically. It's really hard to move. Feng Che shook his head helplessly. Just then, Salazzle spat out a flaming whip and dragged Golduck into the breeding room. Feng Che walked into the cultivation house and saw that the cultivation house was kept in good order. Alina One was wiping the glass with a rag. When all the Pokemon saw Feng Che's return, they all ran to Feng Che's side with a look of joy. Golduck, I've been out for a while this time. Nothing happened to the breeding house, right? Feng Che spoke to Golduck's mind through voice transmission. Nothing happened, but there have been more and more people spying on the nursery lately, and I suspect they are having the idea of a nursery. Golduck replied to Feng Che. HMPH, the idea of hitting the Pokemon eggs in the breeding house. Feng Che snorted coldly. There is now a rumor in Celadon, Rainbow City that one of the Pokemon eggs in the Celadon, Rainbow breeding house is a quasi-god Pokemon egg. When the news got out, more people spy on the Celadon, Rainbow breeding house. Golduck said solemnly. I didn't expect that this lascivious duck swaggers around outside every day. And he really got a lot of information. It seems that the Pokemon egg has to be taken away as soon as possible. If someone steals the quasi-god Pokemon egg, I will cry without tears. Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. When I came back this time, there were 2 things. First, I arrested a dozen Miltanks. In the future, everyone's Moo milk will be supplied by Miltank in unlimited quantities. But one thing to note is that the Miltank leader is extremely capable of fighting, and it took me a lot of effort to catch this Miltank. After Feng Che gave a few words to Pokemon in the cultivation house, he came to the back mountain of the cultivation house. For flowers. The weeds that cultivated the hills behind the house have become more than 2 meters high because no one has cleaned them for a long time. Come out, Miltank. Feng Che released all the captured Miltanks. Miltank leader came out of the Pokeball. He looked around and gave Feng Che a meaningful look, then sat on the ground and grabbed the green grass and chewed it. Chief Miltank, the environment here is really good, and this trainer seems to have a charitable purpose. Finally, there is no need to hide in the east, and finally there is a safe and stable place to rest. At this moment, a 2-meter-sized Magikarp appeared on the lake. All the red scales on this Magikarp fell off, and the Magikarp at this time was covered with dense dragon scales. Magikarp's dragon bloodline concentration is extremely high, and if he can successfully evolve, his strength will suddenly skyrocket. When Feng Che returned to the cultivation house, he saw a spiky-headed boy appearing in the room of the cultivation house. This person is green. I'm sorry, I'm Feng Che, the person in charge of the cultivation house. The cultivation house is not open yet. Let's see if you can visit other cultivation houses. 0. Feng Che said to Green with a smile on his face. There was a problem with one of my Pokemons, and it was Miss Chiyoyuki from the Sky Cultivation House who asked me to come here to find you. Green said arrogantly. Green, I finally found you. Follow me for a battle. A dark-haired teenager hurries into the Celadon Rainbow Breeding House. Mr. Feng Che, why are you here? Red looked at Feng Che in surprise and said. This is my nurture house, which was recently auctioned off from the bank. Okay, Mr. Green, get your injured Pokemon out of the Pokeball. Feng Che turned his head and said to Green. Come out, Machamp. Green took out the Pokeball and released Machamp. I saw Machamp's hands drooping weakly. Machamps are Pokemon that resemble humans in appearance. It has the same skin color as Machop, and has a skeletal muscle structure very close to that of a human. Like Machoke, Machamp wears a gold belt and has a black pattern similar to briefs. Compared with Machoke, Machamp's biggest change is that he has 2 more hands and 2 toes. It still has 3 tile-like projections on its head. The eyes are reddish-brown with black pupils. It's a Pokemon with infinite power, but with 4 hands tangled when doing delicate work, the body moves faster than the brain. Machamp can throw 1,000 punches in 2 seconds with his well-developed 4 hands, and 1 hand has the power to move mountains, and the fighting moves made by 4 hands are almost unstoppable. I don't know why, but my Machamp has absolutely no strength in both hands and can't even lift it up. I checked at the Pokemon Center and Nurse Joy found nothing wrong and suggested that I go to the breeding house. I went to the Sky Cultivation House, and the Sky Cultivation House suggested that I go to the Celadon Rainbow Cultivation House to see the situation. Green followed Feng Che earnestly. I know you haven't opened a business right now. If you can cure Machamp, I owe you a favor. If you have any request, as long as it doesn't violate the principles, I can agree. Green said solemnly. And Chapter 170 Magikarp Evolution. He's my nemesis. If you can save Machamp, I owe you a favor. Red patted his chest and said. Since you both said so, then I can only try my best. Show me Machamp's test report first. Feng Che smiled and said to Green. Green took out a stack of test reports from his backpack and handed it to Feng Che. After Feng Che quickly read the test report, he came to a conclusion in his heart. Have you had Machamp doing some intense muscle training lately? Feng Che looked at Green and asked. That's right, recently, in order for Machamp to understand the meaning of Bullet Punch, I asked Machamp to do more muscle training. But after Machamp became unwell, he has stopped training for the past 2 days. Green nodded and said. That's right, it's because the concentrated, high-intensity training causes Machamp's body to deplete too many nutrients and not replenish them in time. Looking at the symptoms of Machamp, it is obvious that overtraining has caused periodic paralysis of hypokalemia, so Machamp's arms are sore and weak. Although Machamp's blood tests have now returned to normal, because Machamp's brain responds much more slowly than his body, the neurons that Machamp damaged due to paralysis have not recovered. 017 only needs to let Machamp rest for a while and supplement with some trace elements to repair neurons. This is not a big deal. I just happen to be free now. Green, Red, you should release all the Pokémon in your hands now. I'll check all of your Pokémons to see if there's anything wrong. Feng Che said to the two of them. Then trouble Mr. Feng Che. Green and Red said in unison, looking at each other and turning their heads away at the same time. Green released Charizard, Ninetales, Scyther, Golduck. Red released Pikachu, Poliwrath, Ivysaur, Aerodactyl, Snorlax, Gyarados. Feng Che performed a full-body check on Green and Red's Pokémon one by one. After a while, Feng Che finally finished all the inspections. Your Pokémon are all healthy, but there may be something wrong with the Pokémon recipes, causing the Pokémon's skin and hair to be duller. If things go on like this, it is very likely to hinder the growth of Pokémon, and even seriously affect the qualifications of Pokémon. Feng Che took out his brush and wrote down a few recipes for Pokéblocks. This is Pokéblocks, just feed Pokémon according to the Pokéblocks I opened, and use Pokéblocks to represent Pokémon food. Pokémon will feel more full and get more nutrition. Feng Che said to the two of them. Also, this is Machamp's formula for repairing damaged neurons. Feng Che said, and handed a formula to Green. Red, your Snorlax usually eats too much, and you are moderately obese. You should use Pokéblocks instead of Snorlax's staple food in the future. Feng Che patted Snorlax's round belly lightly and said with a smile. But isn't Snorlax afraid of hunger after eating so little? Red asked curiously. No, Pokéblocks can provide nutrition to Snorlax while suppressing Snorlax's desire to eat. Snorlax eats a lot because the food it eats is not targeted to provide it with the nutrients it needs, so it overeats. Quote. Feng Che explained. Red and Green nodded vaguely. Mr. Feng Che, please fight with me. Since the last time I played against your Froakie, I've been thinking about fighting you again. My Poliwrath has also evolved, so I want Mr. Feng Che to show your true strength and fight against me. Red pleaded with Feng Che. Okay, please follow me, the battle stage is in the backyard of the breeding house. Feng Che brought Green and Red to the backyard of the breeding house. Here Green sees a different Pokémon than a normal Scyther. I read it right, this is a Mantis chopping axe, a very rare species. Wow, there's even a unique Pokémon like Salazzle here. I read that right, there's even a Miltank here. Green had an incredible look on his face. Miltank is monopolized by Manjin Farm. It is absolutely impossible to introduce Pokémon from the Kanto region. I didn't expect that there are so many Miltanks in this breeding house. What is the origin of the person in charge of this cultivation house? Green thought to himself. In the lake, a huge Magikarp jumped out of the water. It landed in front of Feng Che, fluttering on the ground, and many water splashes fell on Feng Che's body. Feng Che touched the crown on Magikarp's head with his hand, and Magikarp looked satisfied. Mr. Feng Che, you have such a golden Magikarp here, it's really rare. Red's mouth opened wide. Haha, this is a huge Magikarp I bought on a cruise ship. I went on a trip before, and when I came back, I found that the scales of this Magikarp fell off and turned into a golden Magikarp. Feng Che patted Magikarp's head. Immediately, Magikarp's body emitted the white light of evolution, and Magikarp's volume kept expanding, and it didn't take long for a huge red Gyarados to appear in place. Feng Che knew very well in his heart that this Magikarp contained a Dragonite Dragon Ball. Dragonite Dragon Balls constantly activates the Dragon-type Pokémon bloodline lurking within Magikarp. Dragon Ball replaces the normal scales on Magikarp with Dragon Scales. After Magikarp's Dragon Scales are all replaced, Magikarp enters the evolution state. And with the power of Dragonite Dragon Ball, the Magikarp evolution process is very smooth and won't suffer as much as other Pokémon evolutions. Magikarp evolution is also extremely fast, and after a quarter of an hour, evolution became Gyarados. Gyarados is shaped like a dragon, and when it opens its mouth it looks like it's intimidating. It has red upward 3 horns on its head and a gray deck on its back. Gyarados has teeth as hard as crunch stone and scales as hard as Orberg. It can spit out the hyper beam continuously and burn up the surrounding area. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Gyarados heterochromatic close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic, cyan. Characteristic, overconfidence. Open black lens bracket level, 35 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water plus flight. Skills, bite, water leap, aqua tail, twister, hyper beam, hydro pump, flamethrower, frozen teeth, brine, vortex, rain dance, aqua tail, storm, dragon dance. Status, confident. Evaluation. This is a Gyarados with Dragonite Dragon Balls in its body, and has the terrifying ability to call the wind and call the rain. Close black lens bracket. Mr. Feng Che. I also own a Gyarados, the water-type Pokemon lent to me by the Misty Gym leader of Cerulean City. Why didn't these two Gyarados fight? Red suggested enthusiastically. No, my Gyarados has just completed the evolution, and I lost some of my stamina. Let's do it next time. Feng Che politely declined. Red, you send out a Pokemon of your own, let's learn from each other. Feng Che suggested to Red that as the person who was fighting against Red is the best way to increase friendship with Red. If you have a good relationship with the Son of Destiny in the Pokemon world, everything may go a lot smoother. Feng Che, you have to be careful, my mosquito coil frog has evolved into Poliwrath, but it is different now. Poliwrath is a blue bipedal Pokemon. It has strong arms with 3 fingers on its hands, appears to be wearing white gloves, and has no toes on its feet. Its eyes protruding from its head, often half open and half closed, appear focused. It has black mosquito coil-like patterns on its white belly, which are its exposed transparent internal organs. It has strong muscles in its arms and legs that don't get tired. When it swims, it uses all of its muscles. In addition, it can walk on water briefly. Poliwrath, what a powerful Pokemon. Since it's Poliwrath, it's you, come out Ivysaur. Feng Che released Ivysaur. So, Mr. Feng Che, you also own Ivysaur. Red said excitedly, making Feng Che feel like the stupid son of a landlord's family. Poliwrath, use bulk up. Red shouted at Poliwrath, and Poliwrath swelled his muscles all of a sudden. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip. Vine Whip suddenly protruded from Ivysaur's back, and the Vine Whip swam quickly on the ground, heading towards Poliwrath like a venomous snake. It's a lie, this Ivysaur can handle 16 Vine Whips. Only an adult Venusaur can handle 16 vines. This is too talented. Red was stunned as Ivysaur's Vine Whip surrounded Poliwrath in a hunt. Poliwrath, don't panic, freeze Ivysaur's Vine Whip attack with a 3.5 frozen fist. Red is a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers and wants to freeze Vine Whip directly. If it were a normal Pokemon, Poliwrath should have succeeded, but the windy Ivysaur is no ordinary Pokemon. When Poliwrath froze one of Ivysaur's Vine Whips, it was too late to throw a second punch, and the remaining Vine Whip tied Poliwrath firmly. Poliwrath, use Psybeam. Poliwrath held both hands, and an extremely cold freezing breath quickly froze Ivysaur. Mr. Feng Che, your Ivysaur is too powerful. If it wasn't for my Poliwrath using Psybeam, I wouldn't be able to defeat your Ivysaur. Red wiped a cold sweat and said. My Ivysaur hasn't been defeated yet. Feng Che smiled and snapped his fingers. Ivysaur, which had been frozen into ice cubes, broke through the ice, and its 16 Vine Whips were woven together to form a powerful mallet. Poliwrath only felt a huge black shadow appearing on his head, and the mallet smashed directly on Poliwrath's head, only to hear a rumbling sound, and a large cloud of smoke was raised on the ground. Cough cough cough. After the smoke cleared, a large pit appeared on the ground. Polyrath's head was swollen with a large lump, and he lay motionless at the bottom of the pit. Chapter 171_Learn the hot meow of the fire of life. Mr. Feng Chie's Pokemon is really good. You are next, Gyarados. Red released the Gyarados that Misty lent him. Red, don't forget, Mr. Feng Chie just promised to fight one Pokemon. Green snorted coldly. I'm sorry, Mr. Feng Chie, I'm a little too excited. Red said embarrassedly. When he was about to take back Gyarados, Feng Chie shook his head to stop it. Since you've already released Gyarados, let's play another round. Ivysaur, it's up to you, let's gain more experience for you. Feng Chie said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur nodded and saw a steady stream of pale green light emitting from Ivysaur's body, and countless grasses drilled out from the ground. Then Ivysaur's body was covered with a layer of saffron-colored light, and the place where Ivysaur had been frostbitten by Polyrath quickly healed. Ivysaur is back in the most perfect fighting shape. Gyarados, use the hydro pump. The high-pressure hydro pump spewed directly out of Gyarados' mouth and landed on Ivysaur. This is my modified skill, the high-pressure hydro pump. This high-pressure hydro pump can blast rocks into powder, and it also has absolute restraint on grass-type Pokemon. Red said with a smug look. The hydro pump from Red's Gyarados blasted the ground into ravines. Ivysaur, use the razor leaf to cut the power of the hydro pump. Feng Chie ordered. Shot out of Ivysaur's body. These leaves collided with the hydro pump, cutting the hydro pump into countless tiny water droplets. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Red said excitedly. But Red didn't notice that while Ivysaur was using the razor leaf, its Vine Whip had quietly submerged into the ground. By the time Red reacted, Vine Whip had already wrapped Gyarados around. I didn't even think that Vine Whip would rush out of the ground. I was planning to use Hyper Beam for Gyarados. Ivysaur used the Mega Drain on Gyarados, and Gyarados just felt as if his body was hollowed out and slammed to the ground. It's accepted, Red, if you want to fight in the future, you can come and find me at any time. Of course, the premise is that I am in the cultivation house. Feng Chie smiled at Red. Indigo Plateau Flame Passage. Because Moltres was captured, all the people in the Alliance withdrew. Moltres' lair, countless magma are still rising, but the owner of the lair has disappeared. Hot Meow suddenly opened his eyes, stood up in good spirits and rubbed his sharp claws. It can use various fire skills with ease. Hot Meow poked his head out of the lava. After seeing no one around, it quietly climbed out of the crater along the hot volcanic rock, and ran fast along the periphery of the crater until it stopped when it saw a smiling face mask and a black cloak. Hot Meow, I'm here to pick you up, you've grown a lot more than before. Feng Chie said with a smile. Hot Meow bowed his head. Meowth. Hot Meow is very similar to Litten, basically has the same color scheme, is bigger in size than Litten, has more determined eyes, and sharper claws. The color of the feathers in the middle of its head matches the color of the pattern on its forehead, and there is a constrict flame bell at the neck. There is something like a bell on the neck of the hot cat, which is the organ, flame bag, that can produce fire. The temperature of the flame bag will rise with the mood of the hot cat and shoot out flames, while making a loud sound like a bell. The hot cat will attack with the flames emitted by the bell. The cat fist, unleashed by its sturdy front feet, is powerful enough to bend an iron rod. Hot Meow's mane is an excellent sensory organ, able to see the surrounding environment even in dark places and sense the every move of one of the hidden enemies. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Hot Meow. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, female. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, legend. Dark cyan. Characteristic, intimidate. Open black lens bracket. Level, 38. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Skills, grab, growl, ember, roar, fury swipes, bite, fire fang, flamethrower, flare blitz, shadow claw, fake out, fire fang, double kick, will-o-wisp, facade, fire blast, body slam, fire of life. Open black lens bracket status. Healthy close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a hot cat that has learned the simple version of the fire of life. It can recover its injuries with the help of flames, and its endurance is stronger than that of ordinary fire-type Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Hot meow, let's continue to become stronger together in the future. Feng Che stretched out his hand to the hot meow, and the hot meow put its meat claws on Feng Che's hand. Come on, hot meow, we're going to Unova region. I just received information from the Bounty Hunter Guild that a Dano with excellent qualifications has appeared in the Dragon Land of Unova region. Many hunters from the Bounty Guild are heading to the Dragon Land. Let Dano be our partner at that time. Alright, Feng Che said with a smile. Kanto region, Vermilion City. Team Rocket's Captain Sifang Chuan was waiting on the dock. Boss, is that Superior again? Why are you going to Unova region all of a sudden? Hannah murmured as the cold wind blew. This is the order of the leader of Giovanni, you must not lose the chain. I finally got some friendship with this Superior. Sifang Chuan reprimanded to Hannah. Not long after, Feng Che arrived at the wharf of Dry Leaf Harbor. Hello Feng Che Superior, I'm Sifang Chuan. I'm in charge of taking you to the Unova region to carry out the mission this time. Sifang Chuan said respectfully to Feng Che. This time to Unova region, the journey is relatively long, and you may have to drift at sea for a while with Feng Che Superior. Sifang Chuan explained. It doesn't matter, you just start the boat. Feng Che knew why he had to go by water to perform his mission. This was to avoid revealing his identity. Only walking by water is the safest, and the least likely to be investigated for their identity. Feng Che Superior, I have 3 requests to emphasize to you. Sifang Chuan said to Feng Che seriously. Go ahead, I'll listen. Feng Che asked Sifang Chuan to say what he wanted to say. The first point, no matter what your status as Feng Che Superior is on the boat, I am the captain on the boat. Even Feng Che Superior, you have to obey my orders, but I can ensure the safety of Feng Che Superior to the greatest extent. At 2 o'clock, Feng Che Superior, you should know that walking on water is a very dangerous thing, especially if you may encounter the sea reefs and wild Pokemon attacks. Even if Feng Che Superior sees rare Pokemon at sea, if you are into a dangerous passage at sea, I will not stop the boat for you to capture Pokemon. Quote. Because in the vast sea, if you are a little careless, you will face death. I have old people and young people. I don't want your ship to be destroyed because of your wrong decision. The third point is when the ship encounters a wild Pokemon attack, please Feng Che Superior, you help. Sifang Chuan said to Feng Che the requirements of the ship with a serious expression. Feng Che understood that this was advice from an old captain who had experienced countless storms. Of course there's no problem, Captain Sifang Chuan, I'm a layman. I don't know anything about sailing and driving. I'll ask you for the next day. If you need me to do anything, you can tell me at any time. Feng Che nodded and said. Other things, I will not interfere with Feng Che Superior. After all, the only purpose of our voyage is to reach the Unova region safely. I will also tell Feng Che Superior about the problems we may encounter on the voyage, please come with me. Boat. Sifang Chuan made a gesture of please, and took Feng Che to the speedboat. This speedboat was the product of the largest shipyard in Hoenn region 3 years ago. The model is Seagull G20C30. This speedboat 017 has a total of 2 cabins. I made a public lounge in one cabin, and the other cabin is Feng Che Superior. The place where you rest is 10 square meters in total. I and the fireworks crew will take turns resting in the cab. Sifang Chuan welcomed Feng Che into the common room. There were all pots and pans in it, and the common room was cleaned very cleanly, which shows Sifang Chuan's intentions. On the wall of the common room hangs a huge nautical map of the world. Feng Che Superior, please look at this map. Our current location is in the Dry Leaf Port in the Kanto region. The place we're going is Driftvale City in the Unova region, which is the largest trading port in the Unova region. There are so many ships coming and going there and we won't be noticed when we enter Driftvale City. If we're lucky, we should be able to reach Driftvale City in 10 days. If we're unlucky, bad weather or the siege of wild Pokemon, it will take us nearly half a month to reach Driftvale City. We will pass through an area where waterspouts are frequent, and we will also pass through the breeding grounds of Sharpedo and the Ghost Sea where Jellicent exists. We will also pass through the Hoenn region for a short supply, and then continue to the Unova region. Me and Hannah the crew will try their best to ensure your safety at sea. Sifang Chuan said to Feng Che. Now is the time of the storm, Feng Che Superior, if you are not in a hurry, let's wait for the storm to pass before setting off. You can rest in the cabin for a while. Hannah and I will prepare dinner for you. Feng Che looked at the dim sky outside the ship and nodded. The sky outside was as dark as ink, with dark clouds covering the entire sky, and the gust of wind roared, setting off 2-meter-high waves pounding the coast. Immediately afterwards, heavy rain poured down, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and countless thunder lights fell from the sky like waving swords. Chapter 172_Gyarados Making Waves. Feng Che saw that although the huge waves were rolling outside, the inside of the cabin was stable with only slight shaking. I reinforced the hull and increased the weight of the boat. Although the diesel consumption will be higher than that of an ordinary speedboat, the safety factor will be much improved. Sifang Chuan saw some doubts in Feng Che's eyes, so he quickly explained to Feng Che Road. Feng Che came to the cabin that Sifang Chuan had prepared for him. The bedding here was all brand new, and it could be seen that Sifang Chuan was full of sincerity. Take this opportunity, let me take a look at the missions of the Bounty Hunters Guild and the missions of Team Rockets. Feng Che first entered the quest of the Bounty Hunter Guild. According to Feng Che's current Bounty Hunter level, Feng Che found that there were not many quests he could take. The most rewarding is the task of capturing highly qualified Goldeen. Some nobles will specially issue bounties to catch some Goldeen with different patterns or shapes on their bodies. Forget it, the level of the bounty hunter will be improved slowly in the future. It wasn't long before Feng Che passed the assessment of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and it was impossible to improve much in a short period of time. Feng Che clicked through the communicator in his hand to enter the intranet of Team Rockets. Because Feng Che's position is relatively high, most of the tasks that he can receive are tasks with high difficulty and high reward. Capture Gyarados and Sharpedo, unlimited repurchase, the mission will never be cancelled. This mission is not bad, I happen to be at sea, so let's focus on capturing Gyarados and Sharpedo. Feng Che took a brief look and accepted the mission. Now that Moltres has been captured, Articuno and Zapdos will be captured soon, according to Team Rocket's current progress. At that time, Team Rockets will unleash an unprecedented havoc in the city of Saffron. Giovanni should have underestimated the destructive power of the Man of Destiny. The assembly of the 3 holy birds he created was actually defeated by Red, Green, and Blue. The failure of the Saffron operation also caused Team Rockets to lose Sylph and the absolute control of the underground black market in Saffron City. Combined with Mewtwo's defection, these changes directly hurt Team Rockets and damaged their vitality. Team Rockets also achieved the strength to be able to completely wrestle with the Alliance after a period of latent recuperation. 4 Elite Rebellion followed, and the entire Kanto region was destroyed in a mess. Because of the rebellion of the 4 Elites, Damalanchi didn't have time to pay attention to Team Rockets, but it gave Team Rockets an opportunity to grow and develop secretly. Feng Che sorted out what was going to happen in the future for a moment, and secretly calculated. Next plan. In the evening, after a hearty dinner, the storm passed, and Sifang Chuan started the boat and headed towards the Unova region. In the early morning, a silver-white speedboat broke through the waves, and countless Mantikes were alerted by the speedboat, and jumped out of the sea and ran with the speedboat. Good morning, Feng Che Superior. After a night's sailing, we are close to the Johto waters, so you can see so many Mantikes jumping out of the sea. There is still some time, if you need to catch Mantike, I can reduce the speed of the boat. Sifang Chuan said to Feng Che with a smile on his face. After these two contacts with Feng Che, Sifengchuan found that Feng Che was quite good at talking. No, it's important to keep going, no need to slow down for me. As soon as Feng Che's words fell, a roar suddenly came from the sea, and a huge Gyarados jumped out of the sea. Gyarados are hordes of Sharpedo. My worst fears have arisen. Sifengchuan looked at the fierce battle ahead and said with a worried expression. How do you say this? Feng Che asked curiously. Sharpedo and Gyarados are fighting for the territory of this sea area. The two groups will fight each other until they are completely expelled from this sea area. If we bypass this sea area, we have to circle around the Johto region, which will take us more time. Sifengchuan said unwillingly. Captain Sifengchuan, what should we do? Are we going to detour now? Huo shouted to Sifengchuan from the cab. Sifengchuan is hesitating at this time. Once the detour is taken, the sea navigation time will be greatly increased, and the unknown risks may also be more. Captain Sifeng River, go straight through this sea, I have the confidence to defeat Gyarados and Sharpedo. When Sifeng River was in a dilemma and hesitated, Feng Che threw 3 Pokeballs and released Ivysaur, Aerodactyl and Gyarados. Feng Che superior, Gyarados and Sharpedo are very strong. If they can't match, we will retreat immediately. Sifengchuan clenched his fists and looked at Feng Che nervously. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Feng Che nodded. Sharpedo resembles a shark, with a bright blue and white body. It has 1 or 2 notches in its upper and lower fins, and has red eyes and black gills on the sides of its body. Most distinctive feature of the Sharpedo is the yellow 4-pointed star pattern on the top and tail. Sharpedo has sharp teeth that can even crunch iron, and can regenerate quickly even if broken. It will spray the inhaled seawater from the hole in the buttocks to achieve high-speed swimming in a short time, and the speed can be as high as 120 km per hour. Sharpedo is a bloodthirsty Pokémon, sensitive to the smell of blood. Sharpedo is known as the bully of the sea, and ships that enter its habitat will be attacked without exception. Aerodactyl, set the trap for Stealth Rock. Ivysaur, let these sea bullies feel your strength with the Vine Fist. Gyarados, summon your allies to fight Sharpedo together. Feng Che didn't want to directly taunt the two powerful clans, as that would only make himself vulnerable to the enemy, so he wasn't that stupid. He intends to use the approach of wooing one side and hitting the other. The windy Gyarados sank into the sea, and the red shell and huge size made other Gyarados fearful. Just listening to Feng Che's Gyarados let out a thunderous dragon roar. The Gyarados who had been lurking in the sea all emerged from the sea in the roar of Feng Che's Gyarados. Feng Che's Gyarados has Dragonite's Dragon Balls, exuding terrifying dragon power. These dragon powers are shocking these Gyarados, and even the original Gyarados leader succumbed to the dragon power emanating from Feng Che Gyarados. Just then, the Sharpedo leader surfaced. It sent out Snarl, and hundreds of hideous-looking Sharpedos surfaced. Leader Sharpedo, originally, Gyarados was a mass of loose sand, and I was about to be expelled from this sea area. I didn't expect a person to get in the way. Leader Sharpedo, looks like we need to get rid of this person who gets in the way. The leader of Sharpedo directed a part of Sharpedo to attack the speedboat where Feng Che was. Several Sharpedos jumped out of the sea, opening their bloody mouths. These Sharpedos are extremely large, about 2 meters in size. Feng Che felt a strong smell of blood emanating from these Sharpedo's bloody mouths. The besieged Sharpedo was smashed into the cheek by Ivysaur's giant vine fist. Sharpedo's eyes flashed with gold stars, his brain buzzed, and all his teeth fell out. With only a few thuds, these Sharpedos were directly smashed into the sea, splashing several huge splashes of water. After a while, the Sharpedos floated up on their stomachs, apparently fainted. Go on, Pokeball. Feng Che threw out a few Pokeballs and collected these Sharpedos with their belly turned into the Pokeball. Nice job, Ivysaur. Come on, try your new move, Ivysaur. Feng Che said to Ivysaur, and immediately the giant vine fists on Ivysaur's body opened to form 16 vine whips. Like a tentacle monster, Ivysaur swung the vine whip savagely at the surging Sharpedo. Ivysaur, use vine whip on the tip of Sharpedo's nose. The tip of the nose is the weakest part of Sharpedo. As long as the tip of the nose is hit, Sharpedo will fall into a brief syncope state. Ivysaur, also use leech seed on the Gyarados joint position. Feng Che whispered to Ivysaur's telepathy. Gyarados only saw countless green light spots emanating from the speedboat, but he didn't feel any pain on them. Gyarados didn't take the green light spots seriously, they sent shockwaves at Sharpedo. Roar! The dark clouds gradually gathered, the wind on the sea was getting stronger and stronger, and the 2-meter-high waves pounded the speedboat and pushed the speedboat into the distance. Dejao. Sharpedo, who was defeated by Ivysaur, was also captured by Feng Che with Pokeball. The wind-clear red Gyarados was struck by the lightning in the sky, emitting a golden light. At this time, the red Gyarados seemed to be wearing a layer of saffron armor, glittering with golden light and majestic. The red Gyarados of Feng Che awakened the electric property. With the help of the power of Dragonite Dragon Balls, Gyarados broke away from the sea and floated in the air to start making waves. A vortex suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and it became bigger and bigger. Whether it was Sharpedo or Gyarados, they would be caught in the vortex and lose their ability to fight. Strong winds and waves are stirring up this sea area. Dragonite's Dragon Ball is really an amazing item. It can make my red Gyarados make waves in the sea like a real dragon. With this red Gyarados, maybe I can conquer the dragon of Lance Crossing. Legion. Feng Che looked at the majestic red Gyarados on all sides of the sea with satisfaction and thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Leader Gyarados. I knew that this human was not really wanting to help hand us, but to capture us. Chief Gyarados. Gyarados will never be a slave. The leader of Gyarados let out a loud roar. These Gyarados, who were still working together to fight against the enemy with the red Gyarados, suddenly turned their heads and started attacking the red Gyarados. Chapter 173-A. Vortex, is exhausted. Gyarados group launched a hydro pump attack on the red Gyarados, and the hydro pump slammed into the red Gyarados. But the red Gyarados did not shy away, roaring with the leader of Gyarados in the air, letting the menacing hydro pump hit his scales. HMPH, Chief Gyarados, do you think I'm defenseless? Ivysaur can begin. Seeing his Gyarados being attacked by these ungrateful Gyarados, Feng Che turned his head and said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur nodded, and then a pale green light radiated from Ivysaur's body. The leech seed, which was originally spread on the scales of the Gyarados group, suddenly took root and sprouts continuously under the encouragement of Ivysaur. Gyarados were horrified to discover that many green vines had grown on their bodies. These vines are constantly absorbing Gyarados energy at an extremely fast rate. Saffron-colored shiny appeared on the Gyarados group. Leech seed continuously absorbed the physical strength of the Gyarados group and transmitted it to Ivysaur. Leader of Gyarados. Damn it, my whole body is so tender and numb, I knew there was a fraud. Leader Gyarados. HMPH, even if I shatter my body, I will knock you down first. Leader Gyarados. I'll let my people use Hyper Beam later. After Feng Che heard Gyarados' voice, he didn't panic at all, he was already prepared. Gyarados let out another roar. Hearing the order of the Gyarados leader, the Gyarados gave up their resistance one after another. They endured the pain of being hollowed out and were secretly gathering the power of Hyper Beam. When the Gyarados opened their mouths, ready to gush out the Hyper Beam, Ivysaur, who was already prepared, manipulated the vines to bind Gyarados' mouth tightly. Gyarados were miserable at this time, and the energy of the Hyper Beam that had been brewed was forced back into their stomachs, and a lot of green smoke even leaked from their mouths. Under the control of the wind-red Gyarados, the eddy tides on the sea surface are also getting bigger and bigger. Captain Sifengchuan, you need to drive the boat farther, otherwise the speedboat will not be able to get rid of the suction of the vortex. Feng Che said to Sifengchuan. After the speedboat reached the sea surface at a certain distance from the whirlpool, some Gyarados who had lost their strength began to plunge into the whirlpool. Leader Sharpedo, Humph, Gyarados, you thought a human trainer would be so kind to help hand you. Chief Sharpedo, after Gyarados are wiped out by human trainers, our Sharpedo tribe will be able to dominate the entire sea. As Chief Sharpedo prepares to stand by and watch, he finds himself unable to escape the shackles of the vortex. Leader Sharpedo, oops, the power of this vortex is so strong, I can't stand it anymore. The leader of Sharpedo secretly screamed that it was not good. He used all his strength to break free from the powerful attraction of the vortex, but his body could not stop moving gradually in the direction of the vortex. Struggling for a while, the Sharpedo leader was forced to get caught up in the vortex, which kept spinning with it. Chief Sharpedo, so dizzy, so dizzy. Gyarados, Aerodactyl, Hyper Beam for Vortices, Ivysaur, Solar Beam. Feng Che gave orders to Gyarados, Aerodactyl and Ivysaur. The red Gyarados took off in the air, and both it and the BHDF, Stone Pterosaur opened their mouths and spat out a beam of light like lightning. At this time, Ivysaur, who had already prepared the solar beam, also emitted a saffron-colored light. The two beams of light rushed towards the center of the vortex together, and the hyper beam and solar beam collided to produce a huge explosion. Suddenly, a huge water column appeared on the sea surface, and many Gyarados and Sharpedo were blasted out of the water by the power of the explosion. For a time, there was a storm in the entire sea area. The speedboat was bumping on the sea, and it took a while to calm down. Many Pokémon, Mantine, Mantike, Octillery, Gyarados, Sharpedo floated on the calm sea. The nearby water-type Pokémon was almost wiped out. Feng Che saw that Ivysaur's flower buds had already appeared pale green light, which was a precursor to Ivysaur's upcoming evolution. Looks like it's time to take a trip to the Garden of Impossible, where Ivysaur completes the final evolution. Come back, Ivysaur. Then it's time for the big harvest. Feng Che looked at the Pokémon all over the sea with a sense of accomplishment. Aerodactyl, take me over the sea. Aerodactyl dived from the air, grabbed Feng Che's shoulders tightly with his claws, and flew to the side of Red Gyarados with Feng Che. Feng Che opened the storage ring and took out a box of Pokeballs. I saw these Pokeballs floating in the air under the control of Feng Che's confusion, smashing towards the stunned Pokémon. Go, Pokeball! Feng Che used confusion to manipulate the Pokeball to collect all Gyarados and Sharpedo into the Pokeball. Highly qualified Pokémon are cultivated in breeding houses, and Sharpedo and Gyarados can live in lakes anyway. Pokémon with low qualifications should be handed over directly to Team Rockets to complete the task. After Feng Che put all the Pokémon he liked into the Pokeball, he followed Aerodactyl back to the deck of the speedboat. Feng Che Superior's strength is really terrifying, and he actually wiped out so many Gyarados and Sharpedo. Sifang Chuan was dumbfounded as he watched Feng Che take Gyarados and Sharpedo into his pocket, and thought to himself. He turned his head and found that Wahuo was looking at Feng Che greedily. Hannah, this is Team Rocket's superior, but don't hit him. Otherwise, wherever you escape, Team Rockets will arrest you. Sifang Chuan quietly warned Hannah with a solemn expression. By the way, Captain Sifang River, is there a suitable place for water-type Pokémon evolution around here? Feng Che asked suddenly. His Froakie is also on the verge of the upcoming evolution, and another purpose of Feng Che going out to sea is to find a suitable place for Froakie evolution. Sifang River, who has been drifting at sea for many years, must know a lot about the water-type Pokémon, so Feng Che tentatively asked the old captain. In the Hoenn region, I know a sanctuary suitable for the water-type Pokémon evolution, where the Hoenn region's mythical beast, Kyogre, once inhabited. There is a certain probability that evolution will receive Kyogre's blessing there. Sifang Chuan thought for a while and said to Feng Che. Will that place deviate from our course? Feng Che was instantly overjoyed. If what Sifang Chuan said was true, that place was really the best choice for Froakie evolution. It would be even better if it happened to be on the way this time. It's not far from the Hoenn region, just within the range of this route, it's in a cave called Haishen Island. If Fengche Superior wants the evolution water-type Pokemon, evolution is the best place there. Fengchuan smiled honestly. Okay, then let's go to Sea God Island first. Fengche made the decision without hesitation. After all, this is the best choice for Froakie. Team Rocket's headquarters. Lieutenant Serge was talking cordially with Chief Giovanni. There was already a saffron-colored master ball on Chief Giovanni's table. Well done, Lieutenant Serge. I didn't expect you to capture Zapdos so quickly. Giovanni praised Lieutenant Serge with joy on his face. I was able to capture Zapdos because I got a way to turn Magneton evolution into Magnezone. The Magnetons under my command have all evolved into Magnezones. With the power of the Magnezone absorb Zapdos, I forcibly drained the power of the Zapdos. Otherwise, a single blow from Zapdos would have knocked out my Magneton. Lieutenant Serge said with a lingering fear. This Zapdos had so much power in the power plant absorb that it even beat Lieutenant Serge's Electabuzz with 1,000,000 volts. Anyway, you've done a great job this time. Now we'll wait for Koga to capture Articuno, and after the 3 holy birds merge, our Team Rockets will be in charge of the beast. At that time, we will overturn the domination of the Alliance with no effort at all. Giovanni said triumphantly. Even after the failure of the 3 holy birds integration plan, we still have Mewtwo, 2 mythical beasts, at least one of them will succeed. That old guy Damalanchi, it's time to step down from the position of the leader of the Alliance. Giovanni burst into wanton laughter as he looked at the Zapdos, equipped Master Ball. Sabrina has recently developed a habit. Whenever the psychic in her body is about to run wild, she will inevitably inject a large amount of her excess psychic into Mewtwo. Mewtwo thrives on the support of Sabrina's psychic and the psychic crystals that Fuji Professor gathers around. Sabrina also found that after her psychic was Mewtwo absorbed, the psychic she cultivated would become more pure. At this time, Mewtwo was already 1 meter long and had a little flesh on his body. But Mewtwo kept Fengche's words in mind, and he couldn't let people see his strength, so Mewtwo pretended to be sick all the time. Let Fuji Professor, the old mother, just broke her heart. Lavender Town. Agatha is reclaiming the Ghost Army and is very busy. At this moment, she suddenly felt that there was another person behind her. Chapter 174-Mysterious Poseidon Island. Lance Crossing, I didn't expect you to be the first person to talk to me. I thought you would be the last one, but it's beyond my expectations. You, a person who has always been loyal to the Alliance, why did you finally have the idea of betraying the Alliance? Agatha unhurriedly put the Pokeball in her backpack, then turned her head and looked at Lance Crossing with intriguing eyes. Lance Crossing was leaning against a post at this time. My allegiance is to the League, not to Damalanchi alone. Seeing that after Damalanchi came to power and made the Alliance so smoky, I gave up. Lance Crossing explained with a nonchalant look on his face. It could be seen that he had made up his mind. Especially, in order to control the Yulong family, Damalanchi bought the senior management of Yulong family, and he wanted to attack Yulong family anytime and anywhere to complete the unification of the Kanto region. Lance Crossing suddenly gritted his teeth and said that the coveting and persecution of his mother family is absolutely unacceptable to him. What a scheming old guy, ah. But he's smart, but he was mistaken by smarts. Agatha walked over to Lance Crossing on crutches. You should gather the wild dragon-type Pokemon first. Lorelei is about to agree to my conditions, and Bruno has also been controlled by me. I know that Team Rockets has a plan to combine the 3 holy birds. As long as the 3 holy birds are combined into a whole, this 3-in-1 3 holy birds will exert the great power of ice, fire and electricity. According to my tip from Team Rockets, Zapdos has also been captured. It's just Articuno in the Seafoam Islands now. We can't be too hasty right now, accumulate food, and take the time to become king. So let's hide for now. When we put down the altar and summon the legendary beast, the Kanto region will fall into our hands. Agatha spoke his plan slowly, with a confident look. Lance Crossing nodded and didn't speak. After all, he had already made a decision in his heart and would not look back. Very good. Now that Lance Crossing has joined my team, the four elites are about to unite. Agatha thought to herself and couldn't help laughing. Her eyes were full of smugness. She felt that everything was going well recently, and everything was under her control. Fortunately, the dragon's blood fruit tree has returned to normal, otherwise the entire Yulong family will be in chaos. When I meet Feng Che again, I have to thank him. Acknowledge. Accurate. If. Water. First, fat. Semicolon comma dot single quote question mark. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. Lance Crossing looked at Agatha, who was laughing, and also had a lot of complaints against Damalanchi in his heart. In order to unify the Kanto region, Damalanchi did not hesitate to send someone to destroy the dragon blood fruit tree of Yulong family. If it weren't for Feng Che, the royal dragon family would have been hit by Damalanchi's nasty plot, and it would be in jeopardy. Lance Crossing thought to himself with lingering fears. 3 days later, a white yacht parked on the shore of an uninhabited island. This small island called Poseidon Island used to be a place where Kyogre was worshipped in ancient times. The ancestors of the residents who originally lived on this island were the first humans to worship Kyogre, and they won a lot of Kyogre rewards. It's just that due to various incidents, the residents of Poseidon Island migrated to Lily Cove City in the Hoenn region, and this Poseidon Island became deserted. I also came to Poseidon Island accidentally because I was hunting a rare Pokemon once, and discovered the existence of the Holy Land of Water. Sifang Chuan said with emotion. The top of Neptune Island is the place where Kyogre was once worshipped, and it was there that the ancients summoned Kyogre, the god of the sea. Unfortunately, after thousands of years of evolution, the once popular Poseidon Island has become an uninhabited place, and the majestic buildings have turned into ruins. Feng Che Superior, please follow me. The Holy Land of Water is still in a very extreme place on Poseidon Island. A hidden place. Sifang Chuan led Feng Che to the distance. Captain Sifang Chuan, no one else seems to know about this place, so there is only one person who knows the secret. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the rest of Team Rockets about this place? Feng Che asked curiously as he walked. Feng Che looked around the Sea God Island, and there was indeed no trace of a person. Feng Che wouldn't believe Captain Sifang Chuan's words so easily. He just wanted to see what medicine was being sold in Captain Sifang Chuan's gourd. The Holy Land of Water, such a secret holy place, was so easily told to a person who had not known each other for a few days. Feng Che really didn't believe in things like pie falling from the sky. After all, he and Sifang Chuan were just nodding acquaintances. Haha, I'll tell you the truth. I've seen your skills. This is equivalent to my investment in Feng Che Superior. When Feng Che Superior becomes a big man in Team Rockets, the two of us will ask Feng Che Superior takes care of you. Captain Sifang Chuan said with a smile. Feng Che didn't say anything, just nodded in response to Sifang Chuan. Even if I am the superior of Team Rockets, the celebrity in front of Giovanni, and Sifang Chuan wants to curry favor with me, the last Sharpedo submarine should have been the limit. I'm telling the truth. Feng Che still had a bad premonition. Unfortunately, my ability is only valid for Pokemon, and Sifang Chuan has never released his Pokemon. If there is Pokemon, I can use Pokemon's voice to find out what the Sifang River is planning. Poseidon Island I remember is the secret base of Hoenn region Team Aqua. The members of Team Aqua will come to Poseidon Island to worship. There should be a big secret in Poseidon Island. Feng Che thought to himself. This was why Feng Che wanted to come to this Sea God Island to find out. Feng Che has also thought of the countermeasures for a rainy day. He has psychic and can detect the surrounding movements in advance. Once found bad, Feng Che will use a small submarine to abscond. However, Feng Che has just observed that there is indeed no trace of human activities here, so the main force of Team Aqua should not be on Sea God Island. But it's really deserted here, and I haven't seen any trace of human activity here. Feng Che looked around, surrounded by towering trees. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, and his feet made a rustling sound when he stepped on the fallen leaves. Winggull Pelipper is flying in the sky. From time to time, a winggull burrows into the sea from the sky, and after a while, a whitebait the size of a thumb is swallowed into its belly. For flowers. The sound of the rattling winggull came from the sky, and the warm sea breeze blew slowly. Feng Che Superior, I used to want to settle on this quiet sea god island, and live a leisurely life watching the sunrise and sunset. When I have nothing to do, I just listen to the voice of winggull. Sifangchuan looked at the blue sky and white clouds with an intoxicated face, and his whole heart seemed to be sublimated. Poseidon's rays will spread throughout the Pokemon world. Sifangchuan's eyes suddenly became extremely frenzied, and he tried his best to lower his voice and said this sentence. Although Sifangchuan said these words in an extremely low voice, Feng Che, who possessed psychic, still heard it. Sifangchuan is a fanatical believer of the sea god. This ability to confuse the mind should come from the legendary monster of the sea, that is, the inferior product summoned by Jirachi. The reason why this island was abandoned is most likely that the residents of Sea God Island accidentally summoned sea monsters. That made Kyogre's rage give up on human beliefs. Feng Che calmly rolled a Pokeball down the leg of his trousers to the ground. 0. Immediately after, Ditto rushed out of the Pokeball. Ditto transformed into Yanmega and quietly followed behind Feng Che. Once Feng Che found out that something was wrong, Feng Che would notify Ditto to save him through teleportation. Sifangchuan took Feng Che for about half an hour before stopping at a remote corner. Feng Che looked up and saw that it was a huge cave, from which a thick mist of water was constantly emitting. The entire Dong cave is covered with faint blue crystals, emitting a splendid light like sapphire. It's here, Feng Che Superior, this is the Sea God's Cave. Entering this Dong cave, at the end of it is the Holy Land of Water. If your water-type Pokemon cultivates in the Holy Land of Water, it will be of great benefit. Sifangchuan he said respectfully to Feng Che. These blue crystals are all sea gems, and they are invaluable. Feng Che saw so many sea gems, and his heart was just about to move, and he wanted to pack all these sea gems away. The Sea Jewel is one of the water essences condensed from the powerful water-type Pokemon, which is of great benefit to the water-type Pokemon. Water-type Pokemon practice in an environment full of sea gems and will do more with less. It's okay to practice here, but if you want to take the gem of the sea will be angry. Sifangchuan said with a wry smile. He had never been moved by this huge wealth. If you don't believe Feng Che Superior, I can show it to you. Sifangchuan picked up a blue sea gem from the ground, and the originally sunny sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Strong wind, thunder and lightning. After Sifangchuan put down the gems, the sky suddenly became bright and sunny, as if everything was an illusion just now. This is too amazing, the ability to stir the climate, this sea god cave must have a big secret. Feng Che thought quietly. Feng Che Superior, you know now, why so many sea gems here have been left intact. Sifangchuan clapped the dust on his hands and walked into the sea god with Feng Che and Wahuo in the cave. And Chapter 175-Monster of the Sea. Sure enough, these two should have been manipulated by the monster of the sea. As soon as he entered the cave, Feng Che saw an alpha blue symbol appearing on the backs of Sifang River and Hanahuo's hands. The sea god cave was very humid, the sound of dripping water was everywhere, and the ground was wet. The sea god cave is full of sea gems, and even the stone pillars above the sea god cave are made of irregular sea gems. After walking for a while, Feng Che came to the end of the sea god's cave. What catches the eye is a huge altar with a height of 3 meters. The entire altar is carved from supergiant sea gems. The altar has 9 floors, each of which is carved with statues of all the mighty water-type Pokemon. There are Blastoise, Gyarados, Greninja and many more water-type Pokemon. Above the altar floats a sea blue gem with an alpha symbol appearing on it. A black phantom of Kyogre was quietly floating above the altar, Zero Sansan. Kyogre in the phantom was closing his eyes tightly. This is the monster of the sea. Sure enough, Sifang Chuan brought me to this altar of the sea just to use the power of the monsters of the sea to control my mind. After Feng Che looked at this phantom, he immediately felt the enormous pressure of the divine beast. 100. Feng Che was about to say something, but suddenly lost consciousness. After that, Feng Che's body froze, and he walked forward uncontrollably. He felt that he was walking towards the altar step by step like a doll. Kyogre's phantom suddenly opened his eyes. Feng Che saw the black airflow that kept surging in Kyogre's phantom. Haha, Feng Che superior, accept the gift of the sea god and become a member of the god of the sea. Sifang Chuan and Hanahu suddenly laughed. This black airflow wrapped Feng Che's whole body. An extremely huge energy invaded into Feng Che's mind. An alpha mark also appeared on Feng Che's forehead. The monster of the sea is continuously injecting energy into Feng Che's mind through the mark of alpha. At this moment, Unknown A, who had been possessing Feng Che's body, suddenly appeared in Feng Che's mind. It greedily absorbed the energy injected by the monsters of the sea, while exuding a special ripple, as if calling for its companions. 2 pictograph-like symbols flashed on the 9th floor of the altar, and they submerged into Feng Che's body under Unknown's call. The light blue energy disappeared the moment it invaded Feng Che's mind. Feng Che, who had lost his self-consciousness, also instantly regained his senses. This made Feng Che, who was already about to struggle violently, open his eyes suspiciously. What the hell is going on here? I wasn't controlled by the sea monster. Originally, Feng Che planned to let Ditto kidnap him if he found a monster of the sea after entering the altar, but Feng Che had not had time to issue an order, and was manipulated by the monster of the sea to board the altar. The monster of the sea, this human being has very good physical fitness and is a psychic person. If I live on him, I should be able to break through this imprison and walk freely in the Pokemon world. The monster of the sea. No, it's strange, how can my divine power be consumed so fast? I can transform dozens of human beings into my followers just by using the divine power in this human being. The monster of the sea. It shouldn't be, could it be that my divine power has declined? This is the voice of that sea monster. Now I can actually hear the voice of the beast. Could it be because the magical power of the monster of the sea just replenished my inner voice ability? Good man, no, it's a good monster. Feng Che couldn't help being overjoyed, secretly screaming cool. Feng Che has been looking for a way to expand his voice ability, but he did not expect to improve his voice ability under the influence of the sea monster's divine power. Feng Che quietly continued to pretend to be struggling with the sea monster's divine power, inducing the sea monster to continuously inject divine power into his mind. At this moment, a pink ooze was climbing up the altar a little bit, and its eyes were full of covetous look. The monster of the sea. Something is wrong. This person should be carrying a treasure to restrain me. He is not manipulated by divine power at all. He is deceiving my divine power. The monster of the sea. This guy who kills 1,000 knives. Give me back my power. The sea monster sensed that its divine power had shrunk by half, and was immediately furious. It burst out with extremely strong coercion, but at this time, the imprison of the altar was touched, and countless thunder and lightning struck the sea monster, and the sea monster sent out a tragic growl. The terrifying phantom of the monster floating above the altar suddenly shrunk in half. The monster of the sea. Damn imprison, if it wasn't for this imprison, I would have been king and hegemon in the Pokemon world. The monster of the sea. But it's too soon. My Alpha Sapphire is about to be condensed successfully, and then I can unseal the imprison of the altar. The monster of the sea. It's a pity, I spent most of my divine power, otherwise I would be able to speed up the formation of Alpha Sapphire. The body of the sea monster was tumbling in the sky. Feng Che found that the monster of the sea couldn't even maintain his body shape, and half of his body turned into black gas. I didn't expect that as a monster, it could condense Alpha Sapphire. I thought it was just an illusion created by a monster. I heard a rumor before, that the monster of the sea is actually the shadow of Kyogre, so the monster of the sea always wanted to find Kyogre and devour Kyogre to become the real sea god. Feng Che thought to himself. Sifangchuan, Hannah, release your Pokemon and intercept this person in front of you. The sea monster endured the pain and said. Feng Che felt bad, and quickly walked off the altar, only to see Sifangchuan and Wahuo emitting black gas from their entire bodies, looking at him with hideous eyes. Strange, where did this unreliable guy Ditto go? At a critical moment of 100,000 desperate, Ditto actually fell off the chain. Come out, Aerodactyl. Feng Che released Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl claws tightly grasped Feng Che's shoulders and flew out of the sea god cave. Sifangchuan, Huahuo, quickly catch up with this person. This person must have a big secret. If you catch him back, I will reward you. The monster of the sea roared fiercely. The monster of the sea, damn it, if I hadn't been hereby imprisoned and couldn't move, I would have killed this little ant. The monster of the sea, however, it's almost 3.5, and I'm about to succeed. As long as I condense this alpha sapphire, I will be able to get out of trouble completely. It seems that after obtaining the divine power of the sea monster, the range where I can hear my heart has also increased. Originally, Feng Che could only hear his inner voice within 50 meters, but now the range where he can hear his inner voice has more than doubled. The monster of the sea, stop, don't come here, don't touch my alpha sapphire. The monster of the sea, enter 10, no, how can you pickled thing, devour my alpha sapphire. The monster of the sea, what is this thing, why can it get close to my alpha sapphire? Stop it. The sea monster let out a piercing roar. Even Feng Che, who just flew out of the sea god's cave, felt the anger emanating from the sea monsters. Chapter 176 _ The monster of the sea that exploded in anger. At this moment, Sifangchuan and Wahuo were already chasing after Feng Che, and their faces were all hideous, and their eyes became scarlet. The alpha symbol appeared on the foreheads of Sifang River and Hannah, and black air flowed through their bodies. The two Swanas surrounded Feng Che in the air. Come out, my Pokemon. Sifangchuan released Ludicolo and Hanako released a sugar yo-yo. Not surprisingly, these Pokemons have alpha symbols on their foreheads. Swana resembles a bird in shape, and its body is mostly white. Its long beak is yellow, with a black part on the tip of the beak. It has two feathers that are connected together on its head, and it has feathers that are gathered forward on both sides of its head. Ludicolo is somewhat like a large pineapple. It has a large green broad-brimmed hat-like thing on its head, and a short, brown stem on top of it with a yellow, pointed upper part at the top. It has several dark yellow stripes on its body and green around its eyes. The Ludicolo has stout legs that are green in color and have a pattern of black ring-shaped spots on the soles of their feet. Surskit has a round blue body from which extend 4 slender legs. It has a yellow cap, with a yellow tentacle on it. Surskit's eyes are dark and round, with a semicircular pink marker underneath. These Pokemons all had black hair, their eyes were scarlet, and they stared at Feng Che with anger, like 17 puppets without any emotion. Feng Che Superior, we kindly invite you to join our team. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, and you have angered Lord Seagod. Sifangchuan said with a grim expression. Now Lord Poseidon is angry, and I will definitely be punished for my incompetence. So Feng Che Superior offended, go, Swana, use the water gun. Swana opened her mouth, and the water gun was as thick as a hydro pump. I didn't hear any of these Pokemon's thoughts at all, they should have been completely controlled by the sea monsters. But these Pokemon's water type skills have been enhanced, and even the water gun can use the hydro pump effect. If these Pokemons use the hydro pump, it could be as powerful as a giant wave. Feng Che frowned slightly and thought to himself. Aerodactyl flapped its wings and easily dodged Swana's attack. Sugar Yo-Yo, use Bubble Beam. Ludicolo, use Water Pulse. There were dense bubbles floating in the sky, which blocked Feng Chie's vision. "Come out, Blue Crow, use Stormwind," Feng Chie shouted to Blue Crow. The blue jay flapped its wings to blow the bubbles away, but Ludicolo's water pulse followed. Blue Crow uses a pointed drill. Feng Chie ordered immediately. The blue jay turned into a blue whirlwind and broke through the attack of the water pulse. The water pulse instantly collapsed, and the scattered water droplets wet both Feng Chie and Aerodactyl. "Swana, both use the hydro pump and let Feng Chie Superior see your power," Sifang Chuan shouted loudly. At this moment, a streamer rushed over from the side. It was Ditto who turned into Yanmega. Ditto used Storm on Swana. A huge twister suddenly appeared, flying sand and stone, and the violent wind swept Swana into it. The sugar yo-yo has the lightest weight. It tried to grab onto the raised rocks on the ground with both hands and feet, but was hit on the face by a small stone and was instantly involved in the storm. Sugar yo-yo. "Damn, Ludicolo, use Frenzy Plant to attack Aerodactyl," Sifang Chuan hurriedly shouted in exasperation. Ludicolo slapped the ground heavily with both hands, and countless huge vines poured out from the ground, woven into a giant web and rushed in the direction of Aerodactyl. Swana's body were rendered black by demonic energy, and when they flapped their wings, the black feathers hit the blue jay like a sharp blade. The blue jay used the sharp nose drill again to shuttle among these black-feathered sharp blades. Only heard a few beeps. The feathered blade slammed into the blue jay and made a sound like hitting Orberg. These feathered blades bounced off the reef by the sea, half submerged in the reef. "Aerodactyl, use Snarl," Feng Chie ordered. Aerodactyl opened his mouth and sent out Snarl at the giant vine net, which was shattered by Aerodactyl's roar. Countless fragments of vines fell to the ground. "Damn, Ludicolo uses Petal Dance," Sifang Chuan shouted at Ludicolo. But he was stunned to find Ludicolo stiff, standing still. Ludicolo's face was ashen, and he had already fainted. There was a wound on his stomach, and purple venom oozing from the wound. When was Ludicolo poisoned? Sifang Chuan looked at Feng Chie in a stunned manner. "Okay, Feng Chie Superior, you really have the means. I originally thought that with the blessing of Lord Sigurd's divine power, I would be able to draw a tie with you. I didn't expect my main force, Superior, to be defeated so quickly. Feng Chie Superior, that's a good way," Sifang Chuan said grimly. "Unfortunately, you can no longer escape the control of the sea monster," Feng Chie said coldly, looking at the puppet-like Sifang River. Swana was also injured by Yanmega and Blue Crow one after another, and fell on the sea without knowing her life or death. The monster of the sea, waste, really waste. I was defeated so easily. If so, become a part of my body. Feng Chie saw a large amount of black gas coming out of Sifang Chuan and Wahuo, and the black gas quickly submerged into the sea god's cave. Feng Chie watched Sifang River's spirit gradually decline, and he understood that it was the monster of the sea that was devouring the spirit of Sifang River. "Cough, Lord Monster of the Sea, let me tell you a word, it has always remembered you. You snatch the most important thing of Lord Monster of the Sea. When the sea monsters get out of trouble, it's time to harvest your life." After Sifang Chuan finished speaking, he and Wahuo's bodies turned into wisps of dust and fell to the ground. Even Sifang River's Pokemon. At this moment, Ditto, who transformed into Yanmega, fell to Feng Chie's side. "Ditto, where did you go just now? Do you know that I almost got cold just now?" Feng Chie shouted at Ditto with a look of resentment. Ditto's expression was stunned, as if he had been drinking a piece, and he had absolutely no memory of what he had just now. When it was waiting for Feng Chie's order, it suddenly lost consciousness, and when it woke up, it had already appeared on the periphery of the sea god's cave. Ditto suddenly spat out a huge sea gem. Feng Chie quickly looked up at the sky. As expected, the monster of the sea just now used a blinding technique. Once you pick up the gem of the sea and want to step out of the sea god's cave, an illusion will appear. This monster of the sea is not easy to deal with. It seems that the future Team Aqua is driven by the monster of the sea, and wants to find the real Kyogre and replace it. But this time, although the Holy Land of Water was not found, it unexpectedly improved. My ability to eavesdrop on my heart can be considered a gain. Feng Che said to himself. No, isn't this the Holy Land of Water? Feng Che turned his gaze towards the sea god's cave. According to the voice of the sea monster that I overheard just now, the sea monster is trapped in prison and cannot escape, and his power has been consumed by half now. In addition to my voice ability to restrain the sea monster, completely you can let Froakie complete the evolution here. This cave, which is full of sea gems, is definitely the best choice for water-type Pokemon evolution. Feng Che patted his head, and he really couldn't see Mount I. It almost went dark. Come on, let's go back to the sea god's cave. Feng Che said and then strode towards the sea god cave. The monster of the sea, I'm mad at me, really mad at me. It's really hard to steal the chicken and not lose the rice. Not only has the divine power consumed most of the time, but even the alpha sapphire that was finally condensed and completed was lost. The monster of the sea, this alpha sapphire took me thousands of years to condense successfully. The monster of the sea, unexpectedly, at a critical moment, a guy of unknown origin could break through imprison and take away the alpha sapphire. The monster of the sea, after 033 I'm out of trouble, I must find that guy and cut it down. I'm furious. After Feng Che heard the inner roar of the sea monster, he suddenly laughed. After hearing the footsteps, the sea monster, who was secretly depressed, looked up and his lungs were about to explode. It saw the human being in front of him looking at him with a smug look on his face. Come out, Gyarados, Froakie. Feng Che threw 2 Pokeballs. In this rich water-type Holy Land, you can quickly improve your level. Froakie, you are here, complete the evolution. Froakie looked at the phantom of Kyogre on his head with some fearful eyes. Froakie, the phantom on this makes me feel a huge coercion, which is many times stronger than my strength. Froakie, even such a powerful Pokemon was directly imprisoned by someone. Sure enough, you must be careful and cautious when you are walking in the rivers and lakes. Froakie lowered her head, closed her eyes, and began to close her eyes to rest, to get rid of the distracting thoughts in her heart. Then the white light of evolution appeared on Froakie's body. Abominable human, dare to complete Pokemon evolution in the Sea God Cave. Are you not afraid of being punished by the gods? This is the habitat of the gods. The sea monster sees Froakie completing the evolution here, and is furious, and it thinks it's a naked taunt against it. Anyway, you can't get out of imprison, and you will be restrained by me when you use your divine power. What other means do you have? Let's use it together. Feng Che put his arms around his arms, leaning on the stone pillar beside him, and said lazily. The monster of the sea, I'm mad at me, really mad at me. Damn it, if I hadn't used up most of my divine power, I could still summon a powerful water-type Pokemon under my control to deal with this arrogant guy. The monster of the sea, I can't do anything now, so angry. The body of the sea monster suddenly burst open, scattered into countless black smoke. Did the monster of the sea blow itself up with anger? Feng Che looked at the sea monster that had turned into countless black smoke, and said suspiciously. Chapter 177 Froakie Evolution. Feng Che looked at the disintegrating black smoke, and he couldn't help laughing. This monster of the sea is also real, can't you relax a little bit? Why do you dissipate the original phantom of your anger? Wait until Froakie completes evolution, these sea gems can't be missed. Feng Che looked around at the densely packed sea gems. This is the crystallization of the water essence accumulated by the sea monsters after thousands of years. Originally, the monsters of the sea wanted to break through imprison and build their own energy incarnations. Froakie turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and every time he took a breath, he could feel a large amount of water energy pouring into his lungs. An icy cold breath was flowing through his limbs. Froakie remembers that while pretending to be lame, this human was the only one who still steadfastly chose himself and taught himself Pokemon fighting skills all the time. The trainer provided himself with the best resources, made a unique bracelet for himself, risked his own life, and came to this dangerous island without hesitation. Froki feels that he is getting stronger step by step under the careful nurturing and coaching of the trainer. Froki knows that his current achievements cannot be separated from the coaching of the trainer and his own efforts. Froki, I'm going to be stronger, and when I'm stronger, I can fear nothing. Froki, I can also proudly say to everyone that I am the pride of trainers. Froki is enveloped in clumps of water energy. Feng Che found a place and sat down, guarding the Froki evolution, while listening to the voice of the sea monster. In case of a sudden change, the sea monster attacked Froki. Unova region. Castle of the Garter family. A blonde girl in a long pink dress was walking around the castle. This elegant and beautiful girl is Caitlin, one of the 4 elites of Unova region. At this time, Caitlin was elegantly instructing the maid to pack her luggage. Butler Sheelan knew that Caitlin had received a secret mission from the Alliance, requiring her to go to Team Plasma to investigate the disappearance of Champion Alder. The eldest lady has finally grown up, and I didn't even need to go with me when I went to perform the mission of the Alliance this time. Miss, do you really need me to go with you? Butler Sheelan said with tears in her eyes and some worry. Butler Sheelan, don't worry, it's just a small hidden mission. With my psychic Pokemon and my top psychic, it is impossible to miss. Caitlin looked at Steward Sheelan's appearance, and secretly raised his forehead. Speaking of which, my long hair is likely to reveal my identity. And my psychic, I have to imprison for a while. Caitlin gathered his hair, braided it in dreadlocks, and then tied it into a double ponytail. She changed out of the long skirt she often wore, and put on ripped pants and a skull shirt, looking like a hip-hop girl. Isn't my idiot brother Jod Tianchin back? How long will he stay in Team Rockets? Caitlin said with a pouting mouth. This generous brother really broke Caitlin's heart. With the help of family resources, Master Jod Tianchin is currently doing well in Team Rockets. He didn't come back because he was afraid that he would affect Miss Caitlin by joining Team Rockets. After all, Miss Caitlin is now the elite of the Alliance. And Master Jod Tianchin can also bring beneficial information to the family in Team Rockets, which is approved by the owner of the family. Yes, Master Jod Tianchin has grown up after all. Butler Sheelan sighed meaningfully. Butler Sheelan grew up watching Caitlin and Guardian Tianchin. The situation in Unova region is very tense now. Alder Champion was attacked by Team Plasma, and his life and death are unknown. Unova region has no one in charge. We 4 elites disagree with each other. If it wasn't for the notification from the Pokemon Alliance, I really don't want to get involved in this matter. Team Plasma is even more powerful than the Alliance now, but I don't know why Team Plasma is still hold your ground. So I must investigate what Team Plasma wants to do this time. It is rumored that the black and white double dragons have fallen into the hands of the king of Team Plasma. Caitlin said with a frown. Black and White Sangyang is a trainer who is strong and pure at heart. It is said that Wang En of Team Plasma is such a person. But according to the news from the Guardian family's channels, Team Plasma's Wang En is at odds with the current leader of Team Plasma and has been missing for a while. The internal division of Team Plasma is very serious now. The leader Koichi wants to capture the Unova Alliance, but En does not agree. Sheelan pushed his glasses and explained. Anyway, the foundation of our Guardian family is not in Unova region. If Team Plasma is big, we will leave Unova Elite. Steward Sheelan, I'm leaving, I'll ask you to take care of it here. A teleport in Caitlin has left the castle where the Garter family is located. Team Rocket's lab. Fuji Professional testing Mewtwo's data. It's weird, there's nothing unusual about the data on number 13. Why does number 13 still look so weak? The Fuji professor looked at the lethargic Mewtwo with a puzzled face. If I had access to Team Plasma Colres's work on cloning genes, maybe I'd be able to figure out what's wrong with Mewtwo. Fuji professor frowned and muttered to himself. At this moment he was feeling a little irritable. Mewtwo opened his eyes quietly, then closed them quickly. No one noticed Mewtwo's small movements. Sure enough, the method Feng Che taught me works, pretending to be weak and ill. Giovanni will lose confidence in me as long as it happens more than once. When the laboratory's security force is at its lowest, I will secretly seek an opportunity to escape. The good life is waiting for me. Mewtwo thought to herself. Because of the infusion of Sabrina Psychic, some precious psychic resources fed by Team Rocket's, Mewtwo's dosage has been much less. In order not to be discovered by the Fuji professor, Mewtwo hoarded these psychic resources in the space they had opened up. This makes it appear to others that Mewtwo is still weak and needs a lot of psychic supplies all the time. Sea God Cave. Over the course of the day and night, Froakie,'s form has changed. In this environment full of rich water-type energy, Frogadier did not experience much pain during the evolution process. Froakie is about to complete the evolution, and this time he went to Unova region to get the technology to clone the genes of Colress. Giovanni should have wanted to clone the 3 holy birds. Mewtwo is often ill now, and Giovanni's expectations for Mewtwo have dropped a lot. After all, a divine beast that may die at any time is more important than a divine beast that is about to succeed. Giovanni naturally has a scale in his heart. Although Giovanni demanded that Mewtwo be cultivated, once Mewtwo was of little value, Giovanni would immediately give up. This way, Mewtwo will have less difficulty breaking out of Team Rocket's cage, and my Master Ball will welcome its occupants. Feng Che secretly calculated that he had already made a plan to capture Mewtwo. He made Mewtwo pretend to be weak and sick from time to time, taking the opportunity to secretly absorb various psychic resources from Team Rocket's. After Mewtwo grows up, Feng Che will let Mewtwo show the strength of only an intermediate psychic. Giovanni will be disappointed when Team Rocket's put so much resources into Mewtwo and it doesn't have the desired effect. The monster of the sea. So angry, really angry, this person not only took my divine power, but also used the Sea Gem evolution Pokemon that I condensed. The monster of the sea. I can't help this human being in front of me, I'm really angry. The monster of the sea is imprisoned by the altar, and its greatest means is to transform humans and Pokemon into its followers through the divine power accumulated over thousands of years. However, the monster of the sea lost most of its divine power in Feng Che, and his followers Safang River and Hana were defeated by Feng Che. The monsters of the sea no longer dared to act rashly. The sea monster watched helplessly as Frogadier's aura continued to increase, and became even more annoyed. Feng Che quietly listened to the voice of this sea monster. Sure enough, the angry sea monsters still forcefully summoned a lot of water-type Pokemon. But these summoned water-type Pokemon were easily defeated by the windy Ivysaur. The failed water-type Pokemon naturally becomes the nourishment of the sea monsters. The monster of the sea also exploded several times in anger because of the constant encounters with Taunt, and its size has shrunk to a quarter compared to before. After the red Gyarados absorbed a large amount of water energy, its level was stabilized at the level of the advanced superior. After another half-day, Frogadier, who had completed evolution, opened his eyes well and gave Feng Che a weak cry. Frogadier, trainer, fortunately, I succeeded in evolution. Compared with Froakie, Frogadier's body color has changed, and his body has become tall and slender. It has 2 long arms, a raised head and 2 white spots on the nose. Like Froakie, Frogadier's neck is still covered in foam, and it looks like he's wearing a white scarf. Frogadier has excellent bounce power, even a 600-meter tower can reach the top in 1 minute. In the battle, it is good at jumping between trees and ceilings to avoid the opponent's attack. It also throws small foam-coated rocks to attack. Feng Che used the system identification on Froakie. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Frogadier close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, Shunga close black lens bracket. Qualification. Legend Dark Cyan. Characteristic. Change freely. Open black lens bracket level, 42 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Water. Skills. Grab, Glare, Water Gun, Rage, Water Pulse, Camouflage, Eye of Heart, Double Team, Throwing, Aerial Ace, Smackdown, Bounce, substitute, facade, skybeam, toxic spikes, toxic, surf, waterfall. Status, full of energy. Evaluation. This is a powerful frogadier. It has a special ability in the evolution of the sea god cave, which requires the trainer to explore by himself. Chapter 178 Am I a monster or are you a monster? Good. Frogadier breaks through to Senior Superior. Half of the Pokemon I have now have reached the Advanced Superior stage. After the sea monster saw Feng Che looking at the sea gems around for a while, he felt bad in his heart. However, my progress is too fast now, which may arouse Giovanni's suspicion. Still, pay attention to keeping a low profile in front of Giovanni as much as possible. Feng Che secretly analyzed that Feng Che, who is now in the black and white, must think about everything. However, there are so many sea gems here, which should be able to exchange for a lot of resources. Except for leaving some sea gems for Gyarados and Frogadier to practice. The rest of the sea gems can be exchanged for other Pokemon cultivation resources. Feng Che thoughtfully glanced at the sea gems scattered all over the sea god's cave. Sure enough, the next thing it was most worried about happened. Feng Che began to stuff the sea gems into the storage device. Humans, stop, this gem of the sea was condensed with thousands of years of painstaking efforts. The monster of the sea said angrily. Anyway, you can't break through imprison now, so I'll take these sea gems. Please continue to work hard. When I come next time, I hope this sea god cave will be filled with sea gems again. Feng Che's Frogadier turned into a blue light and shadow. Wherever it passed, sea gems fell one after another. Fall. Stop it, stop it. The sea monster's eyes were scarlet, and he watched helplessly as the greedy human in front of him took the sea gems into his pockets. The monster of the sea felt that one of the things he regretted the most in his life was to lead this human being to the sea god cave. This time, even the gem of the sea was brought to a pot by Feng Che. Human, I remember you. Once I get out of trouble, I will definitely mobilize all my followers to arrest you. Human, remember you, I will definitely avenge today's revenge. The sea monster rage let out a cry of blood, and then shed unsatisfactory tears. Feng Che listened to the sea monster's heart-piercing cry, and his face was a little strange. I feel like I've become a wicked person. Hey, the wicked person should be more wicked. Feng Che said and swept away the sea gems in the sea god cave. This human being is so abhorrent. After I recruited him, my sea gem, my alpha sapphire, and half of my divine power were all gone. Completely bald. How can there be such a vicious human being? The sea monster looked at the sea god's cave, which had become bare, and suddenly felt ashes. Aerodactyl, in order to prevent other victims from entering here, you have to work hard and directly use the hyper beam to completely destroy the entrance. Feng Che said to Aerodactyl after walking out of the sea god's cave. As a white beam of light bombarded the top of the sea god's cave, only a violent explosion was heard. The entire sea god cave shook, and the falling rocks completely covered the sea god cave. The monster of the sea, humans, my hatred with you will never be the same. After Feng Che finished doing this, he took Aerodactyl back into the Pokeball. It's a little troublesome. Sifang River and Wahuo have been swallowed by the monsters of the sea. I can't drive this speedboat. Feng Che could only scrape the materials on the speedboat and abandoned the speedboat on Sea God Island. Unova region can only be reached by submarine. Fortunately, I have already reached the Hoenn region. There is still halfway to reach Unova region, and the submarine can reach it. Feng Che thought secretly, and drove the submarine to the distance. Team Rocket's Giovanni office. The fourth general and the three cadres sat together on the sofa. The news came from the spies of the Alliance. Damalancy fell out with Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing and Damalanchi quarreled in public, and Lance Crossing slammed out of the door. Giovanni read the Team Rocket's spies back. Information. Leader Giovanni, is it possible that Lance Crossing and Damalancy played a scene for us? Archer asked Giovanni for a while. It's not a play. Damalanchi's ambition is huge. He wants to unify the Kanto region, and the obstacles in front of him are Yulong family and Team Rockets. He bought the clan elders of the royal dragon family, and attacked the dragon blood fruit tree, the sacred object of the royal dragon family. Giovanni was in a good mood at this time, he explained to Archer. The relationship between Lance Crossing and Damalanchi cannot be restored to the way it was before. With Damalanchi's temperament, Lance Crossing will not be restored. Lance Crossing is now in a state of not listening to public announcements or listening to tunes, so even if we take action against a city controlled by the Alliance, Lance Crossing will not intervene in this matter. He wants the Alliance to be as chaotic as possible, so that Damalanchi is too busy to take care of himself, so naturally he will not shoot at Yulong family. Giovanni analyzed to the crowd. The reason why I asked you 7 senior cadres to come together for a meeting this time is that the 3 Holy Birds project is about to start. It's still not enough that Articuno has not been caught. But it should be soon, since Lance Crossing quarreled with Damaranch, Lorelei of the Seafoam Islands has disappeared. Giovanni gave another piece of information. But we don't know who the elites are secretly in the Alliance. Even if Lance Crossing listens to the announcement or not, Damalanchi's subordinates are still crouching tigers, hidden dragons, we can't take it lightly. Athena said solemnly. It doesn't matter, Damalanchi cherishes his life the most. After the current 4 elites strike, Damalanchi will definitely put the dark side elites by his side to protect him. So as soon as Articuno is captured, we immediately start the 3 BHDF Holy Bird program. Giovanni gave clear instructions. 5 days later, Driftvale City. A submarine surfaced. Feng Che traveled day and night, and finally arrived at the pier of Driftvale City in the dark. Finally arrived at Driftvale City, but how to infiltrate Team Plasma, we have to find a chance. Feng Che walked out of the submarine wearing a smiling face mask and a black cloak. Go to the underground gang in Driftvale City to find opportunities. Feng Che's figure disappeared at the pier of Driftvale City under the cover of night. Boat Axe Bar. The Boat Axe Bar is the largest bar in Driftvale City and is full of thrill seekers of all kinds. The strong smell of tobacco and alcohol in the air, dim and flickering lights, loud and ear-piercing music, and frenzied crowds attract one lonely and needy soul after another. After Feng Che entered the bar, he ordered a cocktail. Then he sat on the bar of the bar, using psychic to listen for useful information in the noisy voice of the bar. A man dressed as a researcher is pulled into the bar by a group of friends. Ching Ma, what kind of research is your research institute conducting? It's mysterious. The researcher's friend ordered a dozen beers and asked the researcher. Hush, I signed a non-disclosure agreement at the institute, and I can't tell you about this. A mysterious look in the clear room. Hearing this, Feng Che immediately became interested. He secretly put the psychic brand on Ching Ma, took back the released psychic, and drank beside the bar by himself. Feng Che didn't leave the bar until Ching Ma was drunk. Feng Che secretly followed Ching Ma to a dilapidated apartment. There are all kinds of debris piled up in the corridors in this apartment. Feng Che came to the door of the apartment and used psychic to gently shake the lock cylinder of the door. Afterwards, Feng Che entered a neatly tidy room. There is a large bookshelf and a large bed in the room against the wall. The shelves are crammed with books on Pokemon genetics. Xingjian had already turned his face to red, and fell unconscious on the bed to sleep soundly. Feng Che opened Xingjian's laptop, and after some searching, he found an encrypted file. Feng Che unlocked the password after tapping on the keyboard for a while. The encrypted file contains information about the Pokemon clone. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be a researcher at Team Plasma. Feng Che put his hand on Qingma's forehead and used psychic to probe Qingma's recent memory. As expected, this guy is working in Kolres' lab, mostly in the Pokemon cloning department. It just so happens that I can get into Kolres' lab under the guise of this guy. Who would have thought that Kolres' lab wasn't actually on land, but on a shipping cruise ship? Team Plasma is so well disguised. Feng Che slowly removed his hand from Qingma's forehead, and he found that his current psychic could easily invade an ordinary person's brain. Next, I'm going to infiltrate Team Plasma disguised as Qingya. Fortunately, I also learned Pokemon genetics in the game, otherwise I wouldn't be able to operate the sophisticated equipment in Team Plasma, so I would be a helper. But it's shocking news that the unlucky guy Zeraora has been captured by Team Plasma. Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. This Zeraora is still a heterochromatic Pokemon, and I like it very much. If possible, I will abduct this Zeraora. However, this Zeraora was trapped at the bottom of the cabin, and there were heavy guards there. It was not an easy task for me to rescue Zeraora. I'll do the Team Rockets first, and then wait for the opportunity to rescue Zeraora. Feng Che thought secretly. Sorry, you may be frozen here for a while, Feng Che said, looking at Qingma lying on the bed. The next day. The clear room has been frozen in a huge block of ice by Feng Che. Chapter 179 Colres, S Test. The ice cubes in the frozen clear room will be unsealed on their own after 3 months. In the clear room frozen by the ice Vulpix, the body will not suffer any damage. After the unblocking, he was still like a normal person, as if time had been suspended for 3 months. According to Qingma's memory that Feng Che had discovered, the cruise ship would drift at sea for a month each time to conduct experiments. Every month cruise ships only stop at Driftvale City for a few days. Today is the day when the Qing dynasty went back to report. Feng Che used Ditto to copy Qingma's palm prints and pupils, disguised as Qingma, and came to the Driftvale City pier. After fingerprint authentication and iris authentication, Feng Che successfully entered Team Plasma's laboratory. Team Plasma's lab is huge, spanning several floors. In Qingma's current capacity, it would be difficult to meet Colres. According to Qingma's memory, Colres' computer stored a large amount of experimental data. And his computer is not connected to the lab's main system. So it's not an easy task for me to copy the data from Colres's computer. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che carefully observed the activities in the laboratory and found some patterns. In the lab, Team Plasma members patrol the lab with Pokemon every half hour to avoid accidents. Zeraora is detained at the bottom of the laboratory, and the room where Zeraora is detained will only be opened when Zeraora's blood is drawn. Feng Che was assigned to a number 38 workstation. His task today is to prepare the nutrient solution for breeding Pokemon genes. As soon as Feng Che looked up, he saw a pair of golden ponytails, one of which was dyed green, and a hip-hop girl in the shape of a clown girl was patrolling the laboratory. Her Pokemon is a Solosis. Solosis' body resembles a spherical cell, with a special green liquid enveloped by a cell membrane. The inside is a part that resembles a pale yellow nucleus with a quadrangular mouth in the nucleus. On the head is a small yellow spiral that resembles an organelle. Single egg nucleus. I didn't expect the trainer to be so bold and disguised as a member of Team Plasma. The words of the single egg nucleus shocked Feng Che. This is another spy. Who is this sacred? Feng Che looked at the hip-hop girl's back, and couldn't help but be a little stunned. The hip-hop girl seemed to sense Feng Che's strange gaze, and immediately turned her head to look in Feng Che's direction. Seeing the hip-hop girl turning back alertly, Feng Che hurriedly lowered his head and continued to work. Is this person discovering my true identity? Isn't it? Caitlin, who was dressed as a hip-hop girl, thought to herself. Using the network of the Guardian family, she found a girl who was somewhat similar to her and was in charge of patrol work in Team Plasma's laboratory. After using Psychic to read the girl's memory, Caitlin dressed up like this. Even people who are very familiar with Caitlin will not recognize her after seeing her look. It is said that Alder Champion was locked in this cabin by the people of Team Plasma. Let me investigate what happened. Caitlin's eyes stayed on Feng Che for a while, and then moved away. I'll be patrolling for the past few days. After I'm familiar with this cabin, I'll secretly search for Alder's whereabouts. Caitlin thought to himself. After half a month, Feng Che saw Team Plasma's chief researcher Colres appear in the laboratory. Everyone, stop the work at hand first. I have a genetic sample in my hand, who is free to process it now? Colres asked sharply at the crowd with a document. Everyone looked at each other and didn't speak. They knew Colres had a bad temper. If you mess up this genetic sample, Colres will throw it into the ocean to feed Sharpedo. At this moment, Feng Che raised his hand. Colres Professor, I am free to process this sample now. Feng Che said, pushing the glasses on his nose. Fine, then follow me. This genetic sample of mine is extremely rare. The precision of the instruments in your laboratory is not enough, which will affect my genetic sample. Colres said and turned to his laboratory. Colres, lab is at the bottom. Colres, lab is huge, about the size of a football field. This is very close to where Zeraora is being held. There are several cameras installed in the laboratory, aiming at all corners of the laboratory, without any monitoring blind spots. There are several Team Plasma personnel who are dedicated to closely guarding the door. Once the anomaly occurs, Team Plasma members who are guarding the door will rush into the laboratory. Colres' lab houses many large petri dishes. Volcarona, Hydreigon, Bisharp, Serperior, Emboar are all Pokemon in a petri dish. They have black patterns on their bodies. Feng Che saw these black patterns and immediately understood that these Pokemon were cloned Pokemon. Here's my genetic sample, let's see what to do with it. Colres lifted the lockbox in his hand and took out a white feather from it. This is the feather of the legendary dragon Reshiram. The legendary resource that we Team Plasma went to great lengths to find. You process this genetic sample. Colres hurriedly left, taking his laptop with him. In Colres' lab, there were surveillance videos everywhere, so Colres wasn't worried that Feng Che would do anything. At this point Colres has come to the monitoring room. Colres sat in front of the monitoring system and carefully observed Feng Che's movements. Colres, every time you let someone into your lab to process a sample, is it necessary for you to watch in the dark? The duty officer in the monitoring room knew Ben and Colres well and asked jokingly. Jian Ben, some things are invisible on the surface. A lot of people are now coveting Team Plasma's research. I want to carefully and secretly observe whether this person is a spy of the Alliance. What if precious information is stolen by the spy? Colres said solemnly. And my lab still has a lot of precious resources, it would be troublesome if it was guarded and stolen. It's not that I'm paranoid, it's called careful sailing. Colres frowned and said seriously. Aren't all our cameras secretly monitoring his every move? I can say your laboratory is the safest place to be. There are so many guards outside the door that not even a fly can get into the lab. Researchers entering the laboratory are not allowed to bring any storage equipment, and guards will search every time they enter and leave the laboratory. Isn't that enough? Do you have to watch this person's every move secretly? Don't be too nervous. Will Ben said incredulously. This is information from Qingma. Before he joined Team Plasma, he was a well-known Pokemon genetics researcher. 0. It is said that he is very good at genetic breeding of Pokemon, and he has led the cloning of several Pokemon, including the Royal 3. He is good at processing Pokemon gene samples, Pokemon gene activation, etc. Pass the information about the Qing room that will be investigated to Colres. After Colres checked the Qing room's information, he didn't see any problems. I'll keep an eye on it for a while. The feathers I gave him to Reshiram were just imitations. I'll take out the real Reshiram and Zekrom feathers only if I'm surreptitiously watching him without any problems. Colres finished speaking to Ben, and then continued to turn his head to look at the monitoring screen of the laboratory seriously. Colres, lab. Feng Che quietly glanced at the so-called Reshiram feather that Colres gave him. It shouldn't be Reshiram's feathers. When I haven't seen it, it's just a glued-on replica of Swanna's feathers. Although the workmanship is extremely delicate, there is still the coercion of divine beasts on it. But imitations are imitations, lacking the charm of the feathers of mythical beasts. Feng Che saw at a glance that this was a fake, and secretly complained in his heart. When Feng Che was in the Pokemon game, the light god beast had several feathers, how could he not know it was fake? Looks like Colress is guarding me. But Colress never imagined that as soon as he brought me into his laboratory, he would have already brought wolves into the room. Team Plasma is very strict. Before entering Colress' laboratory, a full-body search must be carried out to confirm that no storage equipment is brought before entry. Colress never imagined that Feng Che would hide the storage equipment in Ditto's body and bring it into the laboratory. The storage device is like a part of one's own body, which cannot be searched by the security check. Feng Che skillfully shreds the feathers of Reshiram to extract active cells. And pound. Chapter 180 _ Zeraora. Well, the man's manipulations are very skilled. It should be a man with many years of experience in genetic research. If there's nothing wrong with him, I'll let him handle Reshiram and Zekram's feathers for me. Colress secretly observed Feng Che's every move through surveillance. Master Colress, Master Koichisi is looking for you to make a video call. A Team Plasma member hurried to the monitoring room and spoke to Colress. What the hell is Koichisi looking for me now? Could it be that Koichisi has already found That's good enough to get Reshiram and Zekram's feathers in N's hands, Colress thought to himself. Then, Colress hurried to the conference room. Lord Quickus. Colress spoke respectfully to the actual controller of Team Plasma. Colress, how is the research on the clone of Phantom Beasts going? We're going to start a war with the Unova Alliance, and we need these cloned Eudemons to take the lead. Koichisi asked sharply. The current progress of the experiment is not good, and the cloned Phantom Beasts have a very short survival time. I plan to extract Zekram's cells, 0.33 inches, and combine them with the cells of the Phantom Beast Zeraora. Let's see if we can use Zekram's divine power to maintain the survival time of the cloned Zeraora. Colress said to Koichisi. Please increase your speed as soon as possible, Colress, there is not much time left for us. It is said that Team Rockets in the Kanto region has successfully cloned a mythical beast. If you can steal the technology of Team Rockets, it will definitely provide you with a favorable helping hand in cloning divine beasts. Koichisi rubbed his temples, he seemed to be very busy recently. Master Koichisi, will Master N return? I need more Zekram and Reshiram feathers, Colress asked tentatively. Don't mention this rebel to me, he said he doesn't agree with my philosophy. This rebel doesn't know where to go. Koichisi was about to be mad at N, and the mention of N made his head hurt. Colress, Zekram and Reshiram's feathers, I still have quite a bit of stock here. I will send someone to send these feathers to you as soon as possible, please hurry up with the research progress of cloned Eudemons. Although the divine beasts of the Unova region have been controlled by Nizi, there are also a lot of magical beasts under the control of the Unova Alliance, the Four Musketeers, Thunderous, Tornadus, Landorus. We don't have a certainty of victory, so we can only rely on you, Colress. Koichisi sighed after saying that. There is no consensus within Team Plasma right now. Some people propose to suspend your research, some support your research. As the leader, it's hard for me too, I hope you can understand me, Colress. Koichisi said with a weary face. I understand, Lord Koichisi, I will complete the research on cloned Eudemons as soon as possible. Colress nodded. I have other things to deal with right now, Colress, and I look forward to good news from you, Koichisi said before ending the video call. At this point Colress returned to his laboratory. Colress entered the laboratory, he saw Feng Che busy in front of the laboratory bench. Feng Che was seriously conducting cell extraction experiments, and Colress didn't even look up when he came in. The whole process is smooth and pleasing to the eye. Okay, let's suspend the processing of this sample. You have passed the assessment. Colress suddenly spoke to Feng Che. Okay, Mr. Colress. Feng Che stopped his work, and he was waiting for Kolres's words. Sure enough, Kolres has been watching. Well, very good, I've been pretending for a long time, and Kolres has approved it. Then the next step should be the experiment of cloning phantom beasts. Feng Che thought to himself. I have a very urgent task now, and that is the phantom beast experiment. But there are no more blood samples from the phantom beasts in the laboratory. Go to the room where the phantom beast Zeraora is held to draw Zeraora's blood. Kolres said to Feng Che with a blank expression. Be careful, you draw blood lightly. This Zeraora was captured in the Alola region with great effort by Team Plasma. This is the magnetic card for Zeraora. Only this magnetic card can open the room where Zeraora is held. Kolres handed the magnetic card to Feng Che. The moment Feng Che touched Kolres's finger, he quietly stole Kolres's fingerprint. Feng Che got the magnetic card, took the sampling equipment and turned around to go to the room where Zeraora was being held. The place where Zeraora is held is at the bottom of the cruise ship, not far from Kolres's laboratory. Team Plasma chose to hold Zeraora at the bottom of the cabin, which is really convenient for me. Feng Che thought to himself, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Feng Che came to the bottom layer of the cabin. More than a dozen robots the size of grains of rice quietly landed on the ground along the legs of Feng Che's trousers. Then the robots scattered and moved. These rice grain-sized robots are the latest from Team Rockets, with a powerful reconnaissance system built in. They will transmit the reconnaissance data to the terminal of Feng Che computer in real time. After Feng Che walked forward for a while, he came to the room where Zeraora was imprisoned. There are 2 heavy doors here. Next to the gate are 2 heavy rocket launchers. Each launch pad is equipped with 4 heavy rocket launchers, which are well equipped and guarded. As soon as Feng Che entered the door, the rocket launcher on the launch pad had already aimed at Feng Che. Feng Che took out the magnetic card given to him by Kolres and swiped it on the LCD screen. Permission verification succeeded. Kolres Professor, please enter. An electronically synthesized voice came from the LCD screen. Heavy weapons also canceled the lock-on on Feng Che. A stainless Orberg door, nearly a meter thick, opened. Feng Che saw Zeraora being held in a special container. The special container is a transparent superalloy metal container. In order to prevent Zeraora from escaping, Zeraora's hands and feet were bound in the container with superalloy chains. Zeraora is shaped like a cat that walks upright. It has blue pads on its hands, and some lightning-like blue or black patterns all over its body. Blue appears mainly on the upper body. It emits a large amount of current from the pads of the hands and feet, creating a powerful magnetic field. The power of this magnetic field also allows it to overcome gravity and float in the air in agility. It is said that its maximum movement speed is not inferior to that of falling thunder. Unlike ordinary electric-type Pokémon, it does not have organs in its body that can generate electricity. But it can store the electrical energy absorbed from the outside in the body and use it as its own electrical energy. When it uses a lot of electricity, the hair on its whole body stands up. Most of the hair on the average Zeraora is yellow. This Zeraora is a heterochromatic Pokémon with silvery white hair and looks particularly handsome. At this time, Zeraora's eyes were scarlet and extremely violent. Zeraora was very emotional after seeing Feng Che, and her eyes were full of fierce eyes. Countless silver white arcs spilled out of Zeraora's body. The superalloy chains were tensed by Zeraora's struggle, making a rustling sound. Zeraora, humans are not good things. Zeraora, I want to go out, give me back my freedom. The silver white arc was guided into a saffron-colored orb along the superalloy chain. To use the Thor orb as a container to absorb the current of Zeraora, Team Plasma is really rich. Feng Che couldn't help but sighed secretly. Thor orb is the top training resource for electric Pokémon. It can absorb the lightning essence of heaven and earth and supply electric Pokémon to practice. Qingyao, this Zeraora has lost its mind and is in a state of rage. I will release hypnotic gas in the container, and you will take the opportunity to draw Zeraora's blood. Kores's voice came from a corner of the room. As soon as Feng Che looked up, he saw the monitoring equipment in the corner. There are surveillance devices in all four corners of 3.5 in this room, closely monitoring Zeraora's every move. If I want to save Zeraora, I have to open this room with lightning speed and put Zeraora in the Pokeball. Feng Che thought to himself. White hypnotic gas emanated from the special container in which Zeraora was being held. Zeraora struggled to fall asleep. Feng Che approached the special container and carefully observed Zeraora. Zeraora's body is covered with dense pinholes, and its stature is abnormally thin. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Zeraora close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, Legend Dark Cyan. Characteristic, Power Storage. Open black lens bracket level, 53 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Electricity. Skills, Quick Attack, Fake Out, Power Up Punch, Grab, Thunder Shock, Spark, Snarl, Fury Swipes, Quick Guard, Slash, Volt Switch, Charge, Thunder Punch, Hone Claws, Discharge, Electro Ball, Outrage, Electric Field and other skills. Status, Pregnant. Evaluation. This is a Zeraora who has been pregnant for a period of time. Its state is not very good at this time, because the blood drawn from the body for a long time may lead to congenital insufficiency of Pokemon eggs. Chapter 181 Zeraora's Pokemon Egg _ This Zeraora is actually pregnant. Even if it is subdued, it will take a long time to recuperate. Feng Che thought to himself quietly. After Feng Che skillfully took a blood sample from Zeraora, he walked out of the room where Zeraora was being held without looking back. What Kores didn't notice was that just as Feng Che turned to leave the room where Zeraora was being held, several reconnaissance robots the size of grains of rice slipped through Feng Che's trousers and landed on the ground. This guy's mentality is very calm, unlike the useless guys from before. This kid, he doesn't feel pity or fear in the face of Zeraora at all, so he can focus on cultivating it. Kores looked at Feng Che's calm performance on the surveillance screen, and nodded secretly. This time Kores asked Feng Che to take Zeraora's blood sample. He did it on purpose. His purpose is to observe Feng Che's attitude and performance when sampling. Obviously, Feng Che passed the test of Kores. Then, it's up to Chief Quizzy to deliver Zekrom and Reshiram's feathers to my laboratory. At that time, Zekrom and Zeraora's cells can be combined to cultivate a unique phantom beast. Kores thought with a look of longing, and couldn't help laughing proudly. At night, Feng Che returned to his room to rest. He looked at the data transmitted by the rice grain robot, and roughly constructed the structure of the entire cabin on the computer. The steel plate at the bottom of this cabin is 217 meters thick. If it is a hot flame, it should be able to melt the steel plate. I heard from Kores today that Zekrom and Reshiram's feathers will be sent to the lab in a few days. Kores will extract the lightning gene from Zekrom's feather and integrate it into Zeraora's gene. It will eventually be a Pokemon egg, bred out of cloned Zeraora. Quote. According to Kores' vision, the bred Zeraora should be more powerful, and even capable of wielding Zekrom's Giga Lightning. Kores is indeed a genius in genetic research. Feng Che organized his thoughts and then closed the computer. The next day, Kores took Zekrom's pure black feather out of the safe. This feather is housed in a fine jade box. Kores carefully opened the jade box and brought Zekrom's feather to Feng Che. This is the legendary resource, Zekrom's feather. This feather contains Zekrom's God gene. If Zekrom's gene is extracted, and then Zekrom's gene about destruction thunder is intercepted and injected into Zeraora. How powerful will the newly born Zeraora become, so that I should be able to create the closest thing to a divine beast? You demons. Kolres said, glaring at Zekrom's feathers. In the Qing dynasty, you demons will be born from our hands. Although it's not as good as Team Rocket's, Fuji Professor, it's my lifelong dream to be able to clone and create mythical beasts. Kyoma, you have to be careful and don't have any accidents. If my dreams are ruined because of your reasons, I will also unceremoniously remove you. Kolres said to Kyoma with a stern expression. I understand, Lord Kolres, I will earnestly complete the work you arranged. Feng Che said respectfully. Now we're going to screen out Zekrom's genes for useful gene segments. It should be a long time. During this period, you stay in this laboratory as my assistant to complete this work with me. Kolres said to Feng Che. Okay, Lord Kolres. Feng Che nodded respectfully and replied. A month and a half later. At this time, Feng Che had become Kolres's first assistant. Kolres is very satisfied with his assistant. He didn't expect to find such a capable assistant in Team Plasma. Before that, Kolres's selected assistants were all kicked out by his grumpy temper in less than half a month. And the result of their research, a Zeraora Pokemon egg infused with Zekrom's genetic cells, has also been successfully born. This is the Pokemon egg of Zeraora that we successfully bred. We injected the gene fragments that were screened out during this time. I don't know if it will be successful in the end. This time is really hard for you, Qingma. Kolres is quite satisfied with Feng Che's performance during this period. Even with just one look from Kolres, Feng Che could know what he meant, and immediately handed over the tools Kolres needed. Feng Che looked at the 6 Pokemon eggs with clear lightning patterns in the petri dish in front of him. Feng Che was quite confident in his heart. Because during the breeding process of Pokemon eggs, Feng Che used the screening ability of the system. With the assistance of the system, Feng Che accurately found Zekrom's effective gene segment for controlling lightning from Zekrom's gene segment. And inject this gene into one of Zeraora's Pokemon eggs. It's time to act, otherwise I won't be able to leave. Feng Che thought to himself. As early as half a month ago, Feng Che had obtained all the information in Kolres's hands. It was only because of the completion of the cultivation of Zeraora Pokemon eggs that Feng Che stayed on this cruise ship for an extra month. During the time Feng Che stayed on the cruise ship, he also completely figured out the deployment of the cruise ship. Originally Feng Che planned to sneak from the laboratory to the deck, and then jump from the deck into the sea. However, Feng Che discovered that the upper deck of the cruise ship was filled with a large number of Team Plasma troops. There are also plenty of leopards patrolling the deck of the cruise ship. There are many swoobats flying back and forth in the sky. Once someone is evacuated from the air, they are attacked by Swoobat's ultrasound and psychic. Because Swoobat is patrolling in the air, once psychic is used, it will be discovered by Swoobat. In the sea there are Seismitoad and Sharpedo holding on. Once someone jumps into the sea, they are attacked by Seismitoad and Sharpedo. So if Feng Che wants to evacuate the cruise ship, the best way is to make a hole in the bottom of the ship and leave the yacht. Then use the submarine to get rid of Seismitoad and Sharpedo's attack. Damn, Alder Champion isn't on this ship at all, it's a trap set by Team Plasma. Caitlin cursed angrily. At this time, Caitlin has been trapped on the cruise ship by the people of Team Plasma. A large number of swoobats are interfering with Caitlin's psychic, making it impossible for Caitlin to use the teleport to leave the cruise. Damn, I was suddenly disturbed by the psychic united by Swoobat and couldn't get out of the range of this cruise ship. Caitlin said very upset. She also doesn't know how she was discovered by Team Plasma. These Team Plasma guys came up to arrest people if they didn't agree. If Caitlin hadn't exploded with a very strong psychic, he would have become the first elite in the Unova Alliance to be captured by Team Plasma. But the outbreak of Caitlin's psychic also caught the attention of Swoobat. Swoobat used psychic to interfere with Caitlin's psychic, forcibly interrupting the teleport that Caitlin was about to perform. This caused Caitlin to be attacked by psychic, and he could no longer use psychic for a short time. Now Caitlin is hiding in a remote corner. Solosis is covering her whereabouts at Helping Hand Caitlin. What the hell is going on? How is it so uproar on a cruise ship? Colress stormed out of the lab. Lord Colress, I'm sorry to disturb your experiment. We just checked out a person from the Alliance, and we are arresting this person at this time. The Team Plasma member in charge of the search said apologetically. Lord Colress, a request for video communication from Lord Quizzy. A member of the Plasma 033 team hurriedly came to Colress and reported to him. That old guy Koichi-C, what do you want to do? Colress walked to the conference room with a displeased expression. Feng Che placed a monitor on Colress' body and knew that Koichi-Z was looking for Colress. He knew that every time Quiches went to Colress, they would discuss it for at least half an hour. Colress is finally gone, and now is my chance to escape from Team Plasma. Feng Che poured a large amount of tranquilizer into the lab dish where the Pokémon was placed. This dose is enough to make Hydreigon and other Pokémon sleep for more than a month. Feng Che took out the signal jamming device from the bracelet. In this way, the video sent back from the monitoring in the laboratory to the monitoring room is the footage that Feng Che had already recorded. Ditto, time is running out, let's act quickly. Feng Che's face twitched, and the pink Ditto fell to the ground. Ditto slid quickly across the ground to the safe where Colress had kept his valuables. I saw Ditto's body embedded in the safe. With a snap, the safe was opened by Ditto. There are large and small jade boxes in the safe. It's too late to check what's in this jade box. Feng Che glanced directly through Psychic. After confirming that no tracker was placed in the jade box, he stuffed the jade box into the bracelet. Feng Che carefully placed a Pokémon egg with the Zekrom gene into the Pokémon incubator. This Pokémon egg is the Pokémon egg formed by Feng Che himself, after injecting Zekrom's gene sequence that controls lightning. Afterwards, Feng Che hurriedly left the laboratory. Before leaving, Feng Che planned to go to the room where Zeraora was being held to find an opportunity to rescue Zeraora. However, when Feng Che was about to enter the room where Zeraora was being held, he found that a large number of Team Plasma members appeared in front of the door of the room where Zeraora was being held. Chapter 182-Conquer Zeraora. Ditto, transformed into Colress, we're going to break through this dragon gate. Feng Che looked at Ditto firmly and said. Ditto climbed onto Feng Che's body and wriggled for a while. He turned into the appearance of Colress. Why are you here suddenly, Colress? Junbin, who was searching for Caitlin's whereabouts, asked with a puzzled face. I'll see if Zeraora has any problems. You should know that I have just recently completed the breeding of Zeraora Pokémon eggs. But I'm running out of Zeraora blood samples, and I need to get another Zeraora blood sample. Feng Che said calmly. Just as Feng Che was about to enter the room where Zeraora was being held, Zhang Ben's voice suddenly came from behind. Hold on, Colress. Feng Che's heart tensed immediately after Ben's sudden words. He was holding a Pokeball tightly in his lab coat pocket. Once he found out that the situation was wrong, Feng Che could at least throw the Pokeball as soon as possible to strike first. For security reasons, please do a palm print verification, said Ben to Feng Che according to the routine. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief at this time and let go of the Pokeball in his hand. No problem, it's better to be more cautious. I just wanted to say that the current guards are too slack, they don't even remind me to perform palm print verification. Feng Che said and put his palm on the LCD tablet that Ben was handed over. During the time he was working in the Colress lab, Feng Che used Ditto to copy Colress' palm prints early on, and naturally it wouldn't be revealed. After several scans of the LCD panel, an electronically synthesized sound is emitted. The palm print confirmation is successful, your identity is Colress Professor. After Feng Che confirmed the palm print, suddenly a call came from a distance. Sir, please come here, I have found the lurking person. At this time, Zhang Benkai hurriedly ran towards the distance with his hands. Damn, if Swoobit hadn't shattered my Pokeball switch, how could I be so embarrassed? At this time, Caitlin could only rely on Solosis for passive defense. Caitlin looked at the Team Plasma members who gathered around again. All of this seems to have come to an end. Single egg nuclei, again using teleport. Caitlin looked at the surrounding Team Plasma and said to the single egg nucleus. Caitlin's figure disappeared again with the nucleus of the single egg. Damn, the elites of this alliance are like peeking with us. Continue to search, be sure to catch the spies of this alliance. Jonbin said a little angrily. After going through layers of verification, Feng Che came to the room where Zeraora was imprisoned. Here he saw an unexpected person. That person was a hip-hop girl. Her Pokemon collapsed to the ground from overuse of teleport. The hip-hop girl also fell into a coma at this time. It's good enough to come to this room through teleport. I heard someone say she is the elite of the Alliance just now. The Pokemon she uses is a single egg cell nucleus. Could it be that she is Caitlin, the twin sister of Jade Tianqian? Feng Che could see at a glance that Caitlin lost consciousness because of the psychic backlash. It's Caitlin, yes. Feng Che saw Caitlin's disguise through psychic. Forget it, when I subdue Zeraora, for the love of Jade Tianqian, I'll take Caitlin out together. After entering the room where Zeraora was being held, Feng Che turned on the signal jammer. In order to deal with unexpected needs, Feng Che intercepted and kept a video in advance of Colress coming to the room where Zeraora was imprisoned to collect samples. At this time, the surveillance screen in the room where Zeraora was imprisoned in the surveillance room was exactly this video. Therefore, the current monitoring personnel cannot find the trace of Caitlin through monitoring at all. It's strange, there is no trace of that person from the Alliance. Where did she escape to? The members of Team Plasma in the monitoring room consulted the monitoring, but they never found any trace of Caitlin. At this point, Colress returned to the laboratory and found that the laboratory was empty. Colress shouted Qingma's name. Seeing that no one responded, Colress's heart sank for a moment. He saw the Pokemon in the petri dish fall asleep. There was one less Pokemon egg in Zeraora that he had bred. Damn, Zekrom and Reshiram's feathers are the priority. Colress opened the safe in a panic. The empty safe made Colress nearly faint. It's gone, it's all gone. Colress hurriedly pressed the lab's alarm button. Suddenly, the entire cruise ship was ringing with alarm bells. We haven't found the Alliance spy yet, what happened here? Ben frowned and said irritably. Report, Colress Professor pressed the alarm. He just came back from the video call with Master Kuichisi and found that the rare resources in the laboratory had disappeared. The initial suspicion was that it was an internal crime, and we were asked to find the clear room immediately. Team Plasma hurriedly spoke to Shogun. Colress says he's been on a video call with Lord Keisha's just now. Then who was that person who entered Zeraora's room just now? No, Zeraora is going to be released. Ben suddenly changed his face, and hurriedly rushed towards the room where Zeraora was. Haha, it's not so easy for you to enter this room now. I have planted a virus in the control system of the rocket launcher just now. Anyone or Pokemon who come into range of the rocket launcher will be hit by the rocket launcher. Just as Feng Che was about to drive to the passage leading to the room where Zeraora was imprisoned, a loud explosion sounded from inside. The entire cruise ship shook violently. What's the matter? What happened? He tried his best to stabilize his swaying body, and asked with a shocked face to the men who rushed over. Sir General, we don't know what happened. The rocket launcher suddenly fired a rocket and blew up a corner of the cabin. And as soon as any of us get close, we're going to be attacked by rockets. We have tried emergency braking procedures to stop the rocket launcher from attacking, but to no avail. Even if we cut off the power, the rocket launcher won't stop functioning. Ben's subordinate replied helplessly. At first, it was considered that if the ship was temporarily powered off, the rocket launcher would not be able to start smoothly, so we designed a separate power supply system for the rocket launcher. I know where this separate power supply is. When I cut the power, that guy's dead. He widened his angry eyes and said through gritted teeth. After more than a month, Feng Che saw that this Zeraora had lost weight even more, as if a gust of wind could knock it down. Come out, Ivysaur. Feng Che threw out the Pokeball and released Ivysaur. Ivysaur, slash this special container with razor leaf. Feng Che said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur flew out the razor leaf, which was like a few months of teeth, from the back, and flew towards the special container where Zeraora was being held. The special container is divided into 4 pieces by the razor leaf. Zeraora also easily escaped from the special container. Zeraora, humans are not good things. Zeraora even walks tremblingly because of the long-term power consumption of the Thor orb, and due to malnutrition. After Zeraora got out of the special container, well, he was captured by Ivysaur with Vine Whip. And fell asleep under the action of Ivysaur sleep powder. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che threw the Pokeball at Zeraora. Maybe it was because Zeraora was too weak, so after Zeraora was included in the Pokeball, he was subdued by Feng Che without any struggle. This Zeraora is too weak and too human-hating. It will be very difficult to persuade this Zeraora to trust humans. Feng Che patted his head with a headache. Come out, Hot Meow, use flamethrower on the ground. After Hot Meow rushed out of the Pokeball, a little spark was scattered all over her body. It sprayed flamethrower directly at the steel plate on the ground. The raging fire quickly transformed the steel plate into molten iron, which then slowly flowed into the sea and disappeared. Okay, that's it, Hot Meow, come on. Feng Che took out the small submarine from the bracelet and asked Ivysaur to put Caitlin on the seat of the small submarine. At this time, the power supply of the rocket launcher has been turned off. He was hurrying with Colress towards the room where Zeraora was being held. Chapter 183_Wonderful. Drink to get stronger. No one can steal from Team Plasma. No matter where you go to the ends of the earth, I will try my best to hunt you down. Colress said cursingly, furious at being betrayed by his most trusted assistant. We searched the whole cruise ship and couldn't find the female spy for that alliance. I'm sure that the people from that alliance should also be holding Zeraora's room now. Kyoma should also be a spy for the alliance. Ben said to Colress. It's just that I can't figure out why they hid in that room. Aren't they waiting to be caught in the urn? Ben scratched his head and said puzzledly. Maybe I think Zeraora is very rare, and I want to take it with me. Or we found that the whole ship has been trapped by us, and there is no other place to go. This kid is too self-sufficient. He has stolen so many rare treasures from the laboratory, and he is not satisfied. If you go to Zeraora's room, let him fly. Colress said viciously. It's a pity that this room has been manipulated by Qingjian, and we can't see what happened in that room at all. Zhang Ben said helplessly. This is Team Plasma's worst accident since its inception. Under Kui Kizi's fury, Zhang Ben is likely to be dismissed directly. At this time, the hot cat has burned through the bottom plate of the ship, and a large amount of seawater is pouring into this room. Come back, Hot Meow, thank you for your hard work. After Feng Che brought the hot cat back to the Pokeball, the seawater had already filled the entire room. Feng Che directly activated the submarine and sank into the sea through the gap in the boat. Sure enough, Team Plasma's 033 troops are mainly on the sea, and there are almost no water-type Pokemon patrolling the bottom of the ship. Feng Che thought to himself. Then Feng Che pinpointed a direction and galloped away. What's going on? Ben asked in shock. At this time, Ben and Colress had just arrived in front of the door where Zeraora was imprisoned, but they saw water flowing from the small crack of the door. It is reported that the video surveillance of Zeraora's room has been restored. This is the real-time image from inside. Ben's subordinate handed a tablet to Zhang Ben. I saw that the whole room was filled with seawater. Seawater poured into the cabin from a large hole. No, The people of this alliance actually cut a big hole in the bottom of the boat. We can't open this room yet, we must return to the shore. Call Seismitoad immediately to face the hole and use Psybeam. And we have been exposed here, and we must make an emergency landing. Kolres ordered quickly. Ching-ma, I don't know who you are, but I will never let you go. Kolres said through gritted teeth. At this time, Feng Che was driving a submarine at high speed on the seabed. At this moment, the submarine suddenly made an alarm sound. Damn, not enough electricity. This submarine has a device that can be powered by Pokemon charge. It's a pity that Feng Che currently only has an untamed Zeraora and a Zeraora-S Pokemon egg. Looks like I'm going to find a small island nearby to rest for a while. Let's find a way to see if we can tame Zeraora or conquer an electric Pokemon. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che used radar to detect it and found that there was just a small island near Fu Bhdf. Fengulan Island is an uninhabited island. This is an island where Pokemon migrate temporarily. There are a lot of fruit trees here, and it also attracts some bird Pokemon to settle on the island. In the morning, the dazzling sunlight poured into the sea through the clouds, and the blue sky appeared with wings of Wingull, looking for food everywhere. At this time, the wind was calm, and even the sound of the sea waves was extraordinarily light, as if the sea was still immersed in sleep, and the movements became extraordinarily light. Early morning is the busiest time of Fengulan Island. Many Pidgey and Pidgeotto are flying in the forest. Pidgey and Pidgeotto chatted and plucked the fruit. After these berries are Pidgey and Pidgeotto pluck, the berry seeds will fall to the ground from the excrement of Pidgey and Pidgeotto, so as to take root and sprout. Some Spheals were foraging on the beach, when suddenly a huge black shadow appeared on the sea. The shadow suddenly broke through the sea and Spheal scattered in fright. Huh, that's what the submarine is not good at. The power is insufficient, the upper limit of the battery capacity is low, and it needs to be charged from time to time. I was also careless. For long-distance travel, we should pay attention to whether the submarine has enough power. It makes us now I have fallen into this uninhabited island with nooks and crannies. Fortunately, this uninhabited island is relatively large, otherwise I would be miserable. Feng Che looked around the uninhabited island, then turned to look at Caitlin, who was sleeping soundly. You'll be fine, you can still sleep so soundly when you escape. Duosion, lift Caitlin from the submarine, we are going to rest on this island for a while. Feng Che glanced at Caitlin who was sleeping and said to Duosion. Afterwards, a blonde girl with a light and beautiful figure was lifted in the air by Duosion with Psychic. The girl slept sweetly, her curved eyebrows and long eyelashes trembled slightly, the warm sunlight sprinkled on her fair and flawless cheeks, revealing a touch of pink, and her thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. This girl is the legendary psychic elite Caitlin. At this moment, Caitlin frowned suddenly, and his body trembled involuntarily. Feng Che saw that Caitlin was in the process of psychic backlash at this time. Duosion, feed this spiritual potion to Caitlin. Feng Che took out the spiritual potion from the bracelet. This Duosion is Caitlin's single egg nucleus evolution. When I was in the submarine, I couldn't suppress the white light of evolution. Fortunately, Feng Che gave the single egg nucleus psychotropic medicine. The single egg nucleus was successfully crossing over the difficulties of evolution. Duosion's whole body is covered by a special cyan membrane. There is a white object at the corners of the cyan membrane, but it is more obvious on the head. It consists of two cell balls combined. Between the eyes is a pink object like a mouth with a black line over it. Duosion has had both hands since evolution. In addition to being a sphere, the cell ball has a downward extending triangle connected to the cell ball. Duosion can think the same thing with a divided brain, and the mental power released will be maximized. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Duosion close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent dark green. Characteristic, regeneration. Open black lens bracket level, 48 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket attribute, Psychic close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket G name. Confusion ideographic, protect ideographic, recover ideographic, endeavor ideographic, Psybeam ideographic, charm ideographic, Psyshock ideographic, light screen ideographic, reflect ideographic, ally switch ideographic, pain split ideographic, psychic ideographic, teleport ideographic, gravity chong ideographic, rest ideographic, safeguard ideographic, trick room ideographic, Psyshock ideographic, sleep talk denji name close black lens bracket. Status. Full of energy. Evaluation. Caitlin, S. Carefully cultivated second team players have good qualifications and good skills. Close black lens bracket. This duosion completed the final evolution under the clear helping hand. As long as Feng Che doesn't do anything that harms Caitlin, S. interests, duosion will follow Feng Che's orders. Duosion, you use psychic to hold Caitlin. Let's go into the forest and take a look. Feng Che walked into the lush forest. There are many common fruit trees here. Because of the hot weather on the uninhabited island, many tree fruits fell on the ground to rot and ferment, exuding a faint aroma of wine. As Feng Che walked, a towering dead tree appeared in front of him. But what makes Feng Che feel strange is that there is not a single Pokemon around this towering tree. The aroma of wine emanated from the tree. This should be the domain of a powerful Pokemon, and this Pokemon can even make wine. Feng Che saw a Farfetch'd flying from a distance holding a green onion. I saw it collected a bunch of tree fruit and put it on the ground. Then the Farfetch'd looked around with a sullen expression. The Pokemon, who were swept away by Farfetch'd's stern gazes around him, fled as if struck by lightning. It seems these Pokemon have learned a lot from Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd glanced at Feng Che fearfully. The duosion beside Feng Che made Farfetch'd feel a huge pressure. Farfetch'd, the Pokemon next to the human looks so strong. But if it doesn't rob me of my wine, I'll put up with it. Farfetch'd, if someone robs me of my wine, I'll fight for it. Farfetch'd then picked up the green onion that was nearly 1 meter long and smashed all the fruit he collected. Then he pulled out a bowl-sized cork from the big tree and threw all the mashed fruit into the tree hole. After a while, a strong aroma of wine floated out from the tree hole. Farfetch'd, well, my wine will be fermented in a while, and I have to prevent other Pokemon from stealing it during this time. Looks like a Farfetch'd who likes to drink. But judging from the color of this Farfetch'd and the 1 meter long green onion, it should be Galarigian Farfetch'd. Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd and thought to himself. Galar Farfetch'd is more robust than the average Farfetch'd, with darker feathers, sharper eyes, V-shaped markings that are more like eyebrows, and has been carrying green onions that have become huge. The green onion held by Farfetch'd is an important weapon of Farfetch'd. It can cut debris like a knife. It can also be used as food in extraordinary times. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Galarigian Farfetch'd close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent dark green. Characteristic. Sharp eyes. Open black lens bracket level. 42 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Normal plus flying. Skills. Peck, sand attack, glare, continuous slash, ii slash, aerial ace, air cutter, knock off, till, slash, swords dance, air slash, leaf blade, agility, brave bird, night slash, roost. Open black lens bracket status. Brewing close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a Farfetch'd with the feature that it will become stronger when you drink it. The more you drink, the stronger the Farfetch'd's combat effectiveness. You can try to cultivate this wonderful creature. Chapter 184 Awakened Evil Galar Form Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, which gets stronger when you drink. What the hell is this setting? Feng Che was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen such a bizarre setting. Just then an Escavalier and Axelgar came out of the forest. They looked fiercely at Farfetch'd. Escavalier, humph, this Farfetch'd stole so much of our tree fruit just to make tree fruit wine. Escavalier, I'm going to destroy the fruit of Farfetch'd, and let it dare to steal my fruit. Axelgar. Damn Farfetch'd, we finally got it. Axelgar. It turns out that this is where Farfetch'd makes tree wine. Escavalier is Carablast's evolution. It has the armor of a knight. It holds 2 knight lances in its hands and a knight helmet on its head. The whole body looks like it's wrapped in armor. But it can still be seen from the armor that its body is the blue skin and black face of the original Carablast. Escavalier is covered in Orberg shell, jumps back and forth at high speed, and attacks enemies with sharp spears in both hands. Since the back is the weak point of the Escavalier, it will constantly move in order to prevent the enemy from attacking the back. Axelgar is the evolution type of Shelmet. Axelgar after evolution became an upright Pokémon. It often stands on akimbo, as if it is wrapped in clothing, and its feet cannot be seen. Its head has the shape of a 4-pointed star, a spiral-shaped part can be seen on the top of the head, and there are 2 straps extending out from the back. With the heavy shell removed, Axelgar's stature looks lighter. It can be as agility as a ninja, and Axelgar also likes to hide in the dark to attack enemies. Axelgar, Green Qualification, Level 48 Escavalier, Green Qualification, Level 50. This Farfetch'd has provoked 2 such powerful enemies, I think Farfetch'd hangs this time. And this Farfetch'd has to guard the dead tree where it makes wine, which is Farfetch'd's Achilles heel. Feng Che looked at the 3 Pokémon in a tense confrontation from a distance. Farfetch'd, oops, how did Axelgar and Escavalier find this place? I was so careless. Farfetch'd, this tree fruit wine hasn't been brewed yet, damn it. At this critical moment, the 2 of them came to make trouble. Farfetch'd, there's no other way but to fight hard to protect my fruit wine. Farfetch'd clenched the onion stick, looking sharply at Escavalier and Axelgar. Let's see first, and if Farfetch'd is no match, I'll help. Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd nervously. Axelgar disappeared directly into Escavalier's shadow. Escavalier raised the long spear in his hand and stabbed it hard in the direction of Farfetch'd, using the double spear skill. Farfetch'd hurriedly raised Farfetch'd to a block, only to be knocked back a few steps by Escavalier's guns. Shouldn't be, how could this Farfetch'd not even be able to block a random blow from Escavalier? Feng Che felt very strange when he saw that Farfetch'd was beaten back and forth by Escavalier. Escavalier, sure enough, this duck didn't drink, so its strength was not as strong as it used to be. Escavalier, this time, as long as the place where the ducks brew is destroyed, the ducks can only live on the island with their tails between their tails. Escavalier thought to himself. It seems that this duck can become stronger by drinking alcohol. Feng Che remembered the high concentration vodka he bought in his wristband to extract the medicinal liquid. The alcohol concentration of vodka is much higher than that of pure brewed cider. I don't know how powerful this Farfetch'd will be after drinking vodka. Feng Che thought secretly. At this time, Axelgar had come to the dead tree where the fruit wine was made, and he used the slash skill on the dead tree. Farfetch'd saw that the dead tree was about to be split in 2 by Axelgar. Farfetch'd directly used the aerial ace skill to flash to Axelgar's side, blocking Axelgar's /card attack with his 1-meter-high green onion. The green onion was split in 2 by Axelgar, and the dead tree was also slashed by Axelgar's slash. Saffron-colored grout seeped through the crack. Farfetch'd, my fruit wine. Unsatisfactory tears rolled down Farfetch'd's eyes. Farfetch'd's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, exuding a hint of cold light. Farfetch'd held up half a green onion high and stabbed in Axelgar's direction. Seeing that Farfetch'd was about to stab Axelgar, 2 silver-white spears blocked Axelgar's body. The violent collision of the green onion and the spear produced countless sparks. This fruit wine has the smell of sky star fruit. Could it be that there are sky star fruit trees on this island? The dead tree that Farfetch'd brewed just now was cracked by slash, and the rich aroma of wine wafted out with the overflow of the slurry. Feng Che took a closer look at it and was quite sure that the fruit wine had the aroma of sky star fruit. Sky star fruit is a tree fruit that promotes fairy-type Pokemon growth. Ice Vulpix's growth can be boosted very well if some sky star fruit is incorporated into the Ice Vulpix's Pokeblocks. Very well, I will go around the island later and I should be able to find the Tianxing fruit tree. Farfetch'd saw that the place where he brewed was destroyed by Axelgar. He was instantly furious, and even his strength increased a lot. Farfetch'd's wings were clutching the green onions tightly, and there was a faint aroma of wine around as the fruit wine was released. Feng Che suddenly felt that Farfetch'd's momentum was increasing. Escavalier. No, the duck is smelling the cider is getting stronger. Axelgar. It looks like we need to beat this duck as soon as possible, otherwise as the duck gets drunk, the two of us will not be able to beat this duck at all. Axelgar and Escavalier glanced at each other, immediately understood, and made a secret decision. Farfetch'd. Not good, didn't drink directly, just slightly drunk now. Farfetch'd. Now I can't beat Escavalier and Axelgar. Farfetch'd radiated a pale green light, and the green onion that was cut in half by Axelgar quickly grew. At this moment, Farfetch'd held the green onion that was more than 1 meter long like a heavy sword. It waved in the air holding the green onion high. Immediately, countless wind blades like crescent moons appeared in the air. Escavalier. This is the duck's air cutter. Really? Without drinking, duck's air cutter isn't as powerful as it used to be. Escavalier intertwined the spears, which glowed white. Escavalier swung his spear hard. Suddenly, a silver-white X-scissor appeared, rushing towards Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd directed the wind blade to crash into the X-scissor. When the wind blades came into contact with the X-scissor, they burst, forming a cloud of khaki gunpowder. Farfetch'd. Hoo-hoo, blocked. At this time, the silver-white X-scissor rushed out of the gunpowder, and its size shrunk by half. If it falls on Farfetch'd is estimated to be half crippled if he doesn't die. Farfetch'd. I can't retire, I really can't retire. If I retire, the fruit wine I've worked so hard to brew will be ruined. Farfetch'd holds the green onion with his wings, and Farfetch'd swings the green onion upwards, using the sword's dance skill. For flowers. Farfetch'd. Too hasty, I just added a layer of sword's dance status now. Farfetch'd. I don't know if this can block Escavalier's X-scissor. Farfetch'd stomped hard on the ground with both feet, raised the green onion high, and used the slash skill at X-scissor. The green onion turned into a silvery white light and hit X-scissor. The two overlap each other and emerge a large number of Mars. X-scissor kept advancing, and Farfetch'd's feet carved a deep groove on the ground. Axelgar. It seems that this fruit wine is the lifeblood of the duck. As long as the lifeblood of the duck is destroyed, the duck will not be so arrogant and domineering in the future. Axelgar. I'm going to use Hyperbeam to destroy this cider. Feng Che saw Axelgar's hands intertwined. A streak of white light was gathering in Axelgar's hand. Escavalier's dual guns overlapped, also using Hyperbeam. At this point, Farfetch'd's back was leaning against the trunk of the dead tree. Farfetch'd knew that he could no longer withdraw, and that returning X-scissor would completely destroy the fruit wine. Farfetch'd gritted his teeth and used the few flight-type energy in his body to smash the X-scissor into pieces. 0. Farfetch'd gasped heavily, leaning on the long onion. At this moment, two beams of light rushed out of Axelgar and Escavalier. Wherever the beam of light passed, there were traces of scorch. Farfetch'd was powerless at this time, it could only spread its wings, and closed its eyes in front of the dead tree. Hey, why bother, isn't it just fruit wine? Go, Frogadier, save Farfetch'd. If Farfetch'd doesn't dodge, and just fights Escavalier and Axelgar's Hyper Beam, Farfetch'd will definitely die with this move. Both Escavalier and Axelgar had a smug smile on the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have seen the scene of Farfetch'd being burned to ashes after Hyper Beam. Axelgar, farewell, duck. Escavalier, Farewell, Duck, as an opponent, you are still very qualified. At this moment, a blue figure turned into a streamer and rescued Farfetch'd. Hyper beam directly hit the dead tree where the fruit wine was stored. With a bang, a huge mushroom cloud appeared. A gust of wind swept through, and apart from the dead tree, Farfetch'd's broken heart fell. Its wings drooped weakly, and crystal tears glistened in its eyes. Farfetch'd raised his head vigorously, looking at Axelgar and Escavalier with hateful eyes, his eyes full of blood and tears accusing the two Pokémons. Farfetch'd, hang out with me in the future, make sure you have a drink. Feng Che took out a bottle of high-quality vodka from the bracelet and handed it to Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, who was crying silently, was suddenly refreshed after smelling the spirits. Farfetch'd stared at the vodka in Feng Che's hand, fascinated. It violently snatched the vodka from Feng Che's hand and poured it down in a big mouth. Farfetch'd, good wine, really good wine, really exciting. A bottle of vodka went down, and a blush appeared on Farfetch'd's face. Then Farfetch'd burps, and shoves the vodka bottle back contentedly. Farfetch'd's momentum at this time is not the same. It was like the arrival of a demon, a black aura of constrict on Farfetch'd's body. The bright green long onions have also become more sturdy and powerful under the profusion of black gas. Is this Farfetch'd awakened evil? Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd suspiciously, always feeling that Farfetch'd's state was not right at this time. And Chapter 185-Conquering Galar Form Farfetch'd. Not only evil attributes, this Farfetch'd should have awakened a second personality. Drinking is the key to liberating Farfetch'd evil and second personality. Feng Che used the system to detect the state of Farfetch'd at this time. Farfetch'd, Legendary Aptitude, Level 51, Second Personality Awakening, Evil plus Flying Attribute. Sure enough, the system is right, the more alcohol Farfetch'd drinks, the stronger Farfetch'd's ability will be. This Farfetch'd originally only had the strength of a high-level superior, but after drinking it, it suddenly jumped to the gym level. Escavalier, no good, this duck is drinking. Axelgar, no, this duck is drinking, and its terrifying power is about to explode. These two Pokémons looked panicked when they saw Farfetch'd, who was full of black energy, like a hell demon. Just as Escavalier and Axelgar were about to oil the soles of their feet, a dark streak of shiny landed on their side. A towering giant tree was directly split in half by the black shiny. Axelgar and Escavalier discover an unfathomable ravine in the ground. This is just a random blow from the duck. Escavalier, damn, this duck is stronger. Axelgar, even if we want to run, the duck will catch up very quickly. It is better to join forces to attack the Zero Sansan duck. After Escavalier and Axelgar glance at each other, Escavalier uses Mirror Shot. Axelgar split up many clones, and the clones were condensing Shadow Sneak and threw them in the direction of Farfetch'd. Only to hear Farfetch'd a cold snort, and then it raised the green onion on its own hand. Farfetch'd swung hard, and a black airflow directly interrupted Escavalier's mirror shot. Escavalier was smashed hard on the trunk of a towering tree. The towering tree was also interrupted by the middle. As for Axelgar's avatar, Farfetch'd also has measures to deal with. I saw Farfetch'd jumping sideways repeatedly, and countless Farfetch'd clones suddenly appeared. Then, Farfetch'd raised the green onion and smashed Axelgar hard. Axelgar's clone was instantly shattered, and Axelgar was also smacked down from a height by Farfetch'd. With a bang, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Axelgar lay motionless in the deep pit, already incapacitated. Who else? At this time, Farfetch'd had lost his self-consciousness, and it looked at Feng Che with ruthless eyes. I know why Axelgar and Escavalier are killing Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is a bloodthirsty and aggressive person when he is drunk. There is no distinction between enemy and me. It's a double-edged sword. You need to know how to use this Farfetch'd. However, the state of Farfetch'd should improve a lot after evolution. Go, Frogadier, let them see what you're capable of after evolution. Feng Che said to Frogadier. Frogadier, this is a formidable opponent, let me defeat Farfetch'd with the most powerful trick. Frogadier spread his hands, and two huge water blades appeared in Frogadier's hands. Farfetch'd clutched the green onion and held it high while performing the sword's dance skill. Feng Che saw several streaks of white light appearing on Farfetch'd's body, and then Farfetch'd's aura suddenly became very strong. Frogadier, you don't lose to Farfetch'd either, use sword's dance too. Feng Che said to Frogadier. Frogadier held the water blade tightly, and gradually, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and suddenly there was a gust of wind, lightning and thunder. Frogadier completed evolution in Poseidon's cave. Frogadier's appearance has the effect of Kyogre, and wherever he goes, it has the effect of strong wind and rain. The heavy rain fell, and the white rain curtain quickly formed a peace. In the heavy rain environment, Frogadier suddenly turned into a blue streamer. The downpour didn't affect Farfetch'd's state at this point. I saw Farfetch'd waving the green onions around him to make it airtight. Within 2 meters of Farfetch'd, not a single drop of rain fell. This Farfetch'd is really good and can use the brutal swing to block the rain from falling on itself. Although Frogadier is slightly inferior to this Farfetch'd in rank, Frogadier's combat experience is extremely rich, which is unmatched by Farfetch'd. The presence of Farfetch'd just makes up for the lack of fighting Pokémon in the team. Feng Che looked thoughtfully at the two Pokémons who were fighting. A green beam of light suddenly appeared on Farfetch'd's green onions, and the beam continued to grow. This is the leaf blade skill used by Farfetch'd. The green onion also turned into a nearly 4-meter leaf blade, and Farfetch'd made the leaf blade dance like a tiger. Farfetch'd threw the leaf blade into a black streamer that collided with Frogadier. The speed of this Farfetch'd is also amazing, and it can match the Frogadier. You know that my Frogadier has taken the Sandscale potion, and normal Pokémon can't keep up with the speed of Frogadier. Feng Che thought secretly. Just then, a saffron-colored blade of light came out of Farfetch'd's hand and blasted into the dark clouds in the sky. I don't know when, Farfetch'd actually condensed the sunlight blade from his hand. It threw the sunblade to the dark clouds. Only a violent collision sounded, the dark clouds were torn apart by a crack, and the heavy rain suddenly stopped. A ray of sunlight fell on Farfetch'd's green onions. There have been many knife marks scratched by the water blade on the green onion. Frogadier split up several clones to confront Farfetch'd. The whole forest was wet at this time. In this humid environment, Farfetch'd's feathers absorbed moisture and the body slowed down considerably. Frogadier, use water pulse. Frogadier disbanded the water blade, and the water blade became broken beads scattered in the grass. Frogadier put his hands together, and an oversized spiral pill appeared. Come on, Frogadier. Frogadier threw a water pulse in Farfetch'd's direction. Farfetch'd snorted coldly, a small smile on his face. It held the green onion high and gave the water pulse a savage wave. When the green onions came into contact with the water pulse instantly turned into water droplets in the sky. This drop of water fell on Farfetch'd's body, pouring it on Farfetch'd's body. It was a chill. Just before Farfetch'd could react, Frogadier's hands were cold. It slapped the ground hard, and the entire forest was instantly frozen by Frogadier. Farfetch'd was frozen in ice with green onions held high, only 2 eyes still rolling. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che used Psychic to manipulate 3 Pokeballs and threw them at Escavalier, Axelgar, and Farfetch'd. Escavalier and Axelgar transformed into a red light into the Pokeball. At this moment, Farfetch'd suddenly broke out of the ice. It swung the green onion hard, and the Pokeball was hit like a baseball. At this time, Farfetch'd has not much physical strength. But Farfetch'd still leaned stubbornly against the long onion and stood up, gasping for breath. Frogadier, use your most powerful tricks to attack Farfetch'd, otherwise the strong Farfetch'd will not yield. Feng Che said to Frogadier. After Frogadier heard Feng Chie's command, he raised his hands high, and a huge vortex was released by Frogadier. Eddy tides form a waterspout that obscures the sky. Farfetch'd watched in shock as a towering tree was twisted into a twist in the vortex. Then, the enormous power of the waterspout pulled Farfetch'd into it, and Farfetch'd only felt a whirlwind. Farfetch'd struggled and struggled, but finally couldn't hold on, and fell into darkness. Frogadier, your move is getting more and more powerful. If you can use Psybeam while using the vortex, freeze the vortex. Then use a technique similar to rock blasting to blast the frozen ice cubes directly. This way, the power will be much stronger. Feng Chie said to Frogadier. Frogadier nodded after listening to Feng Chie's suggestion, and he added another good direction for training hard. Go, Pokeball. Feng Chie threw out the Pokeball again. This time Farfetch'd no longer had any resistance, and was subdued by Feng Chie. Team Plasma. Kolres, what did you say? The feathers of Zekrom and Reshiram were stolen, and even Zeraora was stolen. What the hell is going on? Also Ben, as the top security officer on the cruise ship, since you discovered the infiltration of the Alliance's elite, why didn't you take action immediately? That's it, no one caught it, but we almost sank our entire cruise ship. Snarl, who was hysterical in Quichasi, came through the video. Both Kolres and Ben bowed their heads deeply, enduring the fury of Quizzy without a word. Forget it, Kolres, you have successfully cloned Zeraora this time. 3.5 inches you better go back to the lab, I hope there will be a good result in the future. Kalres said to Kolres. Okay, Lord Keishes, Kolres said before exiting the conference room. Leave Ben, I want to discuss with you the security issues in the future. By the way, have you checked this person? Kui Kizi, who had calmed down, asked suddenly. Master Kuichi-si, we have already investigated, and the real Qingjian was frozen in the apartment. After we released the frozen state of Qingjian, we did not find any memory of the suspect in Qingjian. According to Qingma's recollection, he just went to a bar to drink, and after being sent back to the apartment by his friends, he didn't know anything about what happened after that. We also investigated the entry and exit records of Driftvale City, and there have been no strangers at all recently. Sneak in, Ben said in a cold sweat. You're saying this guy emptied Team Plasma's treasures, and then we not only let them escape, but we couldn't find who did it. Did you mean that? Take Ben. The volume suddenly increased several tones. Kui Kizi, who had calmed down just now, suddenly felt his anger rising again, causing his head to hurt. Chapter 186_ducks are so cute, why eat ducks? Sorry, Lord Kuichi-si, we really haven't found out who this person is. Proficient in genetics and at the same time familiar with various laboratory instruments, this should be someone with many years of Pokemon genetic research experience. But we looked at all eligible people in Driftvale City and found that they had been staying at the Institute and had not been out. However, we have now found a direction to search. That person should know Caitlin, otherwise Caitlin will not be rescued together. He rushed Ben before Kuikizi got into a rage, and quickly explained it. I don't care what method you use, a month. I'll give you a month, and you will bring back the stolen legendary resources in Zeraora. Otherwise, you go to the Alola region yourself and capture an Ultra Beast for me. You should know how hard we went to capture this Zeraora. Kuikizi clenched his fists and said angrily. Okay, Lord Keishes. He wiped his cold sweat and said. Also, send someone to find a way to infiltrate Team Rockets and steal Team Rockets, technical information on how to create mythical beasts. After Kuikizi gave this order, he cut off the video call with a snap. Kuikizi felt that if he looked at this idiot one more time, his lungs might really explode. That old Alder guy, he's going to be with us before he disappears. Everyone now thinks Alder was kidnapped by us in an ambush. But in fact, by the time we got to the scene, Alder was missing. Kuikizi closed his eyes tightly and rubbed his eyebrows. Nothing went smoothly recently, which made Kuikizi extremely tired. Team Rocket's headquarters. Koga 17 arrives at Giovanni's office with a Pokeball. Chief Giovanni, Articuno has been captured by me. Koga placed Articuno's Pokeball on Giovanni's table. Koga, well done. Finally collected, so the Three Holy Birds integration project can start. You deposit Articuno with me first, and I will entrust Articuno to you for training after I ask Fuji Professor to study Articuno in detail. Giovanni said with satisfaction. Okay, Chief. Koga left in a hurry. Uninhabited island. It was already night, and the bright full moon had risen into the air, and the dense moonlight shone through the leaves and sprinkled in the lush forest. Some nocturnal Pokemon are unusually active, rustling. From the air came the growl of Murkrow and Honchkrow. At this time, Feng-Che had already lit a bonfire, and a plump duck was roasting on the bonfire. Saffron-colored grease was oozing from the duck. Farfetch'd sat shivering in fear. The human in front of him twisted the neck of a wild duck with a quiet click. Farfetch'd looked at the tragic state of the duck before he died, and couldn't help but gasp, and his courage almost broke. This Farfetch'd, if it doesn't drink alcohol, is no different from an ordinary Farfetch'd. It's an ordinary Farfetch'd. I think I still need to do some targeted training for Farfetch'd. It is only when I meet an invincible opponent that I get drunk and face the enemy. Feng-Che looked at this Farfetch'd and thought to himself. Farfetch'd, this human just glanced at me, thinking about how to eat me. Farfetch'd, ducks are so cute, why eat ducks? Woohoo tilde. Farfetch'd sat on the side shivering, and a cold sweat could not help oozing out of his forehead. It really has no memory of being drunk, and when it wakes up, it is sore all over. It now sees Frogadier smiling to itself, shaking uncontrollably. Farfetch'd knew that every time he got drunk, he would go crazy. But what did he do? Farfetch'd lost his memory when he woke up. This silly duck, I always feel like I'll eat it. What a wonderful Farfetch'd, but it is said that Farfetch'd is one of the top 10 delicacies in the Pokemon world. Just one bite of Farfetch'd's duck, and the taste of Farfetch'd will never be forgotten. As a result, there are fewer and fewer Farfetch'd. Feng-Che thought for a while, and continued to smear the roasted duck. I will first explore this uninhabited island, find the existence of the star fruit as soon as possible, and at the same time treat Zeraora. As long as Zeraora can help to generate electricity for the submarine, it should not be a big problem for me to leave here. Another way is to use Caitlin's psychic to use teleport to transfer me to a safe island. But although Caitlin is a top psychic player, cross-regional teleportation should not be possible. This is not only a teleportation location, space coordinates, but also cost a lot of psychic. Quote. Feng-Che thought to himself, he saw Caitlin's fingers trembling, and her eyelids tremble for a while. This was the rhythm of waking up. Caitlin felt like he had a long dream. In a dream Caitlin sees himself captured by Team Plasma, bringing shame to the Garter family. Where is this place? Caitlin opened his eyes slowly, looking at the strange things around him with some surprise. She saw a handsome teenager and his Pokemon around a campfire. You're awake, Caitlin. This is an uninhabited island. When Feng-Che saw that Caitlin was awake, he said directly to Caitlin. Who are you? Why do you know my name? Caitlin's eyes widened, shocked. Caitlin's psychic emanated uncontrollably, and the smaller trees around it were uprooted. At the same time, Caitlin suddenly felt a severe headache, frowning, holding his head tightly in his hands. Feng-Che calmly looked at everything around him. After all, this situation was also what he expected. Duosion protected Feng-Che and his gang when Caitlin's psychic erupted. Drink this, you have been attacked by psychic now, you can't use psychic too much, Caitlin. Feng-Che used psychic and put the psychoactive potion in Caitlin's hand. I know your brother, Jad Tianchen. He used to form a team with me, when he was on Dead Island. Feng-Che explained to Caitlin. So it's you, see you. Caitlin blurted out. To be precise, my name is Feng-Che, Kanjan is just my code name at the time. However, how did you know me? Did Jod Tianchen tell you about me? Feng Che asked with some doubts. He didn't know me before. Saw Caitlin. Our twins can interact with each other. So when Jod Tianchen communicated with me on the Island of Death, part of the memory also passed into my mind. Caitlin explained to Feng Che. Sorry, I didn't recognize you right away. Thank you for saving me this time, it's just that I don't have a way to fully control my psychic yet. Otherwise, Team Plasma wouldn't have found my trail so easily. Caitlin said with some chagrin. Is that stupid brother of mine okay? I haven't heard from him for a long time. Caitlin asked Feng Che helplessly. Jade Tianchen is very clever, you don't have to worry. However, the relationship between your brothers and sisters is really good. Feng Che joked with a smile. That's not it, that idiot brother who cares about him. I only care if he brings shame to the Guardian family. Caitlin's cheeks flushed, and he said arrogantly. This Caitlin still misses Jod Tianchen quite a bit, but I remember that Jod Tianchen said before that he wanted to return to the family for development. Why haven't he contacted the family until now? Is there something wrong? Feng Che thought to himself. On the surface, he didn't say anything. When I was lurking on the cruise ship, I heard a rumor that Alder disappeared. Feng Che asked Caitlin. Alder is indeed missing, it's not a rumor. Alder is said to have been attacked by Team Plasma. I heard the news that Alder Champion could be imprisoned on the cruise ship. That's why I dived into the cruise ship and didn't expect it to be a trap that they set for me on purpose. If you hadn't rescued me, I would have brought shame to the Garter family this time. Caitlin said, looking at Feng Che gratefully. You're welcome, after all, Jod Tianchen and I were good friends who shared weal and woe. As Feng Che said, a dazzling smile appeared on his handsome face. Caitlin looked at Feng Che and nodded, his bright eyes flashed with a clever light. Immediately, Caitlin turned his head and looked into the distance with blushing cheeks. With the disappearance of Alder Champion, the Unova Alliance is now without a leader. In addition, Elite and Elite disagreed with each other, so the Unova Alliance fell into a state of confusion at this time. To end the current situation, either someone will break through Elite and have the strength of Champion, or 033 will have to find the missing Alder Champion. Caitlin knew that this was not confidential information, and Feng Che had saved her again, so Caitlin told Feng Che the news without hesitation. Caitlin, are you able to teleport long distances with psychic now? Feng Che asked Caitlin. No, now my psychic backlash is too powerful. Even with your psychic medicine helping hand, I'm just an advanced psychic now. Only by returning to the Guardian family and using the secret techniques of the Guardian family can I calm the violent psychic in my mind. Caitlin shook his head. Then it will be a while before we get back to Unova region, and I have to go to Opelucid City. Right now, my submarine is out of power and I need a helping hand with a power-type Pokemon. Feng Che flipped the roast duck on the bonfire and said to Caitlin. Solosis, how did you evolve? Caitlin suddenly noticed Duosion floating in the air at this moment, and said in surprise. Congratulations, Duosion. Caitlin hurriedly changed a happy expression and said to Duosion. Duosion, my heart is so tired, I have been floating beside you for a long time when I met such a master, and you only discovered my existence now. Duosion, beauty is misleading. Caitlin, am I not your favorite treasure? Duosion rolled his eyes wildly. Okay, in the wild, eating is relatively simple, please forgive me. Feng Che used psychic to tear the roasted duck into several pieces, and put a piece of duck leg on a fallen leaf and handed it to Caitlin. Just as Caitlin was about to refuse, his stomach suddenly made a rumbling sound. Caitlin blushed again and took the food handed by Feng Che. Farfetch'd, do you want to taste it? Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd with a smirk. Farfetch'd, this stuff definitely wants to eat me, absolutely. Farfetch'd looked at the duck meat that Feng Che handed over, shaking his head like a rattle. After a few moments, though, Farfetch'd smelled delicious right away. Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd's gobbling expression, with an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 187 _ Not enough strength, try to make up. After eating and drinking, Caitlin leaned contentedly under the tree, rubbing his bulging belly. I haven't eaten so full for a long time. I have eaten as much as I want, and I don't have to think about obeying the rules of etiquette. You can eat whatever you want, and you can eat whatever you want. You don't have to worry about being told that you don't have the style of a family. Caitlin complained to Feng Che. If only it could be like this every day, Caitlin said with a longing look on his face. The rules are made by people. When you are strong enough, these are not the rules that bind you. Feng Che said succinctly. Caitlin nodded in understanding. She looked at the young man in front of her, and felt that there was an awe-inspiring aura in him. Feng Che took out the sleeping bag from the bracelet and moved the bonfire aside. The temperature difference between day and night on the island will be relatively large, so you can rest here. I would replace sleep with calm mind. Caitlin was about to refuse. He found that Feng Che had already sat on the branch of a big tree and started calm mind. You have been attacked by psychic. Forcing calm mind will increase the degree of backlash. You should lie on the ground and rest for a while. Caitlin felt warm in his sleeping bag and fell asleep shortly after. The next day. It was just dark. Beedrill and Butterfree were already gathering honey in the woods, and Pidgey and Pidgeotto were walking through the woods. Feng Che has already started his daily training. The Pokémon of the Clear Wind team up in pairs to train against each other. Ditto transforms into Yanmega and fights with the Blue Jays. Frogadier and Hot Meow battle each other. Ivysaur and Red Gyarados are doing adversarial training. Vulpix and Ice Vulpix breathes fire and spit out ice. The ice and fire collide and then melt. Aerodactyl fought against Scyther. Aerodactyl created countless floating stones, while Scyther cut them into tiny pieces with a sharp sickle. Farfetch'd watched the scene of everyone fighting each other, holding the green onion in his hand tightly. Farfetch'd, give me a rehearsal of all your skills. Feng Che said to Farfetch'd. After reading the skills used by Farfetch'd, Feng Che felt that Farfetch'd was quite proficient in the use of Swords Dance, but the use of other skills was mediocre. If this Farfetch'd hadn't had the talent to become stronger by drinking, I wouldn't have cultivated this Farfetch'd as the main Pokémon. Feng Che glanced at Farfetch'd and thought to himself. Farfetch'd, your fundamentals aren't solid enough. You have to swipe 10,000 times a day. If you don't have enough strength, you have to work hard to get it together. At the same time, you have to fly 5 kilometers every day for physical training. Feng Che has formulated a series of rigorous training programs for Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd turned pale. Farfetch'd, as long as you can complete the training, I will give you some wine as a reward every day. Feng Che had calculated the amount of alcohol Farfetch'd could drink, but he just kept Farfetch'd slightly drunk, so he probably wouldn't call out his second personality. If the second personality is really summoned, Feng Che will have to send Pokémon to fight Farfetch'd. As soon as he heard the word, good wine, Farfetch'd suddenly came to his senses and kept waving the green onions in his hands. At this moment, Feng Che watched Caitlin lean against a tree and watch Feng Che train Pokémon. I'm sorry, did the Pokémon training sound too loud in the morning and woke you up? Feng Che said apologetically. No, I woke up after I slept enough, and my headache is much relieved now. Caitlin untied his double ponytail at this time, and his long golden hair, which was smooth and soft like a wave, was scattered behind his back, like the sun's rays blowing in the wind. These long hair were floated in the air by Duosion using confusion, and shone golden in the sunlight. Then after we finish breakfast, we will take a tour around this uninhabited island to see what rare tree fruits there are on this uninhabited island. Feng Che looked at Caitlin and said. The reason why Feng Che wanted to pick the fruit was because Zeraora's body was too weak. Feng Che wanted to see what tree fruit on the island could replenish Zeraora's body. Feng Che and Caitlin packed up, then walked into the forest and began to explore. Ditto transforms into Yanmega and Farfetch'd make the way ahead. They use Slash and Air Cutter to clear out a small intestine. Thick fallen leaves were piled up in the forest, and the footsteps on the leaves made a rustling sound. The sun is like wisps of golden fine sand, passing through the layers of branches and leaves, and falling on the ground, forming mottled tree shadows. There are also two figures that keep walking in the shadows of the trees. Everything around is so quiet and beautiful, full of attract's natural atmosphere. This scene is something Caitlin will never forget. I saw Caitlin looking at everything around him excitedly and curiously, something that could not be experienced in a luxurious castle. Inside the forest there are many caterpies nibbling on the leaves. These caterpies ate and ate, and a lot of white silk threads spewed out of their mouths, and the evolution became a metapod. I observed the caterpie here yesterday in less than a day from hatching to evolution. Because there are a large number of bird Pokémon here, they are easily preyed by bird Pokémon, and evolution into metapod can effectively block the attack of bird Pokémon. This is also an unspoken rule: caterpie who have not completed evolution will be attacked by birds or the prey of Pokémon. This is the natural law of this island, Feng Che explained to the curious Caitlin. He found that Caitlin knew a lot about psychic Pokémon, and for other Pokémon, he touched Caitlin's knowledge blind spot. Oh, so it is. Mr. Feng Che, you really have a lot of knowledge of Pokémon. Caitlin clapped his hands and praised, with light dimples on his cheeks. Guard family. What should I do? What should I do? The eldest lady has been out of contact since yesterday. Butler Shilan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. At this time, Guardian Tianchen appeared in the castle of the Guardian family. Steward Shilan, you've been reading for almost a day and a night, can you calm down? Jad Tianchen said while holding his forehead. If something happens, miss, how can I explain it to the master? Butler Shilan didn't listen to Jad Tianchen's words at all, and couldn't stop thinking about it. Steward Shilan, don't worry too much. The people at Team Plasma know that Caitlin is the eldest lady of our Guardian family, and they won't embarrass her. At most, some ransom is required. Team Plasma also did not contact us, indicating that they did not catch Caitlin. There's nothing you can do if you're in a hurry now. And, according to the information just provided by my internal channel, Caitlin has been rescued by a mysterious person. Steward Shilan, you can wait for Caitlin to return safely. She will be fine. According to my telepathy with her twins, she has nothing to do. Jad Tianchen comforted the anxious butler Shilan. It's really great. Young Master Tianchen and Miss Tian's telepathy have never gone wrong. In this way, Miss Tian should be safe. After hearing what Jad Tianchen said, Steward Shilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. I just don't know why she unilaterally blocked my telepathy to her recently, as if she didn't want me to know anything. By the way, I came back this time to get back the Pokémon I left, and at the same time I also to start the trial of the Guardian family. Guardian Tianchen said to Steward Shilan. Master Guardian Tianchen, of course you have no problem getting your Pokémon back. But is there no problem in starting the trial of the Guardian family? The Pokémon inside are at least at the level of a high-level superior, and they can only be stronger. Butler Shilan said with a serious face. No problem, my psychic is now at an advanced level. With my previous Pokémon, it shouldn't be a big problem to pass the trial. By the way, how is the progress of the materials I asked you to collect last time? Jad Tianchen asked Shilan's housekeeper. Master Jad Tianchen, I'm ready. Butler Shilan clapped her hands, and a maid came up with a velvet. Master Jad Tianchen, we have prepared a few more copies according to your request. Butler Shilan said to Jad Tianchen. Okay, very good, I'll go first, and notify me to come back when the Guardian family trial starts. Guardian Tianchen also took advantage of the opportunity to perform the Team Rocket's mission and hurried to the Guardian family. Maple Island. At this time, Caitlin, who kept Shilan's housekeeper worried all the time, was wandering in the sea of flowers like an escaped bird. I saw Ivysaur's feet lightly step on the ground, and countless tender green grass broke out of the ground. Before long, colorful flowers were born. Look, Ivysaur, this is the wreath I made for you. Caitlin used Psychic to weave a wreath on Ivysaur's body. Farfetch'd also took Feng Che to find the trace of Tianqingguo. That's right, there are actually so many sky star fruits here, and there are also lightning fruits that improve the qualifications of Pokemon in the electrical system. Feng Che used Psychic to pick up a lot of sky star fruits and lightning fruits. Thunderbolt is a banana-shaped tree fruit, which usually grows on the top of a mountain where lightning is infested. Feng Che had just observed the surroundings of the lightning fruit tree, and there were traces of lightning strikes. Very good, there is an environment to replenish Zeraora's charge. The next step is to summon Zeraora. Come out, Zeraora. Feng Che threw the Pokeball with Zeraora. Zeraora. Human, damn human, I'm free at last. Pokeball with Zeraora bursts instantly. Zeraora's silver-white hair stood tall, and several thunders fell from the sky on Zeraora's body. The surroundings suddenly turned into a sea of sparkling thunder. Zeraora. Die, human. Zeraora's fingertip pointed in the direction of Feng Che, and a saffron-colored arc rushed out from Zeraora's fingertip. Chapter 188 _ Zeraora. Come out, Arbok. Feng Che winked at Ditto. Ditto, who turned into a Yanmega, rolled on the spot, pretended to come out of a Pokeball, and quickly wriggled into a purple snake. The arc from Zeraora was dissipated by Ditto's tail. Zeraora. Humans, as long as human beings are unforgivable. Zeraora. My child, my child. Zeraora let out a groan. Then Zeraora incarnates into a golden spark. Even the windy Psychic couldn't catch Zeraora's movements. Ditto also moved quickly in a zigzag shape, turning into a purple lightning bolt. The two collided violently. Zeraora's hands turned saffron, and it made a lightning punch. Ditto opened his ferocious fangs, and an icy blue chill appeared in Ditto's mouth. When the two separated, Zeraora had a large ice cube hanging from his left hand. Ditto's body, and he fell into a state of paralysis. As expected of a phantom beast, its attack power is really strong. Zeraora, we have no ill will, I can save your child. Feng Che spoke to Zeraora's mind. Zeraora. Child, I already feel that my child's breath is weakened. Even if it is born, it will be born incomplete. Zeraora. In this case, don't appear in the world, or you will be discriminated against by other Eudemons. Zeraora. All of this is humans' fault, so I won't let you go. Zeraora became even more rage after listening to Feng Che's spiritual voice transmission. Zeraora glared furiously, and used plasma fists in the direction of Feng Che. Countless saffron-colored fist shadows rushed in Feng Che's direction. At this time, Ditto stood in front of Feng Che, and it used its body to protect Feng Che. Zeraora. This damn Arbok dares to block my attack. Zeraora. Die, die, all the Pokemon who helped the tyrant die. Zeraora's plasma fists punch harder than punch. Feng Che saw that Ditto was beaten with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and his heart ached and moved. Ditto, look at my cleverness, I direct Zeraora's charge to the ground. Zeraora's fist has no effect on my slimy Pokemon. After Feng Che heard Ditto's voice, he understood Ditto's intention. Mr. Feng Che, are you alright? Caitlin saw that Zeraora was frantically attacking Feng Che, and hurriedly shouted to Feng Che. Caitlin, I'm fine, please don't intervene, this is my battle with Zeraora. Feng Che shouted to Caitlin who wanted to shoot. Arbok, hold on a little longer and endure Zeraora's anger. Feng Che said to Ditto with a solemn expression. It was time to vent the grievances that Zeraora had been imprisoned for so long. Feng Che quietly watched the battle between Zeraora and Ditto. Zeraora. My child, my unborn child. After Zeraora's anger faded, even the attack gradually became weak. Zeraora. Humans are all to blame, otherwise my child would be born safely. Zeraora, please stop, I have a way to save your child. Feng Che took out a reagent from the bracelet. This is the potion I brought from the laboratory. This potion contains the ultimate gene of the divine beast Zekrom. It can make up for the congenital deficiencies of the child in your womb. This is Zeraora's Pokemon egg I got from the lab, the most successful Pokemon egg I've ever made by taking your genes. It's your child. Feng Che took out an incubator from the bracelet, and in the incubator was a Pokemon egg with a lightning pattern. Zeraora, what is there for me to trust in human beings? Zeraora, there are good people and bad people in this world. The people who keep you locked in the lab are the bad people. You don't think that all human beings in the world are bad because they have been hurt by bad people. There are still many good people in the world who really look forward to making the world a better place with all the Pokemon. I went to great lengths to save you from those bad guys. I also hope that you can see more of this beautiful world and have more trust in human beings. I will help you heal your injuries. Your child, I will take care of you. Please regain your confidence in human beings. Feng Che said sincerely to Zeraora. Zeraora, is it really possible? Can my child be saved? After hearing Feng Che's words, Zeraora's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Yes, I'm pretty sure I can cure your child. There is the easiest way to verify, and that is to inject this genetic modification agent with Zekrom genes. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for me to try my best to rescue you. Feng Che explained to Zeraora. When you recover, I will find you a remote forest, and you can take your child and settle in the forest. Feng Che took out a syringe from the wristband and took a full tube the potion, slowly moved towards Zeraora. Zeraora looked suspicious, but it did not refuse or resist, indicating that it had accepted the method of the human being in front of him. Feng Che gently injected the medicine into Zeraora's body. Zeraora only felt an extremely powerful lightning force flowing, BHDF, to his abdomen. It clearly felt that the dying embryo in its belly was gradually rejuvenating. Because you have been drawn blood for a long time and absorbed electricity by the Thor orb, your body has become very weak. In the next time, you need me to take good care of you. In this way, you will have a strong enough mother to supply nutrients to the embryos in your body. Feng Che said slowly to Zeraora. So you have to cheer up. I'm not going to force you to do something you don't like to do. Zeraora listened to Feng Che's ramble quietly, and her fierce eyes softened a lot. It was the first time in Feng Che's eyes that he saw the rare sincerity of human beings. After all, Zeraora, who has been living in the wild, first came into contact with the cold and brutal humans of Team Plasma. Zeraora, for the sake of saving my child, I'll just trust this human for a while. Zeraora felt the touch of blood from the Pokemon egg that Feng Che was holding. Zeraora, this Pokemon egg counts as a continuation of my bloodline, and humanity counts as a good deed. Zeraora stood up from the ground. It jumped 3 times in 2 jumps to the fruit tree of the Thunderbolt fruit tree, meeting the thunder and lightning in the sky. At this time, Zeraora urgently needs to replenish the electrical energy in the body. Mr. Feng Che, is this Zeraora alright? Caitlin looked at Zeraora who was charging through the sky's lightning and said with some concern. This Zeraora was drawn too much blood by Team Plasma, which has seriously affected its origin. I injected Zekrom's genes from the lab into Zeraora. Most of Zekrom's genes are absorbed by the embryos it produces. A small amount will remain on Zeraora's body, helping hand Zeraora improve its physical fitness. Zeraora's body is still relatively weak. I will help hand it to recuperate and try to get it back to its best state. Feng Che smiled confidently at Caitlin and said, Mr. Feng Che, you are really amazing. Thanks to your helping hand, Zeraora regained her confidence in human beings. Caitlin looked at the boy who smiled very cleanly with adoring eyes. We're going to Opelucid City next. The Bounty Hunter Guild has issued a quest. A powerful Hydreigon in the Dragon's Cave in Opelucid City gave birth to a Dano with excellent qualifications. I'll see if I can get my hands on this Dano. Feng Che said to Caitlin. If you're in a hurry to go back to your family, I can drop you in Opelucid City. Feng Che suggested to Caitlin. After all, Caitlin's disappearance, the Guardian family must be very anxious. No, I want to go to Opelucid City with Mr. Feng Che. I have never experienced this kind of life since I was a child. Please take me with you, Mr. Feng Che. Caitlin suddenly gathered up his courage and said to Feng Che. I want to experience what it's like to be a bounty hunter and catch Pokemon. Caitlin felt relieved after saying this. She has always been a good girl in the castle since she was a child, always keeping in mind the etiquette and rules of the family. She is very envious of Jade Tianqian being able to join Team Rockets to live a life of willful and unrestrained style. She has always wanted to travel and explore as freely as ordinary people. But she can't. She is regarded as the most promising junior of the Guardian family, and is also known as the next head of the Guardian family. She must maintain a dignified and elegant positive image at all times. Caitlin thought that since he came out to perform the mission this time, he would just take the opportunity to play enough and go back to the castle. Well, after the submarine is fully charged, we will go to Opelucid City to wait for an opportunity to capture Dano. But this operation is still quite dangerous. It is said that one of the 7 generals of the poaching organization, Dragon General Kai Huang, will personally arrange a plan to capture this Dano. Feng Che introduced Caitlin. Don't the people at Sangyang Gym care? Caitlin raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Chapter 189 Dano Hunting Action. I can't help it, the dragon's cave is too big. And the place where this Hydreigon gave birth to Dano is not within the sanctuary of the Land of Dragons. Dragon Township only includes part of the Dragon's Cave, which is beyond the scope of Dragon Township, and poachers can do whatever they want. According to the rules, this Hydreigon can only resist the attack of poachers by itself. Sangyang Gym doesn't have enough manpower to protect this Hydreigon. It can only be said that this Hydreigon is unlucky. Feng Che shook his head and said to Caitlin. Let's collect these precious tree fruits first. These tree fruits are of great benefit to Pokemon. The Thunderbolt is the best supplement for cultivating the newborn Pokemon. Feng Che said to Caitlin. As soon as Feng Che's voice fell, many tiny arcs erupted from Zeraora's body. These arcs fall on the ripe fruit, smack down the fruit one by one. Zeraora, since humans want to gather fruit, let me help humans. Zeraora instantly transformed into a silver streamer, and soon many tree fruits appeared on the ground. Zeraora is so fast. If I enable Psychic, there is absolutely no way to see Zeraora. Caitlin exclaimed in amazement. Zeraora's speed is comparable to lightning. At this speed, ordinary people cannot see Zeraora's movements when moving. Feng Che explained to Caitlin. Mr. Feng Che is very knowledgeable, you know all kinds of Pokemon like the back of your hand. Caitlin looked at Feng Che and praised her with admiration. She felt more and more that Feng Che had a special magic power on her body. Then Feng Che used Psychic to stuff these fruit into the bracelet. Mr. Feng Che, are you an advanced Psychic now? Caitlin saw Feng Che move so many fruit into the bracelet without any effort. I haven't tested my Psychic for a long time, but you reminded me. Feng Che said and took out the confusion bead from the bracelet. Recognize, quasi, if, water. First, scent, steal, book, sell, money. Death, mom. I saw 201 black beads floating easily in midair under the blessing of Feng Che's use of Psychic. When Feng Che added 251 confusion beads, he felt that confusion was a bit stagnant. Indeed, I'm a high-level Psychic now. Feng Che said, the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc. If it wasn't for Caitlin's reminder, Feng Che would not have noticed that his Psychic had broken through to the advanced level in such a short period of time. No wonder I didn't find it difficult to search Qingmi's memory before. When did I break through the advanced Psychic? Could it be that the divine power sent to me by that monster of the sea not long ago not only improved my voice ability, but also improved my Psychic? This monster of the sea should be called the Great Benevolent of the Sea. Feng Che was secretly moved, and at the same time a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Zeraora, I have one more thing to ask of you. Follow me please. Feng Che turned and left the forest with Caitlin. Zeraora turned into a streamer and followed behind Feng Che and Caitlin. Feng Che came to the beach and took out the submarine, and took out the charge clip from the submarine. Zeraora, please charge this submarine with a small current. Feng Che put his hands together and asked Zeraora. Zeraora, I didn't expect that human beings would still beg me one day. Forget it, for the sake of him helping me, I'll give him a hand. Zeraora wrapped charge around her arm, carefully feeding a steady current into the submarine. After a while, a charge progress bar appeared on the LCD screen of the submarine. When the charge's progress bar reached 100%, Zeraora found a plate of saffron-colored jelly-like food beside him. Thank you, Zeraora, these are the Pokeblocks that I made for the electric Pokemon. Try it first and see if you like it or not. If it doesn't suit your taste, I will reconfigure it. Feng Che said to Zeraora with a smile. Zeraora reached out and grabbed a handful of Pokeblocks and put it in his mouth to chew. A sweet and numb taste collided between the lips and teeth, and gradually spread. Zeraora, this food is so much better than what I ate when I was in captivity. 100 times better than anything I've ever eaten in the wild before. Zeraora has a look of enjoyment on her face. Sure enough, the first way to impress a person's heart is to capture his stomach. The same rule applies to Pokemon. In Team Plasma's eyes, Zeraora is just an experimental sample. Team Plasma only guarantees that Zeraora can live, and other treatments can't be given much, which makes Zeraora suffer a lot. At this time, Feng Che has released all his Pokemon. Some of these Pokemon are stronger than Zeraora. Mr. Feng Che, I don't know if you understand how to unlock the Pokeball. My Pokeball's Kanto is forcibly locked. Caitlin asked Feng Che in a low voice, pinching her fingers, embarrassed look. This was the first time Caitlin, who was an elite, came out on a mission alone, and she was really embarrassed as a result. Not only was he almost captured by Psychic's backlash, but his Pokemon was also locked. Okay, let me have a look. If it's just forcibly locked and doesn't damage the Pokeball's switch, I have a way. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Then ask Mr. Feng Che. Caitlin took out all the Pokeballs he was carrying and handed them to Feng Che. Feng Che took out a magnifying glass from the bracelet and studied it carefully for a while. With just a few snaps, the force-locked Pokeball was unlocked. The position of the force-locked Pokeball lock cylinder is stuck, and there is no way to automatically pop it open. As long as the lock cylinder is unlocked with Psychic, the forced unlocking function of the Pokeball can be released. Feng Che explained. Thank you, Mr. Feng Che, everyone come out. Caitlin released 5 Pokemons, Bronzong, Metagross, Gothitelle, Musharna, and Sigilyph. This is the Pokemon I bred, all-powerful psychic Pokemon. If it wasn't for my Pokeball being forced to lock on the cruise ship, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Quote ellipsis. For flowers. Caitlin is trapped by Team Plasma and trapped, which makes Caitlin uneasy. Caitlin, any difficult time is another kind of practice. Sometimes the state of mind is very important. The bond between you and Pokemon lies in the spiritual communication between you and Pokemon. After growing up, revenge will come back when you have time. Feng Che said while looking at Caitlin, who was a little depressed. Caitlin looked at Feng Che and nodded. Okay, we're ready to go after we've fed the Pokemon. Feng Che has just turned around on the island, except for the abundant fruit, there is no powerful Pokemon here. After Feng Che picked a part of the fruit to solve his Pokemon's food problem, he took Caitlin to Opelucid City. 3 days later. Opelucid City, a hidden cave. A man in a black cloak hurried into the cave. There are already countless people in black cloaks gathered here. 0. They all stood in 2 rows wearing masks. These people are members of poacher groups. At this moment, a handsome man in a white suit with a ruby tie on his neckline came up. He looked about 20 years old, and a Haxorus was standing behind him. Everyone, I'm glad you came to join the Dano hunting event I organized. I'm the Dragon General Kai Huang. I have been informed that an elite-level Hydreigon has given birth to its best offspring. It is still in the weak period of Hydreigon, and we must find the trace of Hydreigon as soon as possible. I only want Dano's Pokemon eggs, and I don't want any other dragon resources for Hydreigon to build the dragon's nest. If any brother is lucky enough to get Dano's Pokemon eggs, I'm willing to pay 100 million alliance coins. Kai Huang said to the crowd. General Kai Huang is really arrogant. He even spent 100 million alliance coins to buy Dano's Pokemon eggs. You are stupid. High-quality quasi-god Pokemon eggs can be sold at higher prices on the black market. But Hydreigon is an extremely ferocious Pokemon. I heard that this time Hydreigon also summoned many subordinates to protect its safety. Many members of the Poacher Organization discussed. The Poacher Organization is a relatively loose organization composed of large and small mercenary groups. Dragon General Kai Huang is just one of the founders of the Poacher Organization. The Dragon General Kai Huang himself set up a large dragon god mercenary group, specially responsible for hunting dragon Pokemon. Originally, Emperor Kai did not intend to let the other members of the Poacher Organization get a piece of the pie this time. But unfortunately the news leaked, and Emperor Kai could only give up part of the benefits. It is said that many external forces also want to take a share of the pie this time. I really think I am easy to bully. Kai Huang thought a little unhappily. Lord Kai Huang. An enchanting woman in a long blue dress walked in front of Emperor Kai. Long Ji, how many mercenary groups are participating in Dano's hunting operation this time? Kai Huang asked with a solemn expression. And Chapter 190_Undercurrent. The Rose Mercenary Group, the Lion Mercenary Group, and the Falcon Mercenary Group, all three large mercenary groups participated. It is said that their team leaders have reached the peak level of quasi-elite, and they want to cultivate a real elite Pokemon. The smaller mercenary groups include the Cheetah Mercenary Group, the Morning Sun Mercenary Group, and the Beast Mercenary Group. They all sent people to participate in this hunt. There are also some Lone Rangers organized by poachers. Many of them were also involved in Hydreigon's hunting operations. Longji respectfully reported to Emperor Kai one by one. Although our mercenary group is the strongest, our two fists are hard to beat with four hands. There are many forces in this operation, so we still have to prepare early. Longji suggested to Kai Huang with some worry. The key now is to find that Hydreigon first. This Hydreigon is really a cunning rabbit, with heavy troops deployed in many places. These places are very far apart. If we attack one place with all our strength, it is very likely that we will gain nothing. If we spread out our troops, we will likely be outnumbered and seized by other mercenary groups. Longji frowned and said with a headache. Don't worry, this time, in order to ensure that I can seize Dano, I specially borrowed a Xatu that can preempt future sight from Psychic General Greya. But because Hydreigon has the evil 033 attribute, due to the interference of the evil attribute, there will be some deviations in Xatu's pre-future sight. Even so, we will find Hydreigon one step earlier than ordinary mercenary groups. Traces. We can also deliberately spread false news that there will be traces of Hydreigon, and consume part of the strength of those large mercenary groups. Kai Huang said with a calm expression and a cold expression. As the founder of the Poacher Organization, Kai Huang is notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless. As long as the goal can be achieved, no matter how many people die, Emperor Kai will not blink. Okay, my boss, when you grab that Dano and successfully nurture the Dano to the elite level, it's time for us to break away from the Poacher Organization. Longji said to Kai Huang tenderly. Opelucid City. Sangyang Gym. Shaka looked at the members of Sangyang Gym seriously. A Haxorus with countless scars on his body was standing beside Shaka. This large event organized by poachers, I know, is to hunt Hydreigon. In addition to the poacher group, I have received news that Team Plasma will also take action to plunder this Pokemon. Now the Alliance is showing weakness. We only ask to protect the Pokemon that belongs to the Land of Dragons. The Hydreigon has left the Land of Dragons. Range of shelter. Quote. The Dragon's Cave is too big, and we have no manpower or strength to protect this Hydreigon. What we have to guard against now is to prevent people from making trouble in Opelucid City, or entering the Dragon Country under the guise of searching for Hydreigon. Now the 4 elites of the Alliance are too busy to take care of themselves, and now defending the Dragon Country is our top priority. This time, please work together. We will definitely keep the dragon hometown that belongs to our Unova region royal dragon family. Shaka said to everyone enthusiastically. From now on, Opelucid City will be under martial law. This is our city, not the city of poachers. We must maintain order in Opelucid City and not allow poachers to take advantage. Shaka reiterated to everyone. Unova Alliance. Chantal, Lianwu, and Lingonberry were sitting on the side discussing the information from Opelucid City. What do you think now, Caitlin's disappearance? There is no news from the Guardian family so far. She is said to be lurking on a cruise ship in Team Plasma and seems to have investigated something. It is also said that Caitlin has succeeded escaped. Lingberry said to the other 2 elites. Alder has also disappeared. I think our top priority should be to elect a temporary chief who will act as Alder's responsibilities during the period of Alder's disappearance. Lian Wu put forward his own views. Look, Caitlin has disappeared because of the investigation of Alder's whereabouts. We can't lose any more elite. Lian Wu added immediately. Let's not discuss this for now. What do you plan to do with Opelucid City? Opelucid City was invaded by poachers, and if we don't do something, it will seriously damage the image of the Alliance. Chantal asked the other 2 elites. Even if we do something, the image of the League has not been lost. Alder Champion's disappearance is a joke. This is the biggest shame nailed to the Unova League's shame column. Lingonberry said excitedly. Sangyang Gym's gym leader Shaka will be in charge of Opelucid City. Anyway, isn't Shaka's granddaughter Alder's apprentice, and she has the strength of an elite at a young age. What we have to do now is to prevent Team Plasma from coming in, and we must not lose sight of this. Lingonberry looked solemnly. The other 2 elites said. With that in mind, the most important thing for us now is to prevent Team Plasma from hitting the door. The reputation of the Unova Alliance is already in jeopardy. If it continues like this, the 4 elites will have to be replaced. Chantal agreed with the proposal of the Lingonberry elite. Lian Wuzi remained silent, but judging from the expression on his face, he seemed to acquiesce to what Chantal said. After all, the Dragon Cave is really too big, and investing a lot of manpower and material resources for the life and death of a Pokemon is not worth the Alliance. Unova Region Dragon's Cave. The Dragon's Cave is very large, about tens of square kilometers, and stretches several mountains. This makes searching for Hydreigon quite difficult. According to the latest news, the Kaiser has discovered Hydreigon's hiding place. But there are a lot of gym level and quasi-elite level Pokemon gathered there. Now Kaiser is gathering a mercenary group willing to open up Wasteland. Do you want to participate? You can imagine the reliability of this news when you think about the fact that the 3 large-scale mercenary groups are all standing still. It's clearly trying to kill us. The poachers gathered in groups of 3 and 5 to discuss. Soon, a poacher member received a message. King Kai discovered the location of Hydreigon and needed poachers to open up the wasteland, and the Pokemon captured by the poachers could be taken directly by the poachers. After capturing a certain amount of Pokemon, you can exchange high-quality Pokemon or money with the Kaiser mercenary group. Feng Che, what is wasteland reclamation? Caitlin was particularly curious when she heard this brand new term. She said to Feng Che's mind through voice transmission. Caitlin wears a playful and adorable Gardevoir mask, her petite figure wrapped in a cape. Reclaiming wasteland originally meant reclaiming wasteland. In the case of poachers, it means fighting with wild Pokemon, or driving wild Pokemon away. Feng Che explained. There are a lot of Pokemon in this mountain, most of them are Pokemon above superior. This is like using money to force a group of poachers to die. Feng Che added. Then the poachers can completely ignore the Emperor Kai's orders, and just take care of their own hunting. Caitlin, who does not eat human fireworks, continued to ask Feng Che. Caitlin, you were born into a wealthy family and never experienced the hardships of life. You don't know the people at the bottom. Many of them are forced to join poacher groups because of their life. They take money very seriously, and gradually lose their nature. As long as they have enough money, they are willing to risk their lives. The alliance looks glamorous on the surface, but there are many poor people who can't afford food. For the sake of in life, for the sake of money, and for the sake of profit, many people live a life of licking blood. Feng Che said to Caitlin with emotion. Caitlin nodded in understanding. She looked at the distance with an unbelievable face. She had been living in the castle. Where had she seen these killing scenes? Feng Che saw that many poachers in the distance fought fiercely wild Pokemon for money without hesitation. A Sneasel sneaks its sharp claws into a poacher's belly. After the poacher's accomplices found out, they did not lend a helping hand, but backed away and fled in a hurry. The injured poacher could only watch as Sneasel opened his stomach in an instant and died of blood loss. The phenomenon of this group of demons dancing wildly can be seen everywhere. Poachers who have been captivated by money can't care about family and friendship at this time. Even brothers will fight against each other and kill each other. It seems to have become a world without emotion, only killing. And, even if you don't want to fight, some people will force you to fight. There are no moral constraints during this time, and it will only inspire more and more greed in human nature. The dead have nothing, and the living can have all the wealth of the dead. Also, the Alliance turns a blind eye to this kind of thing. Anyway, there are so many missing people every year, which can reduce the burden on the Alliance. Feng Che looked at these poachers who had been killed with red eyes. Said to Caitlin solemnly. At this moment, a man full of blood ran in front of Feng Che. Help me, help me. The man was very flustered, and even the mask on his head fell off, revealing a hideous face. At this moment, he was clutching his abdomen. 3.5. A small stream of blood was splashing from his fingers. Save me, I know you must have potion on you. At this moment, the Pokemon who was chasing the man had caught up. It was a leopard. Leopard has a purple body and purple fur with triangle-shaped hollow yellow markings on his back. Leopard is a leopard. He has 4 cat-like whiskers extending from his mouth. It has charming eyes, charming body and slender legs, very elegant. Its side-like tail is huge and sharp, which can not only give the opponent a hard blow but also has a very good flexibility. Leopard's combat experience is extremely rich, and its nimble skills will play opponents between applause. Leopard is cunning by nature, and likes to use his purple fur to charm opponents and deceive opponents. This leopard is wild and ferocious, and its body has been stained with a lot of human blood. The poacher kneeling at Feng Che's feet was injured by the sharp claws of the cheetah. Feng Che glanced at the poacher and shook his head. This poacher's body has been cut deep by the cheetah's claws, and his internal organs have been ruptured, and he can't be saved. You make me feel bad, and I won't make you feel bad. A sharp dagger suddenly appeared in the man's hand, and stabbed Feng Che fiercely. Chapter 191-Find Hydreigon. A Vulpix suddenly rushed out of the windy cloak. Then Vulpix's tail turned silvery white, and its 6 tails slammed hard on the man's hand. The dagger in the man's hand fell to the ground. Ah! The man let out a painful growl, and he took a few steps back, clutching his hands. At this moment, Leopard was still staring at the man. It's really self-inflicted and can't live. I can't beat Leopard, and I want to drag me into the water when I die. Feng Che shook his head and said coldly. That's when Leopard seized an opportunity. Its limbs stomped on the ground, and a dive, sharp claws directly pierced the man's chest. The man's face suddenly lost his anger. He spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the ground. There was a bull-sized wound on his chest, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a spring, and the blood splashed in all directions. Leopard licked his blood-stained palm and looked at the powerful aura emanating from Feng Chie's body with dread. Then, Leopard lifted his foot and ran into the distance. Caitlin watched the tragic scene in shock. The law of the Pokemon world is that the weak eat the strong, and that's the cruelty of this world. However, this Leopard is quite smart and knows what kind of people it can't afford to offend. Feng Chie looked at Leopard's distant figure, said to Guardian 17 Leah. However, the appearance of Vulpix also attracted the greedy eyes of many poachers around. Feng Chie saw the hot gazes of the poachers around him all turn to his Vulpix. Dude, that's a Vulpix. This Pokemon is quite valuable. Haha, just grab this Vulpix and I'll post it. Everyone, grab the Vulpix. When the poachers saw Vulpix appear, they gave up their immediate goals and ordered Pokemon to attack Vulpix. Vulpix, using Shadow Sneak. Following Feng Chie's order, Vulpix opened his tail, and a Shadow Sneak the size of a ping-pong ball condensed on each tail. Shadow Sneak flashed dark arcs. Shadow Sneak gradually grows to the size of a basketball as Vulpix controls the power of the ghosts. Vulpix manipulated Shadow Sneak to smash the greedy people. With just a few rumblings, all the Pokemon that attacked Vulpix were knocked to the ground by Vulpix. This Vulpix is very powerful, and it seems that Vulpix's qualifications are very good. Catch, be sure to catch this Vulpix. HMPH, as long as I catch this Vulpix, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life. Many hunters said one after another. Vulpix, using Will-O-Wisp. Feng Chie continued to give orders to Vulpix. I saw Vulpix's tail standing tall. Suddenly, countless Will-O-Wisp appeared around. It can be seen that this Vulpix has a strong fire talent. This is a Will-O-Wisp array made by Vulpix, and all Pokemon and humans who touch Will-O-Wisp will be burned by Will-O-Wisp. This Will-O-Wisp also contains venomous toxins, so as long as Pokemon touches Will-O-Wisp, the subsequent treatment alone is a lot of money. This cost will definitely make these poachers heartache. It hurts. Feng Chie explained to Caitlin. Let's go, Caitlin, with this Will-O-Wisp formation hindered, these poachers should not dare to chase us. Let's go find Hydreigon's whereabouts. Feng Chie said to Caitlin. Feng Chie, how do we find the trace of Hydreigon? My psychic is restrained by Hydreigon's evil attributes, and there is no way to accurately locate Hydreigon's location. Caitlin asked Feng Chie with some doubts. Caitlin, you just have to tell me the approximate range of Hydreigon. Feng Chie did not expect that Caitlin could pass the psychic pre-future sight, the approximate range of the lock-on target. This saves a lot of time. Feng Chie originally planned to go to the place where Hydreigon was most likely to hide, looking for an opportunity to eavesdrop on Pokemon's voice, so as to determine where Hydreigon was hiding in the end. My psychic is back to a point now, so I can now teleport long distances with Duosion. Caitlin snapped his fingers, and then disappeared with Feng Chie. King's Mercenary Corps. At this time, Emperor Kai was happily flipping through a magazine. Haxorus was lying on the floorboard drawing circles with his tail. Lord Kaihuang. Longji hurried over. According to the report, the trace of the psychic was suspected to be found at the scene. Multiple poachers saw two people in capes and disappeared in place. Longji said with a serious face. It doesn't matter, there are all kinds of bulls, ghosts, gods and snakes at this time, we just need to keep an eye on where Hydreigon is. King Kai said disapprovingly. Our biggest enemy now is the three large mercenary groups and Team Plasma. It is said that the person in charge of Team Plasma this time is Vio, the Sage of Dragons. His strength is very strong, second only to the great sage Kuikizi. It is said that there have been some recent developments within Team Plasma. Some of the rare and legendary resources have been stolen, causing their funds to be very tight now. So a Dano worth hundreds of millions of Alliance coins, naturally they will not let it go. However, if Team Plasma gets Dano's Pokemon eggs, there is room for negotiation, because even if they get them, they will have to find someone to exchange them for alliance coins. But if the 3 large mercenary groups get it and want them to spit it out, it won't be that easy. Emperor Kai's face was a little dignified at this time. Wait a minute, Zatu is using the pre-future site to probe where the Hydreigon is. As soon as we have the results, we will attack the entire army of Hydreigon's lair. Kai Huang said to Long Ji. At this moment, the dragon sage Vio was sitting cross-legged on a large rock. He was full of solid muscles, a sturdy arm was raised, and he was holding a communicator. Akamo-o is standing next to Vio. Kuichi-si, I know, I'll find Dano. Vio said impatiently. You can't pass Kolres and Ben's losses on me. I know that the organization's funds are tight right now, but am I also trying to hunt Pokemon? What are you talking about? My dragon-type Pokemon is a big resource hog. It's too much of you to say that. My dragon-type Pokemon are all my treasures. I've contributed so much to Team Plasma, I can't eat Pokemon better. Forget it. Don't talk, I'm dead. Vio directly hung up his communication with Kuichi-si. This old guy Kuichi-si actually said that my Kamo-o eats a lot and consumes a lot. That's my daughter. I want my daughter to eat better and I have to worry about it. Vio was angry. Saying that, he stood up abruptly from the stone. He was 2 meters tall, with 2 white beards hanging down. At this moment, he was holding a huge machete in his hand, looking majestic. Kamo-o sips a dragon blood fruit and enjoys the food comfortably. These precious dragon resources are commonplace for Kamo-o. If it wasn't for Kuikizi's control of the black and white double dragons, I would have lifted Kuikizi's heavenly cover and become the leader of Team Plasma. Vio said cursingly. If it wasn't for the dragon resources of the Hydreigon dragon nest, I wouldn't take the initiative to invite Ying here. I don't know if my dragon power can find where the Hydreigon is. Vio touched the beard. Ruo said thoughtfully. Well, it's been a long time since I fought. Girl, this time Dad has found a suitable opponent for you, and you can fight to your heart's content. Vio looked at Kamo-o with doting eyes and said. As for the Dano, I'll keep it myself. As long as it's the Pokemon I'm interested in, there's no reason for me to give in. Vio said slowly, with a smug smile on his face. At this time, Feng Che and Caitlin appeared on a steep mountain. This high mountain is so high and the rock wall is very steep, and ordinary Pokemon can't reach this mountain and live on it. Clusters of unknown wildflowers sprang up from the rock wall. Swoobit leader. How did humans appear here? Could it be that they found the trace of Lord Hydreigon? Feng Che suddenly heard the voice of Swoobit. Feng Che looked up and saw nothing. It was only after Feng Che used Psychic to probe the surroundings that he found Swoobit lying on a rock pillar in the distance. These Swoobats used Psychic to set up a psychic barrier around themselves. If Feng Che didn't enable psychic detection after hearing Swoobit's voice, it would be difficult to find the traces of these Swoobats. Then Feng Che saw Gigalith and Boldore walking on the cliffs of the high mountain. Their special body structure allows them to walk freely on this nearly 90-foot cliff. There are also many Excadrill disguised as stones on the mountain, and Braviary and Mandibuzz hovering above the mountain. There are Pokemon guards in all directions. Hydreigon should be nearby. Feng Che thought to himself. Chapter 192-Capture Swoobit. Leader Swoobit. Humans should not have discovered our psychic barrier. As long as they go in the direction of this mountain top, we will start to attack. No humans should be allowed near Lord Hydreigon. It seems that Hydreigon is hidden on the top of this mountain. Feng Che secretly speculated in his heart. Caitlin, your psychic positioning is too accurate. We have found the location of Hydreigon. Feng Che said to Caitlin's telepathy. Ah, what? I didn't see any trace of Hydreigon. Caitlin said with a puzzled face. I just feel that Hydreigon is within the range of these mountains, but it's not exactly where the lock-on is to Hydreigon. Caitlin replied through telepathy. This Hydreigon is on top of this high mountain. If you look closely, you can see that there is a heavy guard around here. A lot of Swoobats used Psychic to hide themselves. Gigalith, Boldore, Excadrill are all on alert on the mountain, and the Sky and Braviary and Mandibuzz are circling. These Pokémon, SIs are all very alert, as if there is something important they want to guard on this mountain. So it can be judged that Hydreigon must be hidden on the top of the mountain. Feng Che said to Caitlin with a serious expression. Then, are we going to Hydreigon? Caitlin asked. Not yet, we rushed into the Hydreigon's lair rashly, and we will definitely be severely attacked by the Hydreigon. It's better that we find a safe place first, and wait until a few large mercenary groups find it and consume some of the Pokémon's strength before we make a move. This is called the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind. Feng Chejian eyebrows raised, and he said calmly. But the first thing we have to do now is to capture the Swoobit leader and let Swoobit attract the attention of the poachers. Caitlin, can you exchange the Swoobit leader through venue exchange? Feng Che said. Asked Caitlin. I'll try. Caitlin closed his eyes. A pale blue glow appeared on his body. Caitlin has survived Psychic's backlash, and Psychic has recovered 70 or 80% at this time. My current Psychic is recovering. Although I am still a high-level Psychic, with Duosion, I should be able to use the venue exchange to replace this Swoobit. At this time, the Swoobit leader was arranging the battle plan explained by Hydreigon to Swoobit. It's just that the leader of Swoobit didn't say a few words before being exchanged by Caitlin to Feng Che's side. Swoobit has a dark blue body with light blue hair covering the head and neck in the torso. A pair of black forelimbs and a pair of black bat wings also extend from the hair. Located at the end of the lower body of the Swoobit, there are two pink tails staggered down by the spiral constrict. Swoobit shoots sonic waves of various wavelengths from its nose, ranging from exploring terrain like Woobat to disrupting and confusing opponents like Zubat, to rock-shattering sonic surges like Noivern. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name, Swoobit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent dark green. Characteristics, simple. Open black lens bracket level, 48 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket attribute, psychic close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket G-name. Confusion ideographic, protect ideographic, recover ideographic, endeavor ideographic, Psybeam ideographic, charm ideographic, Psyshock ideographic, light screen ideographic, reflect ideographic, ally switch ideographic, pain split ideographic, psychic ideographic, teleport ideographic, Psyshock ideographic, sleep talk ideographic, aerial ace ideographic, air cutter ideographic, air slash ideographic, agility ideographic, brave bird, Dang G name close black lens bracket. Status, confused. Evaluation. The Reconnaissance Pioneer under Hydreigon has good combat power and excellent reconnaissance ability, and is a good hand in housekeeping and nursing homes. Close black lens bracket. Swoobit. Damn, how did I get transferred here? I was clearly in the clan just now. Swoobit. Escort, escort. Swoobit suddenly released a high explosive sound wave from his mouth. Swoobit, I was blown away by the sound waves of hundreds of Swoobats back then. As soon as I see Swoobit now, I get angry. Suddenly Caitlin's face was full of weirdness smile. A tyrannical blue confusion erupted from Caitlin. Swoobit, where did this ruthless man come from, to be able to burst out such a powerful psychic? Swoobit was shivering with fright. A huge rock on the side floated into the air with the blessing of Caitlin's psychic. Calm down, Caitlin, calm down, this is not Team Plasma, and this Swoobit is not the Swoobit that attacked you in the first place. Feng Che tried his best to comfort Caitlin. Ah, sorry, I just saw that Swoobit got a little out of control. Caitlin heard Feng Che's words. He immediately realized that his emotions were suddenly out of control. She hurriedly coughed and regained her lovely ladylike appearance. Don't worry, Swoobit, your opponent is me. Feng Che said jokingly, looking at Swoobit with a terrified face. Swoobit, I was almost frightened by that human being just now. Swoobit, no, this place must be found. Swoobit, who had calmed down a bit, suddenly became furious. Squeak. Swoobit opened his mouth, and an extremely sharp sound wave erupted. Come out, Ice Vulpix. Feng-Che will send Pokémon with relatively restrained attributes according to the strength of the hostile Pokémon. Although Feng-Che's Ice Vulpix only has the strength of Superior, the ice element of Ice Vulpix is relatively restrained against Swoobit. Even if Bing Vulpix loses, it doesn't matter, Feng-Che will send Frogadier to play again, and he will definitely surrender Swoobit completely. Ice Vulpix, this is your first battle with a high-level wild Pokémon, you must play well. Feng-Che said to Bing Vulpix. At this time, Bing Vulpix put his meat claws on his mouth and hit a yawn. Bing Vulpix seemed to have just woken up not long ago. Squeak. Swoobit. This kind of opponent who looks very weak at first glance. Very good, I want to drain this little guy's blood. Swoobit. I like to suck the blood of these little guys the most, it's a different taste. Swoobit shows his sharp fangs. Swoobit flapped its wings, and the air cutter was condensed by Swoobit. Ice Vulpix, avoid Swoobit's attack. Feng-Che shouted at Bing Vulpix. Swoobit slammed his wings, and a gust of wind blew suddenly, and the air cutter fell in the direction of the Ice Vulpix. Ice Vulpix took a light step, like a dance, elegantly dodging the air cutter's attack on the ground. Even Bing Vulpix stretched out his meat claws and slapped the air cutter like a crescent moon with one claws, smashing the air cutter to pieces. The explosive power of this Ice Vulpix is very strong. Caitlin was amazed as he watched the Ice Vulpix smash the air cutter with one claw. But this Ice Vulpix is really cute. I really don't know where Feng-Che found such a cute Ice Vulpix. Basically, no girl is immune to cute things. Caitlin's eyes are full of love for this Ice Vulpix. Swoobit. Humph, I managed to escape my air cutter, it doesn't matter, I have other tricks. Swoobit's eyes turn blue. Swoobit uses confusion. Ice Vulpix's whole body suddenly appeared blue light. It rose into the air as if weightless, and then fell back down at great speed. Ice Vulpix, use Frozen Wind on the opposite side. Ice Vulpix opened his cherry-like mouth, and a freezing wind spewed out of his mouth. The freezing wind blew onto the ground, and even a small piece of ground was instantly frozen. The Ice Vulpix also landed on the ground smoothly by the impact of the freezing wind. Swoobit. Humph, I'll see how many times you can dodge. Swoobit used confusion again, but was successfully freed by the guarded Ice Vulpix. Okay, Ice Vulpix, use Aurora Beam. Bing Vulpix opened his mouth, and from his mouth spurted out an extremely strong freezing gas that exuded a colorful light like an aurora. I saw Aurora Beam hit the Swoobit quickly, freezing it into a lump of ice in an instant. The ice cube fell directly to the ground and was torn apart, but there was no sign of Swoobit. This Swoobit is so smart, it used teleport at the moment when the Aurora Beam hits. The Aurora Beam freezes only the phantom of the Swoobit. Feng-Che murmured. Swoobit constantly uses teleport instead of flying, the purpose is not to let Ice Vulpix find his tracks. Ice Vulpix, don't panic. Use the freezing wind towards you at a 45-degree angle. Feng-Che shouted at Bing Vulpix. Ice Vulpix spit out a cold wind according to Feng-Che's instructions. Swoobit, who was using teleport to move to one place, suddenly felt a chill on his body. It looked down and found that a thick layer of ice suddenly appeared on its body. Swoobit, damn, when the hell did this show up? Swoobit beats his wings and shatters the ice. It flew into the air and suddenly divided into 4 or 5 clones. From the outside, these Swoobats can't be seen as real. Ice Vulpix, don't panic, use your ice energy and use Blizzard. Ice Vulpix opened his mouth and spat out the goose feathers of Iceris. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot all of a sudden. For cold-blooded animals like bats, they just want to huddle together for warmth in cold weather. Swoobit. Cold, so cold. Feng-Che judged Swoobit's true identity through Swoobit's voice. Ice good, Vulpix. Use Psybeam on that Swoobit. Feng-Che shouted loudly. Ice Vulpix's tail spread out, and Psybeam appeared from the tip of its tail. Swoobit only felt cold all over his body, and then fell into darkness. I finally solved the Swoobit leader. Bing Vulpix, your strength has improved rapidly. Feng Che praised Bing Vulpix. Bing Vulpix spread his hooves, quickly ran to Feng Che, followed his trouser legs, and jumped into Feng Che's arms. Feng Che helped Bing Vulpix comb the scattered hair, and Bing Vulpix lay lazily on Feng Che's hands. Mr. Feng Che, can I touch this ice Vulpix? Caitlin looked at Feng Che, his bright eyes full of novelty. Of course there is no problem, but my ice Vulpix is a little afraid of growing. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Caitlin hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but stretched out his slender hand and stroked Bing Vulpix's hair. Sure enough, it's very fluffy and soft, and it's soft. What a cute little guy. Caitlin said, touching the ice Vulpix with excitement. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che used confusion to manipulate the Pokeball and threw it in the direction of Swoobit. This Swoobit is just right to be the guard guarding the nursery. Wait, I'll let this Swoobit lure some more qualified Swoobats out, and I'll have a helping hand for this action. Feng Che has already thought about the next plan. Chapter 193_ each has ghosts. Soon, Feng Che, with the help of Swoobit, captured 4 more Swoobats. Later, Feng Che let these Swoobats deliberately attract the attention of poachers. King's Mercenary Corps. Lord Kaihuang, we have received news that our people have found a particularly strange mountain with a large number of Swoobats ambushing below. Longji hurried over and said to Emperor Kai. At this time, Emperor Kai was looking at the Hydreigon's hiding place pointed out by Xatu with a serious expression. Look at this map, is the mountain near the location pointed out by Xatu? Emperor Kai suddenly asked Longji. Longji took a look at the map and nodded immediately. That's right, Lord Kai, how did you know? Longji asked suspiciously. This is because I pre-future sight with Xatu, which has predicted where the Hydreigon might appear. It's almost certain that that mountain is the last hiding place of Hydreigon. Xatu is really good. However, the abnormality of that high mountain should soon be discovered by those with a heart. So, we must rush to Gaoshan and seize the opportunity before the news is completely spread. Kai Huang said to Longji seriously. Understood, I heard that the heads of the 3 large mercenary regiments have also known about this matter, so we must fight quickly. Longji said to Emperor Kai. At this time, Feng Che and Caitlin are in the psychic barrier made by Swoobit. Feng Che saw a 2-meter-tall white-bearded muscular man with a machete appear nearby. Next to the white-bearded man is a majestic Komo. Daughter, my dragon power tells me that Hydreigon is on this high mountain. 050, but this mountain is a little high, but it doesn't matter, this height is still within the acceptable range of Dad. Vio said to Komo. But we're going soon. Based on what Team Plasma has heard, it seems that the poachers all know that Hydreigon is hiding in this high mountain. We're going to sneak in quietly, first without disturbing anyone, and then we'll have the Oriole behind. Anyway, in addition to Dano, our goal is to cultivate Dano's dragon-type materials. Vio stroked his beard and said. I didn't expect that the person who came from Team Plasma this time was Vio, the Sage of the Dragon. Caitlin said in surprise. Is there anything special about this man? Feng Che asked inexplicably. There isn't much to say about the 7 sages of Team Plasma in the Pokemon game. Feng Che only knew that there was Vio, the Sage of the Dragon, but the specific information about this person was unknown. Team Plasma is ruled by King N and the 7 sages. The 7 sages are divided into Great Sages, Dragon Sages, Sky Sages, Earth Sages, Ocean Sages, Flame Sages, and Orberg Sages. Except for the Great Sage Kuikizi, who is proficient in multi-type Pokemon, the Dragon Sage is the most powerful, and can be said to be the second in command of Team Plasma. Caitlin introduced to Feng Che. The Dragon Sage can be said to be the most unique and unusual person in Team Plasma. He is both good and evil, arrogant and unruly, and only abides by the rules and regulations he has made. He regards all dragon Pokemon as his own, and thinks that only Pokemon will not betray human beings. Vio is also an elite-level trainer in Team Plasma, other than Quickus. Before he joined the Plasma BHDF sub-team, our Guardian family had a good relationship with him, and even when he joined Team Plasma, we kept in touch with him often. Caitlin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Team Plasma was here. Even if our snatched Pokemon eggs fail, if they are caught by the Dragon Sage, he will let us go. After all, he still owes our family a favor. Caitlin told Feng Che. Feng Che saw that Dragon Sage and Kamo also found a place to hide. Haha, I'm here waiting for the arrival of the mercenary group to clear the way for me. Don't think I don't know, there are plenty of wild Pokemon lurking in here. Father, I don't want to do such a thankless thing. Vio said with a smug smile on his face. Soon, the Kaihuang mercenary regiment reached the high mountain. But the three large mercenary groups were already waiting at the foot of the mountain, and they seemed to be waiting for the arrival of Emperor Kai. After a while, a young man in a white suit arrived late. Emperor Kai, you are really busy. I really made the old lady wait for a long time. I thought you'd be here as soon as you got the news. A girl wearing a kimono and heavy makeup came over, smoking a hookah, and said impatiently. This girl is Rose Lily, the head of the Rose Mercenary Corps. Indeed, we've been waiting for you for a long time, and we thought you'd be the first to arrive. A big fat man who was eating chicken legs came over. The big fat man chewed the food in his mouth and muttered. The fat man with big head and big ears in front of him is the fat man Chao Ya, the head of the Falcon Mercenary Regiment. Let's discuss together how to distribute the proceeds this time. We don't have to fight to death. After all, the people of Team Plasma are still in ambush in the dark. I don't want to be picked peaches. A middle-aged man with a black eye patch on his left eye came out. The middle-aged man is the Lion King Kane, the head of the Lion's Mercenary Corps. Rose Lily, Joa, Kane, why did you come so early? General Long Kai Huang said with a displeased expression. He suddenly felt that the Zatu that could only preempt future sight was no longer fragrant. Haha, the spies of our three mercenary regiments are distributed in all directions of the Dragon's Cave. As long as we find any signs of Hydreigon, we will focus on patrolling that area. Our three large mercenary groups have reached a joint agreement. As soon as we found out that there was movement in this mountain, we immediately mobilized people here. Later we found out that you have also mobilized members of the mercenary group to go here, Emperor Kai, and we are even more certain that this is the final hiding place of Hydreigon. We've already heard that you borrowed a pre-future sight Zatu from Greya. So naturally we won't let your every move go. Rose Lily said to Emperor Kai with a slight interest. Well, this mountain, we're going in 4 directions. If someone wins Dano, we'll hold an auction. How about the highest bidder? General Long Kai Huang said helplessly. He was still seized by a large mercenary group, which made Emperor Kai very unhappy. I can accept this proposal. Rose Lily nodded in agreement. I'm okay with that too. After Chaoya finished eating a chicken leg, he didn't know where to take another one. Agree. The Lion King Kane said succinctly. The strength of the Lion King Kane is the highest among the 3 large-scale mercenary regiments, but the Lion King Kane is also the one who speaks the least. Let's focus on strength. Anyway, we will share the dragon resources equally. Dano will get the highest price, so let you choose a climbing position first. The Dragon General Kai Huang pretended to be generous. Gun hit the bird. The Kaiser knew that the mercenary group that climbed the mountain first would surely come under heavy attack from the Pokemon army under Hydreigon. In particular, this mountain is very steep and is a dangerous place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. When Rose Lily, Chao Ya, and Lion King Kane left with the team, there was a sneer in Kai Huang's eyes. What a bunch of stupid guys. Do you think Hydreigon is so easy to deal with? Just enough to let you explore the way and consume Hydreigon's vitality. If I didn't want to consume the vitality of my mercenary group, I would have completely eliminated you early in the morning, and I would have kept you jumping in front of me. Kai Huang suddenly looked at the direction the three of them were going away, and said viciously. This Hydreigon really knows how to pick a place, which gives Hydreigon a lot of time to recover its strength. Dragon General Kai Huang said with emotion. This time we have offended Emperor Kai. After this incident is over, Emperor Kai will definitely settle accounts in the autumn. Among the 7 generals, Emperor Kai is the most petty. We still have to be prepared to deal with it, and I was too just now. I specially reminded Emperor Kai that the 3 of us joined forces, so that he would also have some scruples. Rose Lily said to Chao Ya and Kane. No matter what we do, as long as we participate in this operation, we have already offended Emperor Kai. Rose Lily, don't think too much. No matter what we do, Emperor Kai will eventually liquidate us. Chao Ya swallowed the chicken legs and said in a slurred manner. This time, our 3 large mercenary groups join forces to advance and retreat together. Even after this incident is over, we have to hold together to resist the reckoning of General Long Kai Huang. The Lion King Kane said with a serious look. The main Pokemon of the Lion King are feline Pokemon, such as Fire Lion, Luxray, Leopard, Persian, Alola region Persian. Leopard, humanity seems to be about to act, and Lord Hydreigon's plan has been successfully implemented. Leopard, humph, I wonder how it felt when these self-righteous humans worked so hard to get to the top of the mountain, only to find that there was nothing. Leopard, Lord Hydreigon is resourceful and resourceful. Lord Hydreigon has lived for so many years, and he is most aware of the tactics of human beings. Leopard, seeing so many Pokemon guarding the top of the mountain, humans must be paying attention to the top of the mountain. Leopard, this will give Lord Hydreigon enough time to recover his strength in the hidden cave at the bottom of the mountain. Leopard, a foolish human who wants to plunder Lord Hydreigon's errand is beyond his capacity. Feng Che saw Leopard standing beside him playing Yan. This Leopard was the one Feng Che encountered when he first arrived at the Dragon's Cave. Chapter 194 If you are slow, you will be eaten. Growl burst out from Swoobit. Why are you everywhere? Feng Che looked at Leopard and shook his head helplessly. Since you came to the door, I'm welcome. Feng Che directed Swoobit to attack Leopard. The sharp growl nearly shattered Leopard's eardrums, and Leopard only felt his ears buzz. The high-frequency volume made Leopard dizzy and walk like he was drunk. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Leopard close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Characteristic, heart of mischief. Open black lens bracket level, 42 close black lens bracket. Attribute, evil. Skills, claw, growl, fake out, sand attack, fury swipes, torment, assurance, hone claws, sucker punch, nasty plot, night slash, treasure hunt, thief, snarl, throat chop. Status, sudden attack, in a chaotic state. Evaluation, this is a very smart Leopard who likes to play dead. When it can't beat the opponent, its best trick is to close its eyes and fall on the spot. Close black lens bracket. Leopard, scared me to death, where did this attack come from? Leopard looked around and saw no Pokemon attacking him. Leopard, could it be that my mind is out of whack? Leopard, no, I heard a sharp growl just now. I'm very familiar with this growl, as if I've heard it somewhere. Leopard scratched his head with his claws, and looked around with a puzzled expression. The surroundings were normal. Leopard, where did I hear such a sharp growl? Leopard, forget it, let's move on. Leopard's front paws just took a step. Feng Che immediately signaled to let Swoobit continue to attack. Squeak. This time Swoobit made a sound wave that shook Rock Smash. The sound wave directly pushed Leopard 4 meters away. Leopard looked very embarrassed. The purple fur is covered with gravel and weeds. Leopard, I'm the hell. Leopard suspects that Leopard is looking around, but he doesn't notice any Pokemon activities around. Leopard, this is really hell. Is there a mutated lizard around? Leopard. No, hidden lizards are very recognizable, even if they are invisible, they will still have a dark stripe. Leopard crawls on the ground alertly, with only his tail held high. Just when Leopard was about to crawl forward, Feng Che continued to let Swoobit attack. The Swoobit flapped its wings and kept gathering the air cutter. The other Swoobats on the side continued to expand the psychic barrier until the air cutter gathered more and more. The Swoobit unleashed the air cutter. Real wind blade storm. Leopard was horrified when he saw so many air cutters falling from the sky. Leopard. I'm going, there are so many air cutters, it's going to frighten the leopard to death, did I stab the bat's nest? Leopard suddenly felt that the situation was not good, and his face was panic. Leopard remembers seeing a muck messing with the Swoobats when he was purloined. Muck was cut straight to pieces by Swoobit's air cutter. That Muck was also badly beaten by Swoobit. Leopard instantly transformed into a purple streamer, evading the attack of Swoobit air cutter by jumping wildly. There was a thumping sound on the ground. Air cutter tackle on the ground, there are many cobweb-like cracks and gravel. At the same time, countless gunpowder smoke was raised. After the smoke cleared, Leopard lay dead on the ground, motionless. Its abdomen was cut deep by the wind blade, and blood was gushing out from the wound. Leopard. I'd like to see who is behind the scenes, my perfect suspended animation skills. Leopard. Even that wound, I made it myself. I'm really going to call 666 for this Leopard. In order to make the performance realistic, he did not hesitate to make such a deep wound for himself. But, in the end, you should be waiting for Pokeball. Feng Che saw that there was already a mercenary group walking towards him after hearing the sound. Here, there is a dead Leopard. It's really good luck. Leopard's fur is very valuable, and it is the favorite fur of noble ladies. Leopard is really hard to catch, it's just too fast. 3 poachers came over and gathered around Leopard, staring greedily at Leopard lying on the ground. They smelled bloody and looked like they had just killed quite a few Pokemons. Leopard. It's really unfortunate that humans have seen me as I am now. Leopard. As of now, I can only do it. Leopard quickly climbed up from the ground and instantly turned into a purple shiny. Where Leopard passed, several people gathered around clutching their throats, blood seeping from between their fingers. Those people opened their mouths wide, but without saying a word, they thumped to the ground. The surrounding land was immediately dyed a deep red with blood. Leopard, you have the blood of Pokemon on your body, and you still want to peel my skin. I can only ask you to go to hell, which is also considered to be avenging the Pokemon who were murdered by you. Leopard licked the blood from his fingertips. Caitlin, do you know why I didn't save these 3 humans just now? Feng Che said suddenly. Because they're poachers. Caitlin asked uncertainly. More than that, they're not just poachers, they have a lot of human and Pokemon blood on them. Look at the dark red marks on their cloaks, they are all blood-stained after they killed them. Feng Che told Caitlin the reason. Don't have pity on the poachers, many of them have committed murders. But this Leopard, I really like it more and more. It has a strong hand and a fast brain. Although it is only a Pokemon with green qualifications, the qualifications are slightly worse, but it can be supplemented the day after tomorrow. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Farfetch'd, this Pokemon is handed over to you. I want to see the effect of your recent training, whether there is a slack-off. Ducks with insufficient strength. Many turned into roast ducks in the end. You should still remember the duck you ate before. It was a sea duck. It was so fat that it couldn't walk. Effortlessly it was caught by me. When I roasted it, the fat came out. I remember that you probably ate half of that duck. Feng Che said, looking at Farfetch'd with a half-smile. Farfetch'd shivered while holding the green onion. However, the fast ducks are very safe, and the ones that are eaten always run behind. So, Farfetch'd, you have to work hard. If you are slow, you may be eaten. Feng Che looked at Farfetch'd said with a smirk. Also, don't worry, I'm only interested in fat ducks for the time being. Farfetchado T10, 0. Farfetched. 10. Duck duck this time is miserable, duck duck this time too bad. If you lose, you will definitely be caught and roasted. Feng Che didn't know why this duck always imagined in fear that he was made into a roast duck. Although Feng Che had told it several times, he had only eaten sea duck and would not eat it. As long as the roast duck is mentioned in front of Farfetched, Farfetched will become extremely excited. This is just enough to stimulate its combat effectiveness. For flowers. Farfetched walked out of Swoobit's psychic barrier with a green onion. It majestically carried a green onion and set off on the expedition with the heart of death. Leopard saw a duck suddenly appear holding a green onion. Leopard, it turned out to be hiding here. I finally know why I can't see the enemy attacking. Leopard, the psychic barrier made by Swoobit, it seems that Swoobit just hid here to attack me. Leopard, HMPH, now that I know the culprit, I'm going to come back with a good revenge. Leopard starts running quickly. Its fleshy claws slapped the ground, and sharp claws bounced out of its flesh pad-like palms. Leopard turned into a purple shiny. It opened its claws and used the steel claw skill. Leopard, humph, this duck looks stupid, die, duck. Leopard said inside snarl. Farfetched, why is this leopard running so slow? When Farfetched was training, the ones who fought the most were Scyther, Frogadier, and Hot Meow. Farfetched usually can't catch their movements at all, and has been abused miserably. Leopard's movements were much slower than they were. Farfetched, it turns out that adversarial training is really effective. 0. After Farfetched detected Leopard's actions, it directly raised the green onion to block Leopard's attacking route. Just hear a thud. Leopard slammed into the green onion, and hit the bridge of his nose. Leopard felt a rush of sourness. Leopard's face. The weakness of feline and canine Pokemon is in the nose. It seems that Farfetched has improved a lot after participating in the training. Feng Che calmly looked at Leopard, who was angry and embarrassed. Leopard rage sent out snarl. The massive sound wave destroyed all the rocks that Farfetched was blocking. Farfetched fends off Leopard's snarl attack by holding the green onion in front of him. Farfetched only felt a gust of wind coming from the front. Under the strong impact of the strong wind, Farfetched stepped back with the green onion in his hand. Very good, this Farfetched has a good response speed. Feng Che nodded in relief. Leopard, actually able to stop my attack. At this time, Leopard looked at Farfetched's smug look, and was instantly furious. An evil force spread through Leopard. I saw Leopard suddenly rushed to the front of Farfetched, resorted to fake out. Farfetched only felt a few fleshy palms slapping his face. The blow of the flesh palm suffocated the leaf blade that Farfetched was about to use. Farfetched, be careful, this Leopard ability can interrupt your attack. Feng Che quickly reminded Farfetched. Farfetched was drained by Leopard's attack. Then Farfetched took 2 steps back, lifted the green onion and smashed it hard in Leopard's direction. Leopard jumped backwards, dodging Farfetched's attack. Farfetched green onions hit a loneliness. Leopard split up 3 clones and attacked Farfetched from the upper, middle and lower positions at the same time. Feng Che shouted to Farfetched. Farfetched, follow my orders and slap the Leopard on the right. Farfetched picked up the green onion and smashed it to the right. Leopard, how come, how human beings foresight my avatar? I think the avatar I made is vivid, even the shadow. Leopard, how did humans discover it? Leopard didn't even know what to do, when Farfetched knocked off mercilessly to the ground. Leopard tumbled on the ground for a while, and fell to the ground with a gray head. It didn't have to act this time, it was really knocked out. And Chapter 195-dive into a cave, a dark shadow suddenly appears. Farfetched, well done, you don't have to get on the iron this time. However, you can't slack off. I think you've gotten a little fatter recently, so you need to increase the amount of training. Feng Che said to Farfetched with a smile. Farfetch'd felt horrified at once. Farfetch'd, help, the trainer still wants to eat me. Farfetch'd shivering holding onion. Farfetch'd, by the way, training and training, if you train more, you won't get fat, and if you train more, you won't get on the iron platform. Farfetch'd hastily waved the green onion. Feng Che showed a relieved smile when he saw that Farfetch'd picked up the green onion in such a good way and started training. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che took out a Pokeball and threw it on Leopard. I saw Leopard turned into a red light and was included in the Pokeball. Pokeball flickered twice, then calmed down. Very good, this Leopard was successfully captured. Feng Che intends to put this cunning Leopard in the breeding house as a Pokemon who guards the breeding house. The battle between Farfetch'd and Leopard just now was watched by the Dragon Sage lurking aside. The little girl of the Guardian family and a good trainer. Vio took out the silver wine bottle from his arms and took a sip of wine into his mouth with a fierce 050. Koichi wanted to investigate who the person who rescued Caitlin was. I think this kid should be the one who rescued Caitlin. But it's better to have less than one thing, so I'll just pretend I don't know. Whoever is called Kuikizi won't pay me, that cheapskate. When you become a sage, you must lead by example. Have you ever seen a sage whose face is cleaner than his face? Daughter, Dad can't support you anymore, why don't I just find you a breeding house for a while? When Dad makes enough money, Dad will take you back, how about that? Vio persuaded Kamo-o shyly. Kamo-o rolled his eyes immediately. Kamo-o, does Dad think I eat too much, but I'm now 1/5 of what I used to eat. Kamo-o, I used to have 1 meal a day with 5 dragon blood fruits, but now I eat 5 meals a day with only 1 dragon blood fruit per meal. Ooh, is this Kamo-o's math taught by a physical education teacher? Feng Che was speechless for a while. However, this Vio is really as good as a child to his Pokemon. It was only after Feng Che heard Kamo-o's voice that he realized that Vio was hiding nearby. Vio should have found us, but he pretended not to see us, he probably didn't want to cause trouble. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Well, Vio should have recognized me. Does he think you are the one who took me on the cruise? Caitlin said with some concern. It doesn't matter, your strength has recovered a part now, and we finally have the power to protect ourselves. Even if Vio attacks, we have a way to escape his pursuit. Our top priority now should be to find where Hydreigon is. Feng Che said calmly. Swoobit, take us away. Feng Che said to Swoobit through telepathy. Subsequently, the Swoobats created a wider range of psychic barriers. They used psychic to hold Caitlin and Feng Che and flew away. I should be leaving too. Vio flexed his muscles. My dragon power told me that Hydreigon is not on the top of the mountain at this time, but underground. I believe that kid just found it too. After I grab Dano, if anyone offers a high price, I will put Dano who to sell to. I haven't heard from that stinky boy since he left home. I've been looking for him for many years. I don't know if he is still alive. Vio said with emotion after a sip of wine. I've told you many times, what kind of pharmacy knowledge do we learn as Royal Dragon family? Dragon-type Pokemon is our lifeblood, but you don't listen. I joined Team Plasma because I wanted to find you through the influence of Team Plasma. However, you stinky boy doesn't leave any clues, how on earth can I find you? It's the father who has been ignoring your feelings. 30 years have passed. If you are still alive, you can send me a letter. Vio stood up slowly, and Vio looked sad at this time. Vio had a son, but he ran away from home at the age of 15 and has never heard from him since. Over the years, Vio has always regarded his Pokemon as his sons and daughters, and was also looking for some spiritual solace based on his longing for his son. Come on, girl, we're going to make money for you. Vio yelled at Kamo-o. Kamo-o looked at Vio with some concern. It's okay, girl, it's just that the wind and sand are a little bigger, and I'm lost. Vio waved his hand at Kamo-o. Lord Kaihuang, now the 3 large mercenary groups are attacking the mountains, and a large number of Pokemon are attacking violently from the heights. When will we start the operation? Longji asked to Emperor Kai, and Longji was a little anxious. Don't worry, Longji, I always feel that there is something strange about this matter. It is very likely that Hydreigon is playing tricks on it. I suspect that this lair on the high mountain is just a hole made by Hydreigon. According to what I know about this Hydreigon, although there are many Pokémon on the mountain, there are not as many Pokémon as I imagined. Am I guessing the arrangement of the Hydreigon wrong? However, Zatu did predict that Hydreigon would appear here. Kai Huang was a little undecided, and Kai Huang's thoughts were chaotic at this time. Seeing that the three large mercenary groups are about to break the first layer of defense of Hydreigon, King Kai couldn't sit still. The order goes on, the whole army will attack. If Hydreigon is really in the mountains, it will be seized by three large mercenary groups. Kai Huang said to Longji with a solemn expression. Feng Che and Caitlin were lurking in the cave at this time. The cave was very humid, and the sound of water dripping was everywhere. Feng Che, do you think Hydreigon is really here? Caitlin scratched at Feng Che's clothes with some fear. Caitlin is the princess who has been living in the castle, but she has never been to such a spooky place. Caitlin, use psychic to detect the surroundings, and you feel the surroundings are dark. Feng Che looked at the nervous Caitlin and said. Caitlin realized that he was clutching Feng Che's clothes tightly, and hurriedly released his hand nervously. Sorry, I'm so nervous, I forgot that psychic can see at night. Caitlin smiled sheepishly. Be careful, there are several gigaliths disguised as rocks here. Feng Che used psychic to detect the surrounding stones. He found several gigaliths disguised as stones, with green moss growing on them. These gigaliths were all silently asleep. Once gigalith is exposed to external stimuli, such as human and Pokémon sounds, human and Pokémon walking sounds, these gigaliths would wake up from their slumber and deliver a fatal blow to humans by surprise. And what makes Feng Che strange is that he doesn't know why Feng Che can't hear Gigalith's heart. It may be the reason why Gigalith is an inorganic creature. Feng Che secretly guessed. Suddenly, there was a gloomy laughter from the front. A small white hand suddenly penetrated Swoobit's psychic barrier. Feng Che saw a group of Litwicks, led by Lampant, attacking Feng Che. Litwick has purple flames above his head. Its body is mainly composed of white wax, with layers of melted wax covering its right eye so that only its bright yellow left eye can be seen. Under its protruding upper lip, there is a small smile that looks a little weird, and the smile is creepy. Litwick often illuminates dark places to pretend to lead the way. In fact, it is using its own candlelight to absorb life energy and bring people to the spiritual world. The life energy it draws will continue to burn, forming a flame overhead. Litwick can use the candlelight on his head to absorb the life energy of others and convert it into his own energy. Like Lampant and Chandelure, Litwick has the ability to float and fly in the air. Lampant has a black cap-like end with a tip at the top that looks like a lampshade. Its only facial features are two bright yellow eyes. It has a blue flame inside its glass head. It has two long swinging arms and no fingers. It has a small body and has a smaller than 3.5 light holder at the bottom. Lampant can move around by floating in the air and can detect dying people. Lampant, Lord Hydreigon has instructed us to expel the invaders. Lampant, Lord Hydreigon is recovering his stamina in the underground dragon cave. We will never allow humans to disturb Lord Hydreigon. Lampant suddenly turned sideways, and it used flamethrower in the direction of Feng Che. Swoobit, using supersonic, messing with Lampant and Litwick. Frogadier, using water gun. Frogadier suddenly spewed a thick water gun from his mouth. Split into innumerable strands of water gun in midair, spraying in the direction of Litwick. Water gun pierced the candle above Litwick's head. Litwick fell into darkness and fell to the ground. Litwick's weakness lies in the burning candle above his head. It is said that this is Litwick's lifespan. Feng Che said to Caitlin's telepathy. Where Feng Che and Caitlin noticed, a black shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Wherever this black shadow passed, Litwick disappeared one after another, as if being swallowed up by the shadow in an instant. Chapter 196 choose one of the two, the upcoming Dano. At this moment, Feng Che saw that Lampant's body was trembling. Just when Feng Che was about to let Frogadier take action against Lampant, Lampant suddenly disappeared. It seems to be using stealth to hide. But what Feng Che didn't know was that in his shadow, a group of ghost-type Pokémon were trembling. Among them was the missing Lampant. Deep in the cave, Hydreigon suddenly felt that his subordinates had lost touch with him. Hydreigon resembles theropod dinosaurs. It is mainly blue in color, partly covered with black fur, has 3 pairs of wings on its back, and 2 rows of purple patterns on its belly. Hydreigon has 3 heads, of which only the middle head is the real head, and the other 2 have no brains. It only has a tail and no feet. Hydreigon is a very violent Pokémon that attacks everything that moves as an enemy. Beside Hydreigon, a Dano, who had just come out of Shell Smash, was sleeping soundly. There are also a large number of dragon blood fruits and top dragon resources such as dragon gems in the dragon's lair. Behind Hydreigon, however, is an unhatched Pokémon egg. Hydreigon crawled on the ground, trying to hatch the Pokémon egg with its own body heat. Hydreigon, almost, this Dano is about to hatch. 17. Hydreigon, as long as this Dano hatches, I can get out of here. Hydreigon, it's almost, although my strength has been restored, but I can't support 2 little guys at the same time. This place should be not far from Hydreigon. This Hydreigon has recovered its strength. It is a proper elite class. It is estimated that only Kaiser, Vio and Caitlin can stand in the way. But Hydreigon has malevolent properties, which are quite detrimental to Caitlin. Feng Che thought to himself with some worry. At this time, the dragon sage Vio also entered the cave. It's really hidden. If it wasn't for my dragon power to guide me, I wouldn't be able to find it here. Vio said proudly, looking at the hidden cave. Vio's loud voice woke Gigalith. Gigalith woke up from his slumber and looked at Vio with a fierce look. I'm sorry to bother you. But my daughter seems to be very interested in you, how about letting my daughter show off? Vio looked at the Gigalith and said disapprovingly. Gigalith is a Pokémon consisting of 1 giant and 4 navy blue boulders. It is covered with many orange crystals with sharp edges and corners. Gigalith's main body is composed of a rock that is similar to a cone, with an orange crystalline stone in the center of the chest and the back. Gigalith can also absorb the light of the sun with the orange crystalline stones distributed throughout the body, and the core gathered in the body reacts and increases, creating a ball of light that shoots out attacks from its mouth. And Gigalith can also directly use the core to create a compressed burst of energy, which has the power to move mountains. Vio watched the orange crystals on Gigalith's body light up and knew that Gigalith was about to attack. Vio directly took out the machete and smashed it on Gigalith. Kamo-O directly lifted the corner of one of the Gigaliths and smashed them at the menacing Gigalith. Hydreigon, there are foreign enemies invading. Gigalith has begun to block the foreign enemies. Hydreigon woke up suddenly, and looked up worriedly. Feng Che, why do you think Hydreigon doesn't hatch Pokémon eggs in the land of dragons, but has to go to such a remote place? Caitlin asked inexplicably. I think there may be only one reason why this Hydreigon gave birth to twins. As we all know, dragon-type Pokémon's reproductive ability is extremely weak, but looking at the current situation, this Hydreigon probably gave birth to twins. Feng Che said with certainty. Twins are twins. Didn't you just say that dragon-type Pokémon's ability to reproduce is extremely weak? Why do you have to dodge when you give birth to twins? Isn't that a great thing? Caitlin was even more puzzled. It's good that other dragon Pokémon have twins. But this Hydreigon is different because he is the leader of the Hydreigon clan. A Pokémon egg laid by a highly qualified Hydreigon, the hatched Pokémon must be a highly qualified one. If there are 2 highly qualified Danos, and eventually the evolution becomes the Hydreigon, it will inevitably lead to the division of the tribe. This is unacceptable for the Hydreigon leader. There is another problem, that is the shortage of resources. Dragon-type Pokemon growth develops very slowly, and it takes almost 100 years from birth to adulthood. You think about how much Dragon-type resources are consumed, and a group cannot supply so many resources. So the general Dragon-type Pokemon leader, if he gives birth to twins, can only choose one of the two, and one of them will definitely be executed. Hydreigon will only keep one of the strongest offspring. Feng Che explained. Then will Hydreigon not abandon Dano directly or give it to humans? It's a pity that one of the Danos must be executed, Caitlin said regretfully. Abandoning the Dragon-type Pokemon is afraid that the Dragon-type Pokemon will hold a grudge in his heart, and will make a revenge for the tribe when he grows up. As for the option of giving it to humans, only a few Dragon-type Pokemon would do this. After all, Dragon-type Pokemon are quite afraid of humans. Unless this Dragon-type Pokemon has a very good relationship with you, it will entrust its descendants to it. Let me raise you, Feng Che explained as he looked at Caitlin with a puzzled face. Caitlin looked at Feng Che with an incredible expression on his face. Caitlin felt that Feng Che was simply a Pokemon encyclopedia, and there was nothing that could stun him. Be careful. Suddenly there was a burst of sound in the air. A Mienshao suddenly approached Caitlin's side and slapped Caitlin directly. Feng Che flew and pulled Caitlin aside, dodging Mienshao's sudden blow. Mienshao is also a Pokemon similar to Itachi. His body is much longer than before evolution, and most of his body is white. It has two tufts of long hair on its arms that look like it has two long sleeves rolled up. It can use the body hair on its arms like a whip. The attack speed of the arms is so fast that the thunder can't cover the ears. Mienshao's critical strike will be unleashed after a slow charge. It can be seen that this Mienshao has been accumulating power for a long time. Its long hair directly shattered the rocks behind Caitlin. When did Mienshao touch my side? My psychic didn't have any warning. Caitlin was dumbfounded. Mienshao can hide his breath, that's why your psychic doesn't warn you. Be careful, this Mienshao is very strong. Feng Che reminded Caitlin, who was still in shock. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Mienshao close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent dark yellow. Characteristic, sacrifice oneself. Open black lens bracket level, 42 close black lens bracket. Attribute, fighting. Skills, Aura Sphere, Drain Punch, Flip Turn, Fake Out, Pound, Detect, Force Palm, Fury Swipes, Hone Claws, High Jump Kick, etc. Status, Under Attack. Evaluation, this is a Mienshao that can hide its own aura. This Mienshao has extremely strong strength, and all the effort is on its long hair. Close black lens bracket. Come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che called out the blue crow. The blue jay flapped its wings and stayed on Feng Che's shoulders. Sorry, Blue Jay, it may affect your ability to play in this narrow cave. 050, please help me deal with Mienshao. Feng Che said to the blue crow. Mr. Feng Che, if it's not convenient for you, I can take action against Mienshao. Caitlin hurriedly said to Feng Che. No, Caitlin, you still keep your psychic. Wait until we get Dano and leave here on teleport. Feng Che said to Caitlin. At this moment, more and more red light appeared in the depths of the cave. Leopard, Mienshao, and Boldor appeared in front of Feng Che and Caitlin. They started to attack. Hydreigon, didn't expect humans to find my hiding place so quickly. Hydreigon, just a little while, the Pokemon eggs are about to hatch. Hydreigon arches the Pokemon eggs in the lair. Pokemon egg flashed twice in response to Hydreigon's movement, and there was a clear sound of slapping the eggshell. Hydreigon could already feel the Pokemon eggs shaking constantly. This little guy can't wait to get shell smash out. Hydreigon, I hope my Pokemon can withstand these greedy humans. Hydreigon, this time I took such a big risk to leave the Dragon Land, I just wanted to hatch you and see you. Hydreigon, tell you, my mother did not abandon you. I have too many helplessness and hardships. Hydreigon, hope you can hatch successfully. It seems that as we get closer and closer to Hydreigon's lair, Hydreigon is already a little anxious, and more Pokemon will definitely be summoned to block it. There should be a large army of Pokemon next. It seems that it is impossible to break through. Can only outsmart. Feng Che thought secretly. At the current position, Feng Che could clearly hear Hydreigon's heart. Chapter 197_All or Nothing Hydreigon. Lord Kaihuang, our monitoring equipment has detected a fierce battle underground. Longji hurried over and said to Kaihuang. At this time, Emperor Kai had already entered the position halfway up the mountain. He is in a fierce battle with Gigalith. Braviary, Mandibuzz have rolled up the storm to attack. Longji, we are in a head-to-head confrontation with Pokemon now. If you leave rashly, the mercenary group will suffer a lot. Well, you go underground with a team member. If you find the trace of Hydreigon, you should inform me immediately, and I will bring a large army to support you. Kai Huang said to Longji after thinking for a while. Looks like this is where Hydreigon is hiding, Vio said to Kamo-o. Daughter, let's fight quickly, use Aura Sphere. Kamo-o clenched his fist and released the fist-like Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere directly swept away the besieged Gigalith. Haha, girl, well done. Let's go forward, we can't let Dano be first. Vio walked forward with a machete in his hand. The defeated Gigalith was all included in the Pokeball by Vio. Come on, Blue Jay, use the peck attack. The Blue Jay dodged Mienshau's elbow with extremely ghostly speed. When Mienshao found out that he was attacking the phantom of the Blue Crow, he hurried back to defense. But it was too late to return to defense at this time. Mienshao was pecked between the eyebrows by the Blue Jay's sharp beak. Mienshao fell to the ground with a plop. No, there are too many Pokemon around. We still have to retreat strategically. Caitlin, please use teleport. We'll sneak straight to Hydreigon's lair. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Okay, leave it to me. Caitlin's body was instantly enveloped in light blue light, exuding a huge psychic. Caitlin teleported according to Feng Che's instructions, avoiding the pursuit of the Pokemon army. Pokemon, who was besieging Feng Che, suddenly found that the human in front of him suddenly disappeared. They looked around and found no trace of human beings. Coinciding with the sound of footsteps not far away, these Pokemon rushed forward. Very well, these Pokemon are gone. After Feng Che arrived at the teleport's location, he asked Swoobat to create a psychic barrier to block the perception of many Pokemons. It's strange, why didn't we find the quasi-elite Pokemon arranged by Hydreigon here? Caitlin asked with some doubts. If I'm not mistaken, Hydreigon arranges most of its quasi-elite Pokemon on the top of the mountain. This Hydreigon is really good at figuring out human nature. If its quasi-elite and gym-level Pokemon are placed in the cave, it will definitely be suspected by a cunning person like Kai Emperor. So Hydreigon, who has calculated everything, decided to go all out. I dare say that even if the Kaiser knew there was a battle going on underground, he would only send a small team to check it out. Until the final confirmation of Hydreigon's hiding place, Kaiser would still choose to climb the mountain. Hydreigon. Eventually, a little mouse got in. After all, the mountain is in a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Most people think that Hydreigon should not give up the terrain advantage. Vio, who followed us, should sense the position of Hydreigon through his special ability. We want to speed up so that Vio won't take Dano first. After Feng Che finished speaking, he walked forward with Caitlin. Hydreigon, well, I still have some arrangements. Humans don't get into my lair so easily. The psychic barrier opened by Feng Che's Swoobat was sensed by Hydreigon. I saw that Hydreigon took a deep breath and let out a low roar. Feng Che, there are so many passages in this underground cave, how do you know Hydreigon's true hiding place? Even if Kai Huang enters this kind of underground cave, He will lose his way in this complex underground labyrinth. Caitlin, looking at Feng Che, asked. After entering such a labyrinth-like cave, even with a powerful psychic, she always has a feeling of smearing her eyes. The terrain of the underground cave is complicated. And there are many black crystals in this underground labyrinth, and these crystals exude a dark energy. This severely interferes with Caitlin perception. This Hydreigon is very smart and knows that the underground caves are rich in duskstone. These black crystals are the accompanying minerals of duskstone. So the psychic's future sight has been seriously disturbed. Feng Che explained to Caitlin Road. As for why I was able to find Hydreigon's direction, it might just be an intuition. Feng Che paused for 2 seconds and added that he couldn't say that he found this place based on Hydreigon's wishes. Be careful, Feng Che quickly reminded. There was a sudden sound of breaking through the air, and a green steel claw smashed towards Caitlin. Caitlin uses teleport directly and disappears in place. When she reappeared, a Gothitelle appeared next to Caitlin. Gothitelle's body is mostly composed of black. Its pupils are blue, its mouth is red, and its face is purple. 8 disc-shaped objects were expanded on both sides of its head, and a horn protruded from its head, with a white bow behind the horn. It wears a black Christmas tree-like skirt with 4 white bows on the skirt, showing an elegant image. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon name, Gothitelle. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, female. Close black lens bracket. Qualification, Epic, Cyan. Feature, Step-on Shadow. Open black lens bracket. Level, 73. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Attribute, Psychic. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. G-name, Confusion. Ideographic, Protect. Ideographic, Recover. Ideographic, Endeavor. Ideographic, Psybeam. Ideographic, Charm. Ideographic, Psyshock. Ideographic, Light Screen. Ideographic, Reflect. Ideographic, Ally Switch. Ideographic, Pain Split. Ideographic, Psychic. Ideographic, Teleport. Ideographic, Gravity Chong. Ideographic, Rest. Ideographic, Safeguard. Ideographic, Trick Room. Ideographic, Psyshock. Ideographic, Sleep Talk. Denji. Name. Close black lens bracket. Status, full of fighting spirit. Evaluation, the main Pokemon carefully cultivated by Caitlin has extremely strong strength. Close black lens bracket. I saw a light blue light in Gothitelle's eyes. It uprooted the attacker from above the cave. With a thud, a Ferrothorn hit the ground. Ferrothorn is a Pokemon that resembles a flat durian in appearance. Its metallic body is covered with thorns, surrounded by 3 black stripes, and has triangular patterns under its eyes. Its eyes have green outlines, yellow eyeballs, and black pupils. There is a green spike on top of its body. Around the spikes, long green appendages like vines extended on both sides, and sloping metal discs with spikes. Ferrothorn can use these appendages to attach to the top of the cave and move around. When suspended, the Ferrothorn can fire spikes to attack prey beneath it. Ferrothorn, green aptitude, level 70. At this moment, only a few thumps were heard. Ferrothorn kept falling from above the cave. In the blink of an eye, it was surrounded by Ferrothorn. Wait, Caitlin, don't attack yet, look at the ground. Feng Che pointed at the spikes on the ground and said to Caitlin. These Ferrothorns secretly sprinkle toxic spikes. If you step on toxic spikes, you will be toxic. Suddenly a hole cracked above the cave. Countless Klinklangs flew out of the hole. On the basis of Klang, Klinklang adds another small gear. This pinion is below and in front of the gear on the right, and instead of rotating vertically, its center is red. This pinion also drives a floating metal ring on the outside. The metal ring is not connected to the pinion, but maintains the same rotational speed as the pinion. The metal ring surrounds the entire body of the Tooth of Lee's wheel monster, and there are 6 spikes on the outside, which can emit energy outward. Klinklang is its weakness. Rapid spin of the pinion, Klinklang charges the energy accumulated in the red core into the pinion and releases it in one breath, and can also launch the 6 outer spikes at one time. These klinklangs fit together 2 by 2 and are turning with a rattling, and the metal rings with spikes can attack in all directions without dead ends. Hydreigon still has 2 armies in ambush here. Feng Che looked up and saw that the 2 klinklangs, which were obviously larger than a circle, were joined together, and they were constantly biting together to emit an amazing amount of electricity. Klinklang, green qualification, level 69. Klinklang, green qualification, level 70. There are also 3 quasi-elite Pokémons here. Come out, Zeraora, Hot Meow. Zeraora, this is a good place for you to replenish the energy of the charge system. You can help absorb the energy emitted by the absorbed klinklang. Feng Che said to Zeraora. Zeraora nodded. Zeraora's hair at this time is saffron color. In order to prevent the Zeraora of different colors from being too public, Feng Che deliberately used the juice of the tree fruit to dye Zeraora's saffron color. Chapter 198 Dano Incubation _ Feng Che, do you need me to help? Caitlin asked. As long as Caitlin participates in the battle can basically be ended in a short period of time. No, you'd better stay out of the fight and try to maintain your strength. I'll let Zeraora and Hot Meow fight first, but I can't resist, I'll ask you to help. Feng Che seemed to see a huge number of experience packs beckoning to him. Hot Meow, unleash your power, use flamethrower. The hot cat suddenly burst into a huge flame. Hot Meow suddenly turned into a line of fire, rushing towards Klinklang and Ferrothorn. The toxic spikes on the ground were ignited by the flames on the hot cat, and there was an unpleasant smell in the air. Ferrothorn fired pin missile from the sharp spikes on his body. Klinklang is hovering in the sky, and the 2 clangs are intertwined and keep spinning. A lot of arcs poured into Klinklang's ruby core to recharge. The pin missile on their metal guard rings also burst out, and the pin missile also emits a saffron-colored arc. After the hot cat absorbs Moltres, flame, the temperature of the body surface can reach over 2000 degrees Celsius. Klinklang and Ferrothorn's pin missile probably turned into molten iron before they got close to the Hot Meow. Feng Che indifferently watched the battle of Hot Meow. Sure enough, these flying pin missiles were instantly reddened by the hot flames, melted into pools of molten iron and fell on the ground. When Klinklang saw this, the 2 gears were turning faster. The galloping gears had turned into an Orberg phantom that kept spinning and flickering arcs, only barely seeing 2 red dots flickering. The arc surrounded the Klinklang, making a crackling sound. A huge amount of electricity poured out of Klinklang's body. Saffron-colored electric current collided with the rock wall, leaving deep ravines. The electricity turned into countless wandering golden snakes, approaching the Hot Meow. Just then, Zeraora took a deep breath. The next second, Zeraora appeared in front of the hot cat, and a large amount of current was drawn into Zeraora's body. These currents are constantly being stored in Zeraora's hair, enhancing Zeraora's strength. Klinklang changed its strategy. The Klinklangs made a rattling sound, and the pinion was turning at a high speed. An extremely large number of small Klinklangs flew towards Zeraora like a storm of arrows. When Zeraora saw such a huge little Klinklang flying in his direction, he was about to dodge. Hot Meow has quietly come to Zeraora's side. I saw Hot Meow opened his mouth, and a flame rushed towards little Klinklang. Blazing white flames instantly covered the speeding little Klinklangs. The high temperature burned the little Klinklang red, and the little Klinklangs that lost their magnetism fell to the ground one after another. Only a few thuds were heard. Klinklang has this problem. Klinklang without the pinion is like a tiger without teeth. Feng Che knew the weakness of Klinklang. But if you want to make the pinion lose its magnetism instantly, it is not so easy to do, and it needs extremely high temperature. Hot Meow, keep using flamethrower and knock Klinklang down. The hot flamethrower formed a sea of fire. Klinklang and Ferrothorn were both incapacitated and fell to the ground. Only Chief Klinklang and Chief Ferrothorn remained in place, motionless. As if their subordinates had nothing to do with them. The flame of this hot cat is so strong, Caitlin said with emotion. However, the Farathorn leader and the Klinklang leader were suppressed because of their strength against the hot cat. When the hot meow flames approached them, they were extinguished by their gravity skills. If one Pokemon is not enough, send a few more Pokemons. As long as the Pokemon's skills are well coordinated, even a Pokemon of a high-level superior can challenge a quasi-elite Pokemon. Feng Chie's eyes were full of confidence. Feng Chie is a champion trainer in the Pokemon game world, and Feng Chie is confident that the weak will defeat the strong. I haven't tried to challenge a quasi-elite Pokemon in a long time. Come out, Frogadier, Ice Vulpix, Ivysaur. Zeraora, if the Klinklang leader emits Thunderbolt, please absorb the electricity emitted by the Klinklang leader. Frogadier, you and Ice Vulpix focus on attacking Klinklang. Vulpix, Hot Meow, you focus on attacking Farathorn. Ivysaur, you help restore everyone's stamina. If you challenge high-level Pokemon, Feng Chie will not be stubborn to let Pokemon fight one-on-one. Hydreigon ignored the battle outside. At this point, its attention was completely on the Pokemon egg, which had already gleamed faintly with the white light of hatching. Pokemon eggs are coming to shell smash. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared from the Pokemon egg. With a snap, a cobweb-like crack appeared in the Pokemon egg. The rift is growing with Dano's tackle. After a while, a Dano shell smash came out. It was sniffing its mother everywhere. Hydreigon finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Dano shell smash come out. Just then a Swoobit flew in from above the cave. A pale blue light appeared all over Swoobit. BHDF, Swoobit is broadcasting the fight in this dragon cave live to Hydreigon via psychic. At this time it was time for Feng Chie to fight the Farathorn leader and the Klinklang leader. Hydreigon, this human is really powerful. The girl next to him has the strength of elite at a young age. Hydreigon, I'll see how the battle in the mountains goes. On the high mountain, a Swoobit hides its body, watching the human beings about to climb to the top of the mountain. Hydreigon's quasi-elite Pokemon are still resisting. Hydreigon, it's almost time for those would-be elite Pokemons to run for their lives. Hydreigon, I am satisfied to see Dano hatch. Hydreigon communicated with Swoobit through telepathy. Swoobit conveyed the meaning of Hydreigon through psychic to Swoobit, who was monitoring the battle situation in the mountains. Swoobit suddenly made a sharp cry. After hearing this cry, Pokemon, who was fighting against humans, all fled the battle scene. What the hell is going on here? Why are these Pokemon suddenly retreating? Roselily looked at these Pokemon's actions with perplexity. Just now, Pokemon still looked like he was going to die. How could he just disappear like a bird and a beast? No, the cave below is where the Hydreigon really is. We've been completely deceived by the Hydreigon. Emperor Kai suddenly froze in his heart, and his face became ashen. He hurriedly greeted the large army and rushed down the mountain. Why did Emperor Kai suddenly retreat? Did he find any clues? Go, it is estimated that the direction Kaihuang is going is the real location of Hydreigon. The heads of the 3 large mercenary regiments immediately made a decision, retreated collectively, and followed Emperor Kai down the mountain. In Hydreigon's lair. At this point, the Pokemon eggs are completely cracked. Dano, with one eye still open, stumbled out of the shards of eggshells. Hydreigon, Dano, forgive me, being able to watch your birth is the last thing I can do for you. Hydreigon, your body is too weak, so I can only choose your brother to be the next leader. Hydreigon, of course, I will also choose a strong and responsible trainer for you. Like this kid, little girl, and little old man are all good. Hydreigon, but I think this kid is very good. If he can defeat Farathorn and Klinklang without using the power of the little girl, it means he is really strong enough to nurture and protect you well. I will you entrust him to take care of it. After Feng Chie heard Hydreigon's heartfelt voice, he knew Hydreigon's intentions. If Feng Chie can defeat Farathorn and Klinklang by his own strength, Feng Chie was able to get a Dano without much effort, as well as a lot of dragon resources for cultivating Dano. If Feng-Che can't pass the test, then Hydreigon will think carefully. Ivysaur's body. Clusters of green grass emerged from the ground. This is grassy terrain blessed by Ivysaur. Green balls of light emerged from Ferrothorn's body, ready to be thrown at Hot Meow. Hot Meow, this is the seed bomb, use the flamethrower. Hot Meow opened his mouth, and a flame of fire spewed out. Immediately, these green balls of light exploded in midair. The light green energy spread out, causing the cave to shake for a while. Caitlin used Psychic to move the rock that fell from above the cave to another place. Ferrothorn will explosion. This trick is very troublesome, be careful with this ultimate. Frogadier, use Rain Dance. Ice Vulpix, use Freeze Wind. I saw a blue light flashing on Frogadier's body, and a large group of dark clouds was summoned. The rain fell rushingly. Suddenly, Ferrothorn and Klinklang were covered with water droplets. Chapter 199-Conquer Dano. Bing Vulpix opened the cherry mouth and exhaled a strong cold air. As soon as the cold air was ejected, countless ice cubes were frozen around. Cold air fell on Klinklang and Ferrothorn, freezing them on the ice. It's just that it didn't take long for it to freeze, and cobweb-like cracks appeared in the ice, and Klinklang and Ferrothorn broke through the ice. Klinklang and Ferrothorn seemed enraged, and they started to fight back. Klinklang's pinion spewed out saffron-colored arcs. The saffron arc is like an indestructible shield. Even if it is hit by the hot flamethrower, the arc will protect the pinion from high-temperature damage. Ivysaur, use the vine whip to weave this pinion down. Ivysaur stretched out the vine whip, weaving a giant web of vines. This arabesque web shrouded the pinion. In just an instant, the pinion broke through the shackles of the vines. Fine, Frogadier, right now, use foam. Feng-Che knew that the giant vine net was not enough to restrain the pinion. But just block the pinion for a moment to give Frogadier time to unleash his foam skills. Frogadier took out a large lump of foam from his neck, split it in two, and threw the foam onto the pinion using precise throwing skills. Frogadier foam keeps the pinion firmly attached to the ground. The pinion struggled desperately, but the hardened foam stuck the little Klinklang to the ground like superglue. Klinklang, which has lost the pinion, can only generate electrical skills through the mutual rotation of the gears, which is quite limited. This Klinklang is useless. Ice Vulpix, Frogadier, be careful with Klinklang and freeze Klinklang completely. Feng-Che intends to subdue all Klinklangs and put them in the breeding house. Pokémons like Klinklang are able to execute trainer commands very well. Like Magnemite, Klinklang can also serve as a reserve power source for the nursery in the event of a power outage. At that time, Feng-Che will be able to let Zeraora manage Klinklang and make the breeding house solid. Next, Feng-Che will go all out to deal with Ferrothorn. Fortunately, the rain just now increased the humidity of the cave a lot. So Ferrothorn has no way to use Explosion. If the quasi-elite Ferrothorn uses Explosion, Feng-Che is not sure that he will be able to block the power of Explosion. At that time, you can only use Psychic with the help of Caitlin to barely resist. Vulpix, use Flamethrower. Hot Meow, use Flamethrower. Vulpix raised his head and spewed out fire flames, and the flames swirled in midair to form a 3-meter-high flame vortex. The hot flamethrower fell into the vortex of flames, and the firepower suddenly soared. At this time, Ferrothorn found that there was no way to use the explosion skill, but to use flash cannon. A silver-white light penetrated the layers of obstacles in the flame vortex and bombarded a corner of the cave. The rock wall was suddenly torn apart. But Ferrothorn was also wrapped in layers of flame vortex, and finally fell to the ground exhausted. If it wasn't for Ferrothorn being restrained 4 times by the fire-type Pokémon, Feng-Che would not have won so easily. This battle is finally over. Feng-Che wiped away a cold sweat. This time, it is easier to win the battle. One-to-many is one of the aspects, and another aspect is the mutual restraint of attributes. Feng-Che accurately grasped the weak points of Klinklang and Ferrothorn. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che used Psychic to manipulate the Pokeball to capture both Klinklang and Ferrothorn, who were defeated. Both Klinklang and Ferrothorn can be the most powerful protective forces for the nursery. Hydreigon. Well, this human has passed my test. This person is a good trainer. Hydreigon. I should be flying out of here too. Hydreigon reluctantly looked at the newborn Dano. It picked up another sleeping Dano with its left head, flapped its wings and flew to the top of the mountain. Caitlin, please follow me. We need to find Dano quickly and get out of here. Hydreigon is gone. It has successfully hatched Dano. Feng Che said to Caitlin. Caitlin nodded. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Che came to a huge cave. At this point, Hydreigon had already left. There are a lot of dragon gems and dragon blood fruit placed in it. In the middle of the grotto, there is also a dragon nest made of dragon heart grass. A weak Dano is nibbling on eggshells in its nest. Dano resembles juvenile sauropods. Its body is blue, and its eyes are covered by black fur, so they cannot see. And this black hair has been left until its neck is close to the limbs. Dano stands on all fours, has a small tail, and has pointed hair on the top of his head. Feng Che used Psychic to scan Dano. Its eyes haven't opened yet, and its body is much thinner than the average Dano. Feng Che, this Dano's body is relatively weak. I haven't even opened my eyes yet. Caitlin looked at the Dano, who was barely breathing, and shook his head. She wanted to persuade Feng Che to change to a Dano. Her family's breeding house is also cultivating a lot of Dano. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Dano close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic teal. Characteristic, vitality. Open black lens bracket level, 5 close black lens bracket. Attribute, evil plus dragon. Skills, assurance, hone claws, sucker punch, nasty plot, night slash, thief, snarl, throat chop, tackle, focus energy, dragon breath, bite, double hit, double blade headbutt, dragon dance, dark pulse, dragon pulse. Close black lens bracket. Status, weak body, eyes not opened yet. Evaluation, this is a Dano with excellent potential. Although it has not opened its eyes yet, it has extremely strong strength under the incubation of Hydreigon using the origin of the dragon. Close black lens bracket, this Dano turned out to be a teal Pokemon. I'll take it down first. When Feng Che took out the Pokeball and was about to touch this Dano, Dano suddenly opened his eyes. Feng Che reached out his hand and gently brushed away the thick hair on Dano's face. Dano looked at Feng Che with big watery eyes, and looked at the human being in front of him with curiosity and joy. Please give me some advice, Dano. Dano instantly turned into a red light and entered the Pokeball. Caitlin, please use confusion to pack all the dragon-type resources here, and half of the dragon's blood fruit is enough. Feng Che knew that the purpose of Vio's coming to the cave was to collect resources for Komo. Moreover, Vio also attracted a lot of firepower to Feng Che. Why do I suddenly feel that Hydreigon has left here? No, my dragon resources. Daughter, stop playing, let's fight quickly, your food will be gone. Vio, who was fighting, suddenly felt the breath of Hydreigon far away from here, and hurriedly said to Komo. Komo clasped his hands together and smashed all the enemies that came in front of him with an aura sphere to the ground. Don't waste these Pokemons either. Vio sized up a row of Pokeballs and threw out the Pokeballs with a large knife to capture them all. Very good, this can finally give Koichi an explanation. Vio hurried towards the depths of the cave with Komo. When Vio came to the cave where Hydreigon was staying, Caitlin just teleported out of the cave with Feng Che. 0 inches. Oops, it's late. Not only did Dano not be caught this time, but even the dragon resources were cleaned up. Vio looked at the empty cave, a little disappointed. Just then, Komo tugged at the edge of Vio's shirt. It pointed to a corner of the cave. A pile of dragon blood fruit is neatly placed in this corner. This should have been reserved for me by Caitlin's girl doll. Then I will accept it. Daughter, you don't have to worry about your food. Theo said happily looking at Komo. Hydreigon emerged from the mountaintop, and it let out a roar. Hydreigon, damn human beings who have captured so many of my subordinates, let me show you how good I am. Hydreigon has a saffron-colored dragon energy. These dragon chi are connected with the dark clouds in the sky. Suddenly, the dragon meteorite filled with the power of the dragon fell from the sky. These dragon meteorites roared towards the poachers. Damn, I've been tricked by this Hydreigon. Emperor Kai's face became ashen and cursed. He saw a Dano in Hydreigon's left arm. Kai Huang paid so much human and material resources, but in the end, Hydreigon escaped with Dano. This is simply a slap in the face of Emperor Kai, with a slap in the face. Damn, this Hydreigon is as cunning as a fox. We were all tricked by this Hydreigon, and the sly and cunning man Kai Huang was also deceived by the Hydreigon. Rose Lily said through gritted teeth. She suddenly realized when she saw the appearance of Hydreigon. It's true that geese have been beating wild geese all day long and being blinded by geese. Kane shook his head helplessly. Let's figure out what to do with Draco Meteor in Hydreigon. Elite level Draco Meteor, not so easy to deal with. Chaoya said while nibbling on the chicken leg. At this time, Feng Che was standing with Caitlin on a high mountain some distance from Hydreigon. They left without looking back after watching Hydreigon unleash his mighty power. Only a group of poachers who cried and cried were left. And Chapter 200 Mewtwo, you have to sneak away and surprise everyone. Caitlin, don't you take this opportunity to inform the people of the Alliance to arrest the poachers. If you catch so many poachers, you have done a great service to the Alliance. Feng Che suggested to Caitlin. You're right in saying that. However, I know that the other three elites are all afraid of trouble, and it is estimated that they will not send troops to support. I can only join forces with Shaka from Opaloosid City. Caitlin used Psychic to see Shaka, who was guarding one of the dragon caves with the people of Opaloosid City. Next, I'm going to deal with these poachers. Feng Che, let it go. Thank you for your care during this time. During this time, you have taught me a lot, and I am really happy. If you need any resources, just tell my brother, and he will prepare it for you. This is my token. Caitlin said and took out a golden key. The Guardians have hotels all over the Pokemon world, and I have my villa in almost every town. With this key, you can freely enter the hotels and villas of the Guardian family, and enjoy VIP level treatment. Caitlin handed the golden key to Feng Che, his eyes filled with reluctance. 050, however, she knew that she had been out for so long, and it was time to finish the matter in front of her and return to the castle. Then, thank you. After Feng Che hesitated for a while, he accepted the token. Feng Che, when we meet next time, I will definitely become stronger. I will take becoming the Unova region champion as my life goal. Caitlin said with anticipation. Well, you will definitely be stronger, Caitlin, I wish you success. Let's exchange communication numbers. If you have any problems with cultivating Pokemon, you can come to me. After Feng Che exchanged numbers with Caitlin, he released Aerodactyl. Goodbye then. Feng Che patted Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl flapped its wings and flew away. Caitlin turned around and looked at the poachers in disarray. A teleport appeared in front of Shaka. Shaka leader, now there is an opportunity to arrest the poachers, it depends on whether you are willing to act. Caitlin said lightly to Shaka leader. She knew that this poacher's action was like a slap in the face of Shaka leader. With Shaka's personality that can't tolerate sand in his eyes, he naturally won't sit idly by. 3 days later, Feng Che appeared in the laboratory of Team Rocket's headquarters. This time, it was relatively difficult to infiltrate Team Plasma to perform the task, so Feng Che still spent a lot of time. During this mission, he naturally didn't have much time to fish. In the laboratory, Feng Che saw the 3 holy birds sleeping in a petri dish. 3 vials of blood in fire red, ice blue, and saffron colors also appeared on the test bench. The researchers here are busy studying the genetic organization of the three holy birds. Feng Che even saw many embryos of the three holy birds being cultivated in the petri dish. Feng Che walked to Fuji professor who was using a 50x microscope to examine the cells of the three holy birds. Fuji professor, how is the situation on the 13th now? Feng Che asked Fuji professional. The situation is very bad. Not long after you left, the 13th has to be rescued from time to time. Chief Giovanni is considering whether or not to suspend the Mewtwo project, which has invested too much, but has never seen effective results. My focus is now on the experiment of combining the three holy birds. For this purpose, I plan to clone the three holy birds, but there is no way to clone successfully because of the lack of key data. Currently, cloned embryos in a petri dish grow to a point where their genes collapse and die. Feng Che, you are lurking in Team Plasma this time, did you get any key data? Team Plasma is way ahead of us in cloning Pokemon. Fuji professor asked Feng Che. Here are all the stuff I copied from Colres's computer. Team Plasma is truly the best at Pokemon genetics, they've now learned how to clone phantoms. I've seen a lot of Zeraora clones in Team Plasma's lab. But these Eudemons are extremely short-lived. Now Colres is also researching how to improve the survival time of phantom beasts. Feng Che took out a hard drive from the wristband and explained to Fuji Professional. Fuji Professional took over the hard drive in Feng Che's hand and exported a lot of key data from it. There is so much content in these materials that it takes me half a month to sort them out. Leader Giovanni is about to start the Three Holy Birds project, so all the superiors who have no tasks at present have been recalled by the leader Giovanni. I suggest that you should not go out to perform tasks recently, and be on standby at any time. Fuji Professor tapped on the computer, said to Feng Che. Good. Feng Che nodded. Feng Che, you're back. After seeing Feng Che coming to the laboratory, Mewtwo sent a voice transmission to Feng Che's mind. You haven't come to see me for a long time, but that big sister comes here almost every day and transmits psychic to me. Now I don't need the psychic resources provided by Team Rockets at all, so I can achieve self-sufficiency. Haha, but I still received all the psychic resources sent by Team Rockets into my storage space. Mewtwo told Feng Che about the recent experience one by one. However, it's been a long time since Giovanni came to see me. Now I obviously feel that these researchers don't care much about me, Mewtwo complained to Feng Che. Mewtwo felt that its treatment was plummeting, and it was about to sit on the bench. Isn't that better? When no one notices you one day, even if you disappear quietly, no one will find you. You don't need to be locked in this laboratory, you can have a free life. Feng Che said Mewtwo. You have to sneak away quietly, and then surprise everyone. Feng Che kept instilling the idea of first into Mewtwo. Drip drip. At this moment, Feng Che's communicator rang. Feng Che took out the communicator and saw that it was a message from Sabrina. Sabrina, Leader Giovanni is calling us to his office to arrange combat missions, and the Three Holy Birds integration plan is about to start. Feng Che, received, will be there soon. When Feng Che came to Giovanni's office, the three cadres had already arrived. Feng Che, you've worked hard this time. You've done a great job. You successfully brought us Team Plasma's advanced technology this time, so our three sacred bird integration plan is basically half successful. However, what worries me a little now is where exactly should we test the power of the three holy birds? Giovanni said with a frown. Leader Giovanni, why don't we start with the city of Saffron, where our Team Rockets control the most? With me in charge, there shouldn't be any trouble. Sabrina suggested. No, that's not right. Saffron is our most important base, and there is nothing to lose here. Vermilion City is also an important shipping port. These two cities are the most important strongholds of our Team Rockets, and I do not plan to launch an attack here. And Viridian City is the headquarters of our Team Rockets, and Viridian City residents will cry if there is too much damage. The Crimson City is farther away, and I think the best way is to attack the League headquarters. Giovanni said to the three cadres and Feng Che. Right now Mewtwo is in an unstable state and I don't know if Mewtwo will live to adulthood. Now that Damalanchi hates us so much, he has begun to encircle and suppress the forces of Team Rockets in various cities. It forced us to fight back. Giovanni said meaningfully to the three cadres and Feng Che with a very serious expression. I can't wait for Mewtwo to fully grow now, I want to start the flag of resistance. This is the best time to attack the League, the four elites are clearly not listening to Damalanchi's orders, and this is the weakest time for the League. I'll give you a month to break in with Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno. A month from now, I'm going to be aggressively attacking the League. Giovanni said with a firm look in his eyes. You're almost close to elite, so I believe you should have no problem commanding Moltres, Zapdos and Articuno. If the three holy birds don't know signs, I can provide violent taming services. I like to convince people with strength. Giovanni gave a cold smile. Feng Che, you have done a good job in this mission 3.5, I will give you a month off, and then you will assist Sabrina in attacking the Alliance. Giovanni said to Feng Che. At the same time, based on your performance this time, I will promote you as Senior Superior. Just take advantage of this month's time to raise your Pokémon level, as much as you can. Otherwise, some senior cadres will be slightly critical. Giovanni said to Feng Che with satisfaction. Fuji Professor has just sent me a message, saying that the information you got this time is very comprehensive, which has brought him a lot of inspiration. The speed of cloning the three holy birds will be much faster than expected. Good, good. Giovanni repeatedly praised Feng Che. Okay, everyone should prepare according to their own plans. Giovanni had the meaning of serving tea to the guests. Feng Che and the three cadres then left Giovanni's office. However, Giovanni's words made Feng Che stunned for a moment. What was the problem? According to the original plot development, shouldn't Giovanni launched an attack directly in Saffron City? The result was taken by Red and Green. The huge Team Rockets are about to fall apart in the blink of an eye. Feng Che thought to himself with some doubts.